Hello and welcome to the penultimate day of the China DPC, brought to you by Perfect World, where we have 3 cracking series on the plate in front of us today, and we cannot wait to tuck into them. But first, of course, we've got joining me on the panel, Lizard and B-Cup. Guys, so much to find out today. We're going to start to figure out exactly how the dust is going to settle, where all these teams are going to stand, who's going to the major, who's not, where they're going to be, is there going to be a major? We don't know. Who's being in relegation? All of this and more, we should start to understand by the end of the day. What are you most excited to figure out, B-Cup?
How many tiebreakers we're going to get. It's the same as last year when we started to hit that point, and it's just like, we could have 2 tiebreakers, but if the math happens like this, we could have like 8 teams playing for the same position. That's my favorite part. I mean, I know a lot of you guys were just like, oh, tiebreakers, but I was like, tiebreakers, everybody.
Last year it was more like... okay, the whole season passed and we don't know anything.
Yeah, it's kind of happened again. There's so many teams with like 4 wins, 2 losses, or they're ending 4-3. That's pretty close.
Then the last day, everything switches up. The team that was on top ends up not going to the major or something like that.
Yeah,
it can be hectic.
We do know that obviously PSG.LGD are definitely going to the major. We know that Aster and EHOME are definitely going to the major. And we know that Phoenix Gaming are definitely going to get relegated. Now, in what's probably going to happen, we know that IG are probably going to get relegated, unfortunately. There is a small chance for them.
No. IG, after their last 2 series, 5 question marks in the chat. They'll be back.
Question marks, I'm going to save you now. This is the Wild West. This is...
Hit you with that copium. That is some wild amounts of copium.
I can see it.
Oh my God.
He is huffing right now. Absolutely.
I can see it.
But that, of course, doesn't mean that these players are going to be guaranteed not playing in the playoffs, in the tiebreakers, sorry. Because if you have a difference between first and second, you got to play a tiebreaker. If you have a difference between third and fourth, you got to play a tiebreaker. I'm pretty sure if you have a difference between second and third, you don't have a tiebreaker, I believe. But if it's between fourth and fifth, you have a tiebreaker. If it's between sixth and seventh, you have a tiebreaker. So very likely we will have some form of tiebreakers, but exactly where and who's going to be playing in them, that's what we are here to find out. So let's look ahead to the series we have on our plates today, and we're starting things off with LGD versus EHOME. Then we move into VG Gaming versus RNG, and then we end off the day with IG versus Aster. Now, looking at these series, which of these do you believe is going to be the closest, Lizard?
I'm not sure which one of these will be the closest. All of them are looking amazing, really. Today's series are crazy. PSG.LGD versus EHOME. EHOME looking really strong. PSG.LGD looking too strong. VG Gaming versus RNG, I would say probably the closest on paper. But IG versus Aster is the most interesting one, because if IG drop this series, they're completely gone.
Yeah.
They're relegated. And you know IG when they're the underdog, when they're 0-2, 0-3, whatever, they tend to bring their game to a different level and step up a notch. So I'm hoping that that's what we were going to see from IG in the last series, and I hope that they'll make that series the closest one.
Yeah, I really hope that we see IG wake up and really bring their A game to this, because now is the time to do so. As you mentioned, they are facing relegation. We did not expect IG to be in this position, of course. If you get knocked down this season, the next season, you've got to spend the whole time playing in Div 2, working your way back up again. It is not an envious position to be in at all, B-Cup.
I think if you're Kaka, you want IG to get relegated because your stock goes way up, and all of a sudden you're like, yeah, that's right, I was carrying this team, it was me.
You would think so, but how many times has this happened? And yet people still aren't respecting the man.
It happens a lot.
On his name, my goodness.
I think that's the double-edged sword, right? You play really well with Kaka, and then once you get rid of him, you know your team's disbanding in a year.
True. It's
Newbie,
unavoidable, inevitable.
That's what happened to my teams as well.
Oh, was it Kaka just came along?
No, when I would leave them, they disbanded.
Oh, I see.
But also when I would join them, they disbanded as well, so...
Do you have a mysterious babushka who can put curses on them as well?
Well,
We're speculating wildly about Kaka.
Not necessarily, but something like that.
Yeah?
Yeah. When you play badly enough, it kind of does the same thing.
All right, let's get into the first series we have coming up today, and that is, of course, LGD versus EHOME. LGD have been the dominant force in this region. They have been taking names and smashing heads, and nothing seems to be stopping them right now. The only team that has taken a game off them has been Team Aster, and that was no easy feat. And, of course, their game versus RNG, it looked like they were going to lose, and then 40 minutes later, they end up taking the win in a crazy 70-plus minute game. That was absolutely nuts. And now EHOME are the ones taking the fight to them. EHOME, young team, very exciting. New mix of players we haven't really seen in the Division 1 a lot of before. They were in Phoenix before. They played a little bit, but now is their chance to really come out of their shell. And they are finding their feet, B-Cup.
Yeah, they're finding their feet. This team has been together for a little while. Well, some of them have been together for a little while, and I think that they've found their groove. They find some comfort in a lot of these victories. I think sometimes, though, when they win, they look really good, and I think their losses have looked sometimes really bad. That's what scares me. You can't get away with that with LGD. But I'm wondering if LGD is going to be like, all right, well, we're 5-0, guys. JinQ, you can play your techies. Innocence will let you play it however you want. Do your thing. Faith Beyond pulls something out of the bag. I'm ready for it.
I feel like this is the best scenario for EHOME possible, to play their last series versus PSG.LGD, because
When they're already qualified.
when they're already through, when they know what's up, when they gained all the just being so confident in themselves right now, all the confidence has been gained, and then you meet PSG.LGD and you have nothing to lose. You're playing your best game. You're playing as complete new players versus this arguably strongest team in the region. Like, you're gonna go all out, and you have nothing to lose. It's just a perfect scenario for them. Imagine if the first series they played was versus PSG.LGD and you get stomped. Suddenly, perhaps your whole season looks completely different, as you don't have the same strength, the same motivation. You just got destroyed in the first game of the Division 1.
Yeah, especially a team like that that's just kind of come into the Division 1. You get stomped by the leaders, and you're like, do we have what it takes to be in this division? All of a sudden, you start
self-doubt.
that probably puts a lot of self-doubt.
That was true.
It matters a lot when you're a new coming team. It matters a lot how you start the season off. Is it with confidence, or is it with, like B-Cup just stated, doubt?
Especially with so many heroes that LGD plays. Like, a lot of their games have ended pretty quickly. Obviously not that RNG series, but like, they'll stomp you out in 25 minutes. They'll make you feel real bad.
They will. Yeah.
It's not fun.
If you give them a good Conquer game, or a good Lycan game, or a good Tinker game, or a good Morphling game, or a good Beastmaster game, or a good
anything
game, or a good
Techies game.
I could do this all day. Actually.
They don't really. You have to draft differently against LGD because
I didn't
they
hear
have
Tusk
big hero pools.
True.
They stick away from the Tusk Death Prophet. They go to something else, you know?
Just
throwing curveballs.
Yeah, but the 70-minute Tusk is the real carry of LGD. I mean, for EHOME, this is the difference between wildcard and groups, right? If they lose this game, it's pretty likely they'll be fighting in a tiebreaker for wildcard, possibly. Obviously, that's still to be determined, but you know, if they win this game, it's looking very good for them. They can hold that group stage slot in the middle of the rankings. Of course, assuming the major happens, we have to cross our fingers and hope with this sort of thing. But they will be playing as if it is.
You're making a lot of assumptions here, but we are all hoping. I have consulted the fortune teller, the Ukrainian fortune teller in the village where I live, and
what does she say?
She says that the future is bright.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So LBZS are going to make it.
Sunshine. She
Yes.
said sunshine.
Perfect.
But I don't know what she was talking about, because today I went out and it was the worst blizzard I've ever seen.
I did not come prepared.
Snowstorm. It's different than it is here. Here it's kind of
You're like 15 minutes away. How different could it be?
I'm like 20 minutes away. And it's a field, right? It's like a village. I don't know why, but the wind is so damn strong. It blew me away.
Blew you away.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you blew in the right direction. We've got you in the studio, Lizard. Let's talk a little bit about LGD. They are, of course, fighting to secure that top spot, and this game will do exactly that for them because Team Aster is breathing down their neck. They want that rematch. They want to fight them again on their terms, but of course, LGD, they're looking to just pull away. If they win this game, they basically avoid tiebreakers, and they just make a hell of a statement being like, yep, we're the top team in the region. Don't come and fight us because we will win.
Just casual 0 losses.
Yeah.
Well, one.
One
0
loss
series.
to Aster.
Yeah, 0 series
Zero
losses.
series losses.
I just wonder. I don't want LGD to fall the way of all those playoff teams from last year. If they go to a fingers toes cross major, like how many times did we just see there? There was the second major. It was the Ana major, right? 4 teams that made it straight to the playoffs just dunked out of the tournament.
I don't
Yeah.
think that's going to happen to PSG.LGD. They're a different sort, I would say.
Yeah, I just get
Different
worried.
breed.
I don't want it to. Then you start thinking to yourself, all of a sudden you're getting relegated to Division 2 in Western Europe. Like it just happens.
But there is something to be said also about this uncertainty if major will happen or not. A lot of players and teams, they don't know what's happening, right? And
Yeah.
because of that, perhaps you don't have as much motivation to look into these top dogs from the other regions at the moment. At least there is still a lot of time. But the confusion, I would say, is definitely helping these teams that are on top, as it draws the target away from their back and into these questions. Is major even going to happen? Why should we prepare? What's happening? They can slide under the radar a little bit.
It would be funny if that's how the draft talks went. They're just like, 5th pick. Is there even going to be a major? Random.
What's the point?
What's the point? Random.
Just see 7E's hairstyle,
Yeah.
like that's dope.
And he's got like, he's in the middle of transforming into Super Saiyan, right?
Yeah,
there.
right?
The
Like-
hair starts to spike up, and all of a sudden you're just
not there yet, but
getting it out.
very close.
Meanwhile, Zeal just looks like a real happy bro. Like, Zeal looks like that cousin who's always excited to see you.
That's his college photo. Faith Beyond, he's just flexing.
Yeah, we talk a lot about Faith Beyond's forearms here. And for good reason. Look at those bad boys. My dude is, I don't know what his forearm routine is, but it's scary, that's for sure.
KDA.
His biceps.
Yeah. The forearms
those
are
forearm
easy
machines
to,
at home.
to-
All right, listen, don't get
Develop.
jealous, okay? I know we're
No, I'm not
talking
saying-
about your strength,
Oh,
but we,
his forearms are looking
Chiseled.
amazing, chiseled. Yeah, I'm just saying that, you guys, if you put in the effort, you can get that as well. Like, did you see Black's forearms? Like, he's definitely putting in the effort. As well.
They look kind of tiny.
He's on the side here.
Yeah.
Threatening-
He's far
threatening
enough away
to
where
talk.
I could say something like that.
yeah, he's not next to you at the moment, but
Jinkyu and Planet, like you can see all of these stats are skewed a little bit towards PSG.LGD, but not heavily.
not so much with these two, actually.
Yeah, Jinky's the red one, right?
Yeah, Jinky's in red.
He's
Planet's
the red
in grey.
hexagon.
He's getting the victory.
So Planet actually has better KDA than Jinkyu.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
It's surprising, but I mean, Planet has been the standout performer on EHOME. I think we all agree this guy's been having a hell of a season.
Yeah.
He's definitely been the one to watch.
Yeah.
When those segments
Agreed.
happen, they're always just like, "This is the one to watch." It would be Planet.
It would be.
sure.
It would be absolutely. I mean, what's his standout heroes for you?
It's definitely got to be the Rubik and the Airshaker. He's been putting some good performances in with that, and he's been playing Spirit Breaker recently quite a bit. He's
If you're a 4 and you don't play Spirit Breaker,
Yeah.
at this point,
you press Q, charge, bulldoze, be happy,
it's just one of those heroes that you can,
get away with.
yep.
We probably don't even have to play him too well. You just charge.
Press Q, hand off keyboard, have a good time. Alrighty, well, we do have the draft coming up just around the corner, which means it's time to introduce the draft master in the stats corner. And today, it's going to be Black. How's it going, buddy? You in the zone?
I'm in the zone, trying to figure out how this works. But, I got all the stats in my head, so
Yeah,
worst case,
yeah.
I'll just use the power bank that is my brain to get out all the information.
Good.
That's gonna be an exciting one, potentially. Probably not, but maybe.
It's hard to tell with these LGD series.
Yeah,
Looks like they're all
LGD
2-0
is,
stomps.
Yeah, first game they just completely destroy you. Second game,
Whoa!
Oh, Tinker. All right.
Well, what is
LG.
this
By the
drop?
way, prediction early. LGD. I'm in.
All right, Black, take it away.
they don't have Beastmaster though, so it's not as broken as it could be.
Yet.
I mean, I'm sure they're gonna ban it. There's no way you're not gonna ban it. Anyway, Tinker is of course, nothing to say. Specialty.
The stats don't
yeah.
lie. He likes playing Tinker a lot.
Yeah, see, I'm
Has very good win rate.
I'm scrolling. 100% win rate, 3-0.
Yeah,
So 4-0 after this game, probably.
that's usually a very good win rate, right? 100%.
Yeah, I mean it's only 3 games and all of them
Look at
are
that
from
cat.
LGD, so they only
Cat?
lost 1 game.
Yeah.
See whiskers. Lift it up,
You gotta ban it,
oh, he's giving it a
Beastmaster, right?
kiss. Oh
Surely?
my god.
Potentially.
Have the Beastmaster sounds good. You don't want to have all that vision. You don't want things that
Oh.
Tinker can TP to. And but you know what? One combo that I'm waiting for to happen as well from PSG.LGD is Bounty Hunter plus Tinker. That stuff.
It's the classic.
Yeah,
How
it's
many cats do
disgusting.
they have in there? There's one behind
Yeah.
Faith Beyond.
I
He was
noticed it.
missing.
I noticed it when we were doing interviews as well.
That's my question.
Cats hopping.
Don't
Yeah.
steal my question. I have a question
Dude,
about
cats are amazing. As you know, I have my own cat too. So whenever I see cats, my heart
Yeah.
skips a beat.
Can you?
Are you
gave his
guys?
cat a nice kiss.
I'm a dog
start off
person
the
though. Like
series.
I like both.
Did you ever have a
You've got-
cat? Did you ever have a cat?
I don't.
I was a dog person until I got a cat. Now I'm a both person.
Both.
But Lizard's got 2 gorgeous dogs.
Yeah, but if he had a cat, in addition, they would all love each other.
Yeah.
Then he would be a both person too.
Yeah. I mean, I don't mind cats. I always liked cats as well.
So they didn't ban the Beastmaster, and they pick a Pango, who Beastmaster is actually really good against. So let's see if they pick up the Beast. But they also like to run the Spirit Breaker offlane, of course. So
Yep. Could be Fate Beyond, Spirit Breaker, but Beast definitely looks a bit better. I guess one thing is, at least for EHOME, you have this Tide Hunter that doesn't care. He can put himself in front of a tower, defend that against Beastmaster and all his summons, but when you're playing versus a Tinker, even that becomes difficult to accomplish. They banned out the Storm.
Ooh.
They banned out the Storm so
Winter
far when it
Wyvern.
comes to heroes that deal well with Tinker. Do you just get any sort of a spirit here, like an Ember or something, if you're EHOME?
I mean, the most classic counter would still be Zeus, right?
yeah.
But against Spirit Breaker is a little scary.
Yeah.
Although Nimbus is really good against Spirit Breaker too. So
Yeah, you can't charge through that. There's no way.
yeah.
What makes Zeus such an unattractive hero right now? Like, what is
just the fact that he's like no mobility. He's pure damage, no
Right.
utility. Like he has no stuns really, no
Yeah.
slows. Literally just pure damage cannon. But it's really good. Like once you get that shot, it's actually a free blink dagger. Like people really underestimate that shot is really strong. It's also a purge, which could be really strong against Spirit Breaker.
You
Very
need to-
underutilized.
You need to compensate his immobility with your other cores. They need to do more.
Right.
So he puts a burden on his team because he's literally just farming early on.
But Lizard,
Is he still strictly mid?
Yeah.
you can't play him as a. It's too greedy.
I mean, I
But
know you'd play him anyway.
His jump is 100% slow, Lizard. Imagine Spirit Breaker charges in, 2000 MS, and then boing! It's like, ah! Not moving anymore. For 2.5 seconds, it's pretty good.
Oh, they didn't go.
Oh, Night Stalker. Same
Yeah.
thing as Beastmaster, I guess.
My god.
They didn't go the Beastmaster route.
This draft is so
Okay.
scary. This draft is real scary.
EHOME,
I mean, if you thought PSG is going to make it easy for them,
no.
No.
I just thought they'd switch it up a little bit and, maybe
well,
pick like a
EHOME
Techies
is
or
sweating right now.
something.
Look, they're not smiling anymore. Like, oh,
What are they doing? No.
gee, guys, they didn't even try that hard against Aster.
they just woke up and like,
Like, let's finish this one up, wrap it up in 20 minutes.
you
Dude,
think
I think someone's got a date on
I was gonna
LGD.
say the same. Dude, we're on the same wavelength here, 100%. It's probably not a good thing for you, but
you think
what's
it-
EHOME picking? Nomad, come on.
TA?
No, that was the cheap move. Cheap
Nice.
move.
Got it.
They do have some things here, right? Like in the minus armor tide and the TA. If you get that quick rush, perhaps you can. What am I saying? Like, I'm trying. I'm always the, look at the positives, try to find a different angle kind of a guy, but it's.
Yeah.
It's
Plans
difficult.
and strategy
It-
goes out the window when
yeah,
you're tanking 20 rockets to the face.
It does look like a good TA lane on that safe lane, right? You're playing into Night Stalker and Spirit Breaker.
Could even be mid 2. Against Tinker, it's not bad.
Yeah.
And in the mid game, you also have the silence traps against Tinker, so you can stop the rearm potentially. But you also just get lasered and you can't hit anyone. So
Do you think it's the players are just like begging Jelly? They're like, take it easy on them. We don't need to play a draft like this. Come on.
I mean, at the same time though, you don't just want to let EHOME get like a free card to the tiebreakers. You know, you're like, if you want it, you better earn it. You beat our best strategy.
Yeah.
I mean,
Right
LGD
now.
want the top spot. Like they don't
Yeah.
want to have to pay tiebreakers.
If they lose, they would, right, versus Aster.
Yeah, potentially.
Would they?
Potentially, yeah. Well, Aster
Potentially.
plays IG, right?
And
So-
Aster is obviously gonna lose to IG, so never mind.
Wow.
You actually gotta go
OPM.
7-0. So. But yeah, carries. There are so many carries.
Yeah, but PSG.LGD usually with the stinker they even play something more active, right? On that
Like
safe
a
lane.
Kunkka.
Yeah.
But that one's banned. But I mean, Tinker honestly isn't like that greedy anymore. But Tinker plus Night Stalker together is pretty greedy because Night Stalker without items isn't really that good.
Yeah,
So
they
you
do
probably-
complement each other, but yeah.
Those safe lane wins.
How about some good old Juggernaut? Like
I was kind of thinking that.
I love Juggernaut, and it looks really good. He'd have no BKB stuns. Dark Willow, Tidehunter, and Pango can't do anything to him. Arme likes Juggernaut, I know that, but nobody else does. So let's pick Luna instead, guys.
Well, if you see Tide, you want Luna, I guess. But is this going to be a 5 Tide and an offlane Pango? What do you guys think? Or
Could be.
will they switch it up?
Pango, Dark Willow is very strong in the lane.
Yeah, I can see that happening.
And Winter Wyvern is very weak in the lane. Well, actually not that weak. If you get a strong carry, then the slow provided by Winter is very valuable.
Yeah. Did we even see a single Juggernaut?
No.
We haven't, right? Like I
That
think
person's
there was
coming
plenty.
in. Wait, I'm reeling it in.
They're banning. They're
Juggernaut,
really-
0 games.
Yeah,
Wow.
absolutely forgotten hero.
But here, this is when it comes. This is when
Would
it
be
comes.
sick if he got picked now. It would be something different for sure.
That's all I want.
I would respect Black more as a stats man, obviously.
Well, are you saying you don't
as a
respect
person
me?
I already respect him.
Are you saying you don't respect me already?
Just your stats.
But the thing is, I'm just a stats guy. Whether they
Yeah.
pick it or not has nothing to do with me. I'm just an innocent stats guy.
Yeah, they ban out that Luna and
Just
now.
working the numbers, that's it.
it's-
All right.
And if he gets picked now, I'm the best stats man.
Dude, Luna
There's
is.
nothing better than stats.
How about?
There's still good old Raid King in the pool.
Yeah, but
Yeah, it's Aster as well.
Spice it up a bit. The Wraith King is good, of course. Everybody knows it. But give me some
But no
Juggernaut.
spice, yeah?
I'm betting Ursa.
What's like a random safe laner that just
20 on Aster.
doesn't get any picks? other
Bounty
than Jug?
Hunter. Safe.
Ooh, okay.
Morphling,
Oh,
what is
well.
pretty damn greedy, but
It's boring.
It's very greedy.
yeah.
Two Tinkers.
I would say it's extremely greedy. 2 Spirit Breakers, right?
Yeah.
Hungry Arm though,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
Or Winter Wyvern, Arctic Curse, you get that.
Well, we all know what they need now.
Arctic Burn, sorry.
Dude, this lineup actually looks so unfair to play against. Like, just look at it. They have everything.
It's a blue-purple lineup.
I
Yeah,
mean,
they're so scary.
If EHOME just make a play for the lanes now, though,
They have to.
surely they can punish this.
Do you actually think that PSG.LGD's draft is that great? Like, if you put them in different teams' hands,
Way too greedy.
I feel like it's a bit.
I think
way
it's
too
very greedy,
yeah.
but if they like 50-50 out of the laning phase, the mid game is going to be impossible to play for EHOME. They have so much vision, so
I
much
don't know,
control, teamfight control.
LGD also secures so much farm better than other teams in this region. Like they always
but-
make the most out of the map. Somehow Jinkyu is top of the net worth.
But it is so greedy. Like, it is so greedy.
Can you PL here? Is that an option to put TA mid? It's also greed answered by greed, I guess.
It's very scary
But
against Tinker, though. Like, the
Yeah.
double laser instantly kills all his
Oh, the
Brood
Brood
Mama.
Mother.
Well,
Let's
that's a
go.
greed punisher, man.
Let's
Yeah.
go.
Not banning that is actually a pretty big mistake by LGD. Wait, let me just put up the stats. Brood against Tinker, 100% win rate, 100 out of 100 games.
100 out of
That
100. That's a big stats pool.
that
My
doesn't
God.
sound like a real stat.
Don't argue with him. He's got the laptop.
What do you mean? I got the laptop. What do you have?
I have my mind.
Even the first 4 heroes of EHOME I liked. Like, I actually think their draft was solid before the Brood Mother.
Yeah, it's good.
It's in their comfort zone. This TA, it's what they've been doing well with
Yeah,
this whole tournament. So
LGD is actually going to lose the first game.
they
Like,
just might.
that Morphling pick was so greedy.
That's
And the
bold.
Brood is building that Orchid very early on, forcing him into a different kind of a build. I'm actually very tempted to go EHOME the first game.
You guys aren't baiting.
All right. Let's not forget that the person playing this Broodmother is Zeal. And Zeal is a player we don't know that much about compared to others.
Didn't he play
Okay,
Brood
He
already?
played one Brood game.
Yeah.
I'm done after
And it
these-
didn't look too great, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He
that's-
started out really good though.
So I'm sorry to be the naysayer, but please follow your hearts. Tell me what you're going to pick
No.
very quickly.
B Cup has to go first.
All right, this is simple for me. It's LGD.
Yeah,
But
Blizzard.
Yeah, it's not that simple for me. I'm gonna go with EHOME first game. Let's give them a chance. An
Stop.
unlikely scenario, but
All right,
sure.
Black.
you've done this with Vici before, Wizard.
I
What are
have.
the
Give him
stats say?
chances.
I won that.
Brood and Tinker both 100% win rate. So who's gonna lose the first game of the tournament, Lizard? You're saying it's LGD? I'm gonna say it's
I think he's
LGD.
gonna win.
You're saying LG are going to lose?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, both our analysts saying EHOME. And I'm going to go with them as well. Screw it, Zeal, why not? Let's see what you got, baby. And let's jump into game number 1 of EHOME versus LGD with our Cryptic and Neff.
Thank you so much, Nomad. And honestly, that is the confidence I love to hear for this EHOME squad. Going up against the giants that are PSG.LGD. Neff, do you hold that same level of confidence right now?
I'm just surprised that B-Cop is so brave. He's so very brave.
Every time, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
But there's no honor here, Ricky. We've got a Tinker and a Broodmother, both on opposing teams. I mean, if nothing else, is a sign that both these teams are going absolutely all out.
It's so cool to see them get a lot
Cool?
of their comfort picks, honestly. Dude, I love Broodmother. I think this hero is really fun to watch. I think this hero is like really good for Dota in general.
Absolutely disgusting.
Tinker, maybe a little bit less, but nothing to say. Obviously has popped off this season already on this hero. It's been respect banned in nearly every game.
I mean, I'm with our panel. I think that the Morphling last pick from PSG.LGD is incredibly greedy. But the rest of their draft, I very much like. They have tons of area control. They have tons of vision inside team fights between all of these heroes. They've got control up for the Pangolier, which is like one of their answers for the Tinker, in the form of just dropping the Winter's Curse onto him, being able to stall out the majority of his Rolling Thunder is huge.
That is like the only real counter to the Pango this game, though. And that I was actually really excited when I saw the Pangolier pick because it is so good against Tinker in general. You can just hunt this hero down with Rolling Thunder. And coming out of the mid lane, you're going to have a lot more farm than you would say on like an off lane utility Tinker or utility Pango or like the support Pango. And Pangolier with farm, very scary hero. And 70, he's had a pretty good couple of series.
He has, but the question is if he can beat Nothing to Say here in the mid lane. He has done amazing every single game that he's played, and they have had a couple of days to go over these Tinker replays. I'm sure if they let it through, they have some sort of answer to it, but they're going to control up this triangle. This is one of the issues that some of these teams playing against Nothing to Say's Tinker have made, where they don't move in the triangle, they don't ward his ancient stacks, and he just ends up getting his Blink Dagger done so quickly and just moves around the map getting kill after kill. So with the added factor of Winter Wyvern and Spearbreaker being so good at defending that triangle, I hope that they get somebody over there to block those camps.
Yeah, we see the Templar Assassin come out as well for EHOME, a staple in their repertoire. And the real question mark, like they were saying, Zeal on the Broodmother. I mean, he is the new blood here on this roster. We didn't get a lot of information about him, other than the fact that people are like his own team think he's the hardest worker. They've been
They
saying
said that he spent
he's
the
the
most
MVP.
time with the coach.
Yeah, like they really have they consider him with high regards, and a lot of the other players do.
Yeah, we had that interview with X-Nova. Said Zeal was a very hard worker, a longtime friend of his as well. Then, of course, he put him into the dirt,
Yeah,
as friends do.
as friend, it's just it's tough love sometimes.
Yeah. All right, Planet getting chased down here. He doesn't have any points in the Dark Realm, so you have to be a little bit worried about why at the last of his mana. So I think he'll be able to get out of this one. I think he just wants to stall this lane out, keep the Night Stalker away from the Broodmother so he can get to his level 6 safely.
Yeah, I mean, you're running a 5 Night Stalker. It's always pretty greedy. It does have the utility where Dark Ascension, just provides so much vision for the Tinker, right? That's like the idea behind this. But Faith Beyond, once again, on a playmaking hero, this time the Spirit Breaker. Always setting the tempo of the game, it seems like. That is not the fastest charge I've ever seen,
That gush. I mean, it wouldn't have done any damage if it did end up connecting, but it didn't even.
It's quite funny when Spirit Breaker like goes to charge someone and just doesn't move, and you're like, wow, you're not that scary anymore, are you, Space Cow?
No. This is kind of interesting. Like, they both have heroes that are normally played position 3 on the 5s on each respective team. I'm a little bit surprised that you haven't gone into the jungle already on the Tidehunter and tried to create some stacks, but I suppose you're worried about the beginning of this lane for the Templar Assassin. She's not doing too hot. She is at 8-1. While on the other side, Ame on 17-1 on the Morphling. So our panel said greedy, I agreed, and the greed's working out, though.
Yeah, it is.
So far, so good.
So far, so good. Absolutely. 7E mid lane. You're gonna struggle a little bit as Tinker gets a lot more.
He's not backing up though. He's got the confidence here on 70. He's gonna man up on him.
Yeah, he's gonna go grab that bounty rune and refill that bottle. ZZQ gonna be fine here in the top lane. Takes a little bit of damage there, but not too much.
Morphling doing very well for himself. And again, these are all just last hits in the lane, not jungle, not spiders. You don't get spiders until you're level 6 now, so worried about where this is going with Morphling having all these stats, all this damage so quickly. If Zeal can get himself a quick Orchid, he can potentially find solo kills off onto the Morphling, but the rate this is going, Morphling is going to have a very quick Manta style this game in order to deal with the silences.
Yeah, I mean, Broodmother is going to be pretty scary once she hits level 6, though. So once you do that, like, the Morphling can't really... It's the same thing with a lot of heroes. Like, a lot of people can't really contest the Broodmother once you get to the level 6 mark. So we'll probably see him drop off the lane at that point. Yep. 4-minute runes coming in, and they have rotated both supports to the mid lane to guarantee these bottled runes for the Tinker. Zeal's actually having a fantastic time here, or not Zeal. I'm so used to Zeal playing Pingos. 7E having a pretty good time on the Pango, but PSG.LGD trying to slow that down a little bit.
Yeah, not a lot of kill potential with either your safe laner or off laner. Templar that's not great at setting up kills, and neither is the Broodmother prior to her hitting level 6, unfortunately, so there's not much punish for them moving to secure the water runes.
Now, Shiro playing Templar Assassin, he's had a fantastic tournament on this hero as well. I mean, just in general, EHOME have been doing very well with the TA. They flex it a lot. It's been pretty successful for them so far, and it's currently sitting in the top 4, a big deal for this team, a place that not many people would have expected.
You were asking me a question the other night about... Alright, never mind. I was going to make an anime reference. we can talk
too
about
early for that,
yeah,
it's too
not
early
first
for
thing
that.
in the morning. I'll lead into it. Speaking of, Dragon's Blood out today.
Yeah.
I don't think there was that much advertisement for it, so anyone watching the game after the series is over, after the CN DPC games are over, you guys should go check that one out.
Do they advertise anything? It's hard to say.
I mean, it's on Twitter. I shouted it out on the Dota Twitter, I think.
Wow.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Look, man, that's exactly what I'm doing as soon as I get home today.
Nice courier find there from Planet. A little bit of gold. Ooh,
second courier?
Second courier? The classic. Zeal has to be a little careful now. It is nighttime, so why a lot faster, a lot more damage. Just has that Windlace and an Orb of Venom.
All right. Looks like at this point, ZZQ is thinking about invading the enemy team triangle. They did end up warding up those camps, as you can see. Dire sentries on 2 of them, and they tried to counter out both.
Mid lane Rolling Thunder. They really want to commit onto the Tinker. He's going to be safe for the moment thanks to the Cold Embrace. First Blood ends up connecting bottom. The question is, can they actually finish off this Tinker? It's going to be going the way of 7E on the Pangolier. Beautiful rotation in from Planet and ZZQ.
So you do end up getting nothing to say is Tinker, and this is big. This is something that we hadn't seen in the previous series, him go down at the beginning of the game. But unfortunately, he ended up giving a kill off to the Morphling, and this hero is going to be just as scary with a lot of farm, and he's already at 3,300 net worth.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing pretty well against the Broodmother bottom. I mean, we saw Zeal was actually pretty low in that lane, and with the help of this Night Stalker, it just makes it so easy for them to stay on top of him, and they can actually try and make the play once again, just zoning him off the lane.
Yep. I mean, it's easy for him to move into the jungle once he hits level 6 on Zeal, and he can just dodge out the Morphling. But Morphling has definitely gotten free farm here. There's not much that Planet and Zeal are going to be able to do to him at this point. Planet's going to get zoned out here. Hawaii's not really in any trouble with the 2 of them. All they've got is right-click damage. You have a lot of armor on the Night Stalker. But Just before that, oh.
And there it is, rotation in the mid lane from Faith Beyond. Sets up a kill there for the Tinker. All right, nice nether strike.
Needs to put him in a nice position, so now he's caught back up to the Pangolier after that death. Hopefully I can set up another kill onto him once they get that Rolling Thunder. But I was just about to touch on the fact that they did end up placing sentry wards inside these the Radiant Triangle to deal with the Tinker.
Yeah, they've actually blocked off the Ancient and the Hard Camp stacks. They do actually have counter sentries by PSG.LGD, but I don't know if they caught them.
No, they didn't.
So, it's going to slow down the farm there potentially a little bit, but...
Yeah, Wonder Wyvern I think is trying to deal with those right now. He's trying to figure out exactly where they are.
He's stacking first. He's going to find out the hard way that it is blocked.
Yeah. At this point, he realizes that Camp did not stack, and he's going to have to send out a couple of sentry wards. But yeah, this slows down Nothing to Say's farm quite a bit. This is something that the other teams did struggle to do.
Okay. Pangolier here with a haste rune. Just trying to rotate off. He does have the help of Planet here on the Dark Willows. They're going to try and make a rotation here onto Y. Curse Crown will stun him up. ZZQ as well as that gush from downtown. And Shield Crash going to find the Pango. Another kill here. Top lane Shiro. He's going to be fine.
Yeah, not much they can do to Shiro here. And if they dive the tower against these side traps, then, they just die. So, to think better of it, Tinker's going to move over to his own Ancients. It looks like, unfortunately, there's going to be no stacks waiting there for him.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
He's like, wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
This is a single Ancient stack.
This isn't even worth my time.
They've got the Spiders bottom, and Zeal, with the help of his allies, will start pushing this tier 1 tower. It should go pretty quickly here. They are trading for top, though, as we do see 3 heroes up there from PSG.LGD. Spiders push quite a bit faster, though.
Yeah. Now, they're doing reasonably well on EHOME, keeping up with PSG.LGD. And the real question of if they're going to be able to beat them is how they do post-laning phase, because it's around the 10-minute mark that people really start to fall apart against them.
I think they saw that TP somehow. 7E maybe just didn't TP as far into the tree line there as he would have guessed, and as a result, the side of PSG.LGD will back out. 7E. Gotta be careful underneath this tower, though.
He's going to be okay. He's got Rolling Thunder to fall back on. Y doesn't have Dark Ascension, so he does struggle to dive him into the trees. Without that Flying Vision tool, it is a lot harder to fight.
It's about to be daytime, too. Rolling Thunder comes out. It's going to get canceled. 7E needs to help him. There's going to go ahead, be the Crippling Fear, stunning him up, and he just goes down. That was it. You had to wait for daytime. 5 more seconds, and it would have been okay.
Definitely rushing that one, but the vision advantage, that extra silence ended up being enough, and they get taken down. I mean, even waiting for the 10-minute mark, if the Tidehunter sends out that tome, he gets level 5 to 6, and then is able to pop a Ravage there. You potentially turn that around and find a couple of kills, but...
Immediately charging into the mid lane. They will grab the top tower here.
Nice.
Charge onto the Brood. Planet. Actually in a little bit of trouble here himself. Does get the Dark Realm. He's going to be fine.
Mostly fine, as long as that another missile doesn't connect. Yeah, he's going to get out of this one. Usually against a Tinker, I think he's got Trank Boots on the Dark Willow. I didn't see. I think he's helping up right now, though. So they're smoking up. Yeah, he's got Trank Boots. This is a lot smarter. We saw support in some of the previous games go Mana Boots against Nothing to Say, and they were just forced to walk back to base every time he threw a couple of missiles onto them.
Looking for Tinker mid. They're going to go in on 7E. ZZQ has a Ravage as well to follow it up if they even need it, but I think they've got all they need. Those stuns still going to connect. Winner's Curse doesn't prevent that one. And again, ZZQ, can he actually save 7E? It's not going to happen. They trade 1 for 1, mid lane for mid lane.
Yep.
Good turnaround there from the Wyvern.
Yeah, I was questioning the Wyvern pick a little bit at first just because it's fallen off as a support, but against the Pangolier, showing off its strength right there, completely negating his ultimate. They didn't end up saving Nothing to Say, but they turned that one around on them pretty quickly, and they stopped them from being able to take this tier 1 tower.
Yeah, absolutely.
EHOME presenting you problems, and LGD coming up with solutions. Thank you very much, Xiao Wade.
Absolutely. Looks like they want to try and chase after this Broodmother, but don't actually find him as he's retreating back across the river. Still committing heavily here onto this mid tower. They want to try and take this down, but they don't have Rolling Thunder, so might be a minute before that actually happens.
Yeah.
XinQ should be able to just keep this pushed out for now.
Yeah. I will say that Zeal has done a nice job at staying alive himself and denying a lot of farm from the enemy team. The fact that he's farming up their jungle, even though he's not able to shove in tower as well as a Broodmother might like to, he's keeping a lot of farm on this map away from PSG.LGD.
We see the vision game that Broodmothers provide thanks to that new command that Valve added. So you can actually just easily micro spiders all over the map with, I don't know,
apparently they
like
applied,
a 100th the amount of efforts.
Yeah, apparently they applied a fix where you're not able to edit game files anymore, though.
I'm sure people will find a way.
I'm not sure it's that easy. I didn't look into the finer details of it. I didn't have time, but that one has been done and dealt with after the controversy.
Curse Crown just going to be dodged out. 7 E's Rolling Thunder right in the range. They get the Terrorize to follow. He is silenced and feared. Morphling goes down. Winter's Curse not going to get, but a big Ravage on the backside from 7E. To follow up, can they actually do it though? Big crippling fear going to hold them in place, but that silence doesn't last all that long. Chase forward, that gets in QY. Stuck underneath the tower as well. Nice Nether Strike onto the Pangolier, trying to disengage. Pig pull. Might get the Spirit Breaker out of here. Nothing to say. Does have that Blink Dagger, so he's going to be fine. A 3-for-1 in the mid lane going the way of EHOME.
Yeah.
They get the tower. Maybe.
Looks
Shiro.
like if they want to defend this, I mean, we've seen Nothing to Say just commit so much in order to defend towers. They drop boats on it. They drop Snapfire all just onto creeps in order to defend, but this time they weren't able to hold. Their tower goes down here at the 13-minute mark, and they end up losing it before EHOME.
I love the 1 gold. Congratulations, you get 1 gold. Yeah, a nice play there from EHOME. The mid tower is huge at this stage of the game, especially against the Tinker. Like he needs to have that tower available.
Yes, perhaps I could spare a single gold piece. But,
Shiro, look at the build. He's going for the Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, I do think that took PSG.LGD by surprise. I didn't think the Morphling would end up getting chain stunned before they were able to react to that one, but he just ends up going down. Uncharacteristic mistake there by Winter Wyvern as well. End up committing that ultimate without catching the Pango in it. I think that just needs to be his target every single time, but you know, he doesn't have that much cast range yet. He doesn't have a Blink Dagger to get on top of the Pango whenever he commits the Rolling Thunder, but they're looking to take advantage of this extra map control they've gotten, and Nothing to Say is sitting super low with the smoke coming out, but he is going to get out.
Yeah, the thing that was, I mean, that whole fight set up on the back of an Invis rune there for the Pango, and just playing it cool. Like, yeah, don't worry, dude. It's just me here, Dark Willow. No big deal. Oh, smoke comes out, instantly popped. There's going to be the Dark Ascension looking to go on top of ZZQ. No Ravage as he's activated that pig pole, just trying to run away. All right, decent response force from PSG.LGD. They're going to cancel the charge as well. But Night Stalker again providing so much info. Nothing to say. We'll get the blink out. Xin-Q, the target here for 70. He grabs Tinker on the backside. The Terrorize finds him as well. Can they actually bring him down? Nothing to say will fall a third time actually.
Xin-Q punished for his positioning too close to the Tinker there. They managed to stun them both up at the same time. Zeal putting in work on this Pango. Or sorry, 7E.
We're so used to it being Zeal's Pango.
Zeal, yeah, 7E.
And right into the Roshan they go. There's no way to cancel it. You don't have Dark Ascension. Wyvern's dead, Tinker's dead. And EHOME about to grab the first Roshan here of the game.
Just like that, Aegis going their way. They're able to take that so fast. The fight around the Roche Pit now want to establish control of this triangle. Broodmother just set up camp with these spiders here. You've done such a good job of controlling the map. I mean, they're only up 1k net worth. This Morphling is still incredibly farm, but Templar Assassin now 2.2k gold ahead of this Morphling.
Yeah, I mean, I think part of the saving grace here is Wyvern is pretty dang farmed as a result of like cleaning up spiders along the map, but also he was the one defending the mid-tower push here for a while, right?
Yeah.
So he managed to pick up a lot of extra gold. He's got the Aether Lens completed, I believe. Yeah, on his way to the Blink Dagger. Speaking of Wyvern, actually finds the Winter's Curse mid onto Zeal, trying to get out of here. They do get the Orchid off. Okay.
Get my boy out of there.
That was very close.
Oh.
Oh, Winter's Curse forced, though. That's a big cooldown, which means you don't have the control for this Pangolier if they want to make it into the play. Top lane! Morphling almost clapped there by Shiro. Faith Beyond will be able to stun up the Templar Assassin here for a bit, but another strike comes through. He's continuing the chase here. Faith Beyond does need to be a little bit careful. All right, he's got a Shadow Blade. He's fine.
Yeah. No. At least he's getting out of there on Shiro.
He ran the numbers.
Yeah.
He was good. He was like, Morphin was like, yeah, I know how much damage this
If
does.
the Templar Assassin jumped me right now, we need approximately this much HP and armor to survive, as long as I activate my Morphin time.
Yeah.
Right?
He was very calm. He just was like, oh yeah, I got time. No big deal. Planet. Caught by the charge there. Faith Beyond. Crippling Fear does come into range. ZZQ's gonna rob that Ravage right on top of him. 7E on the backside gets the Pango rolling up on top of Y. We'll be able to catch the Morphling here for a moment. The Orchid does come out, but the Manta will protect them. Jumping back over to the other side of the fight, Shiro will finish off that Night Stalker, rooting that Morphling in place. The burst damage is there, and EHOME grab another kill. Trying to TP out on Xinkyu. He's going to make it. Almost dies anyway.
Yeah, it was a nice attempt there by Ami on that Morphling. Ends up getting the Manta dodge off on that initial hit from the Meld Strike, but he was just too far committed at that point. Once he starts morphing strength, it helps out Shiro even more. You've lost all of your armor once the second Meld Strike came out.
Yeah, I mean, Shiro, I love the build for the Aghanim Scepter here because you're going to have someone to deal with like Tinker's constant split push. ZZQ caught out here by Faith Beyond. Got to let that kill go the way of the Tinker. The rest of them already backed off, so
Yep.
they'll take that one kill. Not a bad one.
You'd have to commit Dark Ascension for that one, though. Planet.
Oh, nothing to say. Playing with fire here. Oh, they actually managed to catch Zeal here. Arctic Burn slowing him up quite a bit. Does have Orchid. Faith Beyond does come through. Not gonna be able to make it away here.
You gonna stand his ground?
Maybe gonna try to. Nah, gets bashed up. It's gonna be enough. They find the kill.
Yeah. They're forced to let him walk away at the end of that one. Planet doesn't want to continue that chase. Nice try, though. He's got a Yule Scepter completed now. This is a core item against the Spirit Breaker. And it was a first pick SB, so it made sense that they counter. Well, they picked the Dark Willow into it, natural builder of the Yule Scepter, and it's done some serious work. We talked about it before on the panel, too. Just every time you lay a Bramble around a team fight, Spirit Breaker's got a pretty good chance of when he's trying to enter, his charge just gets cut off by one of the Brambles. So that and the fact that you're a natural Yule builder makes him an excellent choice for this game.
Yeah, I was looking at it earlier, and it just feels like Willow is one of the best counters to the Spirit Breaker in the support position now. It just feels so good.
Yeah.
Nether Shawl, that is one heck of a drop there for the side of PSG.LGD.
Yeah. I'm not sure who they needed to. I mean, we've seen it passed over the Spirit Breaker before, just because it gives you such a great spelling it, but unfortunately, you do have a Tinker on your team. He's got the Keen Optic at the moment. He might value the cast range a little bit more. Again, just being able to blink and use your spells from a little bit further away. But the Tinker's real power spike is going to be his level 18. So, I think he's pretty close. Not there already.
I don't think he's there quite yet. I think Shiro's the highest level.
Yeah.
But 20 minutes. Yeah,
Yeah,
oh
level
my
13.
gosh,
Shiro's pretty far ahead.
17 to 14. All right, Shiro, yeah, very smart.
Again, top of the net worth chart. It is not surprising. He's going for the Aghanim Scepter this game, so he wants to be able to get around the map very quickly, potentially counter out split push from this Tinker or the Morphling, and be able to get right back into the team.
Yeah, tier 2 tower, they don't even opt to defend it. Bottom, 7E ready to go in if they try, and really just banging the drums here. He's having a good time.
I mean, it's optimal. It's optimal,
it
right?
is.
He wants to be able to get that rolling theater out right away if the enemies try to commit onto the Templar Sats instead of waiting for that one to activate. So if he's already halfway through the cast of it, he's able to get on top of them that much quicker.
That's going to open up Outposts, which will send the XP advantage even more the way of EHOME here, as PSG.LGD have yet to be able to grab a tier 2. They've only taken a single tier 1.
Yeah. And again, the fact that this mid tower is still standing makes the game so much harder for PSG.LGD. EHOME have access to their entire map. I don't know. A lot of people would have said PSG.LGD looking so good coming into this one. All right, maybe I'm speaking too soon. Smoke up. They're looking to turn this game around. They have Dark Ascension available as well.
They got Broodmother here hiding in the trees. The question is, will they find him? Dark Ascension does come through the charge onto Zeal. They should have plenty of damage. There's going to be the Ravage connecting onto them all. They do grab Tinker. Can they actually stay on top of him, though? He gets the blink out. He's going to be fine. A 1-for-1 trade really favoring the side of PSG.LGD. Xinkyu, Big Winter's Curse onto the Pangolier, but he's got a TP out.
Don't end up connecting that one. Going for a Lincoln Sphere right now on the Pango rather than a Basher. The Basher would have been great for controlling up and stopping the TPs of the people they're trying to escape, because it's usually 7E who gets on top of them. But
they're looking for Spirit Breaker. They're going to find him. He's out of mana completely, and Shiro just crushes him, and this is the Ags, baby. He can get all over the map now.
Yeah. I mean, right now, I think they've realized the only way they're able to take these fights is to play the map. They've got Spirit Breaker and this Tinker who are able to move around so quickly. So countering that out with the perfect item on the TA. Such a versatile carry at the moment. The hero does so much damage and great at moving around the map.
Yeah, I mean, the Shard will make it that much better, too, because you can get those instant cancel silences onto some heroes as well. So if they manage to find the Tinker or something,
I mean, Tinker is always going to hold a TP in
that
his
trap
inventory
was very
as
close.
backup for when he gets silenced. Like when he's trying to get away from either the Broodmother or the Templar Assassin, he's going to use his Town Portal Scroll instead of whatever. What is it even called? I don't even remember what the Tinker ability is called to teleport now.
Just teleport, I'm sure.
It's got a name.
Nah, whatever. It's just teleport. We don't need to give it a name.
Yeah, fair enough. Tinker doesn't deserve a name. Picked up the Keen, Aether Lens now. So, again, further blink range, further cast range on his abilities, able to stay that much further back. But that last team fight, 70 actually caught himself on the corner there. If he had managed to get over the cliff, then I think he would have gotten on top of the Tinker. Nothing to say would have gone down again.
Yeah, he's got to be very careful. I mean, we were talking about the Pango, a very good hero at finding this Tinker, and if he's not too careful, they can definitely punish it.
Yeah.
7E going Lincolns. We see Shiro going Lincolns. It's a very good Lincolns game, right? The idea is to stop the charge, but also to stop the Winter's Curse on either of these two.
Yeah. It is very important for this one. Again, I was surprised that he wasn't going to go just for a Basher as his first item, but if he can get him with his Rolling Thunder and stop him from using like the only BKB piercing disable for his ultimate, then he's doing his job.
Smoke up here on EHOME. They got Ravage cooling down in just a couple of seconds. Roshan not yet respawned, about 40 seconds away.
But right now they want to be securing this area around the pit.
Absolutely. Finding this Winter Wyvern would be a huge pickoff. Jin-Q is invis with a gem, though. That is pretty sick.
Shadow Amulet. Wait, is he under? That's their sentry.
Do they have detection? Oh, they didn't know.
Do they?
Oh my gosh, so close. Planet. Almost with a perfect prediction. But very well played there by the Winter Wyvern, of course.
Of course. That was an excellent guess. That was a Radiant ward, though, and not Sentry, so didn't have a vision of him. But Winter Wyvern just trying so hard to stay alive in these fights, and Q is his work cut out for him. It is his job to make sure the Pango is disabled and Nothing to Say is able to move around the team fight. They've done such a great job of controlling him up.
Smoke up once again. They're going to be able to find... Oh, he doesn't have a web there! He didn't realize, and now he's going to get caught here by the side of PSG.LGD.
Oh,
the webs didn't connect.
He just kept stutter stepping back onto the tree as he tried to go down.
Oh, that is a big mistake.
Yeah. They all punished for that one, and it lowers his net worth advantage, only 1,000 gold. PSG.LGD now with control of the map. Why he's trying to hunt for a little bit more.
ZZQ gonna find why. Hot by the Bramble for the moment, taking a lot of damage, but vision being provided is still really good for the Tinker. They're going to be able to catch the Spirit Breaker on the side, dispelling off that Bulldoze. And yeah, Y is going to go down here, I believe, just a matter of time, but you've committed a lot just for this support. Spirit Breaker is charged, cancel just gets melted. The minus armor is there, and on the backside they find the Tinker. Nothing to say, in trouble, he's got to get out of here. There's going to be the Winter's Curse to save him. And you're going to lose the Tidehunter as a result, blinking out while taking damage, a very cool mechanic.
Yeah, but once again, they take this fight right beside the pit. They choose not to do it, though. They're worried about Nothing to Say coming back in. They scan it out on the die to try to catch somebody as they reinitiate the team fight there, but my God, Spirit Breaker just gets melted as he tries to reinitiate. It looked like a very good fight for the side of PSG.LGD, though. You take the Tidehunter down before he managed to get the Ravage off. You wasted a lot of the Pangolier ultimate, and Tinker managed to get out, but I think that was the reason they chose to get back post-team fight.
We got Lincoln's now on 70. Big item.
This makes it so much easier for him to get into these team fights. Now you don't have to worry about the Winter Wyvern.
This game is still very close. The problem you do have, though, is this Morphling, who's got the Iascati now going for the Aghanim Scepter. So you have the ability to just morph into this Dark Willow. You get that Shadow Realm. You have so much damage coming out from him. You can also turn yourself into the Spirit Breaker, give yourself Bulldoze, 75% status resistance or 70% status resistance? It's just ridiculous. So a lot of utility for the Morphling as this game continues. You just got to be careful that he does not get picked off. Roshan number 2 going to go the way of EHOME is obviously...
They take it so fast.
Yeah, they do. You have Gush, you got Lucky Sean, of course. That Deso meld strike from the TA.
Yep. Now you're 300 gold away from finishing the Lincoln Sphere on the Templar Assassin as well, so she's going to have free reign in these team fights as well. This Winter Wyvern pick starting to follow off, doing a great job of countering it out with these item builds.
I mean, Wyvern's still super farmed. This is nothing that is that surprising to us, though, right? How many times have we seen Faith Beyond fighting for core net worth here?
All the time.
Planet. Drops a sentry. Gonna get caught by a charge here. They're thinking of going back in. Why? Oh, well, free bots too. And a Ravage does come through, but he doesn't catch the Tinker. It's just gonna be Faith Beyond his Y. Can they actually get out, though, on the Spirit Breaker? Y just getting crushed here by Zeal. Big Winter's Curse. Faith Beyond trying to get out, being protected here by those shields thanks to the Tinker. And Rolling Thunder gonna come through from Zeal, trying to find them in the trees. Charge from Faith Beyond. He's gonna be fine. The rest of the team already gone.
Did they get him? Oh, wait, no, that's just, what even was that? Was that Fairy?
That was the grenade.
The grenade, yeah.
Which apparently doesn't even connect if you have the shield, so I'm very confused.
Yeah. It marks it with a debuff. Yeah, the debuff didn't stick there.
No, it didn't do anything. It didn't.
Huh.
It literally did nothing, which is.
I mean, he had the status resist from the hamster ball, but it expired way too quickly there.
It literally just didn't even apply a debuff. That was very weird.
Yeah. Bizarre. We'll test that one in the lab after this game.
Yeah. I'm sure it's just another sick interaction on the shield.
Yeah.
Where it just blocks things from happening.
All right. Speaking of shields, you have a BKB shielded from Magic now on the Tinker. So this one is something that he's needed for a while now. He's able to have free reign in these team fights. The first couple are going to be incredibly useful, but at this point now, you need a Basher on this Pango in order to stay on top of the Tinker.
Yeah.
Or Rolling Thunder is not going to affect him at all. The moment he sees you walking at him, he's just going to pop that and continue to do what we've seen Tinker do in some of these previous games. Nothing to say, he's been playing him.
I like the Eul's still, though. He does need it. The Eul's is like absolutely necessary for chain stunning down certain targets.
It's very good this game, don't get me wrong. I just think that a bash is necessary.
I think they're kind of starting to accept the fact that they're not going to find the Tinker, and they just need to chain stun other people.
Whoa. Accepting that you're not going to find nothing to say is a serious problem. Let's not go crazy here, Ricky.
I mean, they can just kill the heroes around him, right? Isn't that one of the things that can work?
Have you seen the amount of damage this guy's output in some of his previous games?
Yeah. Well, smoke up here from EHOME. Y positioned perfectly to pop this. He's going to walk in. Y gets a 4-staff out. 70 blinks on in. They find Xingqiu on the backside. Rooted up as well. They will get themselves the first kill onto the Wyvern. A fantastic start to the fight. Nothing to say, hiding in the trees. Dropping out lasers as well as missiles. And here comes the Tinker, baby. 7E goes down. Oh, all right, they get the kill, but a charge in from Faith Beyond. Now Shiro in some trouble. Another strike is available, but he gets the meld. He's fine. Able to jump away. Faith Beyond forced to BKB. Morphling still hiding around on the high ground here. Zeal caught, forced to BKB, trying to run away. Can he do it? Up onto the high ground. Gets the D ward, but waveform on through. They will find themselves a kill. Ends up being a 3 for 2. It's pretty hilarious that the only job of the Night Stalker in this game is to literally just press R and then do literally nothing.
I mean, he gets on top of the targets. If he can silence the Tidehunter before he gets off the Ravage, then he is doing his job. Because again, that's one of the few counters to the Kraken Shell, and it did end up happening in that last team fight. Tidehunter, Ravage off the cooldown, didn't manage to get that one off. But yeah, he's kind of just a glorified ward.
Yeah,
very good moving ward.
He just like kind of presses R and just sits off out of vision while Tinker does everything.
I mean, we knew this would happen. They have such good vision game on the side of PSG.LGD. Like the Spirit Breaker and the Night Stalker both just providing, nothing to say, the perfect team fights here.
70 with a basher.
But it ended up happening in the last fight. We talked about that. All of a sudden, you have the BKB on Nothing to Say. He has free reign in these team fights, and he outputs so much damage. And yeah, he did end up going basher. So he realizes that this Tinker is a serious issue, and he can't just ignore him. As funny as a solution that would be. I know what my therapist says. If it's not a problem, there's no solution to a problem, it's not a problem. It's just part of your life.
Wow. 15 seconds left on the Aegis here. 70 going for an Ags. Yeah, so the change in build here, right? He goes Basher, he goes Ags. His idea is, I just need to start doing way more damage in these fights. I need to offer a lot more utility in terms of the bashes as well. So
Well, people have been like TPing away from him, and then again, the BKB on the Tinker is a serious issue. Swift Blink now completed on the Templar Assassin. She is now 6 slotted. Well, she can replace the Aghanim Scepter, get herself like a Daedalus or an MKB, depending. You are a little bit worried about the blind coming out from the laser.
The Pike's not a bad upgrade too. Smoke in from PSG.LGD, but they're going into a DD rune here on the TA. It's gonna be pretty rough. ZZQ here. They pop Dark Ascension, he gets the blink out. They're still looking to chase on top of the charge. Is going to come through from Faith Beyond. It connects onto this big watermelon. The question is, can they actually find him? Yeah, Crippling Fear comes through. They get the kill. Swift Blink damage from Shiro's quite a bit, but is it going to be enough to take him down? In comes the Morphling, finds this Broodmother. They get the Fear, but a big Winter's Curse holding him in place. 7E on the backside, trying to chain stun them down. They get the Ravage as well, but Golden Brace gonna protect this Morphling once again. Faith Beyond goes in, trying to do what he can, but the constant blinds in from the Tinker are so much work. Nothing to say. Blink out once again, doesn't get a bash, and they gotta find more kills here on the side of EHOME if they want to take this fight. ZZQ jumps in aggressively, trying to stay on top of these two bash onto the Morphling. They're the ones on the run now as, I mean, Dark Ascension's expired. Morphling gets the Manta, Curse Crown. Gonna get dodged. Oh, it's not dodged down, but Tinker up on the high ground doing Tinker things. Shiro gets the Morphling, able to snipe him finally with enough damage, and now Faith Beyond trying to go in, but might be regretting that decision as Shiro just doing way too much here on this TA.
They're forced to let Faith Beyond sit back, though, and get out of that, but nothing to say, saved by the fact that Bash didn't come out onto him. The Swashbuckler connected. So with that team fight, look at that, 6,400 damage, nothing to say is the major issue here. The Morphling struggling to get into these team fights, but Shiro, with the chase from his team, with the control that they're offering, ended up doing so much damage. I mean, you did have to buy back in the game of the tie under that team fight, unfortunately. Night Stalker is doing an amazing job of controlling up the enemy position 5. So it's kind of like a war for... Oh,
no, they just got caught! Shiro, I mean, that's what we're saying. If he finds you, he's got the silences. He didn't have BKB either. He blew it in the last fight.
Oh, the amount of damage from Shiro, that was insane. The Swift Blink onto him.
Dude, I think he just blinked onto a trap and got projected.
Yeah.
Like, that has to be what it was.
Yeah.
That is a big kill there for Shiro.
Yeah, you have buyback available in the Tinker,
Dude,
but if
how
you
much
expend that as
gold
your
did
win
he
condition-
get? Like 1,000? An 1,100 gold! I like looked at his net worth. I was like, he wasn't this far ahead. Oh my god!
It changes everything.
All right, why?
He might just die here. He's dead.
He's dead. All right, you got a
Does
TA
Q have
problem.
Cold Embrace available? He didn't drop the Cold Embrace off onto him. He didn't, no. It was on cooldown. A mistake. Thank you, Observer.
Shiro, just working on the tower here. Faith Beyond, considering going in. Does need to be careful, though, as Shiro just laying into the tower. Zeal on the backside with this Broodmother starting to do some damage to these buildings, but he's just trying to get vision with these Spiderlings as best he can. Bash. Oh, nice attempt there if he gets the... oh, that was Morphling even.
Yep.
But you never know. There's a couple cows in this game. They all look alike. It's hard to tell.
Offensive, but...
What? No, there's two Spirit Breakers. You can't tell the difference.
You can't.
Jin Q. Hard to go in thanks to the Lincoln Spheres. And Shiro, he get one lane of barracks, now working on the second.
Yeah,
he's out.
They know that ZZQ is just sitting back there, ready to jump them the moment they try to commit onto this Templar Assassin. So there it is. 2 melee Raxes. The ranged one's still standing, but these ones will push it naturally eventually. So the top lane, all they have to take now. Roshan's going to be the next objective, though. Going to respawn in another minute and 20 seconds here. And they can't afford to give this one up. Their backs are against the wall here. EHOME, they're putting on the hurt.
All right. Double Spirit Breaker time. 5 hero smoke in from PSG.LGD. They want to go. The question is, are they going to find anyone? Roshan not respawning for another minute. So Faith Beyond just going to run in here, maybe try and scout it out. His smoke's going to get popped. Does end up backing away. Ping's code come through. So EHOME, they know that they're here. Inside the Roche, ZZQ, he's going to get found. Dark Ascension doing a lot of work, but in goes 7E once again. The disarms, he just misses so many of his attacks there onto this Night Stalker, but again, Shiro just doing way too much damage and finds the kill anyway. Now Morphling forced to BKB. They find Faith Beyond. Yules into the Cursed Crown. He's going to be forced to BKB, but Shiro with the physical damage. Can he find the kill alone? It doesn't look like it, but Jin Q on the backside. Terrorize does find the Wyvern, forcing him out of the fight. Okay. Is Willow just going to solo this? All right, there's your winner's curse. Jin Q,
He's not
Bramble
going
after
anywhere.
Bramble. He can't leave. They get the kill. 3 heroes dead on EHOME. No buyback on Faith Beyond. I mean, are EHOME actually doing this?
It looks like it on my screen. They're going to push the mid. They smoke up. They want to be able to catch this Tinker if he tries to clear out one of these creep waves. Trying to outsmart him, but I'm not sure nothing to say is going to fall for this one.
They go straight for tier 4s. No way. They
looking
buy
to
back
end.
the Wyvern. They don't have winner's curse yet. So it is a little bit scary.
They force the buyback. Now they're just in the Roche pit. Psionic projected right back in there the moment it respawned after forcing that buyback there from Xinkyo.
Yeah.
EHOME are on point.
Dude, this is third Roche. Does it have the Ags or the Refresher? Did you see? It's
This one,
Refresher.
This
Oh,
is
that
gonna
is
be
a good
so
one.
big for either the Rolling Thunder or for that Ravage. And ZZQ, he's still sitting on his Ravage, so they can't contest this Roshan, and they know it.
Yep, there it is. Refresher Refresher Cheese going the way of EHOME here, and
7E is going to hold on to this one for now.
they found Xinkyu. He
If they can
does.
get
He did buy back, right? So
did.
that's a huge kill if they can find it.
Yeah, he managed to get the blink back, though, so he survives this one.
Tinker doing Tinker things, throwing missiles.
Yeah, they cleared out the Observer Ward, though, so no longer going to be able to hit them with that. They need this Tier 2 tower. Giving them access into their base here is big. Then they can
Big
clear out
ward
these
placed up
traps.
top. They find Y in the trees. Can they actually finish him off, though? Force Staff will buy him some time, but they're still chasing, and 70 goes in on the Pangolier, and that is it. They get the Night Stalker. No buyback for him this time, and he's a big part of their fights. He's the vision game that they have on
He stops this
PSG.LGD.
Ravage from going off as well. Like,
Yeah.
that is huge. If you get a sick Ravage, like the Templar Assassin just blows you up, no questions asked. And they might even pass the Refresher Shard over to the Tidehunter while the Night Stalker's dead, but he's going to hold on to it for now still on 7E.
Radiant's top tower
All right.
has fallen.
EHOME. One lane of barracks standing in their way from Mega Creeps and potentially a victory here over PSG.LGD. Only one other team has taken even a single game off of these Giants, and EHOME trying to be the second here.
Yeah. We've seen their backs against the wall before, but not like this. I mean, that 80-minute game that we watched between PSG and RNG, they did come back from that, but this one, getting back in this one is going to take so much more than even that game did. Tinker, amazing here at defending the high ground, but chipping away at this Rax. They don't have that much more base to give. Xinkyu is going to try to chip away at this Refraction. It is so annoying dealing with his Templar Assassin, all his attack range on her, and the Refraction charges as well.
Yeah, you've also got the Lincoln Sphere of her own, plus the one being applied by 7E, so it's really difficult to get the blinds as well as like setting up potential for a Winter's Curse, and they're just not giving them that option, right? They are not going to let them go. Shiro jumps in aggressively. They get the stun out onto Morphling, but he's forced to BKB. Continue on the backside, 7E trying to just disrupt this whole fight, and they force every BKB that they have. 7E grabs the Refresher, roll up into the second Rolling Thunder. Who's he going to find? He's looking for him on the backside, able to find the Morphling once again, but he's just separating the side of PSG.LGD in half. Why? In such a bad position. They get Tinker? What?
He was on the backline. He was trying to catch these heroes out, get ZZQ and Planet, but he just goes down and he doesn't have buyback. 1,100 gold off.
Why is just like, again, trying to provide vision for the Tinker, but it backfires. They managed to get the kill there onto the Tidehunter, but Ravage already spent, and Shiro just continuing the chase into the base. Big Winter's Curse, but again, it doesn't really find much of anything. They still find the kill onto that Night Stalker. 7E's Pangolier doing work. Shiro takes down the Morphling. EHOME are so close. Turning their attention to the lane. They're going to get the barracks. Mega Creeps now secured, and GG. EHOME take down the Giants in game number 1.
This team coming up from the lower division into the upper here, and they take the team undefeated so far as our series go. The only other team to accomplish this one being Aster. This draft, they played this incredible.
I mean, I believed this draft looked so good from EHOME, and they executed it so dang well.
Look how happy
Big
they
smiles
are
on
after
their
that
faces,
win.
man.
Well deserved, man. Taking down one of the top teams in the world and putting yourself on that pedestal. Their first step towards ending in the season on 5-2. Right now, sitting at 4-2. Not something people expected. They thought certainly they lose both games against PSG.LGD, but looking like absolute champions today. 70 on this Pangolier doing so much work there from the mid lane and doing such a good job at shutting down Nothing to Say Tinker. Other teams were first banning this, but they found a solution. They lit it through. They baited them out.
They just were like, yeah, we'll give you your Tinker. You know, Black was said coming into this, he's like, Broodmother and Tinker both 100% win rates. Who's going to be the hero that loses the game first? And I don't think anyone would have expected it to be Nothing to Say's Tinker, but it happened. And to talk about this game in way more detail is going to be our panel.
So brave.
Well, I was hoping it was going to be a day of upsets, and it's starting off on the right foot. What a performance from EHOME as they take down LGD in the first game of this series. What a ridiculous performance. I mean, Shiro on that TA absolutely kicking off.
Yep. Yeah. He had the game of a lifetime there. That was really impressive. And I think, in an interview we talked about how he's kind of seen as that next gen of carries, and he's like, no, there's no pressure. I don't really think about it that much. I just play my own game. And like that's when you do that against LGD, I feel like that's why people are saying, hey, this guy's legit. He's going to come in and he's going to start stirring it up, stirring the pot, churning the butter, buttering some crumpets.
What's a crumpet?
I have no idea, dude. I'm
You guys don't know what a crumpet is?
Doesn't matter. Shiro was dominating. It's very reminiscent of their game versus IG as well, with that TA that they crushed. I'm not sure if he was the one playing it. I believe he was on the draw in that matchup, but it didn't really matter. In this game, just owned. Zeal, laning stage, didn't really go that great for the Broodmother. He couldn't be as big of a nuisance as he usually is, but I would contribute the loss of EHOME and the loss of PSG.LGD and the win of EHOME to two things. One is Shiro just popping off, having a really good game on the side of EHOME. And at the same time, PSG.LGD having somewhat of a harder draft to execute. Like, we saw it. Like, you want to see this Tinker on PSG.LGD. You want to see the Ami Morph. You want to see the Spirit Breaker. But sometimes too many good things in the same pot, too many spices make for a lousy dish. And
it's true. It's true. You can overspice. It's absolutely
you can overspice, and that's what happened here. They just had an extremely greedy draft that was not that easy to execute at all.
I loved the synergy between Shiro and 70 in these fights. Like the Pangolier and the TA in this fight is an amazing example of it. Like Pangolier is just going in, causing so many problems. She's just disrupting so much. That Rolling Thunder just blasting through, causing endless issues for this team. I mean, I honestly think 70. I mean, Shiro will get MVP for sure, and he deserves it. But 70 should be like right up there as well. Just enabling the TA in every sense of the word.
Yeah.
Incredible Pangolier performance in all sense of the word.
It's always so funny when you see like the charge coming in, you know they're going after Shiro, and then just this Pangolier jumping over.
Get down, Mr. President!
Yeah, right on top of that shield crash, slams it down like a cannonball.
Yeah. Well, another thing which Faith Beyond really struggled with this game actually was those traps, right?
Yep. It just slows him. Like he gets in, that charge is minuscule. It doesn't even do anything if you get slowed. In the end, this is not the case here, but it happened a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
Overall, the Night Stalker position 5 on Innocence as well.
Struggled a lot.
Struggled, yeah, arguably not a hero that should be played on post 5. Can be, like we've seen in the past, a lot of position 5s captains play these kind of heroes.
Yeah, they have a lot of team fight disruption with the Ravage and the Rolling Thunder. And then 70 also got that Axe, which was making it very difficult for them.
Also the way Shiro itemized as well, just getting one defensive item in that Lincoln's early on, and making it work.
Making it work, absolutely. That is kind of the headline here, because of course, you know, we did predict EHOME Lizard.
Well, not all of us. Not all of us.
Yeah,
not all of us.
There's one guy here sitting next to me.
Catboy, you know.
Starts with a B.
Yeah, ends with cop.
Ends with cop, yeah.
I don't know what you guys are talking about.
he believed in PSG.LGD. He was brave.
Yeah, I may be super biased, but I do love this win for EHOME.
Yeah, no, it's huge. Any way you look at it, it's a really big win. And yeah, as we said, the draft was good. Like we feel like the draft favored EHOME. They can just do so much more. That said, we were kind of working on the assumption that it was going to be a Night Stalker offlane. It was actually a Night Stalker 5, but Spirit Breaker still, was.
Yeah, but we were also working under the assumption that Brood is going to dominate, which didn't truly happen. Like, she was causing issues, problems, that's definitely true. But I feel like Zeal could have done more on the Brood Mother as well. And then this game would have been even harder for PSG.LGD. They put themselves really, like, the first 4 picks, kind of okay, I guess. But then they put themselves in an even worse position with this Morphling last pick. It's hard to find wrongs and mistakes in PSG.LGD's game and drafts because they make anything work, right?
Yeah.
They just prove you wrong. Even when you know the draft would be played abysmally by any other team, they prove you wrong because they outplay. They just outplay. They play better than anyone else.
There's always a doubt.
Yeah,
There's always a doubt.
LGD certainly still had a shot in this game too. Like they kept it close for a while, but Shiro, man, popped off. Like that was a great performance.
Yeah. No, I was doubting him as well. I was like, man, is this guy really going for an Aghanims over a BKB? Like, that feels like a silly move versus the Tinker. I don't know, but but as every fan will always do when watching a team, passing judgment. But don't doubt this kid. Like, he knows what's up. He's one of the freshest carries in the region, and every time we see him, he just seems to get better and better, and more confident as well. And that's the thing as well. This was a confident TA game as well. He wasn't just playing around his team. He wasn't playing checkbox Dota, finding opportunities, making opportunities, and overall a fantastic performance. And now the draft, once again, friends, it is just on the horizon. So we will bring in our drafting master, Black, in the stats corner there with that laptop, which looks tiny compared to his large stature. How's it going, buddy?
It's going not that good. I'm a very big LGD fan, so I was very in a lot of pain that I had to go against them, But
Are you LGD Ame fan?
No. I wish I was though. He has like all the info. I have no info at all. Like he's like he makes a lot of money probably with that information.
Right.
I could be a billionaire if I was him.
Yeah, I've heard stories. Lambos are in the garage for that guy.
Well, he has like 10 garages too. Yeah. So.
It's all about the Bugattis though. Got to win the Bugattis.
Of course.
Are we talking about real ones or like these toy cars?
I have a toy Lamborghini. It's a little tiny Hot Wheels car.
Yeah, you guys remember GIF Bugatti? Like,
yeah. Everybody's putting all their items on.
Pretty funny.
Yeah.
Everybody's putting all their items on Dota 2 Lounge.
Yeah, right.
I have some old pictures.
Free Bugattis. Yeah.
When MVP
Anyway.
Hot 6 beat MVP Phoenix.
Let's jump into the draft for game number 2 and find out if EHOME can pull the strings again and put themselves in a favorable position, or if it is going to be LGD that settle the score. And we're going to start things out with the Bane pickup from EHOME, and they actually banned their Tidehunter themselves. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, usually you want to pick Tide when you're in the second phase, though. Like, you don't want to first pick the Tidehunter. It's a little early. It can get countered pretty easily. So banning it makes quite a lot of sense, because LGD also loves their Tidehunter.
Yeah, and they pick up that Bane that doesn't truly love playing into the Tidehunter.
Whoa,
so that makes some sense as well. PSG.LGD straight up with the Grim, with the Kunkka. Already I like their draft better than the last one.
How's that even
already
They just
10
picked
times
both
as greedy.
heroes at the same time. That was crazy.
And there's, of course, Shiro on the right and Ame on the left, the 2 carry players, the star of the last game.
The 2 comparisons, too. Everybody's comparing Shiro to Ame.
Yeah.
Ame was smiling, though. I saw him. They're still in the zone. They're still happy.
Why wouldn't they?
We gave up one game,
They tested the waters.
Shiro's straight business. He's very serious.
EHOME is gonna test the waters as well with this next pickup. Nomad, ayo.
It
Might be early, but Lizard's still on the ball with the
Get
wicked.
me out.
This one thing I want to say about this EHOME lineup, just not relating to the draft. Do you remember the ASD Ego combination that EHOME had? That looked really good when EHOME was coming up and looked really strong. This gives me kind of visions of that
Same
and what
vibes,
it could have been. where all of a sudden, obviously that EHOME lineup just fell apart because that was with Faith Beyond and Innocence when ASD and Ego played with them. But
it just gives me the same vibes like all of these upcoming young squads.
when
right?
they've got
like,
the duo too, when you've got someone you've played with for a while and you both pair up real well.
I mean,
and
what
it's
I'm hearing
exciting.
there is that Faith Beyond and Innocence are making players great.
Yeah, that's true.
Enabling them,
Yeah,
you could say.
they're probably
could
the most
enable
stable
you,
two
B-Cup.
players. Could you?
Of course.
You can make me.
I mean, the
high
thing
in the
is,
player?
there's only so much you can enable, right? Like, you can't go over 100%, and your 100% is... let's not go there.
All right.
Anyway, we got a AA ban.
I think
That's a good one.
behind every MVP, there is always a SVP. They support very good player.
That is...
I
we
can't-
wouldn't
I don't know where you were going with that, but...
Yes,
most
that's
valuable
what I should have
support.
said, but I
That's
didn't
what
say
you-
that, and I
yeah.
tried to dig upwards.
You should host.
And as anybody who's dug a lot of holes,
Want to switch
know,
up seats again?
maybe it's best.
That went very different direction I thought it would go.
Mm-hmm.
And the Night Stalker again.
Yeah, banning out the Night Stalker versus Bane and Morphling, that AoE silence can be problematic. The AA obviously one of the best heroes against the Morphling, so they banned that hero out as well. Meanwhile, PSG.LGD with a Razor. And what's gonna be their next one?
Hey, Lizard.
He's thinking really hard on the right. Look
Some
at that.
Broodmother, maybe?
Buffering.
You know what the real problem is going to be here?
That's when the thoughts come in.
Broodmother, yeah.
Your support and your
you
carry
said
are bad
that,
against
loading
Phantom
kills
Lancer.
That's true.
It's a problem.
Yeah, but do you think that PSG.LGD will put nothing to say on Kunkka? They could, right? Like he's
He
really
loves
good.
his Kunkka. And
He
they
loves
also have
Kunkka.
the last pick in the second phase. Ooh, that's a lot of summons. And now you pick a peel on top of that, and you can't deal with anything.
They go back to the Tinker with the Lycan this time. So the Kunkka in the save
They
lane.
could go Tinker again. They can do anything they want, they're LGD.
Well, they can't, as we
well,
figured out last game.
Well, that is...
They can still do it again.
They were like, alright,
Do whatever.
go matchmaking.
I wouldn't mind some Spirit now for EHOME,
Which
Ember
Spirit?
or anything like that.
I think...
Storm as well.
Storm is
kind
a
of
little
okay.
greedy perhaps against Lycan. Like, you can't really defend the
Yeah.
towers. Probably Ember is the best against Kunkka.
Yep.
If you want that. But do you want that?
What about Void Spirit though? Because then at least you have the physical shield against Lycan. Feels a little better.
Like
Maybe?
you have to
can work.
anticipate what Black has said as well. You have to be anticipating the PL perhaps picked up.
Yeah.
They go with the Wyvern, and I'm telling you, I've seen this movie before. You're playing Wyvern into a Lycan. You think you're going to be destroying people with your ulti. Lycan just sends all his summons at you and stays back. And that's it. And then you have to decide: do I run back? Do I curse one of the creeps?
Ooh.
Do I just die? What do I do? They use the Bloodseeker counter to the Lycan as well. Now they use two picks literally to counter the Lycan.
Faith Beyond's posture changed. He's like, I gotta play into this.
like,
It's,
it's a free
right.
game, baby.
Yeah,
Then
but
they pick last
It's,
Wyvern,
it's still the same playstyle for him, right? He's still just gonna send all his creeps, summons up front, and he remains in the back. And I already don't like EHOME's draft that much. They don't have a reliable catch. They don't like grip, I suppose, but no easy stuns to set up things with. It just looks difficult for me at the moment, at least.
Is it Rubik time?
Mm,
What's in queue? Let's go. I
Techie's,
still think PL looks really good.
Techie's time for JinQ.
Probably not. Not yet.
I can hope though.
Not yet. Maybe if Aster lose against IG today, then next time,
Next series.
yeah. They have one more, right? They do.
Yeah.
And then they're gonna...
But I want to see it when it's important, like when they did it to Aster and made them tap out in 13
Yeah, the
minutes.
lower bracket.
God.
Maniacs.
Yeah.
Ah, there it is.
Again.
So
Old
Safely
Kunkka.
Kunkka.
Yeah.
Safely Kunkka often. I feel like okay, Kunkka at least gives you that X marks the spot, but both of the teams are struggling with instant stuns. Perhaps a position 4 on PSG.LGD can bring you that, or 5.
I still like Rubik quite a bit. But
For LGD,
yeah.
Just-
a lot of good spells to steal.
throw the Grim 5.
Could also be Syncue.
Yeah, Grim-
Okay. But Grim Kunkka, the lane is insane.
Grim can be 5, can be 4 as well.
Can be
you,
mid.
You have this, could be as well, yeah. Won't be, but could be. You have the Sync Swell on the Wolf, which is pretty neat.
That's
Yeah.
a dirty tactic. When the wolf just comes up and you get stunned.
Well, that's
Especially
why
when
you
it's
should
invisible.
carry
Yeah.
Cappy's.
Well, yeah. They're expensive.
50 gold.
That's
They
still
used to be
too
100,
expensive in
man.
my supports
They
mind.
used to be 100, and you didn't get gold for dewarding. Like, anytime supports complain that they're so poor nowadays, I'm like, dude.
It
Have
used
you
to be
played
way
Dota
harder.
7 years ago?
Yeah.
Yeah, when
Have you-
supports got 0 gold
Have
ever.
you played Dota like 6-7 years ago, when not only were sentries more expensive, but they took a
slot.
item slot, and you're running around literally all the time, and you had no backpack.
Yeah.
you're-
and TP had no.
And TP had no
like, guys.
so TP boots,
Wards.
observer ward, sentry ward. That's already 4 slots.
And they, yeah.
a sal for your carry.
And a magic
Smoke
stick.
5 and dust.
Yeah.
You don't even have slots for a
And that
stick.
still wasn't enough to appease your carry.
And then you reach 20 minutes, you're like, guys, I've got my tranquil boots. I'm so farmed.
Yeah.
I'm rich.
Right now, it feels more that you have 2 4s than a 5 and a 4, really.
Yeah, having
In
a courier-
comparison to the old days.
having a courier back in the old day, when you purchased that courier, you knew it was yours. Now
Upgrade,
everybody's got
please.
a courier. Yeah, you
Upgrade.
upgrade the courier.
I
It's like,
buy
that's
you
my
courier.
courier
Remember
delivering
up
your
chicken
item.
in the early days as well. I had no idea what they were talking about, but people kept telling me to up the chicken.
Yeah, it was always up,
Up
chicken.
courier.
Because it
Why are
was
they calling it a chicken?
it,
It
in
was a
Do-
chicken in Dota 1.
in Dota 1 it
Yeah.
was chicken. Yeah.
Yeah, it was
Not
literally just a chicken.
anymore. It's a boar. I feel like, why would you say something that's factually incorrect?
I still have that DAC Crano of it.
I have a cat.
Anyway, what's this last pick going to be for you?
Yeah, Lizard. What is the last pick gonna be?
Yeah, Lizard.
What do they need there? They need a mid laner versus the Pango, and versus Tinker. Pango is banned out. Just get the Storm. Jump that.
And
Banned
Banned.
lizards.
Ember.
Its eyes don't work, remember.
Bring out the wind.
No, not great of an Ember game, I guess.
I still like the Void Spirit.
Yeah.
yeah, one
was
of
the
the
first
spirits
thing I
can come
said.
out. It's probably gonna come out. Or we just throw in Zeus.
Huh?
Yeah, just
Mid
get that
Lion?
Zeus, sure.
Actually, I kind
No,
of.
I don't like.
they
I
need
don't
some
like
stuns.
any. They need stuns. They need
Nah,
front
this
line.
surely it's not great.
I hate
Puck looks
something.
decent, but then you're also playing against. Yeah. I like Puck. I always like Puck. Whenever we see him, he dominates.
Puck looks okay.
And they have one stun.
Yeah.
I'm a little surprised at the lack
Bad
of puck.
Rider.
Bat
That's a
Rider.
good one against Tinker.
Stats
Good
Master,
catch
is
as
this
well,
the
right?
first Batrider pick of the China region?
Wow, let me see. Oh, the laptop doesn't turn on anymore.
No.
So I'm gonna use
this
my power.
it is.
Oh, it turned
Div
on.
1? Yeah, I think so.
This hero has been.
First pick.
First pick.
It's been banned a couple times.
Yeah, but Bat
Would
has
you
been
mind?
picked in other regions.
Other region
Yes,
for
I
sure,
do.
yeah. But China doesn't like it as much. But it makes a lot of sense here. It's really strong against the Tinker. Pretty good against the Kunkka as well. And now they need an
Ooh,
Aster, the
is this the
Oracle.
first Oracle of the Chinese Division 1?
They get a hero to
It is the
deal.
first Oracle.
Hey.
They get a hero to deal with the Bat Rider.
But it's just because it's the first Bad Rider too, and they
Yeah.
always come together.
Yeah.
Well. 2 firsts here in the second game of LGD versus EHOME. Goodness gracious me, chaps. Which direction do you reckon this one's going to go in? Have EHOME done it again?
Well, I do believe we're gonna have a game 3 on our hands, fine gentlemen.
Verily. So a vote for PSG.LGD from the Gentleman Black. Lizard, what say you?
I have to say that I like EHOME's draft a bit better again,
Indeed.
but I'm not gonna go against PSG.LGD 2 games in a row. It's only sensible. We are going to game 3.
Quite. The cop?
Game 3.
Game 3. Alrighty, Tighty. I believe. And you know what? I think I'm going to go for EHOME here. I think Zeal on the Bloodseeker is much more comfortable for him. Now you've got 3 players playing at their full potential. They're on a hot streak here, EHOME. I reckon they could pull it off. I don't think it's likely, but I'm still willing to make that gamble and be the one guy that was right. So under that logic, I'm going to put my vote in for EHOME. But let's find out how this game is going to go. It is the second matchup. Here is EHOME lead with 1 game advantage over LGD here at the China DPC. We'll throw it over to our casters of our Cryptic and Neff.
Appreciate it, Nomad, and thank you for being the only sensible one on the panel here, is putting in that vote for EHOME. I agree, though.
The rest of them are so brave.
Yeah, every single time. You're never going to drop that bit, are you?
No, it was a good one. Shout out to Lizard for going up with that. But interesting that they picked Tinker 2 games in a row. I guess they feel like the Panglia was one of the major problems that it had after banning that one out. and the rest of the lineup that they've got, they're able to cinch this game out. But we'll have to see. No amazing answers for the Lycan's units. I mean, the Bloodseeker counters out the hero in of itself. He has to be a little bit more careful with his units surrounding him because of the Winter Wyvern. But the creeps themselves, yet again, no answer to that one. They need a little bit more AOE clear. Batrider will struggle to blow them up until the late game. So that initial Helm of the Overlord is going to be pretty scary. Outside of that, I don't know, man. Ugh. The fact that they had Oracle in their pocket until the last pick is terrifying.
It's hard to say if it's like really even like a pocket pick as much as it is such a good counter to the Batrider, and it's one of those things that like anytime you see a Batrider pick, like an Oracle is immediately back on the table. Things like Vengeful Spirit as well, yeah, it is going to do pretty good. It doesn't actually help out a ton against this Bloodseeker lane, so that is like one of the weaknesses. But yeah, we'll see how it does. Excited for this game. ZZQ sniping the rune there. Has TP in 1. He should be fine.
Well, yeah. He'll be fine, right? I mean, I guess he wants to trade with ZinQ for a little bit. He hasn't put a point to any of his abilities yet. In fact, at this point, he might just ink spell one of the creeps once he gets them a little bit. Yep. There it is.
Yeah, he needed to try and TP earlier. The problem is
he needs to TP before the ink spell comes out, but he was baiting him out there on ZinQ, and the Wolves are going to finish him off. So absolutely played.
Yep, exactly. This is one of those things where like the ink spell duration shorter than the TP, so
no, same time. 3 seconds on each of them. So if he TPs first, the ink spell won't end up stunning him, and he'll be able to get out.
Yeah.
They changed it to be 4 seconds for the ink spell like 2 patches ago, and they changed it back to be 3 seconds last patch.
Very nice.
So punished for that one. Just should have committed the TP earlier. There was no way for them to stop him if he didn't do that, but he got greedy. He can get the bounty rune, but he ended up giving first blood there.
Yeah, it's a big one too. It does go the way of the Grimstroke instead of the Lycan, which is, I think not ideal for PSG.LGD. They were definitely trying to get it on the Wolves, but either way, finding that first blood still pretty big, and it did leave Morphling solo bottom for a little bit, so maybe struggling in that lane. But taking a look at the offlane here, Zeal on the Bloodseeker into Ame's Kunkka, which we've seen a lot recently, and nice route into the Torrent. Maybe looking to go on top of Y here. You do get level 2, but they didn't actually have the Arctic Burn available at the moment, so it's going to finally get popped here. Planning on trying to do some damage with that before it expires, and not that bad, actually.
Yeah, trying to put as much damage into Ame as he can in order to, deny him the ability to trade with him. Wants to be able to heal back up on the Bloodseeker, so if he keeps the Kunkka low, he's able to stay into the creep wave himself. Otherwise, the Kunkka's threatened with death.
Dude, Faith Beyond's Lycan is so scary. We've seen before this guy absolutely take over games with it, and already off to a good start. Not only help find the kill there onto the Bane, but finding couriers as well.
He's found 2.
Yeah, Shiro's as well as the Banes. So.
This is ridiculous. I mean, not going to have their items for a little while as well. Plus, it was 25 for the first one and then 35 for the second. So 60 gold going the way of all the players on PSG.LGD. It's like they got another bounty rune and a half. Again, off to an amazing start and doing decently for CS inside the lane as well, sitting in 11-5 compared to the Morphlings 11-3. Ooh.
A little bit surprised by 7E. He doesn't have a point in Flame Break, but I think part of that is he's just under-leveled compared to the Tinker. Like, he's just definitely struggling to CS here. He's 9-4 to the 15-4 of the Tinker.
He's got kill potential in this lane, but nothing to say. I mean, he dominated the previous game. He's going to do so again. Forced to sell
on
back
the wave.
up. Yeah. And unfortunately, he's not going to get the bounty rune either because, once again, moving around the back there, ends up picking it up for himself.
This is something we saw last game. PSG.LGD really prioritizing the runes out of this mid lane and not letting the enemy mid laner grab any of them. So
yeah, rotated both heroes in at the 4-minute mark in order to deny both bounty runes from 7E here. And I imagine the same thing is going to happen. Actually, no. Looks like they're not going to rotate for those 4-minute runes.
They already saw him walking back to base, right?
Yeah. So they realize it's just not a point. Adapting fairly well.
But yeah, Faith Beyond, I mean, 19 last hits in this offlane, now 20. This Lycan is absolutely owning.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a lot of base damage to work with, and Jiro already, he's trying to punish him a little bit. But yeah, at this point, he's got all this extra armor from the Helm of the Iron Will as well. He's got almost 12 HP regen per second.
Very cool.
At some point, Jiro is going to have to just leave the lane, I think. Oh god, 7E already dropping so low.
Yeah, that laser spam is no joke.
It's gonna drop a little bit low. I mean, one thing that is nice about the Winter Wyvern is, alright, you're gonna be fine here on 7E. But one thing that is nice about the Winter Wyvern is the fact that you have that Arctic bar, and percentage-based damage is a lot to strength heroes like Kunkka.
Jin QT being mid, just to make sure Nothing to Say doesn't go down here, and they will go ahead and push that Bat Rider out of lane once again.
On Jiro. He's trying to clear out the wolves, and Lycan denies one and resummons the other.
Just all mind games, maybe.
Yeah. He's doing a little bit better for himself now, 24-3. But thankfully, you know, the discipline that they beat in to deal with PSG.LGD's Tinker has stuck. They ended up boarding up the ancient camp again. Didn't get the hard one this time, but
Yeah. Mid lane though, 70 doesn't even, yeah, just gets bursted. He just stuck around a little bit too long.
This just Tinker does way too much nuke damage. Now Bat Rider very much struggling at 1,500 net worth compared to the 2,500 on Nothing to Say's Tinker. It was a lot more even last time. I mean, it was a little bit favored to Nothing to Say, but once again, the man is popping off. You're going to need to find a return kill on this Bat Rider in order to get back into it, but it's difficult. Why? He's just positioned here in the mid lane to make sure the Bat Rider continues to struggle.
I mean, this is what we saw last game. They did prioritize shutting down 7E. He ended up popping off anyway on the Pango, and it seems this game PSG.LGD want to take zero risks in basically letting Nothing to Say have a bad game. So they're going to go ahead, dive here in the mid lane, looking to get on top of ZZQ, but 7E here on the Bat Rider will run down one, and he should be able to finish off the second. Now, double kill for the Bat Rider.
Yeah.
Game getting salvaged. But still pretty underfarmed compared to the Tinker here. And he's going to find the Invis rune top, so Nothing to Say does not get the 50-50. But look at the ward vision here from PSG.LGD. The entirety of the Radiant jungle basically under vision.
Yeah, they're going to have to move through their jungle, get the D wards off. The Sentry does scout out one of them, but all this just denying any comeback potential from the Bat Rider. They figure Bat Rider's not going to move into the triangle to clear out camps. Instead, he'll move into his jungle where he can get multiple camps with a single Firefly.
They don't have Rupture quite yet top lane, but they're going to do a pretty good amount of damage here anyway, out on over to Ame, but the boat connects. There's going to be the Inkswell as well, stunning him up, but Zeal, he's pretty dang tanky. TP in from the Bane. ZZQ not going to make it in time.
Yep. Bloodseeker manages to heal up enough, so Kunkka end up getting him. Nothing to Say.
I mean, you're level 6 now on the Bat Rider, and as a result, Y is just forced to sit here in the mid lane next to Tinker, cannot afford to get lassoed.
Yep. Tinker actually bought himself boots this game.
For the movement speed, just to get away from the Bat Rider?
Yep. Exactly right. Otherwise, he gets run down so much easier. So it really was necessary. Smart pickup there. As long as he's able to like get a little bit further back into his tower, if he's like in the middle of the river, that makes it that much easier for the Oracle to TP in and get the save off onto him.
Game starting to even out a little bit, as PSG.LGD were off to a pretty good start here, but Shiro recovering on the Morph. Bat Rider's game obviously salvaged a little bit by the couple kills mid, but it is going to be very scary once this Lycan starts basically taking your towers. And I mean, outside of the Wyvern, you really have to rotate the Bat Rider.
Yeah. Humdom is going to be very scary. Is very scary. Jinq.
Contemplating rupturing top lane here onto Jinq. Decides not to do it. He'll be able to use the Inkswell to make some space for himself, so.
Ooh, Possessed Mass fine for EHOME. That's going to go to the Morph lane. It is an excellent pickup.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Ends up finding a lot, so is out his jungle.
We can see ZZQ guessing correctly, getting rid of pretty much all the wards, and in comes Faith beyond the rotation from the Lycan to the mid lane, and he will be able to do a lot of damage. The Torrent does connect. ZZQ saved by the Cold Embrace. There's one of the counters for the moment. He's got a Nightmare if he can try and buy himself some space. All the summons are dead, and now you're stuck behind the T1. A Rupture up onto the Kunkka. He's not where he wants to be. Do they even need to commit the lasso? I don't think so. Shiro going to turn himself into the Kunkka, and now turn it around. Okay, how long can he keep armlet toggling? About that long. He's finally dead.
Survived, a little bit longer than he had any business surviving, but they did end up getting him in the end. Beautiful save there from Planet, turning things around. Wood Wyvern starting to become a little bit more popular. I think after they picked it up on RNG, people were like, yeah, it's pretty good. Maybe we'll try this one out. I can see why they went for this. And against Lycan, the save there, when you're buying yourself a little bit of time with these dives, does allow you to turn around these team fights, and did a nice job there. 70 almost has his boots of travel done now.
Yeah. I mean, dude, it was just over 8 minutes into the game. We had 10 heroes in the mid lane behind the tier 1.
Yeah, that's the kind of Dota I like to see.
LGD trying to force the issue here. They're still farming very well despite that kill. I mean, you do go down on Ame. He's really not that underfarmed, but you still are having a fantastic game on both the Tinker as well as this Lycan. And we kind of expected that. They've committed a lot more to saving this Tinker's game.
Yeah. Well, they committed a lot to, making sure Tinker has a good game. They rotate the heroes in, but EHOME, they ward up the Ancients, and they haven't even actually gone back into their camps to deal with these sentries on the Ancients on the side of PSG. ZZQ, I think he's just about to drop.
Yeah, they rotate some extra heroes down here, and Batrider actually TPing in. They could look for Faithbound behind the tower, but he's already TPing out. They're going to settle for an easier kill here onto this Oracle. Well, unless they don't commit for the kill and he just walks away. They thought the adaptive strike was going to be enough, but always secure the kill.
Yeah, ends up healing enough that it doesn't finish him off, and now he's just going to walk away. So ends up being 1 for 0.
And Oracle's got a tome, so he's going to hit level 6, which false promise, very difficult to deal with.
Cho's got Lincoln Sphere keyed up as his first item. This has become a little bit more common. It makes sense here. You don't want to get caught out by, or jumped on by the Tinker and blown up by a quick laser and rocket, or caught out by an X.
Yeah, it is just a very good game for it.
He actually cancels his TP up in the top lane. They've got 3 heroes positioned here, so they're going to look to push.
I mean, Shiro is in trouble here bottom, I think, as well. He's got a lot of... he's going to need some help eventually. He doesn't have a TP quite yet, and they are positioning 4 heroes here for the Morphling.
Yeah, he's getting back.
He does have a ward to scout this one out, and will just wait for him to dodge the sound. So nicely done by Shiro. But they are just going to trade 1 for 1 on the towers here. What it looks like. Well, actually, they're TPing in, I think, Wyvern. They have Winter's Curse. They drop it onto the Lycan. Can Planet actually just solo him? No way! Planet gets the tip from ZZQ. All right.
Ame kind of low HP as well. If Morphling comes in here, they might finish him off.
They're going for it. Planet in some trouble here. Does have Cold Embrace. Doesn't get to drop it in time, though. Bloodseeker, he's very fast. If he can find one of these heroes, it would be not a bad find. And yeah, gets the Rupture out onto the Oracle, but he's got bigger dreams. It's going to be Ame on this Kunkka, but 7E trying to close the gap, gets pulled back. Nice Soulbind. Okay. Is it enough, though? That doesn't look like it. That's a very deep dive. They will settle for the Oracle.
Nah, it's not much, unfortunately. I thought they'd get a little bit more from that, but now they're looking to turn things back around. ZZQ went a little bit too far.
Yeah, he did indeed. Nightmare will dodge out the missile, but they will chase it. Find themselves a pretty easy kill there. Faith Beyond's Shapeshift. Too difficult for the Bane to deal with.
Chasing the Batrider might be a little bit ambitious here. Faith Beyond does get back finally.
All right. They end up finding themselves an extra exit kill there. Pretty good for the side of LGD. 5-5. A very close game so far.
An absolute... well, it's been a bloodbath. Not as many kills as you'd think there would be in a bloodbath like this, but a lot of people end up getting out until into team fights. Unfortunately, neither team has a ton of catch, so it'll be after they get a couple more items. At the very least, they put enough pressure on EHOME, but they haven't been able to get into their triangle and block these ancient stacks. So at this point, they'll have a little bit more farm on their side. Ame, ZZQ almost got him with that Tumbler's toy. Right, Vladimir's offering completed. The Helm of the Overlord is going to be a massive problem. We did see Wyvern end up getting a kill onto Ike a moment ago, but I think once this Helm of the Overlord is done, even if
ZZQ, Nightmare, nice dodge, but still needs to be careful. Does get a ward out on the high ground. The question is, can they do anything this? The Winter's Curse onto the Oracle to start it off. Do they have the damage to actually finish off the kill? They jump in on Shiro, they get him. They've got a lasso now, no way to cancel it. They grab the Kunkka, pulling him right into the enemy team, but he X'd himself. Really smart play, just in time, and now nothing to say. The double laser doing work, but can he actually get away? 70's on top of him. Can nothing to say survive. He gets burnt down, but he takes down one with him, and Ame ruptured up, forced to fall, and now Jin Q trying to TP out, but Shiro, he's got an X of his own. Jin Q gonna fall 4-4-2, a triple kill for Shiro on the Morphling.
The only person to get out was a Lycan. The initiation from the Winter Wyvern, stalling it out and catching that Oracle to start was so big. From now on, Oracle needs to be way more careful with his positioning. He got nothing off, dying in the middle of that cast animation of the False Promise on himself. They just melt. They had the numbers there on EHOME and the beautiful initiation. The tips come off on his easy.
Hey, sick bait, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, the classic. Why? Got to be a little careful, but he's trying. It looks like he's baiting a little bit.
He's still got his ult. He's
Yeah.
got Fate's Edict as well, so he's able to prevent all magic damage for a couple seconds. So diving Y here would be a mistake if it's just the Batrider by himself.
Unless you got the lasso, of course, and then you just dies.
I mean, even so, if you can get the the Fate's Edict off on himself before the lasso, then it's just not doing any damage. It's all magical.
All
You
right.
have to be careful with committing that one.
Lincoln Sphere completed there on the Morphling. Atos picked up by the Bloodseeker. So we've seen how good Atos can be, especially against heroes like Tinker, being able to cancel the TP, the Blink. And then, of course, you have Bloodright to follow it up. So he is going to need some defensive items or even just some help from his allies. If they get vision on him, it becomes a lot scarier.
Yep. The vision game isn't as good this game on PSG.LGD, but you know, they do have that Oracle to rely on. I mean, he's able to potentially dispel that Atos or...
Smoke up. Looking to go aggressive here. Y is going to find ZZQ once again. Nightmare to dodge out. Oh, it still roots him. So, question is, can they continue the chase? They're going to find Bloodseeker on the side and ran down Inkswell. Plenty of damage there from nothing to say. They're going to know about that ward now.
So now I think they realize they're kind of forced to give up a little bit of their jungle. You're going to try to shove the top lane out and give up this mid tower with the team already set up underneath this and have the Overlord completed. They can't fight into PSG.LGD at the moment.
Unless Planet finds a Winter's Curse. I'm just kidding. He's not even showing up. They get a nice tier 1 tower.
With that, more control of the map. So she's on the other foot this game. We saw EHOME take the mid tier 1 first last time, but still up here, standing healthy on the side of PSG.LGD. Nearly max HP, that tier 1 mid.
Kind of makes sense, right? They actually don't have a lot of building push on this side of EHOME right now. Right, you got a Batrider and a Bloodseeker. Neither of these heroes really hit towers. ZZQ found by another ward. X actually not gonna save him this time. And nice cold embrace though. Can they actually? Oh no, just get sniped by Y. I forget how much damage that ability does sometimes.
It's a lot of damage.
Purifying Flames, very nice. So again, they're trying to reclaim some vision in their jungle on EHOME here, like putting out some sentries, finding wards, but they end up just dying instead. Shiro walks right into ZQ. Inkswells himself, silences him up. Does he have the damage to finish him off? No, gets saved there by the False Promise from Y, and Shiro forcing 4 TPs into the mid lane. He's got to be careful. Soulbind is there, waveforms away, goes for the TP out. Big debate. You call that Space Maid, I think.
A little bit on both sides. You definitely expect to get the kill off in his in-queue there, but forcing 4 TPs does give you a little bit more control of the map. So now does give Batrider an opportunity to scout out some of these wards and Bane to come in and get the D wards off.
Yeah,
they
absolutely.
ping all these things out. So all the vision control you just got of the Radiant jungle, you lose just like that.
And both
Because you're
de-warded.
forced to TP back. Oh, nice play there by
Oh, they're
you.
actually trying to catch ZZQ here once again, like beelining it back to that high ground ward, but they don't make it in time.
Yeah, we just got into that jungle. We just warded that up, and already it's gone. Punish this guy, but he gets away.
Dad, the enemy's killing my wards again.
So with that, they still have a vision of their own jungle.
Oh, Wyvern has a blink.
Yep.
That is very. I mean, you need a blink this game on this Winter Wyvern. It's so important.
Yeah.
Usually, we saw last game, right? You go that Aether Lens first, but Blink Dagger really value against this Lycan being able to stay off the map.
Yeah. You just want to be out of vision whenever you can.
I actually see Kunkka under a ward here. I don't think he has BKB. Yeah, they just dropped the Winter's Curse, trying to close the gap. In comes 7E. He's got a lasso, pulling him all the way back into the enemy team.
Did
And
he make him miss the boat?
he is alone.
He did. He pulled him away from the boat coming into him, so he didn't get the rump up before he died.
Yeah, nothing to say comes in, trying to get on top of ZZQ. They've got the summons as well from the Lycan. He breaks some ankles for a moment, and you've got Cold Embrace as well. These aren't going to do anything.
Now the Golem is forced to run out of here. All right, nice kill off onto the position 1.
They get the D ward, I'm pretty sure. Yep, there it goes.
So in reality, you've got like 3 position 1s, Tinker, Lycan, and Kunkka, all pretty similar net worth. Yeah, this Lycan is a problem. They picked multiple counters to it. They make his life difficult, but this Helm of the Overlord, they don't really have a solution to.
It's actually interesting. They smoke up and go aggressive into the enemy team. Faith Beyond gets Fiend's Grip right away. Inkswell's going to cancel it, though, and he's going to be fine. Bane, however, not so much. ZZQ. Can't really do much of anything here. Faith Beyond stuck by a Rupture, but protected with Tinker dropping these missiles from the low ground, and it looks like they will just disengage. 7E doesn't get the TP out either, falling to those summons. The Helm of the Overlord doing a lot of work here.
Yeah, that smacked him for like 200 damage. They absolutely melted. But it's too difficult to kill these heroes with the Oracle still standing. They realize that partway through the team fight. If they can't get the jump off onto him, he's going to save anybody they too heavily commit on with that false promise. So they're still sitting on the tail end of that team fight, meaning with these cooldowns available, they can safely take Roshan.
Yeah, absolutely. They get themselves a nice aggressive ward up on the high ground as well, so...
Yeah, and they know that they're doing Roche, but I don't think there's much they can do about this. Certainly you don't try.
They drop the Blood Right. I mean, looks like they are going to try. Nah, no way.
Shiro, don't do it, man. It's not worth it.
Yeah, boat comes through, will finish off the Roshan. They grab themselves the Aegis. There's going to be the Shapeshift. They're looking to go onto the high ground again. The ward providing some vision. They see Zeal. They get the Winter's Curse onto the Tinker, but he does not take nearly enough damage. It's going to be 7E coming in on the Batrider. There's going to be the False Promise into the Lasso, though. They might actually pop him. He doesn't have the Aegis. Nothing to say. He's just dead. And now Y surrounded here. He's trying to hobble away. They throw the grenade on top of him, but it's going to be Shiro chasing after him here on the Morphling. Does he have the damage to finish him off? He's got the Tinker. He gets the laser. He gets the kill. And again, the Summon's chasing down these heroes on the backside. They lose the Bane. Can he actually get out on Jin Q? Stunned. It comes through just in time.
Let's go, Shiro.
The last frame, basically. Triple kill for the Morphling.
Beautiful turnaround there. The False Promise used a little bit too early. Tinker thought he'd be able to get out of that one, but they stayed on top, and the lasso coming out, keeping him disabled there. Beautiful team fight there from PSG.LGD, but the summon still a serious problem. The Lycan ended up doing 4,500 damage, barely with himself either.
No, he just
That's
runs
all of
the
his summoned units. That Golem putting in work.
Yeah, 3 Howls used in this fight, so much minus armor applied, and, you know, Bane and Wyvern don't really like that.
Yeah, I was concerned at the start of that team fight, right? The Winter Wyvern ultimate comes out onto the Tinker when he's gotten his hamster ball, so does the Silence, but the Batrider, it ended up giving him just enough time to get on top of him and get that lasso off after the False Promise came off. So team fight goes slightly different. PSG.LGD easily win if nothing stays alive, but you managed to catch him out again. I will say it is impressive that EHOME are dealing with this Tinker so well when every other team just crumbled to it and refuses to play against it.
Yeah, that being said, PSG.LGD does have a 4K gold lead. They've still got the Aegis on the Kunkka, and they are still fight ready, and they're going to smoke up. BKB now completed on the Kunkka, heading up onto the high ground. Trying to find something. Oh, he actually... That was a beautiful torrent guess, and ends up blinking out in time there on the Wyvern.
That's gamer sense right there.
All right, sitting behind the tier 2 here. Doesn't look like PSG is going to find any... Well, they do get eyes on the Morphling. Farming on the low ground, he's got to be a little bit careful. I guess Planet is somewhat nearby. All right. They're going to smoke up. They have all their ults available now. Winter's Curse as well as Lasso coming off of...
Choose these waves are going to push in with this Lycan.
Oh, now they're gone. Planet, do you really want to be the one to initiate? In comes Ame, caught by the E-Blade combo there. Takes a lot of damage, but in comes the rest of the team. The Wolves, the Boots of Travel, going to be canceled there. And trying to just stay on top of ZZQ. They don't have the Inkswell to follow Atos to buy some speed, but here comes Ame. Oh, the counter X. Doesn't end up saving him. ZZQ, Cold Embrace, going to do a little bit of work, but still ends up dying anyway. 7E trying to find them on the backside. Nice save for the moment. There's going to be the Winter's Curse. They grab the Oracle. Can they actually do this, though? They've got to find the kill before Y can get anything off. They do manage this False Promise himself, but Faith Beyond in trouble. Caged down here by Shiro. Y going to shatter as well. They caught Lycan in a nightmare. ZZQ, he still got the Fiend's Grip. Oh, baby. Can he actually get out there trying to get him before the Aegis? They do, and now the Fiend's Grip surely to come out here on the Kunkka.
Nothing to say. All they can do is leave, and there it is, the Fiend's Grip. The moment he activates his BKB, and he's finished off.
EHOME, baby. They're doing it. They're taking fight after fight against LGD.
Yeah, they're doing such a good job of controlling up this Oracle or forcing his ultimate to come out. That Winter's Curse onto him was beautiful.
Perfect.
If they don't get him, you know, he's forced in that situation. Either false promise myself, stall out the team fight for a little bit and stay alive. I mean, he did survive on barely any HP. Or go down, you know, potentially come back to the fight and use it on somebody else. But I think just hitting the panic button at this point, doing such a good job at controlling up the position 5. Both these games. Y is just crumbling here, it feels like, under the pressure of EHOME. They know how important he is to these team fights.
I mean, they're spending a lot of resources chasing down the Bane, right? They do force his buyback in the last fight because they know how good the Fiend's Grip is, but as soon as he buys back, and then they get that 3-hero curse, and then just completely collapsed on top of.
Yeah, and this is despite the fact that, you know, EHOME's smoke completely failed. They ran into the worst hero possible. Kunkka sitting in front, the hero holding on to the Aegis. So they got all the information on PSG.LGD, but, you know, punished for going too far forward onto that Bane.
Yeah, EHOME now bringing this game nearly back even in terms of net worth, 17-14, but still slightly favoring PSG.LGD here.
As most people do.
Yeah, absolutely. You got Assault Cross now finished up on the Lycan. I mean, that's a huge pickup. We're going to see the BKB coming out soon for Zeal as well.
Yeah.
That's a big one.
Yeah, it's Lycan even more damage with his Assault Cross, and you can definitely feel it in the team fights. He's the one doing the most damage. Like, he's the one you have the least amount of solutions to. The Winter's Curse is putting in work against Lycan in these units. With how close together a lot of these heroes are playing the team fights, they are, you know, punishing the Lycan for summons, but still no big solution for this Helm of the Overlord, and we've seen it just like chunk down here with the Golem slap.
All right, mid lane. Just clearing up these creep waves. The Helm of the Overlord is, yeah, like you said, it's a problem for sure, but Morphling's the only one that can really deal with it, right?
Yeah, eventually, but even so, it's got like a ton of armor. The Golem has a ton of magic resist as well, so Morphling can't really clear it out too quickly.
Ame Kunkka does have the BKB Boots of Travel Armlet queuing up that Shadow Blade. Oh, ward placed on the high ground, gets the Nightmare off, but he is in trouble. There's going to be the army coming through. ZZQ. Cold Embrace going to buy him a little bit of space, and 7E's looking for him. They get the Rupture out onto Ame. Who's going to be caught first is the question. Ghost Scepter buy him space, but it's going to be Tinker on the backside, able to snipe him. He's underneath a ward, though. He's going to get the blinks out. He's fine.
Gets in, gets that Bane, and gets out real quickly. But with Shapeshift starting to expire.
Winter's Curse. It's caught the Oracle once again. Xin Q goes down second. 7E trying to find his target. BKB going to protect that Kunkka for now. Zeal can't get his hands onto anyone.
Lasso,
Nothing to say. Kunkka, 7E's not quite satisfied. Still chasing 4 more, but it doesn't look like he's going to find them.
The hamster ball makes him too hard to find.
And 7E will TP home instead.
Yeah. If he had the Blink Dagger prior to that team fight starting, he would have been able to catch the Kunkka and find another kill, but getting 2 supports for the Bane isn't too bad, so another win there for the side of EHOME.
It's just great ward placement. I mean,
Yeah.
Bane, before he died the first time, he walked up, placed a ward on that high ground.
that was such a dangerous move, man. You praise that too hard, you're going to see people just run straight to the enemy team to drop a ward. And yeah, it did work for that team fight. They had amazing vision, but I think if PSG.LGD get back, then that team fight goes differently, or they just lose the Bane for nothing. But yeah, that vision allowing the Winter Wyvern to get that jump, get the Winter's Curse off, and
they smoke up again. Dude, EHOME is just bringing it to LGD, it seems. Like, it's so opposite from what we would have expected in this game.
Bidding. Want to punish this Lycan.
Ground,
His
yeah.
ultimate's still on cooldown for a little bit. It becomes much easier to take the fight. All right, it's off of cooldown now. It becomes much easier to take the fight into them when he doesn't have that available, though. Bloodseeker, just able to run people down.
Yeah, trying to force the objective top, it seems. They've got a tier 2 tower here. They'd love to take this, open up the outposts. We saw EHOME do this for his last game, and Morphling just chunking the tower. There's going to be the fort to buy themselves a little bit of time. Batrider already there trying to scout TPs, and he's about to scout one. In comes Ame, but he's got an X on himself. No way to cancel it, so he has to go home. He takes an E-Blade to the face.
Only they had a Yules.
Yeah.
If only.
If only. Well, they will just trade tier 2s maybe as they're starting to move into the bottom here. I don't know if you can protect this on EHOME.
It's difficult for sure. They don't have a Tinker ward up anymore, and gives Tinker a lot of room to play in the trees there if another team fight breaks out. But they don't want to hold their ground there on PSG.LGD. Instead, they get back.
Okay, they're actually going to go ahead and TP in the Winter Wyvern. He gets the Winter's Curse. He finds the Lycan. Do they have the damage to follow it up? Y on the backside is somewhat close by. Faith Beyond gets saved. The Oracle will do it. Zeal comes in. Atos does get the Rupture on top of Zinq as well. Can he actually do it? BKB trying to take him down in time. Stun from the Morphling's going to find it. They're going to lose Y on the Oracle. He's getting chased down by Shiro. They've controlled up the Lycan. The Feed Grip is there. Soulbind not going to be able to cancel it. And 70 chasing down the Oracle. Oh my gosh. Grimstroke. Inkswell will protect him. Nothing to say. Helps find the kill. E-Blade will finish it off. A 3-for-1.
They want to finish off this Helm with the Overlord creep. Huh? Okay, come on, ZZQ. That wasn't necessary. He wanted the gold for himself. There it is. He finishes off with the Brain Sap.
Very nice.
The okay. To say you played your core so you get the 250 Helm of the Overlord gold. That's rich right there.
They were just healing him up. I know what you're talking about, man.
Yeah, I'm helping you, man. I'm helping you. But beautiful catch at the start of that team fight. I mean, again, trying to separate the Oracle from the Lycan there with that Flame Break at the end, but he ends up getting the ultimate off. Unfortunately, you still lose the Lycan. You end up losing the Oracle as well. Batrider a little bit too far forward. He gets punished. Nice plays there by Grimstroke, but in the end...
CCQ, Scout on the Roche. I mean, the thing is, they just spent all of their resources, but the question is, will PSG.LGD know that this is happening this fast? They've already got, Winter Wyvern D-pushing top, Lane pushing in mid. They have to know.
Yeah, Bloodseeker takes it. I mean, they have to know, but
they're pinging it out.
Yep, they can't get over there fast enough at this point.
Cold Embrace is there. I mean, this Roche is huge. They're trying to make the rotation, but yeah, it is just too slow. The Wolf not going to make it into the pit in time, and Aegis comes out. The Shard gets picked up, and Morphling, stronger than he was only a couple moments ago. 19,000 net worth here for Shiro.
20,000 net worth for Shiro.
He just eats the Shard, gets himself a little stimmy.
Mm-hmm. Very nice. 20,000 net worth. Yeah, this guy is terrifying. I mean, all your eggs are in the Morphling basket. If you blow him up, you'd be doing great, but you don't have a ton of hard lockdown for this Morphling. That's one of the reasons why he's having such a good game.
ZZQ hunting here in the trees, trying to find that Kunkka, but Ame too smart. He knows.
We just get on the Bane. Probably just some ward sent out. But Morphling, yeah, this BKB. Once he activates this, there's just no killing him inside the team fights. The Lincoln Sphere pickup also just makes him so evasive. The Kunkka's acts like a decent solution to him prior to him getting Lincoln Sphere, but it's just absolutely no punish.
Oh, he has the Cold Embrace Shard on the Winter Wyvern, so it's so much easier for him to push out waves.
Yeah. He ended up picking that one up a little bit after the 20-minute mark. Yeah, I mean, he's finding these kills, right?
Yeah, he's got multiple Winter's Curse kills, and even the one early on against Faith Beyond. Like, Planet is super farmed. Blink Aether Lens on his way to a refresher.
Yeah, and he's staying alive in these team fights. You don't have a ton of backline jump on the side of PSG. Like, you can run people down with the Lycan summons, but outside of that, you do struggle to get on top of Planet, which has been a serious issue. These Winter Wyvern initiations have been winning them this game.
He's played a fantastic game so far, and they will get Vision of Y for the moment as he places a sentry up on the high ground. Zeal's there with the Atos, trying to save himself, but stuck inside the Blood Right. We'll drop the False Promise just to try and stall out as much of this as he can. And yeah, that's all it is going to be. Stalling tactic is baiting some time here out of the side of EHOME, but either way, they will eventually find this kill.
Eventually?
Right? Yeah, I mean, he's got Thirst Vision, right?
Not me. No. All right, there we go. Oh.
Okay, This is hilarious. Why can't keep doing this? This guy's an Oracle player, clearly. He knows what he's doing.
But not what they're expecting. Now on the back foot on PSG.
Deeping bottom. It's going to get canceled, and now Lycan hexed up by Nothing to Say. There's your Hex reveal. That is a big one. Shiro's coming in invis, trying to find something. But Faith Beyond.
Already out.
Already out, yeah, you are right.
Oh, Tinker TPing in. They might try to turn this. He's got the hamster ball.
I mean, they see the Wyvern. He's taking a lot of damage here. Planet's got to be careful. Yeah. Cold Embrace will save him. The Hex in from Tinker, but does he actually find him? No, he just gets the blink out. Oh, Disarm taking a lot of damage. The Rupture, but he outblinks it. What is that?
He's got the Aether Lens.
Gosh.
He just goes further.
All right, balanced.
Balance in all things.
Yeah.
Thank you, Frogman. But yeah, any further than 1300 range, Rupture does not do damage to you. So Tinker just going a little bit further than the Bloodseeker is able to hurt him. That's one of the reasons why Bloodseeker isn't actually seen as an amazing counter to the Tinker as the game goes on. And, you know, unfortunately that item is now part of the core Tinker build.
Yeah.
So not only do you not have to buy shoes, but you also don't take damage from abilities that are supposed to hinder movement and punish that kind of thing.
Sometimes you just don't take damage. It's very interesting.
Yeah. Now it's the Aghanim Scepter on the Bloodseeker, so the extra charge will make it a little bit easier to deal with the Tinker, but he can always still just blink away.
Oh, why? Gets found by Shiro here, and goodbye, Beyond Godlike Spree, and no Oracle for 45 seconds. They don't know he doesn't have buyback, but that is a big find. Looking to go further into the jungle here. They found the Kunkka. That would be huge, yeah, like you said. 7, he goes in, but gets caught by the Soulbind. Unlucky for him.
Yeah, unlucky. That's how we're going to view that one.
CZQ. Getting chased again by the summons. Might need some assistance from his allies. Morphling trying to make the rotation over, trying to protect his boy.
Yeah.
They smoke up once again. They just want to go right back in.
Shiro's kind of lowish on mana. He needs to be a little bit careful with his initiation. It's so difficult to tell when Wyvern is smoked.
Oh, that is a DD rune.
With this set that he's got.
Oh, do they see the X? If Planet sees the X, this is huge. He's got the Winner's Curse. They're going to go in. Winner's Curse comes out, but the lasso as well. A little bit of miscommunication there, but trying to push them away from the Oracle. Gets sniped on the backside again, but the Hex onto this Morphling. Can they bring him down in time? He's got an Aegis. You got to be careful. Shiro still surviving through it. 4 now onto Faith Beyond. Shiro just standing his ground. Doesn't care. The double away for him. He just gets the kill anyway.
I thought
Shiro playing out of his mind.
I thought he would just let himself die. He's only got like 20 seconds left on this Aegis, but he manages to find the kill first. So they get both of them. They don't get the Oracle before he gets his ultimate off, but it doesn't end up mattering. They still find two.
And now he's just full health, full mana.
Yep. Dominating this game, but you know, regardless of them finding so many kills here and winning all these team fights, 26-18 at the moment, it's still pretty even as far as net worth goes. Morphling's at the top of the CS charts, but you know, eventually this Tinker will be able to get on top of him and permanently disable him in these team fights with these hexes. That's kind of what they're going for here. So, EHOME, as much as they're winning here, I do favor PSG.LGD for ease of execution in these team fights.
Yeah.
As soon as you stop getting these super sick Winter Wyvern ultimates off, or Shiro's just slightly out of position, all of a sudden you lose. He hasn't had that much of a chance to activate this BKB.
Yeah, he's got a ward on the high ground. He's thinking about going in, but it is so scary.
No.
Oh, dude, he's going in anyway. They're going to find why. Does he have the damage? He does. The E-Blade combo. Second wave form up. Going for Q. Pops the BKB. Shiro trying to take down both supports before the fight starts, and he gets him. And now on the backside, another say with the Hex, but he's got to be careful. He is alone. Boat comes through from the Kunkka to buy a little bit of space, but they will just go ahead and de-ward up this jungle. No supports available for PSG.LGD now.
And Tinker, he realizes they're shoving in mid. All they can do is push bottom, try to force some of them back. They smoke up again. How do they have this many smokes?
Dude, they have an infinite supply. I don't know what to tell you now. There's a lot of smokes happening here on the side of EHOME. Tier 2 tower gonna fall here in the mid lane, and now contemplating maybe going high ground. It is so scary, but you do have everything available on the side of EHOME still.
Blink Dagger up, 70. It gets disabled there. I mean, if he can get the catch off onto Faith Beyond.
Do you know what's really funny? Winter's cursing a Kunkka on the X as he's about to go back.
Oh, and then
he just teleports on his whole team. Yeah. That's pretty funny.
Yeah, and there it is. Oh, no, he sent himself back right away, realized there was no creep wave there. At least, so trying to shove these waves in. I mean, again, like, you could pressure the tier 3 somehow, or like throw your Helm of the Overlord creep down there to shove in the wave. You could force some of them back and try to take a numbers advantage team fight.
Big smoke here from PSG.LGD, but they're on the wrong side of this mid lane, heading into the Radiant Triangle.
I mean, you could punish this right now on...
That's exactly what they're doing. They're kind of positioning for the high ground here. They don't really know where EHOME is, though, so it's where PSG.LGD is, so it's very scary. Both teams are kind of not really conserving their buybacks here, their gold. Like Morphling just short. Tinker, the only hero on the side of PSG.LGD holding his.
They ping it out. They want to jump this guy the moment he throws a laser out to the mid lane. 70.
Oh, he is so ready. He's got spider legs. He's got everything. He just wants to find these heroes, but Roshan, we're going to see this timer here in just a matter of seconds. This game super tense for both of these teams. A 1,000 gold lead for EHOME. That is it. 40 minutes into the game and it is this close. It's going to be a very long respawn, almost max duration.
Say, excuse me.
Radiant's top tower.
Shiro going to walk right into Faith Beyond. Has a DD rune here though. You got to be careful. Shiro pops the BKB, trying to chase after him. He's protected for the moment from the BKB. Will TP home. Oh, never mind. He cancels his TP on the backside of the fight. Who is here? It's all the supports. ZZQ trying to TP home, caught by a Hex. Not going to go his way. He's down.
Yeah, ZZQ just melted.
Is under attack.
All right.
Excuse me. All right, that's better. Kind of.
Planet. He's like the ace in the hole, right, for his team?
Mm-hmm.
So on the side of EHOME, they did, I mean, maybe a little bit of miscommunication, kind of a sloppy engagement there, but they've got the ward on the high ground, trying to provide some vision. They do see EHOME. They grab him with the lasso. Can they actually find the kill? He just gets burst, but he pops the BKB just in time. Winter's Curse on the backside does get the Oracle, preventing him from getting into this fight. Can they take down EHOME in time? The second rupture, but there it is. The false promise saving him. He's going to be able to survive for the moment, but he will just TP home. Beautiful play there from LGD, trying to keep themselves in this.
Yeah, but almost catching them out with that separation from the Oracle. They've been doing such a good job at keeping this guy in mind every single team fight and separating him from the target he wants to get on. He usually gets it off at the last moment, and it kind of messes up, like, you know, those clutch saves coming out at the right time for them to turn the team fight. But that time they do get them out, and they're going to respond immediately with smoking up and trying to get the punish. They know that Lasso's on cooldown. They know they don't have Winter Wyvern ultimate, and Roshan respawning soon. They want to have this area around the pit.
ZZQ gonna get caught by the Hex here, if nothing to say. They were ready for him. The question is, can he get out? 7E going for the Jits Ward. He's gonna get Hexed instead. Inkswell comes through, gonna chain stun. They're gonna lose 2 here, I think. Nothing to say. Blinks in super aggressively, though. He's getting beat down by Shiro, and he's dead without the buyback. They get the Oracle on the backside as well. Planet keeping himself alive with a Cold Embrace, and now Zeal doing what he can to control him up. The Fiend's Grip onto EHOME. PSG.LGD are in trouble. He's surviving for the moment with this Shadow Blade, but it's going to expire at some point. Shiro trying to stay on top of him.
Oh, he managed to get out. It just lasts way too long.
As soon as this armlet expires, he's going to get vision. Yep. They see him.
They see him.
EHOME goes.
Did he get him?
Pop the BKB. Shiro trying to chase after him. Blink forward.
How long until he's got Shadow Blade again? I mean, he's going to have vision of him regardless because of this Bloodseeker. This guy's just dead.
He's dead, baby. Shiro beyond godlike gets the Kunkka. Faith Beyond also might be in trouble here. Zeal gets him with the rupture. He's got an ATOS as well.
He can't get away. There's nothing he can do.
All he can do is try and TP, but Zeal doesn't want to throw the ATOS. Yeah.
Right, there it is. All right. He does get away here. Zeal, not close enough. He gets up to the high ground and manages to escape.
There's the Roche as well. 40 seconds, no Tinker. It's got a refresher shard on it as well. EHOME looking very good. Shiro's Morphling near, I mean, literal perfection. 21, 0, and 6 out of this guy.
Yeah, this is exactly what he was going for this game. The only lockdown they have is, you know, like the X marks the spot, the roots coming out from the Oracle. The first item built a Lincoln's, and after that, you know, they can get the hexes off with the Tinker, but Shiro's positioning has been so good. The initiations from EHOME have been so good that you don't have the space to punish Shiro.
Refresher for Zeal means, okay, now they're going to put it on Planet. I was like, you either put it on Zeal or Planet, you get the 4 Rupture charges or just the 2 Winter's Curses, and Winter's Curse has been pretty good this game.
You don't need 4 Rupture charges, come on. 2 is plenty.
Okay. It's not like Panda Split, you know?
Yeah. Which is just ridiculous.
Shiro just kills Y on the other side of the map. Very nice. And they're also trying to take down the Overlord creep, and they get it.
Yeah, it's another tool that they're not going to have. The tip comes out. Shiro finding another pick-off. The man just popping off this series. And what a series to do it against this team, PSG.LGD.
Dude, EHOME is dismantling PSG.LGD right now. They are looking so dang good. They do need to be careful, though, as Nothing to Say's Tinker is still terrifying. He's got this Hex. He can control up so many heroes, but
he's just holding on to the smoke at this point because he is terrified of the enemies getting on top of him.
Yeah, I mean, the Ninja Gear is just so good for this Tinker, able to just permanently stay off the map here. Shiro has one himself. He's got the Refresher queued up as well.
Dire's bottom tower is under
And double
taking
BKB.
down the last Tier 2 tower.
He's able to just melt these heroes. I mean, the double BKB with his Refresher Orb that he's getting is going to allow him to completely tear apart this team fight. If he can outlast the Oracle ultimate, then he's going to be fine dealing with anything.
They're trying to find the Tinker. They don't know exactly where he is.
Ninja Gear coming in clutch.
Oh, so close.
Yeah.
They don't find him.
He is giving him the runaround at this point. And we've seen Morphlings go for Hex before. He might even be considering going something like that just so he can continue to stay on top of the Tinker.
I mean, if he gets on top of him and just pops a
Nah, he's gonna
BKB,
go
Tinker
Refresher.
dies, right?
Yeah, he's staying with Refresher. He bought the recipe. It's flying out to...
They got wards scouting the side, or the movement rather here from PSG.LGD, but they are a little bit afraid. They don't see where EHOME is.
Lycan now has the money for a BKB, but if he buys it now, he doesn't have buyout.
They smoke up once again on EHOME, ready to get aggressive here. Refresher Shard and a Refresher queued up for Planet as well.
Satanic completed on Ame. He didn't save for buyback. He just straight up bought the Satanic. So
Yeah.
if he goes down,
You do have Tinker buyback. I mean, everyone trying to save theirs. Morphling just shy of his, but again,
he'll have it in a moment.
yeah,
He's hesitant to finish building this Refresher Orb.
yeah, he's gonna have it now. Yeah, no reason to not have the buyback, right?
Yeah.
Word Sentry players, so like, yeah, I dare you, go for that. Lasso comes out. Jin-Q saved by the False Promise for now, but the counter Lasso, but Big Winter's Curse doing some what they can. The X is gonna pull them back away from 7E. Might be enough to save him, but almost gonna that Tower Flag will survive thanks to the Cold Embrace. You did lose the Grimstroke at the end of the day.
But
Does have buyback. You bought back the Oracle as well.
Yeah. But Winter's Curse now on cooldown. You've used your Lasso as well, and you only ended up catching the supports out. So at this point, they now have to get back. So they stall this out. They want to be able to waste this Aegis time on the side of EHOME, but they need to stall for another minute and 30 seconds.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Oh, a solid defense there. They can't quite close the game out, but again, this Morphling's late game strength. You've got strength on the side of PSG.LGD, but unless you can hex this guy up,
Dude, Tinker playing so good. Shiro just goes in. He almost finds nothing to say. Ends up waveforming out, but he's like, all right, this one might be a little bit too scary.
I am sick of this hamster ball.
Yeah, I think you can go to Reddit. I'm sure they're all sick of it too.
It's impressive. No other team wanted anything to do with nothing to say's Tinker, but they're playing against it reasonably well on EHOME. I know I keep going back to that point, but punishment is always there.
After this series, Tinker's about to receive some serious buffs.
Yeah.
If PSG.LGD can't win with Tinker, nobody can.
Yeah. Better give him, what, extra 100 damage on his laser?
200.
Yeah, 200
Probably
range.
extra 300 range, though.
Yeah,
That'd fix it.
Nerf his rocket range by 25.
Yeah, that'll balance.
Yeah.
Why? Be very careful here on the Oracle. He cannot afford to go down. No buyback for him for another 6 minutes. Shiro has just been eyeballing this Oracle the whole game. If he sees this hero, he pretty much kills him instantly. So
Yeah. I mean, the Oracle is so crucial to the team fight. I mean, being able to prevent the lasso, pulling people back, surviving the Winter's Curse, Fiend's Grip as well. They've been doing a good job.
a 10,000 gold lead now for EHOME. This is, I want to say, the biggest gold lead of the game. For the most part, the whole game was favoring PSG.LGD from the lanes on. So it's the first time we've really,
it's been,
there it is.
a little bit back and forth at time, but it's been very close now. We do see a clear favorite here.
Lasso instantly canceled thanks to the Ink Swell. Shiro goes in, looking for these heroes on the backside. Nothing to say. Instantly saved by that False Promise. Shiro forced the BKB, run away with the Fiend's Grip. They've caught the Kunkka, and they can't cancel the grip. He's so far away, safe for the moment thanks to that BKB. He's going to make it all the way back to the base. Nearly dies, but he will be all right. A lot of resources spent there from EHOME.
Oh my, the save plus the boat buff is the only thing that kept him alive there. His HP was not going up inside the fountain as you continue to tick out to that boat damage. I mean, non-lethal, and they get out of that one. But a surprising initiation from EHOME, jumping on the target that already hit Inkswell. I guess they just didn't see that on him.
Yeah.
Because it does apply the strong Dispel when it activates, so Kunkka, it just ended immediately, and he got back.
Yeah, Inkswell pretty good at baiting out some spells, so Batrider going to have to just wait out that cooldown on his ult here.
55 seconds, but
Yeah.
in this next team fight, looks like he is going to complete the Octarine course, so he'll have things up quicker next time.
I think he has the Firefly duration talent instead of... I think he has like the other one. Oh, no, okay. He did go Flaming Lasso cooldown. All
but
right.
he got level 25 after he went in
Okay.
there.
Yeah, I was going to say, that cooldown seems very long, so that makes sense. All righty.
No.
PSG.LGD keeping themselves alive, though. I mean, we saw a ridiculous hold from them just the other day against RNG.
The 80-minute game lasts long enough so the Venomancer can set new damage records.
Yes, yes, of course.
That replay, by the way, was broken for a little bit. So anyone watching right now, I believe it was fixed. Valve ended up getting on that one pretty quickly. So if you haven't watched that game, either the VOD or on Dota TV, it's now available.
Very nice.
One of the best games of the DPC.
I mean, easily. Both teams being very careful right now. Smoke up by PSG.LGD. You're going into the high ground. They're baiting potentially, but they find ZZQ on the vein. 70 goes in, gets the Hex, has the BKB. Does not find a lasso target. Ame on the backside. You can't go for it. He doesn't even have the lasso still. It's on cooldown, and now they're able to control up the bait, or the Batrider. Boat comes through. The damage is going to be more than enough. They find themselves the kill. Rupture onto one. Zeal can't really get into this fight.
Now they're just forced to back off. I mean, they don't want to have to buy back on this Batrider. They lose any more heroes. They definitely have to. And each person is so important to their initiation. There's no way they win a fight without the Batrider. So now forced to back up in 18 seconds until we see the Roche respawn. Hopefully, for the side of EHOME, this one takes a little bit longer. Last one was kind of lengthy as well. And you got pretty good odds.
It's looking pretty good. Yeah.
All
Let's
right.
see what this one's going to look like.
1
1 minute, just as Batrider's coming up. So fairly close.
Gives him enough time to, well, as long as he gets over there pretty quickly, able to approach the pit.
Dude, Planet is as farmed as his position 1 and position 2 on this Wyvern.
So right now the goal of PSG.LGD, maybe make EHOME think that Roshan is up and they're able to get inside the pit.
Ooh,
Right
they
now don't
find
have a ton of vision.
Shiro. He's got to be careful. They find Zeal as well. Waveforms away, but the Hex does come out onto this Bloodseeker. Fiend's Grip on the backside. They don't have vision of ZZQ. They're actually holding him in place, but they do have plenty of saves as well from the Oracle. Zeal, another Rupture, holding them in place. He pops the cheese, trying to keep himself alive. Planet on the backside, looking for where his cursed target. Doesn't find it. Shiro chasing away from Faith Beyond and Ame. They're doing way too much damage. There's going to be the refresher. They just say takes down more. Wyvern going to buy back into this game. Shiro, he's doing it all alone. He needs help. He can't do it alone. And a big win here for PSG.LGD. They take down 3. They get 3 buybacks.
And that's it. They manage to get out. They smoke up. They go around the pit. Roche is going to respawn the next 5 seconds. The Morphling not able to stand his ground to do much damage there. And the Kunkka just putting in work, cleaving down these heroes.
And there's the Roche.
Yeah, they were forced to defend the backline there, commit the Oracle ultimate as well. So they don't have that available if they try to get a good jump. But a team fight, just all over the place.
I mean, we've seen the only good fights for EHOME are a result of the Winter's Curse, like starting this fight onto the Oracle or something. They just weren't able to do that. Faith Beyond as well as Ame just standing on top of the Morphling here.
Yeah, someone needs to pick up that bounty rune. Otherwise, the Bane isn't going to be able to buy back.
Well, he denies it with the Wolf instead, and this is 4th Roshan going the way of PSG.LGD, turning this game right around a 6,000 gold advantage now for them, as they're going to grab Aegis, Cheese, Aghanim, Scepter, Forge, and Q.
14,000 gold advantage. Well, 13 now. So, turning the game back around, like you said. Tinker, I mean, thankfully, he's not going to get much stronger than this. Get the Octarine Core next. Give himself some cooldown reduction. But, you know, with the Tinker, it doesn't really matter. I don't think it'll really affect his...
Jin Q has Ags and Refresher now as a result of that Roshan. So double Soulbind, double Dark Portrait. It's going to be very scary here for the side of EHOME, as now PSG.LGD are the ones trying to push the high ground. They find the Hex, they get on top of the Batrider. Winter's Curse does come through. They find the Tinker, he does have the Aegis, but the status resistance is just way too much. ZZQ, Fiend's Grip gonna get canceled on the backside, and Shiro trying to stand his ground, take what damage he can here onto this Kunkka, but is he even gonna die? The cleave on the backside, Batrider just gets crushed. He's dead, trying to run away onto Zeal. They get the Kunkka, he's gonna buy back into this game.
They want to close this one out right now. They don't want to wait. The Divine Rapier on the Morphling, though. If he gets into this team fight, he's able to melt heroes. Bane is buyback available as well, but no Fiend's Grip available just yet.
Can they do it? Shiro with the Divine Rapier, your only real hope here.
Yeah, Yeah, but
they take one lane of barracks, now looking for the second. Tier 2 will protect the top one. You could probably just go through backdoor protection or just go straight for Tier 4s, and that's exactly what you're going to do. AHOME.
Shiro needs to find the backline, needs to be able to get the tank here, but with 2 lives, it is so hard.
Kunkka protected by this defense matrix as well as these ink swells. He makes it so difficult for him to get these kills, and Faith Beyond with these wolves. Clearing it up, they get the Hex onto the Morphling. Can he actually get out? Fiend's Grip, the buyback from CZQ. It's going to get saved there, false promise, but Tanker is stuck for the moment. He needs help and fast, but so does the throne. It's falling. AHOME, Faith Beyond taking the throne. They know this is it. GG, PSG.LGD tie up the series 1-1.
When their backs are against the wall, they come in clutch, and that game looking so rough. I was sure it was over. EHOME pushing the high ground, but they just couldn't finish it off. Eventually, these clutch ultimates just stopped coming out from the Winter Wyvern. They eventually just had favorable positioning, had the status resistance on these heroes, and couldn't get the Oracle anymore.
Yeah, I mean, that was all they needed. They just had to prevent the Winter Wyvern getting that initiation, and they take this like final fight in that, the triangle there on the Radiant, and AHOME, Faith Beyond just feels so taken like, screw it, we'll just run all the way into the back line and just hold this Morphling in place, and they just couldn't connect onto any of these other heroes.
Yeah, once you stop getting the super sick Winter Wyvern ultimates, botching the initiation from PSG.LGD, I think that's when the game started turning around. So eventually they just adapted to what EHOME were doing and tore them apart. That's what they needed to happen, and I got to say, a lot of work from Nothing to Say this game. Lycan ended up doing a solid amount as well, but I imagine if you're picking up Lycan again, we're going to see the Winter Wyvern banned out.
Yeah,
It's
definitely.
too much. Definitely the MVP this game for the side of EHOME's Planet.
You think so? I mean, Shiro didn't have a single death this game on the Morphling. It is very difficult. I mean, you look at his performance, and they still managed to lose. PSG.LGD just performing so well in game number 2.
I'm a sucker for supports.
Yeah, but we're going to go ahead and send it back to the panel and see if they can make sense of that game number 2.
Well, they had a dream, and unfortunately, LGD is in the process of snuffing that dream out. It is now 1-1 EHOME versus LGD. I mean, a good performance from EHOME, in all honesty. They did lead the game by a bit there, but what really impressed me about LGD is how they lose so many fights in a row, yet they never fall that far behind, Lizard. How do they do that?
Yeah, I think in this game, it can look like it's bad for them, but it really never was. Like Shiro, he's owning, and I could feel the enthusiasm from our casters, right? Like these underdogs are doing well, and we can all get behind them. Sure, why not? But it's like one Morphling has 20k, and then the next 3 heroes on his side still have 1 digit before that K on their net worth.
I was gonna say 1 digit would be a very
yeah,
very
1 digit would be a bit too much. And eventually PSG.LGD just find the cracks in their armor and utilize that in their favor.
Yeah. I think that LGD, I want to say like every fight they got a couple of kills, and they kind of found some farm around the map. They were never playing like corralled in their base or anything like that. They never really were...
Up to the end, pretty much, right?
Yeah, they never really were too fearful of trying to get some gold out there because they kind of knew what they needed. Got that Hex on the Tinker, and that was a big changing point, I think, when he was able to get a couple of Hexes out there. And I think LGD, like Lizard said, you're losing these fights, but at the same time, I think you're getting something out of them that was good enough to keep them close.
Even with the fights going the way they were, like Nomad said, what net worth was usually around 1k.
Yeah, it was pretty even.
Yeah,
When
kind
it
of
comes
fluctuating
to
from like
difference.
1 to maybe like maximum. It's like 10k at one point.
No, in
possibly,
the end,
but I don't even want to.
by the end, it went to like 6-7k or something.
Yeah, that was the biggest
Yeah.
lead they had, was only 6,000 or 7,000.
Yeah.
Which, when you've got a Morphling that's dominating and not dying the way EHOME do, I'm surprised it was that close. But it's also, it is a team like LGD that can keep it that close and work around all this.
Yeah, and I think Planet as well. I mean, yeah, I know they lost, but Planet had a ridiculous performance on this Wyvern, like several solo kills throughout the game, which is great for any position 4. Curse is on point. You know, he was the biggest sticking factor in these fights, I believe. Like, he was the one making it feel like they were just so dominant on the side of EHOME, despite only having a small lead a lot of the time.
Yep, I have to say that it's a pleasure watching Fabian, even when he's playing in a game such as this one. He's on a Lycan in a game in which there's just so many issues that you have to face, and he faces them with bravado, and just the micro that he brings to the game, the way he splits his units in fear of Winter's Curse and whatnot, just on point.
Yeah, and partnering up with Jinkyu as well, right? With that Ink Spell often on his overwhelming.
He's still the one microing the Ink Spell, right? And there were a couple of fights in which he gets like three-man Ink Spell stuns.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah, Jinkyu knows he can trust him.
Yeah.
Must be nice.
We talked about that, Faith Beyond Lycan. He just saw those 2 picks go against him, the Bloodseeker and the Wyvern, and he just went, oh my god.
Yeah, now I actually have to try
I
hard.
have to play now.
Yeah. It's not a free win. Gosh darn.
Usually Lycan spammers were always these free MMR farmers, right? It's like, okay, I'm gonna pick Lycan, you guys do whatever, I'm just gonna take objectives. Every patch in which Lycan was broken, it was like that. He just takes objectives and kills the supports with his summons, right? But in this game, it wasn't easy. The Rupture as well posed a significant threat to him, but he managed to work through it. Are we gonna talk some nice things about Shiro and the Morphling, because he was also on point?
Yeah, I mean, our words can only do so much, right? Shiro's doing it with actions, making it his presence really felt. He's looking really good right now. Like, this is a loss that I don't know if you can really be too upset about. Like, yeah, it stings to lose in a game that you did have control of, but at the same time, like, I don't think anybody really looked bad on EHOME. I think this was like 2 teams that looked really good and ended up, you know, one of them has to lose, and it ended up being EHOME. And I think that little bit of maybe just experience from LGD was the difference maker there.
Doing that versus PSG.LGD is incredible.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
0 deaths on the Morphling, like that.
Yeah.
It's insane.
Coming into this DPC season, I know they did well in Division 2, but I didn't truly know what to expect from EHOME. And one of the games that I watched was brutal for them. They got destroyed quite heavily. And the other game that they won off of a draft like TA in that first game, right?
Right.
So sometimes you can't really can't know if the team is really good or the stars aligned. Like, the draft was great, and the enemy's draft was a bit subpar. But EHOME definitely proving to all of us that they deserve this slot in Division 1. And if there's a major, I'm so looking forward to seeing how far they can go there.
Yeah. I don't know if this is a word, so just, you know, correct me if it's not, but their synchronicity.
Synchronicity is a word.
Yeah.
You got it.
Nice. It was on point for EHOME. Like, they were never stacking spells in the wrong ways. It always felt like Bane was holding his Fiend's Grip for the right moment, waiting for either they were going to false promise when the curse came out or when the lasso was coming out. But, like, either ZZQ, Planet, like, they were holding. They were waiting. They wanted their moment. And I think that that's something that you don't see from the less experienced teams, where they're just throwing spells. It's like, oh my god, it's Ame, kill him.
Yeah, it's
like,
the idea of soft committing, right? But hard committing, they're holding back, and you know, they're biding their time. But someone who never holds back, who never bides their time, is of course our draft master, Black. He is a full-on maniac, and when it comes to stats, well, he will find them one way or another. Whether they're real or not is another question. Black,
he's a
how are
certain
you
set
doing?
of skills.
I'm doing good. A little disagree there, of course, that I'm holding back immensely, because we all know if I didn't, the planet would probably not be intact anymore, but it is.
Humble too, this guy. It never ends.
I don't know what planet.
Can you let it out a
him,
little
but
bit, please?
What?
Can you let it out a little bit?
No, not now.
I want to see the
Maybe
ferocity.
soon. No, some things
they-
might be
they-
happening soon, but
Did Planet lose you some MMR, or what happened?
maybe. We can't talk about personal things here because we are very professional.
Of
so
course.
personal feelings have no place here.
Was the number between 30 and 200, or like 210 and 500? How much MMR has he lost you?
A number.
As a number.
Yeah.
Alrighty, let's get into the draft for game number 3 and find out exactly how this one's going to go down. Will the EHOME dream remain intact, or are LGD going to turn around and wipe the floor with them? And what honestly do you expect from this, Black? Do you reckon LGD are going to bring a more kind of solid draft? Because you said you weren't too keen on their first 2 drafts.
Well, now they're being forced to do that because EHOME actually banned the Tinker out. And sure, Tinker always looks flashy, but it also brings quite a bit of instability to a draft. And I don't know, like I feel like they just kind of tried to force down a Tinker idea in both the last drafts, which made the draft look a little bit awkward. But now they don't have that, so nothing to say. It's going to play normal, hero, Void Spirit, Less Shock, something like that.
I love nothing to say, but the guy is like straight up a maniac on this hero. Like he is
Yes.
just like, yeah, I'll just blink into 5 heroes and start lasering these fools. See what
Yeah.
happens.
That's
I
a
don't know.
good
I've got a shield, right? I'll be fine.
It's a good thing.
We watched him in that
Push it
last
to the
fight.
limit.
Limit testing.
That last fight, I was like, he's just gonna blink in here and like put himself in the worst position. Blinks right next to the fountain.
5
3
heroes,
heroes.
found him with bait, ready with ultimate, but he had the Oracle behind him as he knew and was absolutely peachy.
Imagine get like last one to the fountain. It's like,
Yeah, that I was thinking that might happen.
Didn't happen though.
They banned the Tinker though, but like I almost feel like that's what they're trying to do in game 1. You assert your dominance with the Tinker, make them first phase ban it, then you've got a lot more.
oh, if they
options.
won game 1, they would have definitely banned Tinker in game 2.
Yeah, it's just like all you need is that one win, which would used to happen when Jinky would play techies. They'd get that one win with techies, and then teams were putting a ban on it, and then you get more options.
Yeah,
now
you're
it's
just
that-
losing the drafts afterwards, right? Like you're giving away way too much in
Yeah.
the first stage.
I mean, that Tinker ban alone looks, it looks weird. Because they lost when they first faced Tinker, and they won when they second faced Tinker. So first banning it, I don't know why they thought it's important to do, but well, now they get the Tidehunter instead, which is a much more solid hero. Gives good team fight, very stable hero. I love Tidehunter. Who doesn't love Tidehunter? Everybody loves Tidehunter.
I don't love Tidehunter.
You love Tidehunter.
I don't.
That's a lot.
Why not?
But he annoys me.
Why?
I'm Team Kunkka.
Oh.
That's a fair answer.
You hate Tide because of Kunkka.
Not really. It's just
What did Tide actually do to Kunkka? You know lore, right? A little bit.
No, I don't.
What about the person next to
his
you?
fleet.
This feels like
I just
Twilight.
know that he.
He
yeah,
sank his fleet.
Sunk his
yeah, like what
battleships.
kind of a move is that? Like to sunk someone's fleet?
It's kind of
It's a sea monster. What do you expect him to do?
yeah. It's Kunkka's fault for sailing there.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
don't-
but Kunkka is a captain. What he's supposed to do?
You sail some other place.
Human is
somewhere else.
not
No.
naturally inclined to sail
yeah,
into the sea.
Yeah, but you don't
A sea
see you don't
monster.
see a sea monster underneath you. Like, can't the sea monster just move?
No, you go around the sea monster.
They
Yeah,
don't-
but you don't see it. It's under you. They
You don't
didn't.
know what he's doing. You don't walk into
Somebody
you don't go out at
probably-
night and walk into a pack of wolves. You know, hear howling and go, "Oh, I'll go have a little stumble around there,
Yeah,
see
but
what's going on."
if
oh
this
no,
guy-
the wolves attacked me. They're the bad guys.
Yeah, but Tidehunter doesn't howl. He's more like a whale or something. You don't hear that. If you're a-
Was Tidehunter
I'm sure you
told
would
to
see that
attack?
in the water. What?
Because was Tidehunter told to attack? Because it's never like, oh, hang out with the Kraken. It's always release the Kraken, and that's dangerous. Kunkka knew that. Come on.
Why are you all against me? Like, you're a
Wrong,
captain
bro.
on a boat. You don't see 30 meters deep.
Gotta
That's
think of
where
your fleet first.
that's where he's eating his anchovies. Like,
If something like a tide comes out, there's definitely gonna be a lot of waves and stuff, though.
You can't claim negligence here. Like, I'm fairly certain there would have been information, or at least when you're going somewhere new, you should test it first, right? Reconnaissance lizard. Do you know the meaning of the word?
maybe Kunkka was reconnaissance. Maybe he was.
Reconnaissance.
Yeah, maybe
Yeah, they
he
just
was
gave him the title of admiral.
Maybe he
what
was
army
the
has
one.
the admiral doing the
Well, that's
reconnaissance?
they
well,
knew. They
the
knew.
good one, because you take the blame. You take the front. All good leaders
I think it
charge
was a
first.
trick. Truthfully, they were like, "Oh, we know Tidehunter's out there, but we need somebody to recon it. We'll give somebody a little promotion, and then they'll be like, yeah, I'll do anything."
And
for
a
you
little bit
guys."
of rum for Kunkka.
Yeah,
make him
yeah.
all,
They're like, all right, you're now an
yeah,
admiral. Go out there with your ship. See what's out there.
So what's it?
Admiral
Okay, now we got that part, but why does Tide hate Kunkka?
came into his waters.
What we were literally just talking about that.
Yeah,
He sunk his ship.
but Tide sunk his ship, so what did he do to make Tide mad? Just go into the area, his
He
territory?
just went into his area. He drank a lot of rum. When you drink a lot of rum, you have to, over the board. So
They were littering.
you,
Yeah.
you'd be angry as well.
Well, the band's almost completed, so thanks for the great little distraction. It was very good. It
Yeah,
was
thank you.
The banning phase.
Distraction.
I'm
It
Team
was
Jacob.
awesome.
It's a serious issue.
I like lores. I only know the anti-mage lore, unsurprisingly.
The monks of Testicurry.
Yeah, and he's the only surviving one.
All right, what are they grabbing for themselves here?
Okay,
Position
actually,
5?
back on track.
Grab it.
Just grab it.
Gotta grab it. Well, Pango's probably gonna be on Zeal again. And 4 Grimstroke is... Well, it can be both. So
Yeah.
it's very-
Pango Zeal or Pango 7E?
Ooh,
Rubik.
Planet on the Rubik.
Against Tide Hunter.
Yep, you
Well.
get that Ravage to steal for yourself. Mortimer's kisses aren't that bad as
Yeah,
well.
I mean, stealing that is so hard, though.
Yeah, she usually stands a bit too far.
Imagine if you just walk through 4 heroes. And you blink out, and you get it, and then you do your kisses, and like, ha!
Yeah, you need to steal it and then get out of the fight to be able to cast them yourself.
That's kind of how I imagine Rubik running, though. Like, you see with the stick, he's like,
Is he a dog?
He's
Got no
wearing the
pores,
mask.
dude.
It's not very easy to
hey,
breathe
it's
under that.
fast running, guys. You start breathing.
All right, wrap it up.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
all right.
LGD's like, go home.
This is one of those anything you can do, I can do better scenarios where they're like, all right, we'll pick.
And really, it is because the first 3 picks too kind of look like something EHOME would draft, right? The minus armor plus TA. That's their bread and butter on
Yeah,
the side of
they love
EHOME.
it.
What they've been drafting. You have a little Shredder, Gush, Melt Strike, now Brood Mother as well to help out. It's
But Brood doesn't look that great here, honestly. Like, all 3 heroes are quite good at
yeah,
dealing
they
with
keep
spiders.
dealing with spiders. That's true.
Yeah, so maybe Faith Bean is like, I'm a little bored of Lycan. I don't really want to play I don't want to play Beastmaster because it's banned.
Played well after I was countered in the last
Ooh,
game.
always
I'll do it
saving
again.
myself last second there. So give me Brute Mother.
Do you think it's a problem that their window blinds are open the way they are?
No, I think it's fine.
It's shining onto your
You
screen.
need some vitamins.
Right onto Ame's face right there.
Yeah,
you
but
know, it's blinding him.
It's blinding you.
I mean, it's not blinding him because he's just going for the 50-50, you know? Just the dark side is
The
showing.
Two-Face.
And then he's gonna like turn around when we can't see him. It's like super dark and whoa. Armor
What?
power. What?
Back on track here.
What?
The Terrorblade gets picked by EHOME. Ooh.
Looks good against the TA, at least. If you land against the Brute Mother, though, you're not gonna have a lot of fun.
Yeah, right?
Wait a minute. Why does nothing say have a green screen behind him?
That's just his cabinets.
Oh, I
painted.
see.
Yeah, it's
You
actually
could put anything you wanted on there. He could get creative.
Yeah, now he can just. Well, I mean,
Pico. What's your favorite color?
red.
Not black.
Wow, you're a terrible coach.
Well,
Aster.
actually,
Wow.
red is a
Actually,
color, and
black
that's
is
a tint, shades, and cool and warm colors.
I'm disappointed already. No need to continue this
Is black
conversation.
truly a color? I mean, come on.
Of course it is.
No, it's not.
Of course it is. A shade can still be a color, in my opinion.
Isn't white a tint or something like that? I learned that.
Okay,
in
explain
art
this
class.
then. Why are black dragons the strongest dragons out there?
No, they're not. They're golden dragons are the strongest.
No? Read some history.
History.
No, golden dragons
Dragons.
are literally always the strongest because there's always like only 1 or 2.
Actually, I think Julius Caesar, he was able to kill a black dragon, but actually died to a golden dragon.
There
Yeah,
you
he
go.
gained a lot
my
of
history
experience, and then he didn't skill.
Your history books are wrong.
Yeah, they're just written by the winners, you know.
Yeah.
That's such a good sentence. History's written by the winners. That's.
This is true.
So
Anyways,
who will be
Ember on
writing
one
the
side,
history
Storm
of
on
this
the other.
game? LGD or EHOME?
I don't know yet.
We don't know yet. Let's find out what these last picks are going to be.
Yeah,
then.
EHOME trying to ban out a couple of Terrorblade problems. First one is the Ember Spirit.
Elder Titan. Ban Elder Titan.
Let's do some statsing.
Is there anything else that you worry about as a TB? There's Zeus,
Yeah,
which we
Zeus
will
is
not
scary.
see.
Elder Titan?
Any heavy storm spirit is pretty scary. Or
Ban.
as they banned out themselves, actually. Interesting.
Wow.
Wow, they ever do that?
Ban out the
Lash
Morphling,
Rock is
maybe.
pretty strong too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Nothing to
Lesh
say.
feels like a pick.
Ooh.
I
Is
like
Morphling a pick here? Is it too greedy?
Morphling for LGD?
Yeah.
Pretty greedy.
I think they need
TA
to
more.
need to take the crown off Shiro though. That's a problem, right? EHOME, they keep beating teams with their Morphling. Shiro, you know, he's up on his high hearse.
Didn't
He's
win
like,
last game though.
true, but he didn't die, so I think Shiro still deserves like a honorary win for that last game.
Yeah,
For
but
sure.
That literally feels like the worst way to lose when you lose like that. It's like, well, yeah, of course it does.
You just feel like my team sucked. GG.
Yeah, but
team
exactly.
didn't suck.
That's why it's the
bad.
worst way.
Oh,
Yeah.
Imagine if it was a single player game, you're like, no way I would lose this game.
true.
you end the game with 0 deaths and a divine rapier in your inventory. That feels like
Go Zeus.
awful.
I want to see Zeus here. Let's
This is
go.
becoming like anti-mage. 2 heroes we've talked
No,
about.
Zeus
like,
would actually be
times.
super strong.
Yeah,
here.
Storm is banned out as well.
Yeah, it's
Makes
just
no
that no one
sense.
is playing him. That's the
I
problem.
will eat my shoe if they pick.
All right, they just go with the puck.
Your shoes are safe.
Wow, that is so fun.
It's also,
LGD.
it makes more sense as well as it gives you some ways of dealing with Bango. So, pretty solid of a pick.
Dragon Knight. Dragon Knight. Looks actually pretty
Only
good
if
here.
there's a golden Dragonite. There isn't.
What's wrong with the gold? Black
Aghanim
Dragons are the
Scepter
strongest
level
dragons.
2.
You play Monster Hunter.
Yeah, actually, Aghanim Scepter gives you the
Black Dragon.
right?
Which is the strongest form, Lizard.
Yeah, because there is no golden dragon.
So when they release.
No, there could have been one, but
They-
they chose black instead.
Because they still didn't add Aghanim's upgrade level 3.
What happened to level 2?
Yeah, they didn't even have level 2 yet.
Why are we skipped?
Because level 2 is gonna be because black isn't even the second strongest.
Ah, I
Dude,
see.
Aghanim's level
It's gonna be
2
silver
would be
and gold.
hype.
Wait,
Change
they
the
picked Night
entirety
Stalker
of
into the
game.
TA. That is a pretty losing matchup. Interesting.
What do you get? You get AoE Silence
card.
versus Puck, which is neat.
I mean, it's good in the game overall, but the laning phase is a little bit rough. Perhaps they should be losing 2 side lanes pretty hard, and then Puck should have a pretty good time in the mid lane.
Yep.
And then if a Puck has a good time in the mid lane, it means he can rotate. And when you already lose the side lanes, you're rotating, and I like that a lot.
It's a lot of rotations.
Yeah.
And the rotations are coming in,
It's like a washer machine.
and then Broodmother rotates middle, takes that tower too.
And that'll get the wheels turning.
Rotating.
All right, gentlemen.
Indeed.
2-1 LGD.
2-1 LGD, says a gentleman in the corner, gentleman in the middle. What
some
say
more,
you?
I need some more time. You guys go.
You had all the time in the world.
Come on.
All right, well.
Mr. Cop?
Well, I'm
LGD for me, yeah.
LGD, LGD, LGD. I'm afraid it's going to be going for LGD. The panel decides unanimously for the favorites here. Will EHOME pull off the unlikely, pull off the perhaps impossible here in the third and final game? It's time to find out with our casters of our Cryptic and Neff.
Thank you so much, Nomad, and yeah,
So brave.
Yeah.
So brave. Each and every one of them.
it's never stopping.
No.
Please stop. Yeah, I mean, it looks like a very good draft from PSG.LGD here in game number 3. I don't know. I feel like they've kind of figured out EHOME. That being said, they did steal a lot of their draft out of EHOME's draft from game number 1.
Yeah, so maybe they figured out EHOME. Maybe they realized EHOME is better than them and they need to copy them, but unlikely.
Yeah,
Here's
no.
my major takeaway.
It's a
from
good
the
draft.
My major takeaway from the draft is EHOME were forced to ban out Tinker. They're not trying to play around it or punish them for it anymore. Their mental absolutely destroyed.
We'll see if that's actually the case here going into game 3. I mean, to be honest, I think EHOME's still feeling pretty good. Like, they've had a pretty good showing so far. Game 1 and 2, we're looking, game 1, amazing performance from them. Game 2, obviously, didn't have the late game matchups. But game 3, we'll see what they can do as we jump right into this one. Both teams smoked up. Nice little good luck there from Zeal, the new player. Showing some good attitude, you know?
Sportsmanship. I don't know what that means, but
I'm sure it just means good luck as well.
yeah.
All
And
right.
that also means good luck.
Yeah.
And I'm going to have to agree with nothing to say. They do sound like chickens afraid to play against, oh man, Zinkyo. He is going to drop at the beginning of this game. Oh,
First blood. Trying to go the way of one of these heroes, right? They have to have some. Okay, Zeal's going to take it. You would have loved to give it to 70 on the Pango, but Shield Crash was just too far off of cooldown. So,
I think they realized Faith Beyond would have started, getting between them, getting those body blocks off, and they were forced to finish him off there. Otherwise, they might not have gotten him. So, Zeal made the call.
yeah, they actually get a really nice sentry there onto the hard camp, or onto the Ancients as well. Faith Beyond sitting here on the Spider trying to get this rune, but I don't know if he's going to be able to. However, on the other side, EHOME might be walking into a trap as they've got 3 heroes set up here. TA Invis on top of the rune with the Gush potentially from Y Planet. Gonna be in a lot of trouble here. Drops the Fade Bolt, doesn't get the rune, and now a return kill for the Templar Assassin. So pretty rough.
You're missing 10 armor.
Yeah, that happens. Zeal thinking
Oh
maybe
my-
he can do
Zeal
the
might just
same
die here as well.
rotation, but they just stuck around. The ward scouting it out, so...
He's fine.
Oh yeah, no, Night Stalker much tankier than the Rubik.
Yeah, but he is now down the majority of his HP. He's used a lot of his regen. A 1-for-1 before the game even starts and the lanes meet. That's a hell of a way to begin the game. But let's talk lane matchups here. We got 7E on the Pango again, up against, I would say, on the puck. I mean, not playing the Tinker this time, but a much easier time getting out of the backline of EHOME. And I feel like EHOME's backline has done a lot of work in these previous 2 games.
Yeah, it really has.
I was going to say just taking a lot of damage there from the creeps in these
He's
attempted
trying to
trades
protect
harass.
this range creep is the idea.
Yeah, he wants to get level 2 before 70 and then push the wave into his tower, potentially dive him and get a kill, which if 70's not careful, he will allow to do. All right, bottom lane matchup. Black talked about this one. He didn't like this Night Stalker into the Templar Assassin. Feels like he really does struggle, and I will agree.
It will struggle in the lane, that is for sure, but it is a very good game for the Night Stalker, like he was saying. And
No, he said well.
no, it's a good game for the
Okay,
Night
yeah.
Stalker. Like, it's a very good game for the Night Stalker, but you do struggle in the lane here, and if he doesn't have that decent start, it might not pan out the way they looked, or they wanted, I guess.
Yeah. Interesting choice. Meanwhile, we got Terrorblade up against the TA. TB, I mean, he does decently enough against Faith Beyond inside the lane. The Spiders, you know, Terrorblade has so much armor, and also being a melee hero, he's got the damage block as well, so he's not really ever going to go down to Faith Beyond prior to him picking up an Orchid, I feel. Always be able to get off the Sunder or, like, TP out. Hopefully he can stay on top as far as CS in this lane up until he moves into the jungle. You do need to outfarm these heroes on the TB. Take advantage of your illusions.
It's not going to be easy, though, because once you have, like, Spin Web and all these spiders, well, speaking of, even before that, Shiro nearly dying in this top lane, going to get salved up there by ZZQ. But I was going to say not the Spin Web, but...
Silken Boa.
Yeah, the Boa. Once you have that plus all the spires, you take a lot of magic damage, so got to be careful. Zeal bottom lane, caught by the Gush and Meld Strike. Great combo from these 2 heroes.
Armor, man. He just can't stand his ground in this lane. I mean, the wave finally pushing to his tower, thankfully. I managed to get the pull off there on Planet, but he almost died for it on the Night Stalker, so his attempt at punish there by PSG.LGD. All right. Night Stalker, I mean, he's going to struggle with the first 5 minutes of the game. Unfortunately, you don't have a ton of kill potential with Rubik as your lane partner, but we have seen just like pop off on this Rubik. There's not a ton of amazing spells to choose from, but you know, you can get some clutch steals in teamfight, you know, potentially get this Dream Coil from the puck.
I mean, when you're against a 5 Tidehunter, it's a lot easier to try and steal that Ravage. Zeal, another Gush, another Meld Strike getting dumped on top of him, so just going to get salved up, I think, on the TA there. Yeah.
Yeah. The thing to note is, again, they preemptively placed a ward on the ancient camps on the side of PSG.LGD, but nobody's even gone over there to try to stack the camps just yet. So regardless of the fact that they have a Templar Assassin, they realize, okay, this is what EHOME's doing. Instead, I imagine they're just going to start to play very aggressive early on rather than get tons of farm on the Templar.
Yep. Ooh, Zeal bottom lane. Once again, dude, they're just doing so much to try and slow down this Night Stalker pre-5 minutes so that when that timing comes out, TA might still be able to solo this lane, but
it's going to work.
Yeah, Planet's
it's going to work.
keeping him alive just for the moment. He is rushing those phase boots to try and get that extra armor. He might even opt for like a Helm of Iron Will after that too. It's hard to say. Like, it's such a good item. It's hard to pass it up.
Yeah. I mean, 6 base armor, and it still doesn't feel like enough in this lane. Your only tool for CSing is just playing close to lane, either dropping Void and having no mana when it's time for getting kills.
Oh, Shiro top lane in some trouble. Doesn't have his ZZQ Grimstroke here, and there it is. Finally, they take him down. Well played by ZinQ here.
Nice find. A lot of magic damage coming out from this, and that's one of the strengths in Snapfire. If you play against a high armor hero in lane, you just go the magic damage build instead. Low armor, you spam out your little shredder. ZZQ.
Just getting ran at underneath the tower, and he's going to have to turn around, try and get on top of the Snapfire. The cookie does not connect. Question is, can he actually get out now is the question. It doesn't look like it. Shiro will find a return kill, though.
Gold is split 2 ways, unfortunately.
Oh, he lost his courier with the boots and the... it's just all the treads, basically. Both treads components just died on courier.
So no walking away from these heroes now, and they're just going to continue to walk at him here. Broodmother doing amazing in this lane so far. I mean, kill gives you a little bit more golden XP, but definitely not where you want to be on the TB. And you're going to take advantage of the fact that you went down on ZQ to refill Nothing to Say's bottle. And still not going to be able to stack up any camps.
Pretty even so far in the mid lane, though. Mid lane, they're going to go with the coil right away. Shield Crash does come through, giving a little bit of damage reduction, but the rotation in from these other heroes. Inkswell will stun him up, swashbuckles away. 7E survives. Just barely.
Yeah, gets a bottle dropped on him. We're just about at 6-minute mark into the game as well. They're going to try to contest these runes finally after 2 other games of them just having domination.
Why? Needs to be careful. He's got Rolling Thunder. He just goes down to Planet. 6 minutes.
Yeah.
They'll get the D ward. The question is who gets the 50-50 on the rune? Is it going to be EHOME or is it going to be PSG.LGD? It looks like it's going to be EHOME. Arcane rune there for 7E on the Pango.
Yeah. And it's likely that he tries to set up a kill with his Rolling Thunder in one of the side lanes with this one. The puck, he's very unlikely to find the kill off onto. Too evasive, able to get away with that illusionary orb.
Zeal managed to grab himself a courier Planet. Gotta be careful, but it is nighttime, so they're gonna pull him back, and Inkswell as well, trying to take down Planet in time. He does get the kill. Level 6 now available for the Templar Assassin. Refraction, a couple seconds off of cooldown, and yeah, 3v1. Templar Assassin wins, finding a kill, still chasing 4 more. They actually cancel a TP down to the bottom lane.
Yeah, realize that nobody needs to be over there. Speaking of, you know, safe lane heroes, Terrorblade. Unfortunately, forced all the way back in the jungle. While that fight was going on, Snapfire was just running at him under his camps. And ended up establishing some pretty deep vision as well. So they're going to be able to scout out Terrorblade as he tries to do something. And the area of the map that he has to farm is so limited.
Yeah, and it's just going to get worse, right? This tier 1 tower tops up Bounce and Fall. Black was saying, you know, once that does, the Broodmother can start rotating even mid. They've got wards already placed to protect that, so...
They get absolutely no interest of stacking up or clearing out their own ancients. Instead, they're going to invade EHOME's jungle. This is exactly what EHOME did the game they were playing Brood.
Actually, do have a ward here scouting the TA. Swashbuckle on in. Rolling Thunder comes through. He does have Meld, but they get the kill. Goes the way of Planet here on this Rubik. So they do manage to find at least something for their troubles, but they're still starting to fall a little bit behind.
4 for 4 isn't too bad, but yeah, they get the kill off onto the TA, but unfortunately you've lost your farming space for the Terrorblade. The only place that really feels that safe one. Oh, beautiful.
Yeah, you'll love that.
Huh?
That hurts.
As
why?
That.
Bottom lane needs to be careful. Dark Ascension does come through from Zeal. Underneath the tower, though, taking a lot of damage thanks to the Gush. Planet here as well. He's actually okay, he doesn't have the flying animation for some reason. This is very weird. He's just walking.
This isn't working as intended.
He's like not even above the trees even. I don't know what this is. His like Dark Ascension like half went off on the Z axis.
This is fine. This is Dota 2 as it is meant to be.
I'm sure. All right, looking for the dive here. They do see the TP, and as Dark Ascension fails, ZinQ will TP in. And they're looking for more. Puck's coming in. Nothing to say with the DD rune and the coil. Zeal, though, going to be slowed up. Yeah, they get him with that. Question is, can he survive? Absolutely not.
And yeah, you just got to give this one up. You don't want to take the fight into them, not with the DD on the puck. So they lose a Night Stalker. They wasted a little bit of time rotating Pango in to try and defend, but he still didn't have Rolling Thunder up for another couple of seconds. He does have it off of cooldown now, but previously wasn't able to do anything. And it's not even like dying there gives you that much space, because unfortunately Broodmother is farming up your jungle. A Terrorblade's space is so limited, and he's going to start to fall off.
Yeah, well, the thing that they do have for the Broodmother late game is always going to be ZZQ's like Stroke of Fate on the spiders, but you also have the Pangolier, which is pretty good at clearing them up. So you do have answers to it eventually, but you do need some items and some XP to get to that. Swashbuckle comes through. They have the Rolling Thunder once again, looking to get on top of this Templar Assassin. He connects on the first bounce. Can they take her down a second time? It would be huge, and 7E. Cookie on forward, protected for the moment. They don't have detection. They got nothing left. They turn around onto Zeal. There's going to be the Mortimer Kisses, and now he's trying to just run back the other way. 7E.
He's got refraction. He's all in now on 7E. If he can finish him off, it'd be something, but again, no detection.
He's in so much trouble, man. Swashbuckle comes through. He managed to find the kill, but 7E with a bunch of damage reduction thanks to that shield crash will expire now. Cookie on forward, chain stunning him down, and
shield crash?
You're going to pay for this one. 2 for 1. 2 cores for the Templar Assassin.
I mean, it does slow down the TA's game. She's the top of the net worth for her team, so it's definitely worth it shutting her down. But if 7E is not pulling ahead, and again, if your TB is not getting a ton of farm, you're not doing great. And we're going to come to the same scenario that we saw in some of these previous games, or just the last game, where Shiro ended up top of the net worth, 30K, like a panel talked about, but everyone else on your team is not doing damage.
Yeah, so far, still fairly even in net worth. They're going to try and push this bottom lane, but TPs do seem to be coming in. It's going to be the puck. But, yeah, Terrorblade with that meta, trying to do what he can to this tower, it seems. He did steal Orb on Rubik. That's not a bad one.
Yeah. Well, it was listed as stealing Jaunt, which is very funny.
Oh, very cool.
But, yeah, he's got the Orb. One on the sidebar. Definitely said Jaunt.
Oh, smoke up on the left side of this fight. They've got a Ravage here, and there's going to be the coil onto one. Dark Ascension in from Zeal, but they've got to take down Puck. They've got to stop the Ravage. It comes through in time. Nothing to say. He goes down to an orb from Planet, and now Y. He's come too far forward, as well as Shiro going to try and chase him down. One more orb. Not even necessary. Shiro managed to pick him off, and there it is. Zeal chasing for more. Finds the kill on his Q. 3 for 0, as well as the Tier 1 tower. I mean, I thought this was for sure the great initiation.
With the Tidehunter coming in with that Ravage, yeah. It looked like Zeal, like halfway through that, he realized, oh god, the Tidehunter's coming in, but he moved back away from the Tidehunter again afterwards. I think he figured, okay, even if he gets this Ravage off, it's a little bit too late at this point. He's not going to be able to do enough damage to bring down my team, and that's going to put that on cooldown as well. So the fact that they knew nobody else was coming in from the information they had from Dark Ascension allowed them to confidently take that fight and just pump the damage into Puck with the Dark Ascension bonus instead of trying to get the silence off onto the Tidehunter.
And you still have a Broodmother problem, right? This is one of the big issues, is Faith Beyond. I mean, he was so good with the micro lap. Okay, unless you just lose all of the spiders like that, then maybe less of a Broodmother problem.
Some people aren't meant to be parents.
Yeah, okay. Unlucky. Oh, God.
Like I said, some people just aren't meant to be parents.
Yeah, I was going to say, you have the two answers to it from the Pango and the Grimstroke at all points of the game. And, you know, Faith Beyond, got to be careful with those spiders and feeding that gold on over to these heroes.
It's not a ton of gold, but, you know, it does slow you down for sure. You don't have that same kill potential.
They're smoking top. Y is going to be the one that ends up popping it here. And Grimstroke with that Phantom's Embrace can't remove it, so easy pick off.
He's got no points of Kraken Shell either.
Oh, well, that would do it. Mid lane, okay. Mortimer Kisses comes out. They find the kill onto the Night Stalker. Ame working on the Tier 1 tower, and 70 with the Rolling Thunder. Gonna try and get in. If they can find this kill onto TA, once again, it'd be huge. But I don't know if they have the damage here. Soulbind does come through. They have to cancel the TP as a result, and 70 will just walk away.
Yep. Soulbind's off the last second. Unfortunately, didn't get enough stuns there onto Ame and didn't get him close enough to that Tier 1 tower, so they figured, all right, well, we don't want to dive this one, have them turn the fight around onto us.
Yeah, they've got the Deso very soon as well. Faith Beyond with the Orchid completed.
Yeah, needs another 1,000 gold for it, and that's done. They've slowed down the TA's game a little bit with a couple of these initiations, but both teams playing a little bit kind of aggressive. A little bit behind where they want to be on farm. Broodmother did have control of the jungle, but they managed to get a little bit back on the side of EHOME. But
what did he steal? Ooh, Meld Strike, not the best one. He's trying to get traps, I would guess, right?
Yeah, the vision that was provided is just amazing. Refraction wouldn't be too bad either. To like start a fight off, you drop that on yourself and you're able to play a little bit further forward, or you don't have to worry as much about the puck blowing you up, because again, a lot of it is just like big nuke damage, and if you stop his damage coming out from Illusory or plus Waning Rift, you're generally going to be fine.
Planet does not mind trading with Y and dumping a lot of damage out onto this Tidehunter. He does have the Ravage, so it's a very difficult fight to go for. They end up just smoking right away, thinking maybe we can play around it. They're heading top here to meet with the Broodmother, but EHOME's actually wrapping around the other way onto this mid lane.
Yeah.
Okay, no, they're going to walk right into the Tide, potentially. Very scary. Ravage is available. The smoke comes out right away. There's the big coil. The Ravage connects onto all four. The Pangolier dead right away. The Mortimer Kisses hitting on the back line. They've lost two, about to be a third, potentially. Zeal needs to be careful, try and take down Nothing to Say, but it's going to be the Terrorblade here. Shiro doing a lot of damage. Can they actually find these kills, though? Or we'll clean up all of these spiders. A 3-for-1 big fight win there for PSG.LGD.
Yeah, that was, I think, the realization that dawned on EHOME when they popped that second smoke and it just doesn't activate. They go, oh god, they're on top of us, aren't they? The Dream Coil, the Ravage, and the Mortimer Kisses tearing them apart. Nice positioning there from PSG.LGD, getting that wraparound onto them.
Yeah, that was such a sick play. The wraparound, absolutely perfect, doing wonders. And, you know, Broodmother surviving that fight means she's going to be able to farm so much more of this jungle and continue to apply chip damage onto this mid tower. Looks like they're actually turning their eyes onto Roshan. You know, they got the TA, they got Gush, they've got Little Shredder.
It's a bold move. I mean, you're taking it fairly quickly, though.
Pango's
with all
bottom.
this minus armor. Yeah, Pango in the bottom lane. He's not going to be able to come in there with the Rolling Thunder, and they'll just get this for free.
Yeah, very well done. Templar Assassin and taking Roshan. They have a better duo right now. That seems to be the case.
Well, OD is pretty good in it as well. That Arcane Orb should not affect Roshan. That pure damage just ends up tearing him apart, especially when he's got an Ogre Magi on his team. He's now top of the net worth again on the Templar Assassin. You're keeping up on the Terrorblade, but again, I don't think he's going to be able to do this all by himself. We're going to see the same sort of situation from Shiro that we saw last time. He's trying to keep up, but, you know, with
no easy task.
Yeah. With them controlling so much of your map, the game is difficult. They still hold their tier 1 in the mid lane, so they can invade PSG's side of the map as well. But they're not doing anything with this, you know, Ravage being on cooldown at the moment, which is kind of surprising to me. I thought for sure they'd take advantage of this one, try to run in a couple of heroes and make space for the TB, but instead they're letting them finish a couple of their items here on PSG. I guess you just really want a BKB on Shiro before you feel like you can take any fights, but it's going to give Ame a chance to finish off his Blink Dagger. Puck's probably working on one right now as well.
70 picks up a blink going for the Yule Scepter next. You can pull the, you know, very high skill play of breaking coil with the Yules. It's never easy though, so.
Yeah. That is the Blink Dagger that Nothing to Say is working on. So once he's got that one, jumping the backline, stopping these initiations from Planet or the Grimstroke here. This game's rough, man. I'm starting to think the panel might have been onto something.
I mean, they have such a good draft here that farms so fast on the side of PSG.LGD, and so as this game continues, I just feel like it's going to be too difficult for them to stop this Broodmother. Like, he just kind of has free reign of this game right now.
Blink Dagger's completed, Ravage is back up. Y's going to be working on the Blink Dagger as well, but not going to complete that one for a pretty long time. But this definitely does favor them, all this downtime.
Mid lane tower finally does go down to Ame there.
Yeah, so.
I got eyes on the Tidehunter. Blink in. He's got Crippling Fear, but he gets Orchided instead. Inkswell's going to do a lot of damage. Rolling Thunder from Zeal. Okay, 70 finds the kill. Zinq trying to run away. But it looks like 70 might just turn his attention back the other way as they have vision on the Templar Assassin mid. Swashbuckle on through, does pop the trap, Soulbind holding in place, but there's going to be the Mortimer Kisses. They're going to be able to get the Aegis, the first light, but a coil holding them down. He gets a Sunder off just in time, but Faith Beyond on the backside doing so much work on this Broodmother. Chasing down hero after hero, takes down both supports. Zero trying to TP home. I don't think that one's going to make it. 4 for 0, make it 5. Actually, I guess you can count the Tide, but fantastic fight there from PSG.LGD.
Yeah, saving that fight there on Nothing to Say, getting in the Dream Coil off, setting up the Mortimer Kisses, and they didn't realize they got out with that jaunt afterwards. They played around for a moment, wanted to finish him off as he came in. Sunder didn't even end up mattering. Yeah, look at that damage coming out from all these heroes here. Have been playing a huge part. And yes, you got a favorable initiation. You end up catching the TA, but gets back up and turns the fight around on you. Now 7k net worth advantage. It only gets harder from here.
Yeah, they have to like really prioritize like finding this Broodmother and preventing him from just sniping these backline heroes, but I think he's got a BKB coming out, so that's going to become so much more difficult.
Yep,
and there it is, yeah. All right, Night Vision giving him the advantage here, looking to get on top of Y again. There's going to be the Inkswell, going to stun him up. They don't really bother committing the Crippling Fear. There is going to be the Dark Ascension. 7E trying to find something, but they've completely disengaged. So yes, you take down the Tidehunter once again. They're trying to force Ravage, maybe?
They absolutely need more. They can't do this with the... I mean, they just ended up using Dark Ascension and Rolling Thunder towards the end of that one. They got nothing off of it. PSG.LGD, they're going to be super happy about this.
To get another tier 1 tower bottom. Ooh, Puck. Very close. Ah, he's fine.
Yeah, they can't keep up this chase. He's going to get away. The rest of the team can't keep up with Zeal. Not with this Blink Dagger. I mean, this is the item you get on the Night Stalker, playing, like, jumping the backline, stopping both the snap fire and the puck from being able to do anything, but
Smoke Up looking to move towards the bottom side. Gobble Up is available right into the Mortimer Kisses. Lots of damage out onto ZZQ and a quick meld strike. All that's necessary to find that Grimstroke kill.
yeah, with the double damage rune as well. BKB almost completed too. Just needs another 1,800 gold. Oh, no, less than that. Needs another 1,200 gold for that one.
All right, you're starting to have a real issue, a 9,000 gold advantage here for the side of PSG.LGD. I mean, the Grimstroke at 3,600 net worth. You've got Zinq on his Snapfire passing both your supports as well as your offlaner. It's looking grim.
Yeah.
See what I did there?
Yeah, it was a good one. Very clever. Faith Beyond with the army up here. I mean, they've got multiple heroes behind the tower. If you press too far forward, you try to jump this Night Stalker, you will end up paying for it.
Rolling Thunder coming through. They find the puck up on the high ground. Do they have the chain stuns? They've got Crippling Fear. Okay. Nothing to say. Goes down wide. Gobbled up. Spit in. Gonna get controlled up for the moment by 7E. He's got the Swashbuckle. Goodbye, Spider Army. The question is, can they do anything? Big reflection. In comes the Terrorblade. They will take down another Tidehunter kill. Zinq trying to TP out. Not gonna happen. 3 for 1. Pretty good fight, honestly, for EHOME.
Yeah, they realized they were just trying to bait that one out. I mean, it was blind hitting up there and getting the disable off onto the puck, but they realized this is where they're going to be standing.
It is still so difficult. I mean, you took this fight without the Templar Assassin, and she's like your primary damage dealer here in these fights.
Yeah, I mean, you got the favorable initiation there off on the puck. I think once you blew him up, the rest of the team just trying to get the disengage off. Faith Beyond has activated his BKB and walked away the moment he went down. But I don't think you're going to have that many opportunities like that. They came very surprised that they got the jump off onto the puck there.
Yeah, they knew about the ward. They pinged it out immediately after, so probably won't make that mistake again. Meanwhile, Faith Beyond continuing to do what he does best. Now has the Blink Dagger here on the Broodmother. So again, he's just trying to focus these backline heroes. They smoke up on EHOME. Oh my god, if they find Puck a second time, this would be massive. The question is he going to scout it on the high ground? Rolling Thunder is coming through.
I know where he is.
They get the Crippling Fear off, but nothing to say. Able to blink out in time. Does have another orb. They aren't going to be able to hold him in place.
Oh, they caught him!
They caught him with the Yules? No way. What a play by 7E.
Okay. We have a game on our hands. They end up using it just late enough that he's not able to illusory orb away towards the end of that one. But they're just going to opt to push the top tier 2 tower to take outposts if they're going to play on their side of the map.
They're going to trade tier 2 for tier 1, and that's a pretty rough trade here for EHOME. PSG.LGD very happy to do this. They could maybe even try to defend mid. They already TP back on...
How long until Ravage is available? It's got to be soon.
I mean, yeah. They get the tier 2. Looking to go in. Templar Assassin trying to chase down Zeal. A lot of damage coming in from this hero. The BKB is forced. They get the blink out on the Night Stalker. 7E also able to make it out, but Faith Beyond snipes him just in time. 7E on the run still, but... yeah, he's going to be fine. Meanwhile, wait, Shiro took a tier 2 in the time. All right, that's not... I ended up not being that bad of a trade.
Tier 2 for tier 2. Ended up making space with that one. With that, the game, evens out a little bit. I thought it was over for EHOME a moment ago, but a couple of clutch plays, getting the pick off onto the puck twice, making up space for them.
I mean, they're still pretty far behind, an 8,000 gold lead still for PSG.LGD, and it seems like no matter what EHOME do, they can't chip away at it.
And again, we run into the issue where Shiro is the only hero that is that far on the side of EHOME, and as this game goes on, he's not going to be able to carry it by himself.
Absolutely.
TP versus Templar Assassin matchup, they're both whacking away at each other. I mean, yes, a lot of the time, the minus armor from TA doesn't really matter, the massive amount of agility that you have, but he can't tear through that refraction, especially once he hits level 25. Both teams going to be wanting to set up around the Roche pit. It's going to respawn in about half full timer, minute and 30 in total, another 45 seconds. So
they find on the high ground. It's actually going to be the Pangolier. Yule's protected, but a perfectly timed Ravage to follow it up. And yep, 7E goes down.
He's got to buy back.
I think they're just trying to disengage. That might not happen though, as Puck continuing the chase here. Nothing to say. Wait a minute.
Which blade?
Oh no! All right, Faith Beyond snipes him. Yeah. Spawn spiders from downtown.
I was almost certain he'd buy back there on the Pangolier. I mean, again, Roche almost back up. They're going to take control of this outpost as well. So at this point, there's no way that they're able to defend
Gobble
this one.
up top lane. Zeal gets out. Okay. That was pretty smart.
Yeah. The vision of that one, I'm pretty sure they saw that one coming with that observer right there. It was close whether or not it saw him. It would have seen him flying through the air, but not him gobbling him up.
Yeah, not at all. I think he just hit the last creep and blinked. Yeah. All right, Roshan, number 2, has spawned back into the pit. It's going to be the sign of LGD, and it goes so dang fast. It is impossible for them to contest at this point, and Aegis number 2, as well as the Shard, is going to go the way of the Templar Assassin once again.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, she'll take Shard. It's just way too good.
No, she's going to finish up his Daedalus before she pushes high ground. At that point, she's just going to melt any hero she jumps on top of. Only a moment until they're ready to push high ground on PSG.LGD. Ravage is something they want to wait for as well. But again, you don't have the Daedalus completed on the Terrorblade. He just doesn't feel like a match for the TA right now. 1,200 gold until they're ready to go. I mean, maybe they can make a play before that happens if you can catch somebody up by themselves again, but I mean, nothing to say is going to be way more careful after getting caught out twice.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, PSG.LGD is just playing so patient right now. They have no worries in the world, just going to farm this game out, and I think they do scale pretty dang well.
Do you think they'll wait for the Assault Kuros on the Broodmother before trying to push high ground? Because that's not going to come out until like the very end of your Aegis.
I don't think they're even really looking to pressure high ground unless like EHOME fight into them and lose a fight. Like they don't really, like I said, they don't really feel like they're on a timer.
It is true. Our panel said it as well. What's he doing with these spots? Really?
I didn't see the Pango with him.
Just try to min-max your farm there, take out the range creep. Fair enough.
They do have a ward that's actually scouting Broodmother as well as the Tidehunter from coming on in. The question is, do they want to try and force the fight? They're going to get scouted now. In comes Brood. He's going to pop the BKB, stay right on top of Zeal. And yeah, no chance he gets out of this Soulbind onto 2. Puck might be in trouble. Chain Stun's out from 7E, trying to do what he can, but he's going to have to swashbuckle away. There's no follow-up, and now TA blinks on forward 7E, roll up, trying to get some distance. Mortimer Kisses from downtown, hitting these heroes as Faith Beyond continuing the chase. They get the Rubik. Force Staff's not going to be enough, and a big Ravage does come through. They manage to clip 3, and now 4 heroes dead on the side of EHOME as they go right onto the high ground. And honestly, it doesn't look like they have anything to stop them at this point.
This is the PSG.LGD we're used to, tearing EHOME apart. 20 key net worth lead here, 20 minutes into the game. Age is still available, like you said, and they just can't defend from this. I mean, they tried their best. They, picked up the Nightstalker there, tried to pull him away from that Dream Coil, toss him out, but he just ends up melting. Way too much damage coming out from these heroes at this point.
Being able to phase shift during Soulbind is not, I did not know you could do that. That's very interesting.
It's very cool.
Yeah.
You can phase shift during leashes. It's Illusionary Orb you can't use during leashes, but a lot of time you can just stall it out by pressing phase shift. So very good against Crystal Maiden Frostbite as well. You just phase shift off the entire thing.
Yeah, that is interesting. Yeah. All right. They do have vision on Faith Beyond Spiders. They could just clean these up real quick. And that's exactly what they're going to do. The question is, can you go for anything here? I mean, Ame still got an Aegis for another almost 2 minutes. They did manage to steal traps on Rubik, though, so a little bit of vision is going to be provided from those. He does have the Shard as well, so yeah, the silence as well as the extra vision.
Thankfully, we can tell which shards are, or which traps are which, as some of them are green.
Yeah, they're going to smoke, but they smoked right under a trap, so they know about this on the side of PSG.LGD.
Yeah, I think they realized they smoked under a trap just now as they end up clearing one of them out.
Why?
I mean, this is the worst
target.
Here?
Yeah.
Like, who cares if you end up losing your position 5? You can't commit onto Ame either. This Aegis for another minute and 10 seconds. He gets back up, he activates his BKB, and your team just melts.
The question is, who do you even start the fight on? Like, how do you initiate into this LGD lineup?
I mean, it's got to be Templar Assassin with the amount of damage she does, but not while she's got this Aegis. They just somehow stall this one out for another, 60 seconds here. Oh, no.
So many traps, but he's silenced. Needs to be careful. Yeah, safe for the moment, but BKB popped by Faith Beyond, trying to chase down ZZQ here on the backside. Inkswell gonna buy him a little bit of space, but he gets the kill anyway. Nothing to say. Also finds the Pango. The E-Blade just doing so much damage. Crippling Fear, though. Can they take down this Puck in time? They've still got Y waiting and holding this Ravage. Shiro gets the first kill onto this Templar Assassin, but can she get out? She bombs the BKB, instead turns it around onto Shiro. He's going to have to sunder up his Night Stalker, but it's not that much health. Zeal continue the chase. They take down the Terror Blade. Mortimer Kiss is looking for more, but they're into the base. 3 heroes dead without buyback.
And nothing left in the tank. That crit finishing off the Terror Blade. I think that was the last of their hope here, and they go through these towers so quickly. The Assault Cross completed with this Desolated. Tier 3 is melting. That team fight, the Panko just wasn't able to control up the puck. He got off him for half a second. While he was trying to chain stun him up, and that ended up being enough for Nothing to Say to jump up onto the high ground and get away from his Rolling Thunder. And with that, they just can't control anybody.
Yeah, 2 lanes of barracks now are gone, and you do have the tier 2 protecting bottom. I'm surprised they didn't just try and force the tier 4s here, but LGD playing safe here.
Yeah. I mean, you dropped a game to EHOME, you have to show them a little bit of respect. You don't want to go dive straight into tier 4s and give them a chance to turn around the game. Instead, you take it slow. They'll get this tier 2 in no time at all. They'll get themselves mega creeps and overwhelming force. They'll close this game out. We're almost to the 1,000 net worth lead per minute mark here.
That's a classic one, of course.
Yeah.
Able to steal more Psionic Traps here. All right, very nice. Gobble Up. It connects onto 2.
But they don't follow up with this
Yeah,
one.
that'd be a...
Tidehunter ended up going eggs instead of Blink Dagger, so.
Be a very deep dive. I'm not saying they couldn't do it, but it'd be a little risky.
We've seen games turn around from less. Puck is just going to blink back to his side of the map. Fair enough. They don't want to push any further than this one. Again, they control the entire map right now. They were never worried about taking this game late anyway, so farming up at the moment. They already have all the tier 3 neutral items, though. So again, just working on these next set of items.
All right.
Certain the game would close out just a moment ago when they were walking up high ground, but playing it as safe as possible.
Yeah, I mean, TA is just so farmed here.
She's going to one-shot the creep wave. The double damage room. You have BKB complete on the Night Stalker, but this doesn't really mean anything either. 9 seconds on this one. I mean, you just died of the physical damage coming out from the Templar Assassin, no questions asked.
I mean, it's exactly what we saw in game 2, right? Where you have one farmed hero, everyone else, I mean, have nothing. Right? You've got a blink BKB on your Night Stalker. It's not enough to help carry this game, and you're just actually falling really far behind even Jin Q on the 4-position Snapfire.
Yeah. Why are they running on the spot? I mean, they're giving him something to toss in, I suppose. Ammo for the cannon.
Yeah.
Spider cannon.
That's terrifying.
Yeah, he's going Maelstrom on Snapfire.
Yeah, why not? Just more damage. This is what Jin Q does, dude.
Fair enough. He scales into the late game.
He went Ags, Boots of Travel, Blink.
Is that really supporting? All right, they have him boxed in now. They're just having fun with it. $32K net worth advantage. We're going to see when Roche responds in the next couple of seconds here. But again, they know they can't separate right now. In PSG.LGD, they're just farming up the entire map. Maybe a little bit more careful than they need to play, but they want to get through this entire DPC season without taking a series loss here. So respect goes out to anyone who can grab a game off of them, and EHOME have done that.
Yeah. The Puck, I'm really hoping he goes the Dagon. He's got the E-Blade already completed. So, I mean, I think that would be hilarious. He's got a BKB queued up right now. I think it's a little boring, but he doesn't want to risk dying.
No. If the EHOME take a game off of them, they show them respect. No Dagon here, only BKB. Playing this as carefully as possible now. Unfortunately, they're just not catching up on EHOME. EHOME they're just high-fiving each other inside the base. They know they can't leave. If a puck catches any of them out, they just die.
Yeah, there's not a lot of options here for the side of EHOME.
Yeah, I mean, they're just waiting for PSG.LGD to come into their base, make a mistake. That's their only play, but this team way too experienced to make a mistake like that. Just waiting until they're absolutely certain they can close this game out.
Help, no. These guys are just having a good time, you know. They're just having fun.
Feels like both of them know the result of this game. Maybe they try to clutch out leaving their base and grabbing a Roche or trying to fight them inside the Roche pit in a moment, but with the wave shoved in their base, it's going to be very telegraphed to PSG.LGD. Is that what their attempt is?
This is funny. I love all the all chat that they're doing. It's good stuff. Yeah, it just like shows like EHOME's like kind of accepting, you know, what's happening here. They're not going to give up, right? They have honor. They're going to fight this one out to the bitter end. And LGD, not gonna try and throw this in any capacity. They are very much waiting for next Roche. That is going to be their objective. After that, likely to just go right into the high ground.
Yeah. Another 8 seconds till it respawns. It's scattered out instantly with the side traps. Then I imagine make a beeline over to the Templar Assassin.
Nev, can you translate that for me? Where's Black when I need him?
Yeah. They should be on the cast right now.
Oh, he's literally dropping Roche timers. He's like, yeah, it could be up right around now, by the way. Okay.
Let me assist you in closing out this game.
All right. I love these guys. There it is.
I have to ask our translator what they're saying.
This is a good one.
All right, that's going to be that, though. With
Oh,
that
Rubik high-five the tower.
43k net worth advantage now.
Yeah, it makes sense. You just got a free Aghanim Scepter. It's a lot of gold.
Smoke up as well. Certainly you don't wait for tier 4 neutral items. That would be a little bit too mean, wouldn't it?
Yeah, no, I don't think they have anything holding them back now. As they smoke up here on the side of PSG.LGD, getting ready to go on the high ground, get this last lane of barracks.
I mean, maybe they come out of this one with a kill. They're going to try.
Oh, refraction for Rubik. Okay, a little bit of damage instance.
Yep. He's not going to die so quick.
Yeah, I don't know how you kill this TA, though. I mean, all of your damage is basically Shiro on this Terrorblade. You have a little bit of control from the, like, Basher of the Pangolier, but you've got Aegis, you got BKB, and you have so much to follow it up. All right, well, they're going to go for it anyway. Try and interrupt these heroes. E-Blade's going to buy him a lot of time. 2 heroes sold on the backside, but Zeal just gets completely controlled. And now looking for more. Can he actually do anything on this Terrorblade? He's forced to just run away as a TA, just dumping in so much damage. Inkswell doesn't do much. There's going to be the Orchid. They come out, they take him down. That's got to be it. There's nothing left. Gobble Up sends him in. The GG comes out, and EHOME will fall in this series as PSG.LG will guarantee, I believe, themselves first place here off this series.
That's exactly right. This puts them at, what, 6-0 right now. 1 series left to play against IG, but IG not looking so hot. And I think Aster is at just 1 loss themselves, though, aren't they?
Yeah, Aster lost to PSG.LGD.
Yeah.
So
congratulations to PSG.LGD with the clean victory. Rough at first, EHOME taking that first game there. Looked dicey for PSG.LGD in game number 2 as well, but clutch it out in the end. Amazing performance here in game number 3.
Absolutely. I mean, they all played well. For me, the MVP of this whole series has to be Faith Beyond. Like, he played an incredible series. Game number 2, completely on his back for the Lycan, and then in game 3, his Broodmother, absolutely unstoppable. But yeah, LGD, you can never count these guys out. They just plays too clean of Dota.
Well, that's going to be it from us. Instead, we'll have to throw you guys over to our very, very brave panel.
Unfortunately, the stars do not align for Team EHOME as they do lose the series to LGD, making it a 2-1. What do we think, Lizard? Was it, just getting out of bed for LGD, taking a little bit of time to get into gear, or did EHOME just catch them off guard in that first game? Haven't seen the whole series.
No, I feel like that EHOME played really well in the first game, and in the second one they had their chances too to take the series. So it's not we can't disregard their performance and say it's just PSG.LGD and put it all on them and their performance, perhaps saying that they haven't played as well in that game 1, came in relaxed, which could have been the case, but game 2 proves a point.
Yeah.
Game 3, however, it's LGD.
It was all LGD in that game 3, but game 2 was certainly close.
I mean, we do have to talk about that game 3, unfortunately, even though it was a bit of a stump. Nothing to say on the puck. They take him off his tinker, put him on something, and he's suddenly like, oh, I can move around all as much as I want. I've got all these mobility spells, and just feels like he was really freed up in this game to just make play after play after play, just enabling his team so much.
Yeah, there were a couple times where he got caught out, but sometimes typical nothing to say things when you put yourself in the middle of 4 heroes. You're bound to get caught once or twice and pay the price of doing something like that. This Ame, God, if he had gotten out on this one, that would have been just mentally defeating.
Yeah.
I feel like when you go back to the puck point, I think in this game, nothing to say doesn't even have to be this incredible puck. All he has to do is set up for the rest of his team with a good ult, and then you can follow up with enough damage from Xinq's Snapfire, from the Broodmother and TA just encircling the enemy team. Extremely well played by them. A couple of really good pickoffs on Shiro's TB as well, who didn't have as easy of a game as the one with his Morphling. But PSG.LGD just showing some different class over here. Look at that. Just beautiful. Breaking the smoke instantly into a 4-man Ravage. That's just... That's one of those...
I mean...
You know, it looks easy because they're on the high ground, but the fact that they anticipate it and they're at the right place at the right time, it's just...
Yeah, you go up that hill, any hill in the game, without vision, sometimes it do be ending like that. And that's just an unfortunate side effect of being behind the Dota.
Just get the ultimate, like, if you're an LGD fan, they were just, I feel like LGD fans are like, no, they were finally trying Game 3. Just to really put salt in the wind or something like that.
I mean, there's definite copium to come from LGD fans for game number 1, but you know, parts of game number 2 as well. But ultimately, you know, you can't undervalue EHOME's performance in this game. Like they earned that game 1, and they honestly there could be a case for them earning game 2. But LGD did just play the better Dota in the end, and across the series, they definitely deserve this series win for sure. But no shame at all for EHOME.
Yeah, so
sure.
this is PSG.LGD's final victory in the tournament, right? No, they have IG as well.
IG is their final matchup.
Yeah, they have
the
IG.
raid bosses of IG who are currently facing
So
relegation.
if they win versus IG, that should be a clean sheet for them, right? Series-wise,
potentially drop 2 games minimum.
Like, what an incredible feat! Like you come into the Chinese league, Chinese DPC division, and you don't lose a single series. That's insane, considering just how strong it is and what we've seen in the last couple of seasons. Do you guys think that it's the pressure of TI getting to, like, sometimes when you perform on such a high standard in a couple of these tournaments, it just sticks with you afterwards, right? Like you continue playing better.
Yeah, they definitely have grown since that first season when they had the tiebreaker against Elephant last year, and everything's just been a step up since, right? You go from that tiebreaker, you take 3rd at that major in Singapore, and then you have, I think, what was it, a 3rd place finish? It was a group stage finish
they were
in the Animajor
Aster
and IG, I think.
IG.
Or maybe even VG, but they came in 3rd, or they group staged. Then they win the Animajor, they take 2nd at TI, they stay together, they continue to grow, they continue to get better.
They won the Dota Pit as well, right?
Yeah,
and they won it versus Team Spirit. Yeah, in the grand final.
Just before TI.
Just before TI.
Right.
He tells no lies, indeed. They came to EU early, and they smashed out the park with that one. But
that was with Zhao though. That was with the coach playing mid.
Yeah, that's right.
They clowned hard in that tournament as well.
They clowned hard. They played with the coach in a tournament. He was playing like Spirit Breaker mid and whatnot.
Pango mid and losing his lane by like
and they won
so much.
Exactly, and they won the grand finals versus a team who later on proceeded to win the TI.
I think Zhao,
Crazy.
did he play that entire tournament? I think he only played the first like 2 or 3 series in that one.
Maybe he did arrive. I can't quite remember, but we have the honor of sitting down with a member from LGD, and we get to talk to Nothing to Say about their victory. So, nothing to say. Firstly, congratulations. You guys are now 6-0 in this tournament. What does that mean for you guys?
首先，恭喜你们拿下这场比赛的胜利。现在战绩已经是来到了6-0，那拿下这场比赛对你们意味着什么呢？
就拿了这场就拿了那个第1名嘛，所以还是很开心。
I'm really happy we win this game because it secured us the first place, so I'm really happy.
There was that first game, of course, where you did end up dropping a game which is rare for you in this tournament. Did they catch you off guard, perhaps, with some of their picks?
第一场比赛的话，其实你们也是输了嘛，而且你们其实小分的话，很少有在今年的这个赛季里面去丢过分。那第一场比赛，你觉得是不是对面的选人可能让你们有些出乎意料？
嗯，应该是算是我们自己没打好吧，就是让那个 TA 太肥了，然后处理不了，所以就是我们自己打的没那么好吧，所以过后就换个阵容再选 TK。
I think it's our own problem. We let the Templar Assassin farming too well, and we couldn't handle her in the late game. So we just tweak our draft a little bit, and maybe next time we still gonna pick Tinker.
So Tinker's not the issue. What about game 2? Was there any part where you thought that Morphling was getting a little bit out of control, or did you have the faith that you were going to be able to deal with him at some point?
第二场的话，就是当时看到那个水人的发挥特别好嘛，你在心里有没有想过，就是可能这个水人会有点处理不了，然后你当时是怎么想去后面再去处理这个水人的？
就是打到中后期，就是他很肥嘛，但是我还是可以处理吧，因为我养到了，就是要找机会，只要能把他杀了，还是很好赢的，因为他们只靠一个水人才能赢。
We do realize Morph is a little bit out of control in that game. He has a lot of gold, but I still think I can manage him with my size of vice. So and we also as a team understand he's the only chance that EHOME could win the game. So yeah, we feel confident to deal with him late game.
Nevertheless, were you impressed by Shiro's performance and generally how he's performed through the DPC?
你对EHOME包括对 Shiro 的这次 DPC 的表现，包括这个系列赛的表现，会有一些吃惊吗？就是感觉他们发挥的非常好。
就他感觉就打得很屌吧，就是每场都杀了很多人。
Yeah, I think he's really play really well. He has a lot of kills every game.
We like a lot of kills.
I'm just wondering, you guys. It's been some time since TI, right? It's maybe a hard question, but let's say you get to the major, which you obviously qualified already. If it happens, if you face Team Spirit, what's going to happen?
我想问一个比较严肃的问题，就是你们现在肯定是已经能进 major 了。假设这次 major 还会再打，还能够顺利进行，然后你们又一次碰到了 Team Spirit，会发生什么样的事情？
还是就尽全力去打吧，就是输了就也没关系，但是就是要拿出自己的实力打就行了。
We will definitely try our best. It's okay if we still lost, but we will bring our full potential.
Nice attitude to have, right?
Very nice attitude indeed, yeah. I wanted to ask about the cats you guys have back at the boot camp. I noticed Jingqiu giving one of the cats a kiss on the head before the game started. Is that like a luck thing, or does Jingqiu just really like the cats?
我想问一下，就是基地里那只猫嘛，因为我们在摄像头里看到老赵在比赛前亲了一下猫的额头，就是他特别喜欢猫吗？还是他会觉得猫会给大家带来好运？
就是他们都很喜欢猫嘛，就是在那个基地里面都养了2、3只吧，就是会跟猫互动吧，就是他们比较常跟猫互动。
They all love cats. I think in our bootcamp there are 2 or 3 cats. So they often interact with cats. So that's why.
Okay.
Nothing to say. You seem to dominate with heroes like Puck, Tinker, Ember. Is there a hero that you want Zhao 8 to pick for you that he's just not let you be free on just yet?
有很多英雄玩的都非常绝活，像帕克、TK，还有类似的火猫这样的英雄。那有没有一些就是小巴你可能想玩，但是巴师傅还不给你选的？
应该没有吧，因为就是我们都一起讨论，就是觉得这个英雄能上才选，所以就没有吧。
I don't think so. I think we always have discussion on what hero we should play, and if the hero is good, we're just gonna pick it. So no, not really.
They're free. I want to go back to the pets. I want to ask, are you a cat or a dog person, or is there another pet which you like?
你更喜欢猫猫还是喜欢狗狗呢？还是你有什么特别就其他的宠物你比较喜欢一些
猫跟狗都喜欢吧，两个都可以。
？I love both.
Good answer. Good answer. All right, we'll leave it there. Thank you very much. Nothing to say, and of course, best of luck for future competition, whatever it may be.
祝你们
Thank
后面比赛好运。
Well, there we go. Likes both cats and dogs, just like you, Lizard.
Yeah,
Just like-
I just love all animals.
Indeed, as anyone should. I think what surprised me maybe a little bit there was the way
I love
that
all my teams in Dota.
the thing which surprised me there was that they kind of talked about it like an open forum. You know, they're saying like, yeah, the discussion is kind of there with Jinkyu and Zhao 8 about whatever they want to play, whatever they want to pick. It's very open. Meanwhile, some of the other teams have told us it's much more structured. You know, like the coach, they pick the heroes and you just play them.
Well, he also said they pick like the best hero, right?
Yeah.
So I wonder if he's like, but I also want to play this. Yeah, but Tinker's better. You're good on Tinker, right? Here you go. Here's Tinker.
I also feel that if you're a Tinker player, you're always going to play it, right? Like,
True,
if
true.
the patch is right, you're always going to ask to play that Tinker. You will be very happy if the coach gives you that hero.
Yeah, I was just hoping he'd be like, yeah, I've always wanted to like test out Mid-Lion or Ancient Apparition, just styling some people. First item Midas.
Like,
And on that note, I think we need to throw it to a break because it's time to get B-Cup off this panel.
let's kick him out.
Yeah, we'll deal with that. Sorry for that suggestion. Those of you at home, don't take that into your pubs, please. But yes, indeed, we are now throwing it to a break. Then we'll be back with our next series of the day. Plenty more China action to come, so don't go anywhere. And we'll see you for the next series.
Welcome back to the Chinese DPC for series number 2. Just saw ourselves watch LGD come back from a 1-0 deficit over EHOME in a very close BO3. But now we're on to Avicii RNG, and I'm joined here right now by Black and Neff. Guys, coming off a very hype game and series number 1.
Game 3, not so hype. And 1 and 2, very hype.
Very hype.
Yeah.
But that's what happens. I feel like every BO3 that goes the distance, there's always like that one game, right?
Mm-hmm.
That just kind of, it's a stomp.
Yeah.
It's fine.
The stomp.
It's whatever.
But this game, are you excited for it, B-Comp?
It should be interesting. Vici at 2-3, RNG at 3-2. Both these teams could be tied at the end of this series if Vici do pull out and ahead, and we'll have to see what they end up doing, because RNG, there have been times when they've looked pretty inconsistent, but Vici, we haven't really felt their ferocity yet. We haven't really felt the Vici of the past. And Black, what do you think's going wrong for this Vici squad right now?
Well, it's you can't really blame it on experience, because they do have some pretty experienced players in their team. I just think their drafts overall, they're a little bit too predictable. I think they actually do best when they go away from the conventional like drafting and playstyle.
Yeah.
Which they always fall back on. Though, like they lose one game and suddenly just back to good old. Well, this worked in the past for us. Maybe this will work for us now, but you have a completely different lineup. So obviously the dynamic and synergy is very different, and I don't think they figured out what they are good at yet, to be honest.
Yeah, they've built this lineup around Erica, and it hasn't exactly seemed to click just yet. It wasn't really a lot before that they could have worked on until the DPC and these games start going on. You know, you don't have the luxury of DPL or H Cup or anything like that at the moment, so they haven't really built anything just yet. But for RNG Neff, they're 3-2. Again, a little bit of inconsistencies. They almost beat LGD, but they're just on the cusp of feeling like what everybody thinks they could be, a top 2 team, or maybe even a top 3 team. And right now, if things go in an interesting way where Vici win, could be a problem. What do they need to fix for RNG?
I think a lot of this just does come down to God King. His confidence inside these games, him being able to play what he wants, it plays a massive part in them succeeding with their lineup. I think it also hurts a little bit the fact that we're so late into the patch. He's a hero or a player that likes innovating, doing his own thing, and when the patch is mostly figured out, players who are very good at innovating are limited with what they're able to do. So he's been punished by the fact that we're on 7.30 for so long. But Bush is going to come to shove here. He needs to clutch something out. At the very least, thankfully, this first major is worth a lot less than the next 2, at least if the original announcement that Valve made with pushing things back continues to stick.
Yeah, so we'll have to see if we do, in fact, get that major, where RNG and Vici end up. But right now, got ourselves a draft, so we have to welcome in our draft master, our cryptic draft master.
Hi, yes,
Those
that's
statistics.
me. Yeah. I mean, what statistics would you like? I got a lot of useless knowledge in my head, but then I've also got a lot of Dota knowledge in my head.
Ooh.
So.
What's like the best useless knowledge you got over there?
I don't know. You'd have to give me like a specific topic or something.
Okay, I'll work on that question.
Yeah.
I'll have to figure it out.
That's fine.
I'm always a fan of some useless, like something you bring up at a party, right? You got that one little.
I mean, it's a hit or miss, right? Like if it's a hit, they were like, "Oh yeah," but if it's a miss, you're instantly alone wherever you were. It's like 10 people around, they all leave you. You're like, yeah.
Then you're that guy just watching
From afar.
Yeah.
I've got a question for you then, Draft Master.
Okay.
What did the creator of Dragon's Blood say in the Ask Me Anything Reddit thread that he made just before the release?
I would say probably something along the lines of, "It's good, please watch."
That's wrong.
Sounds pretty good.
Correct already.
Well,
To be fair, it's not a statistic.
yeah,
Right?
that's just.
He's only good with numbers.
Mhm.
So, what is 325 divided by 5?
It's a number greater than 6.
That is true.
Statistically true.
He's not wrong.
Yeah, he is not wrong.
Technically correct.
Can't throw me off my game like that yet, Black.
He's trying. He's getting close.
Yeah.
But we do, in fact, have a draft, I believe,
Potentially.
potentially.
Twitcher will be like, it's this number.
See, look at that. I could just say draft, and it comes right up like that.
Impressive.
The power.
This is some excellent hosting ability, but we're already pretty far into it. We didn't get to that one fast enough. Couldn't discuss the bans in these first couple of picks.
Yeah, you know, I was slow. I was watching the new season of Dragon's Blood.
Were you actually?
Just came out. You know, there was this part where Invoker.
Spoilers, dude. Relax, okay? Were you actually watching it during the break? Because I was. As soon as I finished that last game, instead of preparing for this one, I went on and I turned on a little bit of the first episode. But I'm here to analyze Dota and be on
Analyze some Dota. Take it away. Weaver, Brood, bug picks coming out. Arachnids.
Yeah.
TA, Snapfire.
Insectos.
Insectoids.
Are they insects? Is spider classified as an insect?
I think it's an arachnid. We
It
had this
doesn't count as an
conversation.
We had this
insect.
conversation like a week ago.
Yeah.
Or 2
It
weeks
doesn't
ago.
count as an insect, no.
So both of them are not insects. They are.
Isn't Weaver an insect?
Weaver's got 6 legs, right?
They both have exoskeletons, guys. Right?
I don't know what that word means. It's very big.
I mean, I know what an exoskeleton is,
Interesting.
but does that mean they're not bugs if they have one?
I feel like they have like a different category.
Don't
right?
ants have exoskeletons?
My panel is bugged because it's not talking about the draft.
Yeah, well,
True, true.
Got to keep it back on track. We'll see if we can do that. Tide, Kunkka, Spirit Breaker, now the Mars banned by Royal Never Give Up. And Storm, Quap, and Death Prophet for the side of Vici.
Yeah,
Do you like the 2 openings?
It looks pretty rough for RNG because they got a Brood Mother, and we all know Grandmas are mostly scared of spiders.
They always ask me to come in there with the magazine and just
Exactly.
slap them.
But then turns out the spider's too strong. But the opening, I would say Brood Mother is quite problematic for a TA. Snapfire can somewhat deal with it. Maybe if it's a 4, because you get more levels and experience, which is the same thing.
The Brood's been more of a 4th pick, right? We haven't really seen it this early. It feels like when we see Brood.
Because it always gets banned.
It always gets banned in the second phase.
But when it
because-
doesn't,
Yeah,
you do see it.
it's very easy to counterpick it, but they're trying to block a lot of those options. They got rid of the Tidehunter, historically very good against it. Kunkka, Mars gotten rid of as well, good at dealing with Brood, but the Rubik ban doesn't make that much sense to me. It's decent against the Weaver, yeah, but not enough to make it a valid ban. Jaume played an excellent game on it last time he played, but I feel like he's not as scary as Planet and his other heroes that you should have gotten rid of instead.
Yeah, I mean, Rubik is one of those heroes that kind of just pops out of nowhere sometimes. I mean, I agree, the hero is really good sometimes, but it's, again, like a very player-specific hero.
Jaume did play it.
He did, but it's not like, wow, it's a must-ban hero, you know, unless we actually want to draft something that Rubik is really good against, which I don't know. But Brood Mother's still 100%, right?
Yeah, Brood still has not lost. Yep.
5-0?
Pretty good. 5 or 6, let me see.
Yeah, might be even 6-0 at this point.
Yeah, I think it's 6-0, right? Because we just saw 2 in the last series, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Double
but
check.
it's been picked up specifically in like the second phase or the last pick. So we'll see if these win rates keep up when it's picked this early. They're still having to grab their next hero here on VG.
It's important you pick heroes that can deal with Brood, like more than one. As I said, my like sweet spot is like you have 3 heroes that can deal with Brood Spiderlings, then you're not really afraid of it at all.
But is that something you have to prioritize in terms of like we pick this hero to deal with Brood, or is it something that's like, oh, they also deal with Brood?
It's gonna make sense in a draft.
Yeah, because if you're picking 3 heroes to prioritize 1 hero, aren't you then theoretically losing the draft?
Take
out?
the Dawnbreaker, so we see something a little bit unusual, and this is what you wanted, Black.
Yeah.
You get exactly what you want. Are you happy?
I'm very happy. It's also very good for team fights because Brood likes to just run at heroes, like the Orchid and what's the web shot even called?
Silken Boa?
Silken Bowler, yeah. And then if you just Dawnbreaker ult on top, he suddenly can't get that kill for free.
Yep. Especially once you get that Aghanim Scepter, that evasion that it ends up dropping on the heroes. It is so huge for team fights.
Yeah, 60% is a pretty big number.
I got a question, Ricky.
Yeah.
I need a stats question. Have we seen much Dawn overall?
I mean, the Chinese DPC, we've only seen it once, and it did not win as far as all regions. I can double check that one. Let me give me just a moment. I'll get back to you.
Yeah, sure thing.
I'm a little surprised because Dawnbreaker, I always thought it's super strong.
Yeah.
Like it just adds so much teamfight prowess.
What position do you think it'll be played in this game?
I like 4 the most, but 5 can work. But as I said, at 4, you just get this little bit of farm. You keep split pushing the map. Makes a lot more sense.
Is it strictly just the support these days? I know a lot of people when it
It's
first
been
came out.
run in
was
the
like,
mid lane into the position 1 every so often.
Even
but-
as offlane sometimes.
Yeah, even off lane.
I think people are still like,
feeling it out.
I mean, not really figuring it out because it has been figured out, but it's just like so versatile. It can be literally any position,
Right.
which is why it
Dawn-
fits into a lot of drafts.
Dawnbreaker is 1-9 currently.
Oh, nice.
Very good stats.
Yeah, very good win
Oh my
rate.
So that's roughly a 40% win rate, right?
Yeah, something along those lines. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not doing good. Not doing good.
Don't get baited.
No, I don't know if that math checks out.
Don't get baited.
Stats guy, does that math check out?
No, it's pretty bad. It was pretty bad math.
Very wrong.
Cool.
Tusk grabbed next tier. I mean, Solid with the Weaver, the two of them together, able to find a ton of kills. There's so much physical damage coming out from these two.
Odie. Oh yeah, that hero wasn't banned. It's been ignored for a lot of draft actually lately.
Out of favor.
The meta has shifted ever so slightly, I feel. The OD being first picked and first banned at the start of the upper division here.
Yeah.
But over the last couple of days, it's become a little bit less popular.
I gotta say, I wasn't a big fan of that Chalice OD.
No, it didn't really have that great of a game.
Yeah, it didn't at all.
Yeah.
It still hasn't won a game actually inside the CN region.
OD.
It is 0-3 currently.
Also, that kind of gives
Surprising.
away that they're thinking about Weaver 1, right? Because you're not going to...
Potentially.
Tusk 5 doesn't feel that great unless you're going...
Could be Weaver 5 still. Like, a lot of teams have... I mean, every team has like their own idea with those heroes. But I feel like Tusk in general... Like, it's a good hero, of course, but you already have two heroes that can easily get out of the shard block.
Right. And I just think that Weaver 5, we haven't been seeing much of that. We've been seeing more of it in a 4, getting a little bit of farm priority. Yeah. And they go to the Wraith King. This is, again, we talked about this at the beginning of the draft. Vici just sometimes fall back to comfort, and they haven't really escaped the grasp of, like, oh, we could just pick Wraith King. And Vici, especially Erica, seems to struggle with that.
I gotta say I hate it, because you have like two Deso builders now. I always hated that. Like, I have a PA and a TA, it just feels so lackluster. Like, now Wraith King has to adjust his item build to something else, which isn't optimal.
Yeah, I mean, even when you have a Templar Assassin position, whether it's 1 or the 2, it always feels like the position 1. You're the priority farmer on your team.
Yeah.
And yes, Wraith King can be like the frontline initiator for you, and you can run the Dawnbreakers like a 4 or something, but there's not enough farm on the map when these two heroes are played together, I feel.
What if we just do offlane Wraith King?
I was going to say the only other option here is to run an offlane Wraith King, go a little bit more aura heavy.
You guys are insane.
Because we've
both of
seen
you.
it.
I was thinking
It's
that
actually
we saw it in
happened.
Southeast
My
Asia.
entire panel is insane.
Although we watched that game together and we were like, that's really
Yeah, it was
greedy.
super greedy. But the thing is like, Black's 100% right here. Going 2 Desos is, you can't do that. So the Wraith King's build is basically Armlet Radiance at that point, or just like Armlet into Blink and trying to fight or make space for the TA. It really changes how you can play this hero.
Yeah, but Radiance is a little bit more attractive because you play against that Brute, right?
Yeah.
But just to like add on, like, offlane Wraith King is really... I mean, it
Actually,
can
it's
be
not bad
greedy,
against
but
any of their heroes. The evasion that provides against everybody is pretty good.
it's nice, yeah. You also have to, like, if you just max the Wraith King stun also on that
Yeah,
offlane, you can potentially have, especially with Dawnbreaker, there's so much damage potential.
The issue is that it's slow, and this RNG
Very
draft
slow.
is going to play so fast. Like, Tusk loves playing aggressive, as does Weaver, so do you really have time to build something like a Radiance?
Yeah, I don't know why they picked Wraith King against the Brood in particular. Maybe they think like the 2 supports are just enough because like TA and Wraith King, they're not the biggest fans of playing against the Brood.
Yeah, this is a first phase Brewmother, and we don't really have your, cut and dry, like, Brood counter, right? Like, we normally see, like, if you see a first phase Brood, you're like, all right, we got to pick a couple heroes that deal with it. And they're just not there.
Going into this last ban for Vici. Ban the Grimstroke, so maybe thinking safe lane Weaver, mid OD.
And then a bandit roll. So now they're like, maybe they pick a support or carry. We're not entirely sure. But yeah, God King, like, I'm just super confused with God King. Like, he used to be one of my favorite players to watch. Now he's very average. Like, whenever I watch him, he's like, yeah, he's gonna be okay at what he's gonna do, but not outstanding. And I wonder if it's just like the quote-unquote like superstar power he has in his team that makes him feel that way. Maybe more pressure.
But does he still have that with Somnus on the roster? And the roster around him? Like that superstar power?
Probably though, right? I mean, they're big names. Like, however you look at this, like X-Nova is a big name, right?
I thought you meant like individual superstar power. Like
oh, no, just like the names.
Yeah, okay.
Because like they can pressure some players into...
There you go. Safe lane Weaver, the last pick Undying.
Yeah.
And they're smiling, dude. He's like, yeah, we got him.
So this is position 1 Weaver.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Interesting. I was thinking it would be last pick Beastmaster on the side of VG if they ban out the Troll Warlord.
Would be a pretty good pick.
Does that make the Dawn probably the 5 and the Snap 4?
Yeah, Dawnbreaker can play 5. That's totally not an issue.
They both can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's really just like you put him in whatever lane that you want him to be in, and then you just deal with farm priority later.
Yeah.
So it's not the end of the world.
I do like the Beastmaster though. They banned out the counter to it, and it the they don't have a ton of AoE damage inside of RNG. So
The Beastmaster is good though.
Angle, yeah.
If you're just gonna Primal Roar and then just get Astro Imprison saved.
Pango's pretty good though.
It's a good Pango pick, but again, like this goes back to the problem now. Wraith King, he's probably gonna go into the Radiance build, which is pretty slow against a high tempo team.
They do choose to put Somnus on the OD. And
Yeah,
then
I mean OD against
Challenge
TA is such a good matchup. Every orb attack is like -2 reflection charges. Super good.
And you always build the Meteor Hammer nowadays, so it's pretty straightforward.
Yeah, I don't like what we cook together. It can win, but they need so much early space. Then I don't know. Like Wraith King is gonna farm, TA is gonna farm. Like Pango, they can make plays, but
Too many chefs.
yeah, it's a little too greedy for me.
Yeah. So you go in RNG.
Mm-hmm.
Neff?
I'm gonna go with RNG as well. Black is a smart dude, and for no
you.
reason other than that.
Compelling.
That is the
Very good
first
argument.
time I've ever heard that argument. Ricky?
I am also going to be, Joel, you better watch yourself, buddy. I'm also going to be going for RNG. The last pick, Pango, yeah, that's your like brood counter, but they're just going to dodge the Pango the whole game. I don't think they have the tools to deal with it.
Right, yeah. I kind of think the same. I think RNG just, they have the better tools, and I don't like seeing VG go to those fallback heroes and having them on the Wraith King. Erica just hasn't really shined with
Fine,
that.
change your pick to VG.
No, I'm
Shake
going,
things up
come
for
on.
us.
No, I'm shaking it up by doing the Caster's Curse.
Okay.
I
Nice.
feel like that works.
Do it. Send it full.
Yeah, I can send it. We're going to be sending it to the casters. Nomad, Lizard, guys, take it away.
Send it over to us, because we are extremely excited to be watching this and obviously casting this game.
Oh, sorry, new season of Dragon's Blood just dropped, so I was just watching a bit of that. But yeah, no, we got a very exciting game, a very exciting draft, of course. Which what heroes were again?
Did you see any of the draft?
I absolutely did, Lizard, of course. I'm a consummate professional. I know we've got a Dawnbreaker 5 this game, which I'm very excited for because I love seeing some fresh new heroes coming through. We have seen the Dawnbreaker 5 before. It was one of the first days we saw it, and we were like, is this going to be a Chinese thing? And then it was like, no, it's not. But we do get to see it now.
Yeah, I guess it's something that Team Spirit has been, well, not Team Spirit, Virtus Pro has been experimenting with quite a bit. Position 5 Dawnbreaker, mid Dawnbreaker, carry Dawnbreaker, offlane Dawnbreaker, 4 Dawnbreaker. Yeah, they like it anywhere, but
Who wouldn't want to experiment with Dawnbreaker?
I'm just not a very
Them thighs.
you know, I just don't believe in the hero that much at the moment. There's a reason she's not being picked up, even though she's majestic.
She is.
Like you just mentioned, the skill set is good, has potential, but teams are struggling to find real use. We'll see if Vici Gaming manages to. This RNG draft that they've drafted with tons of bugs reminds me always of old Vici Gaming. Whenever I see Weaver Brood, only thing that's missing is Nyx Assassin.
Gotta complete the bugs.
Yeah, and then you have that major winning draft.
We need
their
more
side.
bugs. We need more bugs. We don't have enough. I want a grasshopper.
I guess you can grasshopper, yeah.
Bouncing around. Can't
Sure.
walk normally.
That's Marcy kinda. just
Bouncing around.
everywhere, yeah.
30 seconds to
Or
battle.
a praying mantis, which have some very weird. I think they cut off their heads after they've mated. They cut off their partner's head.
Did
Praying
you ever see
mantises.
it in the wild?
No, we don't really have praying mantises in the UK.
I have.
Oh,
like,
you have?
a couple of times, yeah. Like
Right. It's like, look at them. They're giving each other a cut up.
I just saw one or two. This place where I would go for my summer vacation was pretty wild.
Oh, Xiaoma going for the steal here, but that is going to pay off. He does get that bounty rune, so that's going to secure them. Just the two. Just the two.
2 each. We're going to see the TAXM on that mid lane. He actually didn't plant this ward, and there's a high ground ward on the other side, so if Somnus is careful enough, he should spot it out.
It's someone else's job to check this.
Look at
because,
this. Look at that. Yo, it's so close to the observer. It angers me as a support player to see it. Feels bad. At the same time, feels really good for Vici, for RNG to have that ward unscouted.
Yeah, of course. Somnus is going to be a happy bunny. What do you think about Odie in the mid lane? Because this hero's been kind of falling in popularity, maybe a little bit of rise over the past 2 days, but overall not that popular.
Yeah, I don't like it, but I feel that on Somnus it can work. I feel that he's just this kind of a player that he likes to be more of a win condition, right? We've seen that in the past on RNG,
Definitely.
and OD is 100% that kind of a hero if you don't build him into this Meteor Hammer. I think Meteor Hammer is also fine, though. You can still, after building that Meteor Hammer, you can scale well, but if you remember Elephant, they used to roll OD mid back in the day and OD off lane as well. Didn't really work out for them, but...
Unfortunately not.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Oh, Jama taking all the damage here. He's got to be careful as God King comes
He's
in,
dead.
looking for the finisher, is going to find it. That'll be first blood going the way of the Weaver.
Now, this is a extremely good Undying lane. Should be... he obviously killed the Pango because Pango was missing 8 strength, right? So that damage really adds up. You take way more than you should.
And that means it's actually Snapfire being played by Irving. So Snapfire's the pod 3 in this lineup?
Yeah, you could see Pango rotating a bit earlier. Erika?
Didn't quite click for me until now. Slow mad, as usual.
Is he truly the one farming? He is. But both of them have like 4 CS, so they could still change that. Ooh. Pango is dead again.
Yeah.
Shaoma is really struggling. Irving as well. Like, this is one of those lanes that you need to start creep skipping. I don't know why they're going back into the lane. I really feel that you should start creep skipping because you're not coming back into an Undying and Weaver and winning this fight after dying a couple of times, right? And being zoned out. At least I don't think this should happen.
He's getting his salami sliced a little bit here in the bottom lane. Got to be a bit more careful than this.
Yeah, you see the amount of damage that comes from Gemnet attack. It's just way too much to deal with.
Yep. It's a thing they fear most, isn't it? Double strength into the Undying. It's never ends well.
It's the worst thing to have to play into.
Yep, so I imagine we'll see this Weaver really start to pull ahead down here in the bottom lane. Meanwhile, over at top, it's looking a little bit closer at least, but not by much, to be honest. The Wraith King's still losing out partially to the Broodmother.
Yeah, RNG definitely having a good nice snowball.
Yeah, not quite sure that stun was going to connect regardless, but Chalice is actually taking quite a lot of damage from Erika here. They're still trying to go for the kill onto Victoria. Felix, will he chase him down? Yes, he will. Gets the right click off and gets the kill. Thank you, Brown Boots.
Yeah, he gets Victoria there, and Brood at least survives, right? He went back on Chalice, so they get 2 things going their way on this top lane. XM also not doing that great on the mid lane. 8 denies on the OD versus the 4 on him. I guess he's the one having the best time on the side of Vici Gaming, and as a TA, that's nice to see, right? When you're playing with this hero, you want to generally have a really good start.
Of course, of course.
To roll out of control very fast.
Yeah, and it's not the easiest matchup either. OD can do well versus TA if you're not careful. He takes off 2 stacks of refraction with that orb, I believe.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, up at top, Erika in a bit of trouble. In comes Victoria trying to save the day. Does get the stun off, and actually Erika looking to turn around here. He doesn't care. He's got his helmet of Iron Will. He's feeling strong, large, and in charge.
Yeah, that helm is the best item of the patch, like literally in the laning stage. Soul Ring and Helm of Iron Will, and you feel invincible.
I am a god.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, it's pretty dang nice.
Is Chalice rushing an Orchid? I wonder. We'll see soon enough, but I'm wondering what the item build will be. Power Treads first, sure.
Yeah, still deciding. Still got the shopping list open, wondering, ooh, what shall I get?
Yeah, it's a decent Orchid game, nothing exceptionally great, right? But it's always nice to have. Just brings you some more aggressive potential early on. We've seen some players go for Diffusal. You're playing versus a Wraith King, maybe that's an option as well. Versus a TM Wraith King, it's nice to have it.
Yeah, one thing I'm a little concerned about though is that you're playing against this Wraith King and you're playing against a Dawnbreaker, which makes it really tempting to go for like a Vessel or Shivas or Skadi. You don't really have those builds in your team. I mean, I guess they have the Skadi potential on the Weaver, but Position 1 Weaver doesn't want to build Spirit Vessels, so will they just not be going for that and having to try and fight into the heals?
Yeah, I think so.
All right.
You can build it on Tusk if you wanted to. Undying is also an option.
Okay.
But I don't think it's... the heroes definitely do have healing properties to them, right? But at the same time, it's not like you're playing into a Morphling or a Timber or a Dragonite when it's a must.
Okay.
I feel like it would be a nice addition, but you can live without it.
Right.
You
Okay.
can play without it, yeah.
Luxury, not necessity.
Not a lot of stacks have been made for XM. Xnova just scouting it out a little bit. Does get clipped by the trap, and he might just die here, yeah.
Yeah, XM comes in, pops out Refraction for the extra damage. Xnova actually going to drop the Tombstone here, so...
okay, some extra gold for XM.
I'm sure
thank you.
about that. Well...
XM, Xnova, they have to, you know, help each other out. The X Bros.
Ah, that's what it is. Okay, okay, yeah. Sharing that, that prefix.
Xnova's nickname is actually XN.
Ah, so they're so close together on the alphabet, they can't help but be bros. Meanwhile,
Irving,
Irving,
oh.
goodness gracious.
That was really close.
Yep.
Now we were already with that one Wraith Band with Javelin. It's just a dream, right? Usually you're even forced to go into... Well, you're not forced to. There are different players playing differently on this hero. Some go for Falcon Blade, some go for Wraith Band Raindrop, and Somnus is going for a Meteor Hammer mid.
He's already got it, and he's already used it to take down Jammer in the middle lane, thus securing a bit more damage onto this tower. Vici Gaming, I feel like they need to defend this. Is the Dawnbreaker going to be enough to stop this tower falling?
No, it doesn't look that way. Maybe, but... With the Meteor Hammer damage, with all the creeps, Dawnbreaker might even fall here.
And they're going for this, and I'm not too sure that Victoria's going to be getting out of this one as he tries to get away, but there's too much damage. Xiaoma is back, Irving coming in as well. The TA just not really interested just yet. I think this is her arriving now, but XM, while the Meteor Hammer has been dropped on the tower, so the tower's already low. Can they get a return kill? It's kind of vital they do, and Xnova shall fall. And this time, no extra Tombstone as well.
Okay, that's... pretty alright. They defend the tower, they kill Xnova. I think what RNG was trying to do is capitalize on the fact that they're safely and did so well that Irving, he doesn't even have that level 6. Same goes for the Pango, who was almost level 4, I think still level 3. So you're just trying to push the tempo with the Meteor Hammer. Understandable. You have Meteor Hammer mid-pressuring, you have Broodmother top-pressuring. We were on the bottom lane doing fine and can be left alone. They're in full control of this game. That's how it feels like at the moment.
It feels like you're right. This is certainly...
Do they have an offlane at this point? I don't think so.
Nope, just 2 position 4s. Now the bugs come out onto Irving, meaning he could be in a whole world of hurt right now. By could be, I mean he's absolutely dead, but the return coming in to Felix. Can they bring the Tusk down at the same time? Doesn't look like it. Nova's going to be able to keep him alive.
Spooky, scary skeletons. He does get away, though.
Well, that was a very on-point recital. We've been practicing that one.
Thank you. It took me... I practiced it at home. I wrote down the lyrics.
I don't want to get it wrong. Well, Chalice doing Chalice things up in the top lane and just bullying poor old Victoria. This dude.
I guess if you're playing the Dawnbreaker, it's...
get that spider. Get that spider. Come on. Can't you get it? One more hit. Yes! Oh, it's glorious CS for the Dawnbreaker. She's so fun. Oh, she's got to get another one. Look at this. The hammer shows no mercy towards these little spiders. Look, another one! Oh my goodness. Chalice, what are you doing?
Chalice is just giving him something to play with.
It's literally like,
here you go, take that one spider, just let me be.
You're trying to eat your dinner and your dog's like, he keeps barking at you.
He's scouting, right? Like he's getting some vision while also taking the tower. It's a decent play from him, and I expect him to start invading the enemy jungle, then blocking the Ancients as well. You're playing versus a TA Wraith King. If you take over their jungle, if you block the camps all the time, the whole strat just falls apart.
Uh-oh.
Your hammer.
This could be bad as they drop the hammer down on... Oh my god, Victoria just gets evaporated. See you later, buddy. Thanks for trying to defend this lane, but this will belong to RNG now as they really start to take control of this game.
Yep. Just from one tower to the next. Why not? Because Vici Gaming at this point, okay, you got level 6 on Pango, level 6 on your Snapfire. I think maybe you can fight, but it's really not easy.
It's not.
It's truly very difficult for them to set up a fight properly. Possible, though.
So my question is then, we know that this Wraith King hero is strong. Is it strong enough to fight up against this?
It all comes down to how farmed are you, right? Like, and how far behind are you? And right now, it's not too far. I still feel that it's playable. Like, they can reach that point in which they're strong enough. They do have ways of dealing with an OD that wants to just pop Meteor Hammer, right? Like, you can jump on him with Spango, then you can follow up with Mortimer's Kisses. It's doable. Difficult, though.
Difficult. Very, very difficult. And this is a tier 2 tower up in the top lane, getting absolutely smashed in by RNG as they take this one down. The first tier 2 of the game falling in just 11 minutes for Chalice.
The way he is planting the webs looks like, okay, this is more convenient. He's going to use them to rotate towards the mid tier 2 tower. Perhaps very soon we might even see a Roshan attempt from RNG, because you have Tag Team, you have Weaver, Broodmother, all very strong, taking Roshan.
Tusk with a nice phase boost. There we go, we got some extra items, make that inventory look a little better.
I feel like every Tusk right now wants to be a carry after PSG.LGD's game. Like, every single Tusk wants to be Mike Tyson, you know, or Muhammad Ali.
Yeah, they're inspired.
I believe B-Cop said Tyson, but that picture that I saw on Reddit, that's actually a picture from Muhammad Ali.
Jammer getting controlled up here, struggling to get off the Rolling Thunder, but does do so eventually. And Felix, well, he's going to survive for now as Irving focuses on that Tombstone, trying to take that down. Jammer just slowing down the advances of RNG in the backlines, but Irving has now gone, and he did not get the Tombstone in the process. They need to get Victoria out of there, but he is not going to be able to escape this spider. Down you go. Jammer to fall as well, and there's just 3 heroes dead at mid, but if you really want to look on the bright side, at least it's 3 supports dead.
Yeah, straight into the pit if you want to look at the not so. On the Grim side, they go straight into that Roshan. They will take the Aegis for themselves on the side of RNG. There is absolutely no way you prevent this. TA is around, but she better get away after Rosh is done. They may just scout her.
Get her out of
Sam, oh, he's...
Wait.
Okay, snowball used?
Nope. Look away. Yep. This is a great escape for AXM here, and
OD's
coming! Oh,
that's so close.
Goodbye. Nice try. 10 out of 10 on effort.
I can understand why he's farming the way he is and where he is, as on the other side, Wraith King is taking all the space, and you're trying to kind of play the map more efficiently, more aggressively, which sometimes leads to your inevitable demise, which is what happened over there, but it was a very close call. Like, almost didn't catch her.
Things looking dire for Vici Gaming, who are on the dire, ironically. And yeah, they're just kind of, I don't know, as I mentioned in the earlier fight, you know, 3 supports dying is very much a glass half full kind of situation. The fact you have 3 supports in the first place is a very, very worrying issue.
It flew over my head when you said that, by the way. At least it was 3 supports. I'm like, yeah, sure, 3 supports. Only now do I realize, yeah, they actually have. So is Irving going for an Aghanims? I guess he is, right?
Brown Boots Ags.
Brown Boots Ags, and you can toss that Wraith King in, or toss the Pango in and play off of that. Okay, it's possible. And you can see that XM actually went for the Blink Dagger. Sometimes you just have to do these things that aren't optimal for you, but it's okay. Like, even Blink Dagger maybe slows you down a little bit, but if it slows you down in ancient taking capabilities, it speeds you up when it comes to crossing the map, right? And surviving bad positions. So overall, it's not that bad.
Not that bad. Yeah. I'm just wondering what fights are going to take with this Blink Dagger, if any. Because usually that's the reason why we see the Blink Dagger, is because you need your TA to fight.
Yeah, yes and no, because it does help you get from one camp to another faster. And they're coming in. Maybe this is the fight, but Tombstone and bye-bye.
Mark.
Yeah.
I know how that feels. Sometimes you just, they're just a little bit faster than you intended, a little bit too far back, they're a little quicker to turn around than you wanted, and then all of a sudden they're out of your grasp.
Brood is already scouting the high ground. This is becoming dangerous.
Not wrong. Irving just doesn't feel safe even up in his own high ground right now. That is the point it's getting to in this game. I mean, I have been memeing on Vici a little bit, maybe a little too much, but, you know, it is down to this, like, 5th pick card dying, right? Like, that hero just
it destroyed their lane.
absolutely turned their laning phase inside out.
Like, you can lose one lane and win one, even out the third, but if you lose 2 lanes and the third one isn't going that well,
yeah,
it's just hard to play afterwards. Yeah, this should be a kill.
Oh my god, the Dawnbreaker actually committed the ultimate to that one in an attempt to keep the Snapfire alive. Maybe she saw some turnaround potential there. XM looking to make a trap here, but oh my goodness, Shama just gets torn apart, but Xnova as well. Yeah, it's a trade of supports. One which Vici will definitely take right now in the situation they're in.
Yeah,
but
they would take any trades at this point, right? You're in that kind of a situation. 17 minutes in, 7k behind. It's not an admirable position to be in. I'm just looking at and waiting to see what item they can pick up that will allow them to fight. And Great King does have the Shadow Blade. You have the Blink Dagger now on your TA. You've had it for a while, right? Which gives you 2 initiating tools. You can jump behind, catch a big target, eliminate it. I think perhaps after that Aegis has been reclaimed, you might look and make a move on the side of Vici.
a bit of life perhaps to be shown from Vici Gaming, but
it's always hard when you're behind, but you can't just stand there and take the beating.
Have they done enough with this Aegis on RNG, would you say? I mean, Somnus is actually going for the Midas, which means, you know, he's slowing them down a bit.
I guess they could have been a bit more aggressive, but then again, all of their heroes are farming, and I don't feel that RNG are in a huge of a rush.
Okay.
You have Weaver doing well, all cores 10k plus.
Oh god.
Pango gone.
That's just farming the creep wave whilst your spiders finish him off. Like, that is so rude.
You leave your babies to learn how to hunt.
Ah, I
how
see,
to kill.
I see.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then you save your babies from certain death from the from Mummy.
Yeah.
I mean, Dawnbreaker.
To be honest, Brood Mother isn't really a good mother. I don't want to like judge and tell her how to be a mom, but
I mean, none of her kids ever grow up.
Yeah,
so,
I've never seen 2 brood mothers in the same game. It's these little broodlings are constantly being fed to the enemy.
Yeah.
And she's like, yeah, you guys are worthless. 5 gold, get out of here.
I'll feed you to the Dawnbreaker
9
one by one.
gold. I don't even want a micro to save you. You're just a problem. So they're going for Aghanims both on Snapfire and Dawnbreaker, right? Is that what I've seen?
Yes, they're both going brown boot Aghanims.
Okay.
Solidarity in the team. Love to see it. But yeah, I mean, I think it's not that far away. I mean, with the brown boots rush, you'd hope it would be around kind of like the 13, 14 minute mark. 20 minutes for an offlaner, we'll take it.
It's pretty late, but
I mean, it's a support cosplay at this point.
The lane was pretty bad, so you take what you can get.
Absolutely.
At the same time, Shauma has finished off his Blink Dagger, so you will have Pango Blink, Shadow Blade, Wraith King, Blink on TA. What's the game plan? Jump the OD, destroy him, and then fight off of that? I think it sounds realistic. It's possible to do.
Yeah, I can take it. And actually going on to the Tusk here, that's going to be the first target, but of course the OD comes in with a Sage. Xnova just gets obliterated though. Not enough armor on him to be able to survive the blast coming out from the TA and Erica here. Felix, he's playing a dangerous game with that haster and he is going to be okay. Oh, shards once again, just narrowly missing on the Wraith King.
Yeah. If those shards were just a little bit better behind, and if they caught Erica, he'd be a gunner. He does have Snapfire with a cookie, right? So maybe that would rescue him in the end, but it would have been much more difficult. another trade. Did they lose anyone on the side of Ichi Gaming? I don't think they did, right?
No, no.
So they get the Tombstone, they get the Undying, or at least they get the Undying, and they don't lose anything. It's good.
Yeah, they'll take it. They'll take it. And I've noticed that Dawnbreaker, she's basically the tower defender now. They've picked this position 5, essentially, by the looks of it, to just hold the lane, hold the top side of the map, ulti in when you need to,
Hold the door.
Yeah, pretty much. One objective in this game for the Dawnbreaker, and then, of course, ulti in when required. It's a good idea, honestly. I like the idea. I think just because their lanes have gone this badly doesn't mean the hero's bad.
Can't believe I did the Game of Thrones reference. Like, I feel like after the last couple of seasons, everyone was just so heartbroken that no one made any references any longer.
Yep, throughout like the entire 2 years of lockdowns and staying inside, I wasn't even tempted to rewatch it once. That's the situation we're at.
Sad place.
It's a sad place. But
it's like when you lose, when you play a really good game and then you lose in the end.
But we've got Dragon's Blood, so who needs Game of Thrones?
You don't even want to watch the replay afterwards. But yeah, exactly. That's why we get Dragon's Blood, which is an anime, and of course I'm not a big anime.
Don't worry, Lizard. It's an adult animation series.
Oh, I just don't like anime that much, but I guess because it's Dota, I'll check it out. I'll watch.
10k gold advantage for RNG. It is massive. It is absolutely huge.
Can they get something back? They are smoking.
Let's see. They have this Aghanims on the Snapfire. That is why they're smoking. They've hit a timing. How strong will this timing be? Stay tuned to find out.
Xnova once again up front. Is he going to break the smoke? You can see that the two of them, they're expecting it.
The ward's coming down from both teams here. Everyone fighting over this cliff. The tombstone comes down, but already jumping onto 2. It's a lot of damage. Xiaoma, no, he's stuck. Door stuck. He does manage to get himself down as Felix punches up Erica. No one really dropping except Xnova yet, but Xiaoma in the pit won't be able to escape Somnus here. They have the vision thanks to the zombies, and Erica is going to be losing his first life. Where is the help? Who is here to save the Wraith King? No one is here to save the Wraith King. The team's just out. They're done. Donezo, enough. And they leave their 2 more heroes to die. Not the fight they were looking for.
It was a decent attempt to jump in like that. It was the Pango thrown in, right? Or was it the Wraith King? I think
it was a Pango thrown in.
Yeah, so they throw in the Pango, which is fine. But they can't kill the Tombstone. Tombstone is on that cliff. They're trying to kill it. They use Little Shredder. It wasn't enough. Snapfire misses a couple of hits. Then the TA tries to kill it. She misses a couple of hits. And if the Tombstone is there on the cliff, you literally have no chance of fighting. If you don't kill it instantly, you cannot fight.
Yeah, they realize that.
So maybe the better idea would be to fight somewhere where there are no big cliffs, where Tombstone will be invincible.
Oh dear, oh dear. They know where XM is here.
Yeah, but they don't have detection.
XM's going. This guy's a fighter, trying to turn on Somnus here, but unfortunately Felix has a blink. Not sure if the TA knew that, but she might be able to blink away from this. Actually, no, she can't. Her refraction charges run out. That's a shame.
They didn't have detection, right? He could have just stayed invis there.
Yeah,
forever and ever.
This is my life now.
Yeah.
I am a person of the bottom lane. The Creeper, the only people I know. Look at Chalice. He looks so happy playing Brood.
Does he?
Yeah.
Of course he does.
Yeah, he's a happy guy.
Brood, Tinker, Meepo, you can't be sad playing these heroes. It's a phenomenal experience for yourself.
You absorb the happiness of everyone else in the game.
Exactly. You just suck it all out. Everyone else is miserable, but you're having fun.
Aegis now on God King, on this Weaver.
I believe also the shard on him, right? So.
Yep, his portrait is glowing, which means he has the shard.
And now the TA cannot really escape in that meld any longer, as it obviously reveals invisible units. It latches onto them as well. So if you're invis and you toss that, I believe it does. Yeah, it does.
Yeah, it reveals.
It's like Meepos and Snare that they changed. The web. Like it used to not catch invis, now it does.
Who's Meepo?
You haven't heard of that hero?
No.
So there used to be a hero that was really fun and extremely difficult to play. Like basically because you would get 4 heroes or 5 even to play at the same
that sounds
time.
very difficult.
Yeah, like instead of 1 hero you would have 5, but you wouldn't be able to buy a BKB.
I'm guessing it was only played by very skilled and attractive people.
only by chats.
Erica being bullied a little bit here by Chalice. Of course, still has that second life, so no real worries, but of course doesn't want to just randomly die.
That was real saving Private Ryan right there. In the end, with the cookie, getting the Wraith King back, but yeah, you need to find a way to get on the map, to start farming, because these heroes, they hate being stuck in their base and unable to move.
Yeah. Feeling like, what, May 2019 for this team, as they are locked down in their base, not allowed to leave?
Was it? It was 19, right?
Something like that.
Wait, it's...
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah?
Wasn't it in 2020 that the real lockdown started?
Maybe you're right.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's all a blur.
It was discovered
I
in
barely
19.
remember what happened yesterday. Never mind a few years
ago. It was
ago.
discovered in 19, but the lockdown started like March.
Oh, yes.
2020,
Yeah, you're right.
right.
You're right. It's
Yeah.
COVID-19, but actually started in 20. Yeah. Hasn't been that long.
It just feels like one big blur to me as well, so you're
Yeah.
excused.
Thanks, mate. Appreciate it. XM? No, he just wants the creeps. I was wondering if he was looking to set something up on Somnus here, but tis not the case.
It feels like when you play a week of Dota without non-stop, you know, when you're in a team, or when you're just when you just love the game too much, you're playing like 10, 12 a game each day. You just don't know what day it is even anymore.
Summer of university for me. Yep.
And is there a way for Witchy Gaming to come back? Analyze this one for me, Nomad.
All right. What could happen is they could jump in and throw everything onto the OD, and he dies, and then they move to the next target, and that target dies. They just keep doing that until they're all dead.
What about Snowball? Can that maybe be used to save the OD?
No, because you'll use Rolling Thunder, and that's the better ball.
I see. The stronger one.
Yes.
Of course, that one is made out of snow. It shouldn't be that strong.
Of course. Oh, hold on. They're going on to the Broodmother here, but in comes the Astral to save the day. Will they change target speed? I think Eric is just straight up dead. Those big long shards just taking him out.
Where was the mana?
Wait, where was the mana? Does someone have a Diffusal Blade? I'm looking at you, Chalice. Nope. Detective Lizard, we've got a crime scene to investigate. Hold on. They're going on to the Pangolier, trying to heal him up now with that ultimate from the Dawnbreaker, who does now have the Aghanims. And uh-oh, might have just jumped into her own demise. Let's see. Chalice taking some heavy hits here as Jammer jumps in as well. They're trying to draw up Chalice. They might get the kill. The Spider is gone. It's something for VG Game, but in comes Somnus, just smacking down the hammer. Annihilates the Dawnbringer. Looks towards Jammer as well, but actually the damage from XM, it's a bit too much. They'll take down the Tusk as well, and actually the OD's in trouble as well. The Astral comes out, but I think he might be dead. X-No with the TP away will be successful in getting out of this
blink.
one. Somnus blinks
He's
out.
gonna get the kill as
Jammer's
well.
just going to get smacked in the face, but XM, he will be the cleanup crew as he gets the OD as well. And that is, it's a hold.
Yeah, it's an unstoppable kill streak that has been ended. He gets like 700-800 gold away from only the OD kill.
Mana break talent on Weaver, is that it?
It could be.
Aha.
There you go.
There it is. Good job, Detective.
Thank you. I definitely thought of that on my own.
No, I'm just
Even though I play Weaver like constantly, I almost never take that talent. That's what's weird. It's a pretty solid talent though.
What's the name of Sherlock's right-hand man who does all the work?
Watson.
Watson, that's me. I'm Watson.
Yeah.
Look at these nice long shards. It's super annoying to play into if you have heroes which don't have much jumping capabilities or like
a Pango. He can jump, but he can
or a Snapfire.
He still hates playing into it because you know, sometimes it's even good. Like you're playing Pango into a Tusk, and Tusk just uses shard, and suddenly you get another way of bouncing, right? Another thing you can bounce off of.
It can also block you off as well, though. So
yep.
You know, double-edged sword.
Double-edged sword, yeah, definitely. Nice hold from Vici Gaming overall, but only one side remaining, so...
Yeah. In this time, they still lost 5k of gold in the process as well, so...
A couple of buybacks happened. The Dawnbreaker for sure, I believe, right? Wraith King didn't?
Believe so. But yes, all of the 3 Radiant cores are now above all 3 of the Dire cores.
Yeah. It's just, I feel that Irvin might be in a little bit of a problem.
Oh, sick jukes.
Does he have? He should have, right?
I believe he's got a TP, but we shall see. Dawnbreaker.
Bye-bye.
I must go. My people need me.
I love how that bug is like, hold on!
Just grab it onto that leg. What a leg.
Poor bug. Exploring the world, flying.
Through the stratosphere.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good game to be RNG, honestly. They just feel no pressure, you know? They got an Aegis, they went high ground. We got a Rax.
Yeah.
We still got a huge gold lead, even though they actually killed a couple of us.
Do you like the Skadi on OD?
He's got a Skadi on OD.
He's got the Skadi on OD, yeah.
Skadi on OD. I mean, sure, why not? Gives you that Skadi I was asking for earlier.
It kind of fits with the blue theme of his inventory as well, right?
True, it's very color-coded, especially when he gets rid of that Midas. Oh, he's going to replace it with Midas.
It's fine. Gold kind of fits, I guess, as long as it's one item, right?
Like
can fit it in.
Like when you have an accent wall in your home, you know, you have like 3 walls the same color, and then one of them's a different color.
Exactly.
To make a statement.
Exactly. It's just for contrast, right?
Right. Juxtaposition. Chalice is a very, Somnus is a very artful man. Very considerate of these things.
Definitely looks that way.
He does look like an art graduate. He's got that look, very trendy. It's the glasses, I think.
Probably.
I used to have a pair of glasses like that, but unfortunately I'm a giant oaf and break anything which isn't like super thick and reinforced, so...
Yeah, people used to think that I know what I'm talking about, and then I did LASIK. No more glasses.
Now you don't look smart anymore.
Different vibe completely.
Might have to get a pair of hollow glasses.
Who is this Slavic? I don't know. What should I say? Slavic gangsta is too strong of a word.
Fill in the gaps here for you.
Gopnik is the right word, I think. It's Russian, but whatever.
I know Gopnik. I've been called Gopnik a few times, yes. It's a nice word, right? They always call me that in my pubs.
No, it's not good. Yeah, I'm trying to really see the bright side of this Witchy Gaming smoke, but it feels like one of those desperate ones. You get out on the map, but you're playing into a Brood. Usually the smoke can work, but when Brood is sending her spiders everywhere, there's just too much info, and RNG will know exactly where you are. It won't be easy to... Maybe they could do something like, if RNG waits for Aegis, right? If they wait for this new Roshan, they could smoke up and catch them in the pit. With Pango, with Snapfire, that would be a really decent fight for them.
Yeah. You can always do the Rolling Thunder and then gobble up and throw the ball in, cannonball style. Could be pretty cool. I think it hits stuff whilst it's flying as well, so there is some potential there, but obviously the better move is usually just to throw in the Pango before he's popped the Rolling Thunder, honestly.
He can pop the shard inside, right, and then the Thunder afterwards.
Yep.
Also works.
Yep.
You save some extra seconds on that Thunder utility.
Oh, here we go, onto XM once again, and this poor old TA probably not going to be able to find a way out of this one as, Sati's, I mean, why not, I guess, trying to save the Tusk, but not quite in time. Oh, hello.
Bonus kill?
Where did they even come from?
He was coming with the ulti to save to help the TA.
Oh, yes.
And then, then stuff happened.
Stuff happened, now I'm dead. Well, Eric has found his way into the enemy triangle, which is nice, so he can, pop in the earphones and just kind of vibe out and farm this triangle and forget that his base is being destroyed.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm on Radiant, guys, it's fine.
Switch mode on? Question mark. Anyone wants to switch?
Chalice on the high ground. The silence going to cancel the stun out from the Wraith King. Wraith King, he's trying to find this big old spider, but this spider's absolutely taking none of it. First life gone on the Wraith King. Barrack's still alive, as RNG just don't care enough to come and take him, honestly.
Yep, probably safest play is to wait for that Aegis to respawn. And it should be up in 1 second. Straight into the...
And...
Is it?
Boop.
Yeah, straight into the pit. Okay, maybe not. Straight out of the pit, I guess. Wait until it respawns and then leave.
Sometimes it really does feel like the players can hear you and they're just like, hey, you know what? Screw these guys.
Yeah, I'm gonna do exactly what you said I want. It just dies so fast. OD, okay, Arcane Orb really shouldn't work the way it works on Roshan. It just feels silly.
Yeah, you're not wrong. So much damage. It's taken down so quickly. And this is why the hero has been popular in across the DPC regions. Not so much in China, as we mentioned before, but this hero has been dominant.
It has been
across
banned
all regions.
in China as well in a lot of games, right? Like
Yes, it has.
the first stage, so it's just
It's a decent contest, right?
yeah. Just the fact that you cannot play the hero, it gets banned out a lot. Suddenly it slips your mind a bit.
Hello, Erica. They're going to jump onto him straight away. The Dawnbreaker comes through, though, giving you that evasion, which is doing a lot of work here, but maybe not quite enough as Erica still getting beaten down. Will be losing his first life. Meanwhile, Somna's just trying to get through onto the backlines here. Damage coming out to Erica. He's got the BKB to protect himself. They're trying to fight up as best they can on Speechy here. Erica's going to lose his second life by the looks of it. Oh, Irving comes in with the save. It's going to help him for the time being, but now RNG, they are just not losing health. They're not losing anything. They're just taking buildings, taking names, and probably taking the game in the process. Buybacks coming out en masse from Vici Gaming, just trying to desperately defend this one, but the Mega Creeps belong, and they're just going to call it there. They realize that they are out of options, they're out of health, and they're just going to get run over in this first game.
Yeah, 37 minutes in, 33k behind. They held their ground somewhat decently, but this one we could see from really far away, as the laning stage went poorly for Vici Gaming, and once your laning stage goes that badly and you have a greedy kind of a lineup, it's just so difficult to recover. They tried, they skipped lanes a little bit. TA was farming on the enemy side, Wraith King in the enemy triangle, but at some point you're just feeding away way too much and they just amass you. Like this last push, it wasn't like some strategically amazing push. They just went in and that's it.
Yeah, what I liked about RNG as well is that, you know, there was no pressure at all coming out from them. You know, there was like 50 minutes into the game. They'd won every lane. They were really far ahead. Still 2 towers remaining in the bottom side of the map because they were just like, we don't want to take any risks.
Them, yeah.
Exactly. Like, just very calm, very calculated, not overplaying their hand, not trying to style or anything like that, just playing the Dota they needed to play to win the game. And ultimately, that's all it takes. So game 1 goes the way of RNG. We'll throw it across to our panel to break it down a little bit further.
Thank you very much, Nomad and Lizard. Game 1 going the way of Royal Never Give Up. They beat Vici pretty easily, as it seemed. It felt like the game was kind of teetering on the edge since the 10-minute mark, and I want to talk and break this one down. We've got Black and Neff again. This is kind of what we expected coming out of the draft from Vici, and RNG, they abused it. They really knew how to go from start to finish without any interjection from Vici at all.
Yep, can't be much more straightforward than what it really was. They got outdrafted, and then RNG played the draft how they should play it.
Yeah.
And I mean, VG didn't like play it terribly, but with this kind of draft, you really just can't do a whole lot. Yeah, I don't know what they were thinking. Like, that's literally what we criticized before they started the series.
Too greedy?
Then they go back to it. They're too greedy. Just their drafting style in general, right? Like, they don't know what they want to draft. They don't know how they want to play with it. And that's been the biggest problem throughout the entire season.
Yeah, it's like they get halfway through the draft, and then their final 2 picks are sent, like, oh, Comfort.
Let's go back to Wraith King.
Yeah, let's go back to Wraith King. Let's go back to Comfort, where like they have this idea in their head, and then it just doesn't pan out at the end of the draft.
We figured it would go exactly like that. I mean, this game, we didn't like Erica on the Wraith King. We thought the Templar Assassin was a little bit too greedy to pair up alongside it. Then as soon as the laning phase ended, it was kind of even until then, but then everything starts falling apart. I mean, you're playing against a Tusk and a Brood and Undying. All these heroes, they play so fast, right?
Yeah, and I mean, they were stable in the lanes until level 6, really. Like, once the OD was 6, the TA couldn't lane anymore. Once the Brood was 6, Wraith King couldn't lane anymore. And then you have like 2 heroes that go to the jungle already at like minute 6 or 7. And the entire map, like, you just lose the grasp on it. You lose your mid tower, you lose your top tower. Against the Brood Mother, like, you're not coming back from that. You don't even have good answers.
Yeah.
Yeah, tier 2 top was down at 11 minutes even, yeah.
Yeah, it really was
Crazy.
just a solid amount of aggression coming out from RNG to start the game off and really put them on their heels on the side of Vici. And Vici, you know, they're now 1-3 with this Wraith King, but yet they keep going back to the well thinking things are going to change.
I mean, it's solid hero, but
Yeah,
they're
it's
just
10 and
not
6
drafting
overall.
with it super well is my only concern. Like, again, they set themselves up for a failure in the early game. RNG had no reason not to run at them, and that's exactly what they did. And, you know, they managed to defend a couple of times. This is one of them, but fortunately, it just didn't end up being enough. The game was just too far gone at this point.
I think a team other than Vici, though, might even make RNG pay for some of those aggressive fights which they lost 2 or 3 heroes on.
Not with this lineup, unfortunately.
Yeah, I don't know. With Vici on this lineup, I don't know if like, obviously they don't get it done, but I think teams that might be a little bit better than what Vici are producing at the moment would find a way to get it done and potentially even bring it back. But
They might not lose as badly,
Yeah.
but the draft was pretty one-sided, unfortunately. Hopefully they can cook something better up for game 2, because there was pretty lackluster and not what you would expect out of such a household name of the China scene.
right, yeah, it's just not what we were expecting from Vici at all. And you're hoping now that coming into game 2, if you're a Vici fan, the draft goes much differently, because you want to have a chance out of the draft. You don't want to be doubted as much coming out of the draft like that. And I wonder if they know that too, going into the game. Like, this is a draft that we may not be in the best spot with.
Yeah, do they actually have a coach right now? It was Mikasa, right?
I want to say it might have been.
Or do they just not have anyone after Fenrir?
Oh, yeah.
Don't know, but whatever's happening, like, the lack of direction is very obvious
Right.
in a lot of the teams, unfortunately. But VG is definitely one of them, one of the bigger ones.
Do you think RNG has fixed some of their issues here with God King and his performance, or do you think that this is just the fault of poor drafting from the side of VG?
It's hard to say, right? He played a good game, but as I said, like, when he gets a game like this, he always performs well. It's just when there's pressure on him is when he usually starts to crumble a bit, makes like some pretty game-losing mistakes sometimes. But in games like this, no problem. Like, he played well, team fights, like item usage, everything. No complaints from my side.
Coach is Lycus, remember?
Oh, like this, right? All right, a very new one, right?
Yeah.
Well, new-ish.
New
Definitely
for
new
VG,
for
new
this
for-
kind of caliber
yeah.
team, right? And you can kind of also see that is the case, because like, he should be a big part of their draft, of their strategizing, of their gameplay, you know, like of their just ideas, and don't like what I'm seeing so far.
Yeah, he was previously the coach for CDC, as well as played for EHOME Immortal, Ice, a couple of small teams here and there, but never really at that, tier 1, division 1 level. But it could be the coaching. It could be a lot of things. You've built a team around Erica. You've got 4 new players playing together.
It's a
Well, really
combination,
5.
right? It's a combination of everything. Like, you get this like super new coach in, you have an entire new lineup with some. I mean, the players aren't inexperienced, as we said, but not like the most successful ones in the scene there.
Right.
And it can easily like snowball into a pretty losing season, unfortunately.
Yeah, good amount of work that Charles did this game. Wraith King pretty underwhelming, but again, there wasn't really much you could do with Erica and XM both fighting for farm this game. It was the Broodmother's an interesting way to deal with the Snapfire as well. We saw a couple of times Silken Boa came out and just wasn't able to take down the Tombstone, or
Yeah,
the other
little
time the
shredder
Tombstone
missing.
came out onto the high ground, and even with the little shredder, they couldn't finish it off.
And then the Dawnbreaker, too, that went 0-7. Just didn't do anything. Didn't feel like it really generated much, right?
Yeah, I mean, I liked seeing a new hero, but again, it just didn't fit that well with the rest of your draft, unfortunately. Like, yes, it can play well into the Broodmother, but Brood never gave the Dawnbreaker a chance to clear out the spiders. When you're position 5, it's a bit harder because you don't have the levels or the items to clear them out right away.
Yeah. It just makes me wonder, do Erica and XM's styles clash too much? They play similar build heroes. So, like this game, it was the TA and the Wraith King. Is it just not going to work? And I know it's very early to start saying it's just not going to work, but I do wonder if the way they play the map, the way they build these heroes might not mesh together well.
It's not as much about the heroes, I would say. It's just right now, it just feels like both of them want to just farm.
Right.
And like, I carry you, no, I'll carry you, and there's just like not enough
farm. As I said, like, they both went to the jungle at minute 6, 7. Like, what are the 3 other heroes supposed to do? Your offlane Snapfire had nothing because got crushed in lane.
Right.
And then who is gonna make plays with you if both are farming? You know, like XM for me was much stronger when he was on a like playmaking role. You know, like he plays his DPs, plays his Storm Spirits, his Void Spirits. I think he plays those really well. I don't know why they're not going back to that, because that would actually then enable Erika to farm.
So you think they're getting lost in the sauce of the meta, or what?
Potentially, or the team is just like kind of lost. It's like, our most success is when you play like scaling mids, you know, and then Erika's like a more active hero, but then it just feels like a lot of mixed ideas coming in right now.
How would you compare Erika to, say, Sylar, who XM played with before?
I mean, it's pretty similar, right?
Yeah.
Like,
think so?
I mean, in a way where they like to farm a lot. Like Sylar had this one hero, Lycan, where he played really aggressively, but other than that, like, yeah, he's farming here. And then, but XM also didn't play these hard farmers. You know, he mostly played those Storm Spirits, the Spirit Heroes, the DPs.
Playmaking mids.
They fight.
Yeah.
He likes to fight.
Yeah, it's definitely been a little bit different for the side of Vici. But let's take away the good from RNG. Let's see. Like, you had everything that kind of meshed and flowed together, what we've been expecting from RNG, and obviously that comes off the back of maybe not a great draft from VG, but we still saw good things. I think moving the OD from off lane to mid lane was certainly something that worked more than when we saw Chalice on it previously. I think Somnus had a good grip on that hero, and we've seen good performances from Somnus overall throughout this event.
Yeah, Somnus has been pretty solid so far in some of the games where the rest of the team wasn't really doing so hot. He's popped off. I mean, we saw his rampage on Lina beginning of the DPC season. Was super sick. He's been doing pretty solid work.
Yeah, we've seen him be consistent. I think here with God King, though, we've had him have like one game where he's popped off. The rest have kind of felt like he's just kind of the supporting cast. Like it would be Somnus in the front of the poster, just doing this.
The esports pose.
God King's kind of like behind him, a couple rows back, just like doing his thing, being that supporter.
Just standing there, like in those Marvel posters.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Where it's not the movie about him, but he's in it.
Yeah, you got like the Eternals. You got Icarus in the front. It's like, and you got like the brain guy.
Is the brain guy God King?
No.
Does it feel like
He's supposed to be the Icarus, but he's like the broken one. You know, he's the broken superhero right now. He needs a sauce back. Because I used to praise him so much. Like, I watched him, even some of his item builds, I was like, wow, they're very interesting. I used him myself, you know.
They nerfed him.
They did, but
nerfed
like
him directly.
Like, if you're a player that literally cannot play like high-level standard Dota, then that's a problem. And I think he's skilled enough to do that because like he did it before. It's not always his item builds that won the games, right?
Yeah. Were you using the Sanjanyasha build?
I was. The Manta, Heaven's Hellbird.
Yeah.
Was there ever a build you had that kind of like innovated a little bit? Everybody was like, oh, Black does this all the time.
Bloodstone Carry Axe. But nobody played Carry Axe, so nobody would really use that.
What year was this?
2014 or something.
I see, so not the
Long time
recent
ago.
carry axe.
No.
Actually good.
With the
So this
Manta,
is a bad carry axe.
Yeah, the hero itself was terrible, but you know, if you know what to do with it, you can make it work.
Could you make it work now? Or like a little bit before when Axe was getting picked to the carry role?
I mean, I was
this like your take on the Octarine Core Radiant stuff or what?
No. Like, I just played this like. What did I even do with that axe? Like, I just jumped in and killed everybody with Bloodstone, got a ton of charges. But that was when we played like a really greedy mid laner. Like, I had Koikwa in my team, and he loves to farm. So I was like, all right, you take the farm, I take the fight, let's go. It was the same in VG too. You know, I played like these Brewmasters, safe lane, all that stuff. It's not standard, but it can work if your team has like a good idea around it, you know, which... You know, hopefully VG comes up with something like roll back the tape 6 years. Oh yeah, Black did this. Maybe we should try something else.
You think roll back the tape like 6-7 years and go, I'm gonna copy Black's build right now.
Yeah, I'm gonna play Brewmaster safe lane. Oh, what he went
They actually banned out Brewmaster in that last game though.
Well, because not because of a carry Brewmaster, unfortunately. No. It's a little bit of a different meta now with Refresher.
Refresher on everything.
And everything.
If you can refresh it, why not? right?
Yeah.
Just build it.
I mean, I think part of the reason why it's so good right now is, like you mentioned, the fact they give you twice the amount of mana regen that Scythe of Vice does.
It's absurd.
Yeah.
And the health regen too. Like, it's just so much sustain even. Like, they jump on you initially, you lose like half your health, and 10 seconds later, you're just almost full again.
And the BKBs are 6 seconds now. So 12 seconds of BKB with refresher or makes it almost always worth it to get a refresher.
Yeah, was buffed even more. It's yeah, we'll have to see how they end up addressing the item, man. It's just
I see it in your eyes. You just want this item changed so badly.
Yeah, it's just so boring.
Yeah.
You know,
I see
like I
What do
hate.
you want to see happen to it then?
I like Ricky's idea where
It only refreshes abilities
no, like where like increases the cooldown every time you use it.
every single
Aeon
time.
disc.
Yeah.
How high would it get then?
Well, it's 150 now, so maybe like 200-ish or something. That would be really long though. But that's the thing. Like, can you justify that still?
I'm
you know?
seeing signs of 5 minutes off to the side.
300 seconds. I mean,
Just double it.
at that point, you might just as well just sell it.
Yeah.
You know?
That was an original idea. How many charges would it take to get to 5 minutes?
4 or something.
5 charges. See,
Right.
original ideas coming out right now.
5. Well, you could also just change the build-up so it doesn't give all this crazy region.
Would you
Like-
nerf Perseverance?
No,
There was kind of the nerfs to it, so you wouldn't build it on carries as much. They took the damage away from it.
Well, how about you just make like the recipe much more expensive? You just take 1 perseverance out and half everything. You know, it just makes the item still as strong and like on those BKB refresh heroes, but you lose some of the region out, and it's just a less attractive choice to always build because it's like so much more expensive.
Have they been phasing out recipes more and more? It feels like there was a lot more
No,
recipes.
they're adding more recipes.
Adding
They-
more again, yeah.
Recipes? Yeah,
Like
they-
small ones.
yeah,
like-
they've had a couple of small recipes because
Yeah,
it was like
they don't
recipes
like-
were taken away, then they were put back.
Yeah,
on
they don't
some
like it when
things.
people can like disassemble their items to other things and reassemble them because it's too good.
yeah, this is broken. Let's add a 200 recipe to it.
Yeah. That's what they did to my boy God King. They killed my boy.
Well, he might not be dead anymore. He's won the first game. Maybe he can win game number 2. Going into a draft for game number 2, so we'll have to see if he can. But going into a draft, what does that mean? We've got the draft master, our Cryptic, being the stats man, being the draft master. It's a lot of titles to hold on.
Yeah, I carry them proudly, of course. I really liked his idea, though. I don't know where he got it, though. That scaling cooldown reduction, put it up to 5 minutes. I mean, clearly a genius of some kind.
Whoever said it originally is a
Yeah.
genius for sure.
That's what
That
I
was
was saying.
me. I said that.
I don't believe you, but nice try, though. I'm just kidding. But yeah, I think game 1, you guys talked about it a lot on the panel. It was just a pretty severe outdraft, right? Like, there was not a lot Vici Gaming could do.
Yeah.
Yeah, RNG just played it pretty perfectly here.
Keeps the Broodmother win rate at 100%, right?
7-0 now? No?
Yeah, it's either 6-0 or 7-0. The stats aren't necessarily updating live, unfortunately, so we're kind of like extrapolating the data.
Poor
Good word
Summoners.
there.
He's like, oh, another one of those games. Nah, get me out of here.
But more of the same with the opening. I mean, Beastmaster banned out on the side of VC. It's the only unique thing this time. But they give it of OD, they give it of Spirit Breaker and Weaver. Standard stuff coming out from both these teams.
Storm
I think the
Spirit
Storm to open the draft
Silencer.
Silencer with it.
100% win rate, I believe, on this combo. I'm gonna double check, but I'm pretty sure every time we've seen the Storm picked with the Silencer, it's basically to protect the hero.
I love this for quite a lot of reasons. First of all, Silencer prevents a potential Bane pick to protect the Storm. And also, if you initiate on a Quap with like an Orchid and he uses, you just Global Silence after, and he's like, oh, I'm dead anyway, so you can't really itemize into that. It's Shaker. Doesn't Silencer destroy Shaker? Like, what is that pick for?
Yes, it ruins your initiation.
Guys, I got 4-man Echo. Oh, Silence.
It's pretty rough. I mean, you at least have like the catch from Fog onto the Storm Sphere, right, with the nice fissure, but you just Global Silence if you're worried about your Storm Spirit actually dying.
Yeah.
Yeah, looking at the Storm Spirit Silencer across all regions, we haven't seen it a lot. It's been picked. The duo's been picked 7 times with a 72% win rate, roughly. But here in the CNDPC, it is, I believe, like 1-0 or 2-0. So,
Yeah. I mean, the Shaker, I don't particularly like it, but it does give them the option of, or I give them 2 options. First, running that Quap off lane with the Shaker can be really strong, but also just dominating the Storm Spirit middle with a Shaker and the Quap there is really strong. You get a Shadow Strike on, you block him off, and he's just dead. So they can potentially pressure him so much that he won't really have a game, It's pretty risky though because Stormness's Storm Spirit is really good.
Yeah, he's had some really good performances with that Storm. And I was looking at it in its Super who's coaching for RNG, and you can kind of feel like the confidence from his drafts.
You mean the Capital Super?
Yes, support Super.
Well, previously Mid Super. They're both support players. No.
Well,
You mean
That is-
you mean
this
the bigger one?
yeah, the always 5 Super. He was always a support, wasn't he? In the
No,
Pro-
that's the IG guy. That always 5 Super.
I thought
I'm having a super time here on this
I
panel.
thought the other Super was the mid
Yeah?
and he was the 5.
Yeah, this
Anyone
super this
could-
super is the mid and the 5.
Okay.
Yeah, the little bit beefier one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one is the mid super. That's my super.
Yeah.
He taught me so much.
He was.
Do you think they're going to need a beefier pick on RNG? They don't have a frontliner right now. They've got a Silencer and a Storm Spirit. They're banning out all the big boys here. Mars still in the pool, though.
Mars still in the pool.
Yeah. Do you like to see that here, or do you feel like it's not very good against Earthshaker or Queen of Pain?
I think it's still very good, even with Silencer too. Lots of big team fight ults.
I think that hero could be Super. I
Ooh.
just had to get over it. I'm sorry.
Whoa. I also like Lycan. Very annoying for Shaker. It's pretty good against Quap.
Potentially stops him from blinking in if he's looking to make that big Echo Slam play.
Yeah.
Yeah. Scouting out.
Well, they banned Lycan actually. What am I talking about?
Yeah.
They banned Lycan themselves.
Yeah.
Because Silencer is scared of
It
Lycan.
froze a second. It's fine.
Yeah.
You didn't see it.
It is really rough for Silencer. It's one of the worst cores that you can do. You just press Shapeshift and then Silencer's like, well, I guess I'll die now, but
Just
here's
go
Global
set the
Silence.
TP.
Yeah.
The only like
Always hold buyback. It's
yeah, I was like the only counter is to hold buyback and like intentionally die and bait it.
Or just don't be part of the team fight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or just go Scepter.
You still eventually die, right? You just delay it, right?
Glimmer Keep is also pretty good if he just runs his he summons at you, you just Glimmer Keep yourself.
Yeah.
Well, it was RNG who did that against LGD the other day, right? They were having the Silencer basically die immediately, buy back, use Global Silence, and they were.
Well, it's just what you do on Silencer. Like
yeah, it,
the-
it feels so.
Plus
weird.
5
Such a
Silencer
weird-
is just a silence bot
yeah.
for most of the game.
If they run at you to stop you Global Silence, you just make sure that you have held your buyback, and then suddenly they're out of position and silenced with how
Yep.
hard.
That's such a
silence
weird way to play.
And
I have buyback. I'm gonna use it definitely 100%.
then you get a refresher too, so you can silence more.
Silence them again. Second.
Wow.
Speed run, just I'm dead. Silence.
They've banned out the Clockwork. Great at scouting the back line. Great at stopping initiations from the Earthshaker. I like that one. It's a solid frontline support as well, given that they start with Storm Spirit and Silencer.
There's still Tuss though, who would also be pretty damn good.
You'd like to see that one here? I mean, it has great dive potential with the Storm Spirit. You'd just be running at heroes all game, and
Yeah.
Silencer could be basically anywhere and just provide support. And if they try to turn things on you, Global comes out.
I mean, what I love about Storm in general is just that you have such a long range initiation, so like not having more stunners is not really as big of an issue as it would be with other lineups. Big Storm Spirit spammer here too.
Storm Spirit so far has been picked mostly with the Spirit Breaker, but the second highest combo is actually the Grimstroke. So that's actually still. Oh no, they banned it themselves.
just
I was
banned
gonna
it.
say it was in the pool, but they actually remove it. So
You're a little bit.
Ayo.
I mean, that makes sense. That's why they
slow
banned out the
presence,
Grimstroke.
right?
They don't want you to be tethered up to whoever.
It
And
always makes you
have to
super
be soulbound.
susceptible when you're up against that Grimstroke with the IO.
Okay.
But this screams global now. Global presence.
Global
If,
silence.
if this was last year, I would say that may go to the offlane Nature's Prophet. But the only team that was really doing that last year too was kind of LGD in
It's
China.
too difficult to fit in an offlane Nature's Prophet here, I feel. You need to pair something with this IO, and usually that's like.
Slardar. Sometimes we've seen Gyro, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
But Slardar is something you pick up when it's super good against whatever lane opponent you're playing against, and they could just pick a ranged hero to play against the Slardar IO.
Legion Commander also looks sick with the IO. Gives them more
Run at people?
initiation. Yeah.
I feel like it's enough damage if you take the Legion Commander, though, because Silencer doesn't do a ton if he's on the 5. Then
Yeah,
you have IO, then you have Legion.
At the same time, there aren't like super many crazy damage offlaners. I mean, the thing with IO is though that every carry you pick that might lack damage just becomes like a damage steroid. They could also just pick Gyrocopter or Groupman again.
God.
Okay.
There's your damage offlaner.
Interesting.
This is a super weird
throw that?
draft from RNG.
Yeah.
You can throw that with the.
It's so like mobile though, and just like even Brood, like, it's not global, but you can literally just run from lane to lane in seconds.
Yeah.
And you have Storm Spirit to join, and then what will eventually be the reload target.
Yeah. Well, now you're gonna ban some good IO pairs that you're mostly afraid of. I think Gyro is definitely number one. They need damage, team fight damage.
What's number two? I feel like they want to ban the troll as well.
What is a
They
good
banned out
team
the
fight
Tiny
damage?
themselves in RNG, which is surprising. I mean, we've seen IO and Tiny picked up a couple of times.
Why would they pick Tiny on VG though?
You don't. Huh?
On VG, I mean.
Oh.
Like, why would they pick Tiny?
I'm not sure.
Maybe they're thinking that they're going to do.
I mean, they've
It's
got
good against Brood, I guess, but
it's using his Brood. They've got Ogre Magi, Bloodlust pairs decently with it, but I don't imagine that's what they were going to take. It's got to be a frontline mid laner. Maybe they're just trying to
Could
bait.
be Luna that they could go for. The IO Luna is not bad.
yeah, but it should be the next ban. Deuce actually. Luna is a good idea. I personally also like Faceless Void because they have 0 save on VG.
Faceless Void's not bad. You need something that can take advantage of the Bloodlust, and Void is good for that. I mean, you could go for Wraith King again, but I did not like.
I
the
really
Wraith
hope
King
they
last
don't
game.
go Wraith King.
What about Phantom Lancer? They don't have the greatest answer. Storm's
That's
pretty
a good
though.
Erica hero too. He loves that hero and plays well on it. Like
Yeah, but
give
Storm's
the Wraith
pretty
King
good
a break.
against them. It's a risky pick if they were to pick PL here, but it would be something else. I feel like they're just gonna go Wraith King again and again. Troll is pretty good too.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking because they picked the ogre, and then it would also potentially take it away from RNG as well.
Or you just go anti-mage. Woo! It's actually a pretty good AM game.
Yeah, it's actually not a bad AM game at all.
But then you just lose your tower. And
yeah, the problem is trying to come back from losing.
you
tower
can
early.
own that Brood on lane though. Like AM and Ogre can destroy a Brood and IO lane.
Early orb.
Yeah.
You run it down.
So like what is that lane even? IO Brood sounds so weak.
Yeah. Doable.
You're so weak. You're so weak.
So the question is, do you think it's gonna be IO Brood, or do you think it's gonna be Silencer Brood IO into the safe lane? Because like you can basically swap either of these supports to either lane.
Yeah,
right?
it could be Silencer Brood too. Yeah. But it's definitely gonna be a 5 Silencer. It's just like what lane.
Yeah,
it's
which
gonna go.
lane they
Similar
want
to
to go
that
in.
last game where you said you could just put the supports wherever, and then
Yeah,
eventually
you just
figure
put
out
them in whatever lane they do better in.
Yeah.
And if they're worried about heavy harass onto their safe laner, they'll probably just put the IO with it instead. Brood has like a little bit of sustain from like Insatiable Hunger, so
Curveball, they're gonna go Jug.
for Vici,
Yeah.
I mean, we see that paired up with the. Ooh,
I'm actually really
Nailed
down for this.
I'm not. It doesn't feel that good.
Does this move?
Terrorblade. Let's go.
Is this gonna be a safe lane Bloodseeker, or are they gonna do what LBZS do and go to the safe lane Queen of Pain?
It could be like Quap Ogre against Brood with Shadow Strike Ignite is.
Yeah. You go safe lane Queen of Pain, mid Death Prophet, off lane Bloodseeker.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, a lot of flexibility there. A much better draft PR this time than last game, right? VG Gaming's draft game 1 was really lacking. This time, better. RNG kind of just throwing a bunch of curveballs here, though.
I'm just worried that like if they do end up going to the Quap for Erica, it's just not his forte to have a hero like that.
There you go for the Wraith King instead. Makes so much sense with that draft.
Yeah,
They
much better
needed
now.
something to be more of a frontliner.
XM Quap,
Yeah, to start these
Erica
team
on
fights
the
with. So
Bloodseeker.
I actually like the safe lane Bloodseeker. It works pretty well against Broodmother. Like typically, like you can farm fairly easily, but with the Bloodlust as well as like the attack speed that comes from Blood Rage, you get an early Maelstrom. This hero can farm really fast.
Yeah, it is terrible against Storm though for the longest
It
time.
is, yeah. It's
Like
pretty
Storm
rough.
can literally just solo kill you until you get BKB. I mean, I don't know. They have a better draft, but I don't particularly like if RNG didn't draft the way they did, I would like it a lot more.
Yeah.
But they kind of countered themselves in some aspects of the draft, especially a Shaker. I feel like has no place in this draft at all. So,
Do you want to predict last? I'll give you some time to think about it.
I mean, I already know what I'm gonna say,
I don't
but I'm
think
gonna
it needs
predict
time.
last.
All right. I'll let you predict last. You'll mill over it for a second. Ricky?
I'm going with RNG.
Wow.
RNG.
Wow. Me too.
You guys are all going RNG. Do I do it? Do I go Vici? I don't know. I just feel
You
like.
want to be a follower B comp or a trendsetter?
Well,
Stick to your gut.
My gut has Crohn's. It's not very telling. It's not one you want to trust, but I will trust your guys' gut. I'll go RNG, and then with that, 4 RNGs, 2 casters, Nomad and Lizard. Guys, stop watching the second season. Take the casting away. Go for it.
Hello, yes, and welcome to RNG versus Vici Gaming, where we are excited to get into this one. Lizard, aren't we?
These enemies, man, there's something to them, I feel like.
Oh, how the mighty have fallen.
No, I'm kidding. I was watching Ronnie Coleman lift 500. But
Staying on brand.
Very interesting game again that we've got for ourselves. We've got a Broodmother once again played by Chalice. Aren't we happy? Tell me, Umad. Are you satisfied that we're going to watch some Broodmother once again?
No.
No?
No, I'm not.
I wonder why.
Not after last game. I don't know. I mean, at least Victoria's happy. He's going to get some to slap some spiders again. He's going to have a couple of babies fed his way. Get that sweet, sweet 3 gold or whatever it is.
Yeah. You can have Rupture now on the Broodmother. You have Shaker later on. That Prophet as well. Quap, like there are ways of getting on top of her, chasing her through the trees. It felt like Chalice had a completely free game last time around. This time it doesn't feel that free, at least. So
Yes, yes. No, I completely agree with the panel. Vici Gaming have a much better shot at it this time around. Their draft makes sense. They have the tools necessary to kind of put a stop to RNG, but I still think things are looking pretty RNG favored, especially after their performance last game. Somnus is just not willing to lose a series.
yeah, so that's a little bit of bias. First game bias coming your way.
Yeah, it is. Of course I'm biased by
I
the
can
fir-
see. Yeah, I can see that. After the performance, we all like to swing one direction, and then we get proven wrong. We'll see if Vici Gaming managed to do that. But I agree. RNG definitely looked much stronger. Sometimes you just get an unplayable draft, an unplayable matchup, and you lose and look much worse than you actually are, though.
Yeah, we know Vici can pull it out when it matters, and hopefully they will do exactly that, because it certainly matters now, of course. A lot on the line for both of these teams.
There, a ton of damage already on Chalice, but he's only level 1. So can't really sustain himself that easily.
Is that overcharge level 1 on IO? Interesting.
Yeah, he just wants to hit people.
Fair enough.
Started with the Bracer, now we're here.
Go off, King. I'm not going to stop you. Be the little ball of light you always wanted to be.
Getting some last hits as well that Broodmother is missing. Yeah, I actually didn't see this before, starting with overcharge level 1.
Now that is,
like, I don't think I've literally ever started. I've got a ton of games on IO, like quite a ton of games.
This man IOs.
Yeah, and I don't think I've ever in my life started with overcharge, on purpose at least.
Yeah, maybe a misclick here and there, but certainly not a usual thing we're used to seeing. But hey, maybe it works out. Maybe he's a trendsetter. Let's find out. Or maybe it was a misclick. Who knows?
Yeah, it's kind of hard to misclick that though. Like,
yeah.
It does help you out with trading hits early on. It does make sense in that way. But so do like the balls that you could have or the tether. So yeah.
Also
as long as they get level 2, it's fine.
Of course, both of these teams have currently played 5 games. This is game number 6 for both of them. Vici Gaming are 2-3 and RNG are 3-2. So the opposite scores here. If Vici Gaming take the win, it'll even things up for a 3-3 for both teams. And if RNG take the win, they'll be 4-2. Somnus in the middle lane getting pretty damn
They're
low.
gonna dive this.
Yeah, Xiaoma. He wants the money, but Somnus turns around, but he won't be getting that kill on Xiaoma at the very least. Is that necessary risk?
For what?
For the Storm kill?
Of course.
Yeah.
He wouldn't have died.
He wouldn't have died. Okay, cool. Great play from Xiaoma then. Chalice just fighting up in the top lane here. Has that tether now. Has his little buddy to help him out.
To help him out, yeah.
Yeah.
On the top lane, Io helping out the Brood a bit. Meanwhile, on the off lane, I believe that Prophet will be left alone a little bit more, as she can sustain herself, and also Shaker really loves rotating. I look at this, he's just TPing mid. Refilling the bottom. I feel like every time you see Shaker co-op, no matter what the lanes and how they're set up, you have to know that Shaker will be babysitting her quite a lot, because it's such a strong combination. You block off anyone with a fissure, and Queen of Pain always is playing on the edge of enemy's HP. Can't quite finish him off, but...
Those daggers.
Yeah.
Ooh, Erica. Dropping low in the top lane as Felix and Chalice start to find their feet in this top lane. All 8 of them.
Rune secured. XM will take the top one as he can get there very easily. They also blocked the small camp from Somnus, so he can't really do that. Perhaps X-Nova will reward it. Meanwhile, Erika being pressured a bit more. It shouldn't be an easy lane for the Bloodseeker, considering you get mischance, and you can't be sure that you will get all those right clicks that are so necessary for a Bloodseeker to heal up as well as to kill people. Bottom lane X-Nova is back. Dewarded the small camp, TP'd back into the lane.
Here to fight, here to hit some fools. So going for the QE build, which I think is very popular on support. Silencer pretty much the only build. You don't really go for those glaives anymore, do you?
Yeah, very, very rarely do you go for the glaives. Almost never, I would say. If you're a support, you just dish out enough damage on your Q and E.
You got such a mean combo together as well.
The curse and the last word are what they're called. Let's name them by names. Let's not.
Oh yeah, people get upset about that, don't they?
I'm still kind of... The worst thing for me is I'm still stuck calling some heroes by their OG names. And I'm not trying to be a hipster. It's literally like... Nikes, right?
I think it's cool though. I think it's cool when people do that. You know, when someone says Lothar, I'm always like, oh man, this guy's... he's a veteran. He's a cool guy. Plays a lot of Dota.
Just that's how I continued calling them, right?
Yeah,
that's it. You should see some of the Slavic names for heroes, like Silencer is Salo, which is a dish in
What's a dish made of?
It's the lard. It's the fat.
Oh, that's not accurate.
That's what he is.
Hold on. Well, he might be dead is what he is right now, but who goes down first? It is going to be X-Nova the drop, and then Irving. That kind of feels pretty damn good for God King, to be honest.
Yeah, it feels good for God Kings. At the same time, for Irving, he got some of that lard spiced up and a little bit of garlic with pepper. It's tasty.
Really?
Ah, not really. Depends how drunk you are, I guess. I don't know. That's usually when it's eaten.
I see.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, when I'm drunk, you know, going on home. Oh, hold the phone. We got a little
Erika.
bit of damage coming out onto this Bloodseeker here, but he's going to be okay.
A little bit of a blood, right, and they turn on to the Brood, but Felix is there to heal Chalice up together with the Magic Wand.
Yeah, this is just too much healing coming out from Felix. They can't really deal with this Brood right now, especially with that passive and the overcharge. Look at that, just popping them together.
There's a TP
and
by Storm.
running at them, but XM's coming over as well. It's going to be a lot of heroes in this one, but they will take down the Broodmother. Felix also going to drop. Somnus jumping in, though, looking for some revenge. He's trying to take down XM, but he knows this probably isn't going to go his way, and he backs himself out. Just full reverse mode. Whack it into reverse and get yourself out of there.
It was a nice attempt from him to try and get the co-op. It was a nice read as well that Queen of Pain has. Oh, but is this a nice read as they will dive him?
Oh, Somnus, you're out of mana, and now you're out of health. Erika's going to find him in the tree line. No escape. Big mistake from Somnus here.
Rupture as well.
Rupture out onto
Chalice.
Chalice. They're coming back in on RNG. I mean, is this the right play? Chalice trying to fight up into everyone right now. He has got the insatiable hunger, but it's not going to save him. Now Felix is all alone. What is this? One by one by one? It's just not working out too well for RNG right now. How many kills will this be? Actually, the IO's going to get away.
Yeah, Felix will survive.
Bottom lane, Irving, he's going to bring down the Wraith King the once. But Somnus is back. He's going to look for the kill here onto the Death Prophet. Spirit Siphon is out, but Irving out of health, out of mana. Oh, the Ghosts are coming back, but I feel like it's just delaying the inevitable. Still plenty of mana left upon Somnus, and they will take down Irving.
Yeah, he delays it a little bit there, and the tower takes an extra few hits, but terrible top lane for RNG right now. I was super surprised that Somnus decided to stay on that lane as he had no mana. He used literally everything after going on the Queen of Pain, and he read it nicely to go top, but Queen of Pain was just faster. Jumps in, uses that ulti, kills off 2, and then Storm sticks around. I'm not quite sure why. I think you go back instantly. They will dive you.
Underestimating Vici, maybe.
Yeah, he was thinking that Queen of Pain is abandoning and going back to lane. That's pretty much it. That she perhaps already used Blink and that she's somewhere in the river.
God King, Jesus.
Didn't happen.
Yeah, 2 points in crit, and that's already doing a lot of damage to Xiaoma. Dissuading them from coming too hard to this Wraith King kill. It'll be a tricky one, even with the Spirit Siphons. No Exorcism. X-Nova has been found though, so they'll claim that one, but I have a feeling the Queen of Pain was looking for a slightly bigger fish.
Yeah, and that ulti as well felt like it was slightly unnecessary, as Silencer would have died 100%, but you know, the time is also a resource, and you don't want to waste it.
Wise words.
You move back, you continue farming. Maybe he last words you and then Storm jumps you in the same second, right? So sometimes just doing things fast is better. Sometimes.
Yeah, hey, just narrow their avenue for a play, right? And now, talking about avenues of play, RNG are going to smoke themselves up and move themselves up into the jungle to try and find this Bloodseeker. Erica, he's been spotted, jump in from Somnus, they're looking for the kill here, and I think they might just find it. A lot of damage coming down onto this Bloodseeker. He can't fight up into this, and Felix will get the kill on to the Bloodseeker.
Really, really nice rotation from them, and the same thing is happening. Now, what happened in the previous game, Chalice will start pressuring the tier 1 tower, then rotating towards the middle. Very similar approach to the game, really. The playstyle doesn't differ way too much. The only difference is Storm cannot pressure objectives. He can only get pickoffs. So you have to adapt your playstyle a little bit to that, which they did, catching out the Bloodseeker.
Yeah, not a bad start for Vici Gaming considering the start they had last game. A significant improvement for sure.
They're even 1k ahead, even on the towers. But it truly changes once RNG start pressuring mid with Queen of Pain. With Broodmother. This is what I'm waiting to see. How those mid lane fights resolve. Because it will mean will Chalice have a really good start or just a decent one?
Yeah, that's a difference maker. Let's see.
Right now he's destroying top lane instead though, like tier 2.
Yeah, Chalice just really wants to force someone back here. I mean, no one from Vici Gaming really wants to come back and defend this. They want to be active, they want to be playing. But someone should probably go and deal with this tower.
Yeah, they have to. And the moment they do, Broodmother rotates mid.
There we go.
That should be... Oh, damn, this tower took way too much damage.
That's a catapult wave, yeah. That is big oversight from Vici Gaming. As
can they use Exorcism on mid lane, perhaps? Take down, yeah, they are.
Oh, RNG want to finish the job, though. So they're trading middle tower, but they might get top here if they make that play onto the Earthshaker. Irving with the Exo will get the tower now up at top. Somnus just going to cut the wave. They don't show their Shaker right now. He's quivering in the tree line. No Blink Dagger, of course, just yet.
Yeah,
Spider's trying to find him, just blocking him off from making any kind of Fisher play, and that will be of tower.
And also scouting any sort of a TP play, right?
Yes, of course.
Felix will scout him. Hello.
Hey, buddy.
He jumps over, but yeah, you're not gonna dive that far. They do lose the tier 1 on the mid lane, so Vici Gaming, they are finding their own objectives, even though they lost the tier 2 on top and the shrine. The outpost, that is, which is...
So, are Vici Gaming just getting a little bit outmaneuvered here, would you say?
I won't say that they're getting completely outmaneuvered. They just let the Brood do Brood things on top lane. They didn't prevent her from taking the tier 2 tower. They made a conscious decision to rotate towards the mid tier 1 instead. But was it worth it for them? I don't think so. At this point, at least, they're losing too much map control.
So I feel like they've... Oh, hold the phone. I feel like they're jumping onto Irving, that's for sure, but Irving's going to be able to get off that Exorcism, and now with the screen coming through as well, they're fighting back hard. Felix is just kind of getting into their faces here, forcing them to not go after anybody else and just giving his life up for the greater good. Can they find any more is the question. Someone's going to take a screen, but that's about it. And it is just going to be the IO dropping.
Yeah, just a particularly great silence by the Death Prophet, silencing all of them. They couldn't really continue fighting. Queen of Pain following up on that kill on Io. Good save by Irving overall.
Yep, good job from him.
Look at the Shaker, right? Well, if he doesn't die here, he will get closer. Yeah, just look at him. Thank you.
Thank you, Observers.
Thank you very much. Looks very chonky. 2k gold on him. He's getting very close to the Blink Dagger. And you have everything that you need on the side of Vici Gaming to start fighting. So suddenly, even Storm Spirit can get picked off, can die. He's going for that Orchid build. Obviously, they decided to build it on the Storm and not on the Broodmother, which is also reasonable, it's fine. I wouldn't mind seeing, I wouldn't mind if Somnus went for Kaya Sanj or something like that, and Brood builds the Orchid, but this is fine, I guess.
It'll do for now.
Yeah, the only problem is you're building this Orchid, but you also have Global Silence, so they will be buying Yules and BKBs and Lotuses very early on.
Regardless of...
Regardless, yeah, but it's still fine. You can use it after the Global. You'll make use of it.
You will, you will. Ooh, bad time to die there on Xiaoma, actually. He was so close to that Blink Dagger, chooses to commit to the top lane defense, and unfortunately ends his life. I mean, the idea there was like, if I could just get this one wave,
it's
my
always,
blink will be completed.
it's always like that. It's always that one more wave that you die on.
You know it's a bad idea, but the temptation of having that Blink Dagger is just too damn much.
You just always get punished. The worst thing is when someone else steals that one creep wave from you, like your teammate, and then you go onto the lane and you die because of it, because you needed like 50 more gold.
You're pinging it, and they're just like, oh, sorry bro, didn't see.
And then you can't fight afterwards, and your next team fight loses. It's just...
Talking about which, VG are going to fight right now.
Yeah. I believe they do have the Blink Dagger right on the Shaker. He's gotten it, so...
Alright.
Yep.
Alright.
They want
Blink
this
Dagger
Brood.
online. Brood though, Chalice, he senses something's up. Not willing to give up his body quite so easily just yet.
Yeah, Xiaoma actually, he revealed that he has the Blink Dagger, so he showed himself on the lane, which is not something that's... You know, you can say that it's not a mistake, but a small inaccuracy. You could at least keep the courier behind with that blink.
Yeah.
Catch them by surprise afterwards.
Especially if they just killed him, right? Usually that's like, if you manage to get that Blink Dagger just before you die, you always feel like, yes, I'm going to come back. They won't know where I am on the map, and they might not be expecting me to have this Blink Dagger. It's time to make a play, but yeah, I mean, maybe his idea was just to scare Chalice. I mean, keep him out of lane, but he doesn't care. His spiders are doing the work for him.
I don't think the spider is that easily scared. Usually they're the ones that scare us. And Chalice is just going to continue doing the same thing on the top lane. Pressuring. Making Vici Gaming think twice if they want to invade or go back and defend.
Are you scared of spiders, Lizard?
Well, I mean, of course. Shouldn't everyone
I knew that was a chink in your armor.
Shouldn't everyone be afraid of like poisonous things? Like, is it poison or venom? Poison, right? Poison.
Sure.
Yeah.
I can't remember the difference. I think
it's poison. It should be poison.
I think venom infects your blood, and poison infects yours. I don't remember. I'm talking nonsense.
Look,
let's go into Roshan.
We're here to talk about Dota.
Thank God.
Desolator on that Wraith King makes taking the Roshan way easier, and that Aegis, I hope they give it to Storm, but Storm is very far away.
Wow, Xnova just throws down the global, just says, nope, you will not be taking this Roshan, so they will get the Aegis, but it does go to God King. Maybe a little bit questionable, but they're also going to be able to kill off Xnova. I mean, it's a kill. Maybe not the one they're looking for. I mean, the thing is, Vici are playing very similarly in my eyes to how they were playing last game, in terms of not really challenging RNG, even though this game, like, it's so much more even.
Yes, because this game, even though you might feel that they're not challenging them, RNG aren't as free to do whatever they want to on the map. Okay, maybe it's not as obvious, but their farming patterns are way safer. The way they're playing the map is way different. And even that global silence literally tells a good story on its own, as if you have to use it that preemptively, it means that you're probably afraid of Vici Gaming. You're not in a good spot.
There is respect being shown the way of Vici, that's for sure. I mean, the one thing I wanted to say earlier was that I feel like... Oh, I guess I'm not going to get to say it, as they now move on to the Earthshaker, and they'll take him down very quickly. And now the tower's going to go down as well. So
there's your Blink Dagger now.
I wanted to say earlier was they really showed a lot more respect to the Brood than I was expecting. They have answers to the Brood. They killed her twice in a row up at top and then abandoned the lane. That, to me, feels like a very strange move.
Well, would you rather like fight where there's Brood or where there's no Brood? Would you rather be surrounded by spiders or not surrounded by spiders? I'd rather have no spiders around me, so... They just fight where she isn't. She is farming a bit, but she's not dealing any damage to the tower. Just leave the brood be. Just leave the spider be.
She took the tier 2.
Just leave the spider be. There's no spider. There's nothing on the top thing.
Some misinformation campaign going on the Vici Gaming side. Passing out propaganda. What spider? There's no spider on the top lane.
Nothing like that.
Please don't talk about the spider in the top lane.
Oh, there we
it
go.
exist. Oh,
Fisher,
here we
there's a
go.
relocate.
Can they get him? No, they can't, because the global silence is there just in time from the silencer. That must be recently off cooldown, because they did use that to defend the Roche.
Sadly, for the poor old Io, he will be returned here.
Oh, he deserves it.
To face his...
Face your sins, Felix. Io's a terrible people. He really is, you know. He's got a pretty bad background. You know, he killed all of Dawnbreaker's people.
He killed Archimond.
Killed a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Io's a weird one as well, because he actually represents one of the fundamental forces of the universe, as do all the fundamentals in Dota. You'd think logic would suggest that he represents strong interaction, which is one of the fundamental forces of the universe. And since it's Io, right, like he strongly interacts more than any of the other fundamentals do, but he doesn't. I think he represents electromagnetism, which is just weird because, oh, hold the phone. We've got Queen of Pain.
Isn't it just IO input output? That's what it stands for, right?
Also true. Yes, it could be could be that.
That's usually what I thought it meant. You take damage, you give out healing.
Well, they're going pretty hard onto Irving here. Irving does have the BKB, the
Nice
slam
Jackal.
coming down. Hello, they're actually turning around and fighting this one. Irving in the fight as well, but is actually going to drop Chalice to fall as well, and it does still seem to be RNG who are finding the success here as they move forward onto Victoria. Victoria will drop as well, and then it's going to be 2 kills for Somnus. Vici Gaming, they try to turn that one around. Doesn't quite go their way. I think they're actually missing their Queen of Pain in that fight.
Missing Queen of Pain a little bit and getting a little bit too baited by that Echo Slam.
The juicy slammer jammer.
It's just juicy. You see it and you're like, damn, yeah, let's go. Meanwhile, that Prophet is on 5% HP and they're all healed up by the IO anyway.
Yeah.
He just moved in, got one-shotted by Somnus. One right click and that's it. By that Prophet.
Yes, yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Getting taken out. Oh, leaving the one dragon behind on 1 HP.
He slams it. He's a king. He doesn't deal with these peasant-ish things, you know, like...
Yeah, leaving camps behind.
Leaving camps, no. He's more... His attitude is more like, farm. I'll farm more. I'll farm better.
Creep for me? Yes. Everything for me. Yeah, that was a bit of a devastating one for Vici Gaming, honestly. The first fight they've really committed to in this game, it feels like, and it just does not go their way.
They are getting some things on both sides, which will allow them to fight a little bit easier. You have the BKB now completed on the Dead Prophet, so shouldn't be that afraid of the global silence. At the same time, on the left side, on the side of RNG, I believe BKB has been completed for a while now on Broodmother. So you have, no, actually 200 gold away, so getting closer. But the moment that's there, RNG are completely ready to take big engagements.
Yeah. The double purge on the Queen of Pain as well. She's got the BKB and the Yules, so...
Yeah. Do you believe in the position 1 Bloodseeker? Is that something that you have faith in?
I have a lot of faith in position 1 Bloodseeker, yeah.
What sort of faith? To do what? Carry?
Sometimes, yes. Potentially. No, I believe in the blood. Unfortunately, he's just not really got into the game very much. I still feel like you want to be fighting, you want to be finding these kills. You know, it's similar to the Razor, where it's actually a very strong late game carry, but in order to enable it fully, you want to see it fighting a little bit earlier on, and that's just not really been happening.
Yeah, one of those snowbally type of heroes, right?
Of course, yeah.
It does make sense, I agree. I've seen a couple of games in which he rolls out of control with something like Battle Fury early on and just farming away.
Oh, you've seen the God King Bloodseeker, have you?
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, BKB from Chalice here. They're actually popping a lot to try and turn this fight as...
Behind, though.
Yeah, in comes a Wraith King, surprising them from the backlines. Has one more crit. Goodbye, Irving. Oh my god, and now guess who else is in? Somnus is joining the high ground. His says hello to Xiaoma. Rescued somewhat by the IO.
Yeah, there's a gem on the deck. I believe Broodmother has not
Queen of Pain
taken
grabbed
it.
it.
Queen of Pain grabs it. And one of the reasons why they went for this fight is Bloodseeker just used the BKB to TP back. So you can't really join it that easily. You just go in, you get a couple of nice pick-offs. And you don't have to force the high ground. You can just continue farming away. Perhaps Roshan opens up soon. 50 seconds until we know when it's going to be up alive again. And this is a point in which Wraith King also jumps the Queen of Pain, but yeah, she's fine. And he has that cleave, right? So from now on, Wraith King just farms even faster.
Yeah, because he needs to farm faster, obviously. You know, he's only, what, 5k gold above the Bloodseeker at this point?
Of course. You need to give him all the assistance necessary. Give him cleave, give him Skellies. I believe Skellies should also have Grievel's Greed built in them. The aura, you know.
Maybe some cleave themselves as well when you get the talent.
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah, like the dragon, right?
Yeah.
Same cleave.
Please.
Respawn one more time. 2 is not enough. 2 lives are not
Maybe
enough.
an extra respawn per level of ulti you get would be make the Wraith King, you know, better.
I like where you're going here.
What's the win condition for Vici Gaming then? Because they are slipping further and further behind. It doesn't feel like these fights have been working out for them. Who do they have to jump?
Oh, some quick initiation on the Storm Spirit could be pretty solid. Because usually you wouldn't say that, as there's Global, there's IO. But you have these heroes that have an immense burst damage potential. So if you can blow a target up instantly in that Echo Slam, they can take a decent fight afterwards, I'm sure.
This is irreparable damage being done to the top lane at the moment. Queen of Pain will come in to clean it up, but yeah, once again, they just take their eyes on the mark for a little bit too long. Don't shove this wave out before they go for a play, and Chalice wastes absolutely no time.
Yeah, Chalice turned from daddy long legs into one of those infestations that you see in Australia, you know, when the whole sky is just covered in web.
Yeah. You like touch a car, it just starts leaking spiders, dropping to the floor.
Yes.
Indeed. Well, RNG, the old chaps on the side of RNG are going to go and pick themselves up an Aegis of Immortality here. Will, of course, be welcomed on the Wraith King once again. Not even giving it to Somnus. Somnus just, I'll take a shot, no worries. We want 3 lives on our God King.
Yeah, this is actually insane that they're not giving... Like, not only do they have the best Aegis carrier, they also have the worst one in the same game. And they're not giving it to the best Aegis carrier, they're giving it to the worst. It's like, okay, sure. I mean, Wraith King will be the one hitting the barracks, and he's going to be in front, so I guess because of that it makes sense. And you can always use your ulti, go back, reset, so...
Somnus jumping in onto the Queen of Pain. Can they save her? No, they can't. Down goes XM straight off the bat. The Death Prophet's going to follow as well. Is this just over, Lizard?
It definitely does seem that way.
It just didn't feel like Vici Gaming ever stood a chance. They weren't even losing that badly. They did decently out of the laning phase. They shut down the Broodmother and then nothing.
They looked all right at one point and then nothing.
Yeah.
They got that blink on Shaker and it was a big nothing burger. Like, absolutely nothing happened afterwards. They had that one fight on the bottom lane which they lost with the Echo being used. I'm not sure what happened. Why did they just give up?
I don't know. I don't know.
A Brood gets to your head. You see that hero, you're done. Mentally.
Yep, that certainly seems to be the case in this game at least. Game number 2 looking to go to RNG. They will have the Queen of Pain back up in 8 seconds. There's a possibility this game might not be ending here and now, but...
They still have the tier 2 on the bottom lane, right? So Mega Creeps were not claimed at the same time. You didn't finish the game, so... Nomad, why are you baiting me? You see it's not done. There's still time.
All right. I guess we'll keep watching then.
Just don't ask me how Vici Gaming comes back into this one, because...
I won't. Well, tell me the different ways in which RNG can win the game then.
there's an abundance of ways. One of them is share controls to one player. He selects everyone. He activates formation mode, and he just auto attacks the enemy base.
Okay,
I
and
feel
you reckon
like-
that'd do the trick?
I feel like at this, and then you just press R on a couple of heroes. I feel like that could do the trick.
Oh dear.
Okay, let's. Vici Gaming, they're doing the correct move right now. They're chilling around their triangle. They are warding it up, and this is. If you don't want to be just hiding in your base, this is usually the best possible move that you can do. Next best high ground to take. That is for Dire.
They could catch someone on the wave here. Let's see. No one's going to show exactly on that creep wave. Now
Hello,
the smoke gets
Xnova.
popped. Oh, Xnova. Hello, chap. How are you doing? They're going to give him a firm greeting and take him out. Chalice, though, looking for a target on the back line. They're going to reload in the storm as well. They want to try and find the Ogre Magi, and they'll do exactly that. Bye-bye Victoria, but they've also traded XM as well. Not great for VG Gaming. Maybe Irving can get out at least. I mean, he's getting out some damage onto the Wraith King, but that is a triple life Wraith King. Not exactly a tasty target. And meanwhile, Somnus, he has found a delectable piece of meat in that Jalma Shaker. Meanwhile, Irving to fall as well.
Yeah, that's a BKB used on Bloodseeker. You do have 2 buybacks. You do have Echo.
All right, Jalma. Let's go, baby. 10-man slam. Are you ready for it? And he has to run away because the Broodmother found him. Buyback's coming out, but unfortunately the Earthshaker's dead. Your slammy jammy dreams are in the bin. Dreams are pretty much all that's left for VG Gaming at this point. They're holding on,
GG.
but not for any longer. GG is called, and the game will go rather anticlimactically to RNG.
GG.
GG to RNG.
Yeah.
They did it.
Usually when you see a team lose to Brood and then they let it go through the second game, it means that they have some sort of an idea what they're supposed to be doing against it. They will adapt, they will strike back, and it did look a little bit better, but just not good enough. Not versus this RNG that took a nice lead with the Brood lane and then just compounded off of that.
Not good enough, I believe, is the term we should be using here, Lizard. Yeah, I mean, I genuinely believe they had an idea, right? I genuinely believe that they had the draft to take on this Broodmother, but something was going wrong there. Something was just not clicking within the team. They were missing that puzzle piece. You know, maybe they didn't have their favorite tea this morning. You know, maybe, I don't know, they got out the wrong side of bed. Who really knows? But VG Gaming just not really showing up to the series. We've seen them do much better than this, you know, versus IG, versus, you know, Phoenix. They were able to pull out a much better performance, but unfortunately when it comes to the power of RNG, they weren't quite able to cut the mustard, and that means it's a clean 2-0 wipe for RNG. We'll throw it back to our panel to further crack this nut.
Thank you very much, Nomad and Lizard. You guys can get back to watching Dragon's Blood Season 2, which has just premiered, but that was a premiere victory there for Royal Never Give Up. I try sometimes, you know. Now 4-2 as they take 2 pretty easy games, I would say. I don't want to be too rude to Vici, but it felt like RNG kind of had their number, right?
Yeah, once again, though, the drafters look better overall. And I mean, individually, they also look better. The team play looked better. Just overall, they were just outclassed. So.
Yeah.
What do you owe this victory the most to then? Just draft?
Draft and probably team execution, I'd say. Because they did beat that Broodmother and then they just gave him a free lane after, which I didn't understand.
Same thing with Stormspirit. They ended up shutting him down decently. He was like 1,000, 1,500 net worth behind. And he ends up getting back in the game, finds a couple recovery kills, and he's in it. I mean, you're supposed to lose to the Queen of Pain anyways, but I don't think they could afford to give up that early lead that they secured this game. Oh, we just skip right past the early game to the 20-minute mark. I was hoping to go over some of these highlights where Stormspirit got back into it, but even at this point, Queen of Pain's still ahead of him.
Yeah, and you see Somnus, though, still has confidence to try and make things happen. Echo Slam does come in, but has the IO right there with him, so he's pretty safe. That combo is deadly. That little IO Storm combo feels
It's
real nice.
yeah.
This
It's
helped
pretty
him
good.
get right ahead of the clock because at the end of this fight, he's ahead.
Yeah, Storm is also not like super survivable. But if you have an IO behind you with a mech,
Yeah.
all that heal, all the spell amp, he also lacks attack speed, right? It's the only thing he lacks.
Yeah, he also has like all that extra mana to work with, and the only thing that really limits you on Storm Spirit is how much mana you have. So Io being behind him and healing him up with that as well plays a pretty big part. And it did slow him down as far as XP goes, but he got so many kills getting back into this game after a little while. Even at this point, XM is a little bit ahead of him, even though his team is just like shutting down VC or VG.
It just overwhelmed them all over. This brood just got out of control. Like everything just got out of control, right? Like Vici never really had a handle on anything.
I mean, but what are they supposed to do in those team fights? Like, Science literally just waits. Shaker finds maybe an opportunity and he globals. Like, if Shaker doesn't jump, you don't global.
Yeah.
It's the same thing with the Bane we had the other day. Science just waited for the Bane the entire time.
And then globaled.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. You have to wait for like a bad initiation from like fake out your initiation and then force a global, then try to take a team fight after that. But it's so hard to execute.
It would also be a massive blunder on the Silencer's side then. Like, if he actually, like, he's like panicking, I got a global. Oh, they just faked.
Yeah. And X Nova's not going to do that, right?
Yeah, no, he's too good.
Yeah.
I mean, all players of that level should be too good for falling for that kind of bait.
Yeah.
Do you think it was mainly just the drafts that bit Vici too hard?
Yeah. Yeah. Both games was pretty one-sided, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Well, you'd rate the players about the same.
I mean, it's always hard to judge individual skill when like the draft is like that lopsided. Like, I actually think the early game they played really well, but then they didn't capitalize on it at all. They didn't pressure towers. They let the Storm farm. Storm started rotating around. They let the Brood farm up in the lane because Bloodseeker went to the jungle for some reason. Like, just not sure what like the game plan was overall. Like, they just had no cohesive idea. We gotta do this. We gotta execute this plan, and then we win. There was nothing like that.
Yeah, it was a very rough series for Vici indeed. There were a couple of standouts throughout the series. I think Somnus, despite the fact that he was behind that Queen of Pain, I think overall had a really good series and looked still to be that shining star for Royal Never Give Up. In this game number 2, do you think God King kind of impressed you a little bit more?
I mean, he was good, but again, he wasn't really challenged.
Right.
Like, I think he plays...
Played it as he should, but he didn't have the opportunity to shine here.
Yeah, but I also just think like when there's pressure, that's when he like potentially crumbles. Like in games like this where it's easy for him, he always does the good thing. Like, he always does the correct plays. Like you can rely on him in these kind of games for sure.
Yeah. Well, he's been training in Axe Island, doing that little Axe Island training, getting swole, trying to figure out what he's got to do here in this one position.
It's called
with
demo
this...
mode in China, right?
No, they call it Axe Island. That's
Yeah.
demo mode. Yeah.
Yeah.
Demo mode is Axe Island.
Yeah. That's what they call demo mode, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're
Axe
agreeing.
Island, yeah.
I don't know why we're...
Makes sense because all the axes are always dying.
Is that what it is? It's not about just getting ripped?
No, I think it's because the
the
default
default
bot,
spawn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you spawn like 1,000 axes and you just kill them all the time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Very fun to do.
Okay. I was thinking other ways, like they were just getting, training, a little shredding. I don't know why I'm flexing. I've got nothing to flex, but you want to take it? Take a little flex right here.
We're good.
Okay.
We don't want to embarrass anyone. We don't want to make the audience feel bad, because Mr. Olympia stage is coming up soon.
I heard you're in the open qualifiers.
Yeah, you can watch me there if you want.
Yeah.
Backdoor 2 Twitter handle.
Yeah, that is a good little shout out to the Twitter.
Yeah.
Just quietly. Black has gained 1 follower. Look at that. It's working already. There it is. Have you ever done that before? Just done a little quick workout competition?
Nah. I did some, like, not competitions, but like some lifting meets and whatever, But
You think that was a workout for RNG as
No.
a total, or is that what just
warm up.
warm up?
But there's no workout afterwards, so what do you warm up for?
No. Maybe they can work out for some pubs. We could ask, because right now we've got an interview with God King. Got him on the line. All our questions ready to go. God King, how are you doing right now? I want to know your thoughts coming out of that victory.
你好，华烈。现在想知道一下获胜之后你的心情是怎样的？
我心情肯定是开心的呀，开心的，喜悦的。
Yeah, I'm very happy, very cheerful.
God King, I just want to know, coming off of the last series against LGD, what was the preparations coming into this series against Vici? Was there anything different that you guys did from last series to this series?
在跟 LGD 交过手之后，你们这次打 VG 的话，赛前的准备有做一些变化吗？就跟老干爹打起来，跟老干爹交手之前的一些准备，然后有做一些战术上的调整吗？
大体的话，战术就是我们平时训练的那些东西。当然，第二把输比较可惜，但是我们战术其实一直是比较明确的，没什么特别大的调整。
We didn't do too much adjustments, just trying to apply our strategy in our scrims to the real matches. And yeah, it's very regretful for us to lose to LGD game too. But yeah, we're just trying to apply what we have in scrims.
Right. Yeah, you guys are currently sitting in a theoretical major spot. Are you guys looking to do even more this series? Is this your goal to just be in that theoretical major spot, or do you want to make second place or potentially go even further?
现在已经是确保了 Major 的席位吗？那你们之后的比赛的话，有没有想过继续把名次去往上调一调？这样子的话，如果打 Major 可能会有一个更好的顺位。
这肯定的，我们争取下一轮比赛加油。
Definitely, we will try to win the next series.
Right. God King, you're a man of innovation. We've seen you with the Sanjin Yasha build. I used to watch you when you were trialing for newbie with the first item Midas on Terrorblade. Is there anything cooking? Do we have any more innovation coming out that we can potentially see in the future from you?
我们知道你一直是一个非常创新的选手，包括你以前的那个双刀的一些装备的改动，然后一些以前在打牛币的时候出过这个 TB 线出过点金手，最近有没有新的一些点子和创新？
没有了，灵魂枯萎了，我已经是个正常选手了，正常打好自己的装备的选手，跟大家一样吧。
No, I lost all my inspirations right now. I'm just a normal pro player like everyone else.
Come on, there's got to be something there, God King. I'm hoping for more innovation. I know you've got it. What's the biggest theory craft you've ever done in a pub? It's got to come to pro games, I think.
其实我相信你内心肯定还是有很多灵感的。就是最近打路人的时候，有没有一些觉得自己比较有新意的那种出装呢？
就只有血魔是团战服了，然后还有的话，我思考一下的话，感觉也没有什么，因为版本也没有更新，可能更新完版本之后可能会有新的想法。
Recently it's Battle Fury Bloodseeker. Plus the patch hasn't been updated, so maybe on the new patch I will come up with something new.
I'm really hoping for it. Blackie, got any questions?
Yeah, just a quick follow-up question on that. Do you think it's a disadvantage to you that the patch is quite old now? Because even myself, I used quite a lot of your item builds, and is it holding you back that there's no new patch for a while because you can't innovate anything?
对你来说的话，你觉得版本就是打的比较久了之后，会不会是对你相对而言比较劣势吧？因为所有的出装思路都已经比较固定了嘛。你觉得新版本的话，对你来说，如果有新的一些思路，会不会更加有利一些？
对大家都有利吧，然后就看谁的想法比较先进，然后因为新的东西会被人学习，到后面其实大家都一样的，就看谁的理念想法就比较创新吧，我不知道怎么说。
I don't know how to put this, but yeah, I think it's benefit every player, but some players have better ideas, so it really comes up to whoever has a better idea or whoever come up with new stuff first. I think new patch gonna benefit everyone.
Okay, thank you.
I've got a question on innovation. I try to innovate myself, trying to gain that solo MMR. What are your thoughts on first item Midas on Ancient Apparition?
No.
我就是想问一下，我最近一直在创新自己，然后也在想，就是自己打路人的时候怎么上分。你觉得我最近想出来一个这个点金手冰魂第一件装备，你觉得这个想法怎么样？
中单的话可以这么玩，然后后面出 A 站蛮厉害的，就是那个射程很远的，我可以把很多站桩和 A 死的，还蛮厉害的。其实只要你想玩，冰魂出 A 站点金，后面就在后面 A 人真的很厉害的。
I think it's a good idea. especially when you're playing mid laner Asian Apparition with Midas and you go for the Aghanims. It's fairly strong. It has a super long range, can kill a lot of range heroes.
I think I've just been validated a little bit. Neff, you got a question?
I have the most important question. Your name is Gwen Experience, so obviously you're a JoJo fan. What's your favorite JoJo season?
我想知道就是你的 ID 后缀是那个 Gwen Experience 嘛？如果我没猜错的话，应该是一个 JoJo 的谐音梗。然后就是如果你最喜欢的 JoJo 是哪一部的？
我喜欢第5部的呀，就跟我头像一样，就是那个九龙九巴纳，我一直是这个头像的呀，我就是第5部的粉丝，第5部男主人公的粉丝。
I'm a fan of the 5th series as my in-game my in-game icon is Jorno as well. So I'm the fan of that character.
Excellent. What's your second favorite?
那你第二喜欢的是哪个系列呢？
其实就每部系列我都蛮喜欢的，没有最喜欢的吧，只是第5部男主人公，我觉得他的那个故事线特别的厉害励志，好吧。第2喜欢的话，第2部那个也不错，比较搞笑。然后周泰洛也是非常喜欢的，但我也喜欢 Dio， 我也是 Dio 的喜欢者，我觉得 Dio 很帅，好吧。
Yeah, I like every JoJo. I like Jorno the most because I feel like his growth in the storylines in the 5th series is very inspirational, and I like second one as well. It's a funny, but I also am a fan of Dio. I think Dio is really awesome character.
That's bad. He might end up becoming the villain of the Dota scene eventually then, if he's a big fan of Dio. But thank you very much for those answers.
You guys got any more questions? That's it. Thank you very much, God King. Hopefully we get to see you become Gwen Experience Requiem soon. You've been doing great. Keep it up. Thanks for the interview.
感谢你接受采访，希望你能早点觉醒真魂区。
拜拜拜拜。
That is God King, wasn't it? You know, some great answers there. I know you were a big fan of the JoJo's answers, and you know, with the patch as well, he feels like he's actually good for some of these players.
Yeah, I mean, I also always like to experiment around. Get called a thrower, griefer.
I can see it.
All these words that get thrown at you, you know. You just want to experiment with some heroes in the safe lane, like some mid CM or something.
Do you do that often?
I made it work.
What's your behavior score, out of curiosity?
10K.
I don't believe that.
No, seriously.
Do you have the papers?
No, you can check my Dota account later if you want.
We'll pull it up in the green room. We'll do it during the break, which we are going to go to. We've got ourselves a quick break. I'm going to test out some Ancient Apparition mid Midas Ags. Validated, by the way. But we'll see you guys in a little bit with our next series. Stay tuned.
Not good enough.
Hello and welcome back to the China DPC, where we are getting into our final series of the day. My name is Nomad, and joining me on the panel, we have Neff and we have our Cryptic. How's it going, gentlemen?
Fantastic. Yeah, I'm having a great day.
I'm feeling great. I just got paid money to be here, ask players about animes, actual questions. This is my peak.
That's the hard-hitting stuff right there.
Yeah, this is wonderful. Now, my question for you guys now is we're about to jump into things about the game. I'm stealing your role as the host real quick. In theory, if the results of these games haven't happened yet, who would be your favorite going into Aster versus IG? Because IG is supposed to be one of the best teams. They only swapped out Kaka. This is a team that ended up winning a major tournament.
Running yourself on thin ice here, but I'll allow it.
Yeah, but be careful. Host Neff hasn't had a chance to peek its head out, but I would still vote Aster. Aster has always been kind of like the dominant Chinese team in the region. They take down so many of these other teams. They kind of bomb out on the international
Wrong answer.
stage.
Nomad, you're up.
But yeah, I'd say Aster for sure.
I'd say Aster. I think... And I'm not just saying this because I'm worried I'm going to get shouted at by Neff. I think that I'm going to go for IG, I would have said, before any of this had all started. They did do pretty well in the Who Year event, you know. They looked pretty strong. Aster have swapped a couple more players. So, yeah, it kind of makes sense to me that IG would have done better. But as things currently stand, IG are basically just one series away from relegation. If they lose this match, they are done for. There is no more chances.
They have to win all of their matches to even force a tiebreaker.
You can just say 2 instead of all.
Okay, they could just take 2, but they have to win both of these matches to force a tiebreaker to avoid relegation. So it's not like winning this match is the only thing that has to happen.
Yes. It's tough opponents for them as well. Again, PSG.LGD being the last one, and I'm pretty sure they saved that for last because a lot of people figured this match would decide the most, right? At the end of the season, one of these two teams would probably take this top spot inside the region and decide who goes straight in the playoffs at the major. But with this, now they're fighting for relegation, and with how the points are distributed and how the season is going to go, I feel like if you drop in the lower division now, you spend the second season moving your way back up, odds are you're not going to have the points to move to be able to qualify for TI just one season. So this match is super important for them.
It really, really is, yeah. I mean, there's a possibility, like with now the weighting of the DPC points at majors being different. You know, if you come back in Division 2 and then qualify to the final major and then win the final major, you maybe have enough points to qualify, probably do, but my God, that is a lot of hoops to jump through. That's a lot of pressure to put onto yourselves, and it basically involves you taking this break to become the perfect team and then just figuring it all out from there. My God,
so
that is a very, very hard order to fill.
Instead of doing that, simply win these next 2 series,
Then
which
win
is
the
a tall
tiebreak.
order. But
Oh, I'm sorry. Who are their next 2 series?
Don't worry about it.
It's going to be hard, dude. It's going to be real hard.
Simple.
Yeah, playing some of the best teams in the region left.
Yeah.
Best teams in the world.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Probably.
for real. Like Aster and LGD are just looking like absolutely different beasts right now. LGD looking for their perfect win, 7-0 is clearly their goal, and they are well on track for it.
I
And
assure
Aster-
you, every other team right now is thinking they're lucky stars that there might not be cross-regional play right now. Because LGD would just put them in the dumpster.
I don't know. I reckon Team Spirit want another go at them.
Okay,
you know? They
fair.
want the repeat. They want
Yeah.
to prove that it wasn't a one-time thing. I can tell you that much for free.
Well, we're still doing the fluke thing, right?
Some people are.
Yeah,
I mean,
until you
there'll
win
always
2
be
TIs,
people,
it's a
you know?
fluke.
No, it's
right?
3 TIs. You have to win 3 in order to avoid the being called a fluke, I believe.
It doesn't matter how many.
Yeah. I think after that someone wins a third, it'll be you have to win 4 actually.
Exactly.
Just keep moving the goalposts across the field until
Important lesson, the haters will never stop hating.
Yeah, it's
And,
true.
Aster have been previously known as the China Slayers, and they might well be slaying the hopes and dreams of IG in this series if things go their way. I mean, why has this team been so strong throughout these past few weeks, Neff?
Aster?
Yeah.
All right. Just making sure we're not talking IG here.
Don't worry, we're not.
Excellent. I feel like they won at this team shakeup. They didn't fundamentally change too much about their drafts. I think it does help the fact that we are so late into the patch. I think it's another team that's benefited from that. I mean, they're an excellent organization. They have a great coaching staff. They're just able to pick apart the games and go with what works. And I think it helps them a little bit, the fact that teams like IG, they lost like their biggest voice, right? Kaka was like the shot call. A lot of people have agreed on that one. It's him who's made all these plays and played kind of sacrificial in position 4. He played Lion, which is like great at shutting down playmakers on other teams. And I think a lot of what they were doing revolved around that. And Aster, they're able to adapt after changing up their players a little bit better than that.
Yeah, I think adaptation is the key to it for Team Aster. I mean, Ori entering this team just seems to give them an entirely new lease of life. I mean, I don't know if that's even fair to say as well, because it's not like they were bad last year. They were brilliant last year. They absolutely smashed it in the regional play, but it's the international play where things started to fall apart, but we won't know anything about that until maybe a few months' time, maybe even longer than that, depending on if we do see a major or not, which we just don't know right now. But would you say that Aster have been enabling Ori and trying to make their game work around him?
I don't necessarily think it's like they're enabling him. Like Ori just is a machine. Like he can handle his own like so well, and Aster kind of play off of him as a response, but. There are certain drafts that they've had where they've definitely been like, okay, we need to make sure Ori has a good game here. But I mean, for the most part, they just seem like a well-oiled machine. Like all of their drafts are pretty dang good. Their in-game shot calling is some of the best that we've seen in the region. And it makes a huge difference, especially like what F was saying. Like a lot of these teams lost some of their big shot callers in the actual game. Some of the coaching staff has changed, so some of the teams just were lost for the first couple weeks of the season, and Aster really took advantage of it as being one of the most stable by far.
Yeah, despite making more changes than IG, and I think that's why this matchup is so interesting. IG's changed one player, and they look like an entirely different team for the worse. Aster, they've changed 2 players, and yet they seem just as stable as before. It's quite impressive. And talking about impressive, there's a man who's impressive in many, many ways, an impressive body and impressive face and an impressive brain.
He's got the whole package.
Did I ever sell this one, Lizard?
I don't think anyone believes you, but yeah, sure, I'll take it.
Look at that smile on him.
I'll take, of course. Like when someone is complimenting you that much, what am I supposed to do? Nah, stop it. I'm not that girl that posts a picture on Facebook and then writes underneath, "Oh, I'm so ugly," and then baits comments. Thank you.
I'd fall for that bait, to be honest. I would. I wouldn't like to see you post something like that.
Okay, my next Instagram or some post is gonna be like, "I'm so ugly." I'm expecting your comments.
Yeah, I'll be there for you, babe. Don't worry. Alrighty, let's get into game number 1 between these two teams. It is IG versus Aster in a best-of-3 matchup. IG's life is on the line here. Their life for next season and possibly their life for the entire year. Can they beat the Kaka curse? We find out here and now, and they're hoping to start things off with the Weaver.
It's always a great first hero, right? We've seen this hero so often. There's no reason to not pick it up almost in any draft, especially if you can grab it in the first phase.
But it does limit what you can do in your draft. We've talked about this a couple of times. When your position 4 doesn't have any disables, all of a sudden your 3 and your 1 need to pick up the slack on that one. But people have flexed it to the 1.
Did you see that meme in which character just goes from bad to worse and then becomes a skeleton and just like, you know the meme I'm talking about?
Yes.
As the worst news coming, look at JT. He's like, the face is all dark, just sitting there.
Oh no! Okay,
He's like the third iteration.
Oh my god.
But yeah, I expect from IG to really go all out, and they have a very nice draft already. I think the opening is solid. Weaver plus TA. They do complement each other really well, but Aster really all guns blazing straight out of the opening with the Queen of Pain and Monkey. It's so good on Aster to pick Monkey early, as it could be just Borax, it could be Boboka, right?
Yeah, like the classic. He's one of like the most, I would say, famous position for Monkey King players. Yeah. But at the same time, we've seen mostly Monet take it for Aster in this tournament, and I think we've seen Monkey King as a position 1 more than anything. But
have we even seen a 4 Monkey?
No.
So, right?
It's hard to say. We might have seen one, but I don't think so.
I'm gonna confidently say no.
Yeah, I would expect it to probably be Monet, but again, it can still absolutely be flexed to the 4 position because other regions absolutely are doing it too.
Yeah, most recently even 5 Monkey was playing in other regions. I remember Kroki even playing it with some Gleipnir rushes and whatnot.
That's a position 5 Gleipnir rush?
Yeah.
It's an interesting move.
Yeah, you know.
Did it win?
Yeah, he won a couple of games.
That's
not all of them, but some
impressive. But you shouldn't be encouraging the viewers to do something like that.
I encourage my viewers, our viewers, to do, you know, what they want to do. Follow your heart.
Don't listen to the pros or the guides or the.
I'm surprised that God King didn't say stick to casting when B-Cop suggested the Midas AA.
Come on, like, yeah, I'm always for experimenting with different builds. Dude, the Meepo Scuddy build, I'm not sure if I was the first one, but one of the first ones that started doing it. The amount of reports that I would get for doing
What's
that.
your behavior score?
I mean, it's good. It's 10K.
That's what everybody says. Black.
No, it's truly 10K. Like I'm really good in pubs.
I believe
I'm calm. I get my energy out at the gym, then I play, and it's all chill. I scream a little bit into the void afterwards.
Don't we all, though? It's an essential part of Dota, as we all know.
Let it all out afterwards.
Yeah.
I've got some interesting things to talk about then. What's interesting about Aster is these guys, they just don't die. They just don't die. Ori and XXS are the two highest least death on average players in the entire tournament. That's above LGD, who have been winning more games on average than them and doing a little bit better. And of course then KDA reflects that as well. Again, Ori, XXS, the two top spots on KDA as well. These two are just very good at staying alive.
It's really funny too, because XXS has played so many just like jump in there heroes. Like he just runs at the enemy team. And normally when you play that type of hero, you have to like sack your game a little bit to enable your other cores. But I guess he's just too good. He's like, yeah, I'm gonna run in here, but also not die.
It could be a testament to the individual skill.
Yeah.
This team, every individual player, because Aster for me has always been one of those that in every game there's 5 MVPs. Like everyone was playing out of their mind. Strategically, perhaps not as sound as some teams like PSG.LGD, but individually they match anyone in the world really. How do you feel about the snap, Neff? Cool? Yay or nay?
I don't like it at all. I don't feel like there's a great reason for them to pick it up here. I'm also kind of surprised by the Mars ban. I thought there might be something if they want themselves, if they plan on picking up a Snapfire. And when you see the Snapfire come out, you can assume that that's going to be a position 4 now, which means that it's not going to be a position 4 Monkey King. It kind of gives away what you're doing.
Do you think that they were maybe worried about too much minus armor on IG with Snap and Weaver and TA?
That was the only thing I was looking at. Is it is still a pretty good pick for IG if they want to go for it, and there are still offlaners you can combo it with. Yeah. Mars obviously the big one. Tidehunter as well would have been pretty good, but it's not like you can't just pick like a lot of other heroes that combo well with Snapfire, especially in the lane.
Yeah. Sometimes I'm not sure if I'm looking into things a little bit too much, but being in that place, sometimes you would take things that are good for them if you can also fit them in.
It's a lot of minus armor.
Yeah, and this has proven to be a winning strategy across the Chinese region. People been sneaking into Roche, taking a very quick one out from under the nose.
Everywhere, really, right? Like Roche dies way too fast.
Yeah.
Give that boy some armor. He's cold. It's wintertime, you know.
If you give him a big sweater, he's just gonna die to OD Arcane Orb anyways.
Yeah, so I'll get patched out whenever that patch drops in.
Yeah, is this
7.30 F?
Who knows?
Go with silencer? Okay, interesting.
I mean, it's decent at stopping the initiation. It'll cancel out Snapfire both from being able to save people with the gobble up as the game goes on, people going for quick Aghanim Scepters. It'll stop Mortimer Kisses, and it's been paired with Storm Spirit almost every game. So he makes initiation, he's able to get out fairly easily.
Yeah. What's up, Nomad? Like you don't see him on camera, but I need to lead this into Nomad making many unsatisfied faces, cringing even. What's wrong?
I just don't like the lack of stuns. I feel like you just make your game so ruddy difficult. And also, you know, yeah, you're trying to enable this Storm with the silencer pick to try and throw out the global to give him protection when he jumps in, but you still need those stuns, you know, those low commitment abilities to just help out the guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I can see that. They get Pango and Aster even more control for themselves. There is, like you said, there are no stuns, so Pango should have an extremely good game.
Yeah.
You need one item, right, to get rid of that global silence, and then afterwards you're completely fine.
This Monkey King could very well be a bait, honestly. Like, it is one of those things that Aster would definitely do it. Swap it to a support role and pick a better core. But you could honestly just go with something as simple as an Ogre Magi here. Goes very well with their lanes. It sits in front, can tank up some damage.
Do you think that it's a bad Monkey King game? I feel like it's all right.
It's not bad. Yeah, it's actually not that bad of a Monkey King game. You can make it work, but Storm Spirit is pretty rough to play into sometimes. Oh. Especially with Silencer. Like, Global Silence comes out, you don't get the Wukong's command, and that's like a big part of your team fight.
Need that VKB as soon as possible.
Yeah. So
sense.
it could just be swapped to support, honestly, and then pick a better core matchup.
Theo to the Earth Spirit as well. That one is a Bobicus special. He is a massive fan of Jerax, who it's one of the reasons why he changed his name to Borax, for anyone who didn't know that one already.
Yeah,
believe that
has since changed it back. I'm wondering if that has anything to do with the Jerax's return to Dota. You know, the tribute is no longer needed since he's back in the game.
Yeah, exactly. These men are doing better now, also in the DPC. I think they might be able to tie things out.
Who, EG?
Yeah,
they're in
they're second place at the rate they're going at, but we will see soon. Well, last band's coming out here. I guess they're still worried about. I'm not sure why you'd be super worried about a position 4, the Snapfire there, but it can be flexed into the 5.
Yeah, they banned out 2 supports. On the same time, Aster banned out 2 offlaners in the form of Bloodseeker and Beastmaster. All these heroes that just go in and stun instantly are definitely necessary for IG. I wouldn't even mind seeing Sand King or anything like that. Really, Centaur, perhaps not. Some of these are very difficult to play into Monkey, but then they need frontline and stuns.
They've got to pick fast. They are out of reserve time.
We have not seen Sand King.
Sand King has been completely ignored. The Brewmaster.
Well, it's a lot of frontline. It's decent disables as well.
It's really good at finding the Snapfire as well. So you have multiple ways of canceling that Mortimer Kisses without having to like commit with the Storm Spirit. So
yeah, and they look happy.
Yeah.
They look well. Damn. That's shaking right there. No fear. No
Wait
fear
a minute.
whatsoever.
It's fine, guys. We got this. We're not about to be relegated.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Aster here, you're probably looking for the support. That would make the most sense. I don't think Ogre is actually that bad. But the question is, do you want something that has a little bit more instant catch? Maybe run Snapfire as a 5 and pick a better 4.
Yeah, you need something to lock down this Brewmaster before he gets off that split. That's my biggest worry right now.
Give me a Skyrat or something.
Skywrath mage, hell yeah.
Honestly, it's a pretty good Skywrath game.
Just a storm will jump you, right? But the silence is amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you can protect yourself.
Is that Prophet still in the pool? Get that DP silence in. Position 5. I'm just throwing around. It's a good anti-mage game, of course.
Yes, they are going to do the support monkey. Let's go.
They're laughing on IG. They are laughing on IG. There is, they believe that this is not a good pick or something
no, this
like
pick
that.
is so
I just want to leave right now and bring Black here. He was calling for this.
Can we get him in to like maybe cheer behind the sofa or something? Someone tell him he's got permission to do that.
It's all right. They'll hear from him soon, I'm sure.
True. I mean, is it the dream anti-mage game, Lizard?
Well, there are good things for him. He is playing into Storm Spirit, right? Into Silencer Brew as well. It doesn't feel bad. At the same time, you are playing versus a team that can push the tempo hard. It's Weaver TA. If they manage to take that first rush and constrict the map fast enough, AM is not going to have fun. No. If they don't manage to do that, AM, it's a free game.
So as usual, it's on the other 4 heroes to enable him.
Pretty much, yeah.
All right.
I think he can absolutely dominate a Brewmaster lane. That hero is not as good against the anti-mage that he used to be when he had the passive crits.
Okay.
Right now, he relies so much on that Cinder Brew and Thunderclap that anti-mage just shuts him down in lane. As soon as he doesn't have mana, he just loses the right-click war.
Where are we going, Lizard?
Yeah, I'm going to go with Aster.
Aster. Safe bet.
Yeah, it's safe.
Neff, what do you think?
I'm going to have to go with... I want to believe in IG. I want them to have a comeback recovery arc, regardless of that.
The anime storyline for Neff. Why am I not surprised, Ricky?
I think absolutely not. I think there's no chance IG can win this game. I think I think this is a rough draft for them. So I'm going Aster.
Going Aster. I would have believed in IG had I not seen that trembling hand, but unfortunately I believe they're scared. I believe they are very, very worried indeed, but who knows what it could have been. But let's see what happens with game number 1 of IG versus Aster with Bcop and Black.
Thank you very much, Nomad. Very excited about that anti-mage pick.
Yeah, it was a good game.
Yeah.
Obviously, I called for it, as I always do. Can never be wrong if you do it all the time.
Yeah. Could be interesting with this anti-mage.
There are things, of course, they can do to shut him down. Like, they will still have Global before his Manta. Maybe a fast Orchid on the Storm could ruin his game. You know, there are good things for them, but the lane should be pretty free. Should get into his battlefield fast, and then, yeah, if you can defend just long enough until you get your Manta Style, like minute 20, 21, it's going to be very rough for IG.
Yeah, so anti-mage in the game. Are you excited to see anti-mage in the second season of Dragon's Blood?
Is he there? Or what?
You might be.
I don't know. We'll see.
Am I giving away real
I
spoilers?
mean, AM versus TB could be fun.
That could be real fun.
Like you reflect the AM and blink, blink, and conjure images.
That would be pretty cool. I also heard Techies makes an appearance in the second season.
I also heard Spell Shield is really good against Brewmaster because he cyclones his own Storm Spirit.
Ooh. Well, we'll have to see if he gets it.
Mid lane should also be pretty hard for Emo. Like Quap versus Storm is pretty tough for the Storm. What's up? How can I help you, my
I
friend?
see what you just did there. Cyclones his own Storm Spirit, and then you kind of yad at me.
Yeah.
I got it.
Oh, you got it now? Oh, okay.
It took me so long.
It took a while, huh?
I was like, okay, sure. And then I was like, yeah, all right, cool. There's also a Storm Spirit in the game. Best jokes are the ones you have to explain. JT's actually on the brew, and we've seen brew once other than this. And it was pretty exciting.
It did really well.
I don't know if it's going to have the ability to be that great, though, this game. Could certainly struggle.
In theory, the lane should be very hard, but AM is sitting pretty low. Might need to give him a little healing salve.
Ooh. Still okay?
Oh, that hurts.
Hoping for that early ring of health. Deep sentry there, just to make sure that Frisk feels safe when he's Shikuchiing within the lane. And down here bottom, Bobica's on the Monkey King.
Yeah,
this is one of those old
classic
signatures, yeah. Used to see him on that when he was on IG and DAC. It was really the breakout. They had the...
We've got to be careful. One more hit on the mana. So close. If he gets hit one more time, he's probably dead.
Could have potentially died and wouldn't have had that Shikuchi to get out. But...
Had it.
Yeah, it was close. Picky was trying to help out as best he could. Last word action on XXS. We had talked to XXS last time Aster had their victory, and you know he seems very confident in this team.
Yeah, I mean, rightfully so. They got some pretty good names. The games have been very nice. Good games.
Him and Bobica, that duo that's really getting up there.
Numbers-wise?
Yeah, number-wise to see if they can be the longest standing duo combination.
Yeah, makes me wonder though, Ori, his skill build potentially ruined his lane a little bit. We saw the Shadow Strike level 1, didn't go for the Scream, and now his CS is sitting a little bit behind Storm. You really want to get that Scream level 1 just to secure the range creep. Hopefully that doesn't ruin my boy's anti-mage's game.
You think it might?
It might. Like if Storm gets real big, like he's essentially losing the lane right now as Quap to Storm, which is something that should not happen. At all.
At all.
At all. But it's okay. Anti-Mage is going to TP middle, level 6, mana white the Storm for a free kill. That's what will happen. That happens every game.
Every game.
Every game. Like
so, what would you say the odds are it happens this game?
Like 10%.
10% it happens?
Yeah.
Or it doesn't happen?
Happens.
Okay. That's not really that high. Every game, 10%.
Well, it's because it's a matchmaking game, right? They're very well aware of what could happen.
Okay. JT out of mana here.
He went for Tranquil Boots, actually. Interesting, on the Brewmaster.
Never going to have mana.
Yeah. I mean, now is really when the lane becomes super hard. He's out of mana, half health, which is also why he went for the Tranquil Boots, of course.
Dire's middle tower is
But
under
yeah,
attack.
now AM Free Farm City is online. But look at the Storm CS. He's too big. He's not allowed to be this big right now.
Yeah, 31 and 4, but he's also taking a couple of those side camps over there.
Yeah,
So it's a bit inflated.
a little bit. But one Storm is level 6. He lanes perfectly fine against Quap. And Quap didn't manage to really pressure him at all.
And he's going to get this stack that was made by Frisk just a moment ago when he came over mid to potentially protect that water rune. So that really excels him that much more. Meanwhile, XXS and Bobica got an XXS at 22 and 1. And that is compared, at least right now, to the 27 and 4 of this TA.
Yeah,
Fly, TA not a very...
Fly hero.
Yeah, we don't see it on him often. Ollie in some
one more hit,
trouble,
and-
looking for the Jingu. Boundless strike, swashbuckle
Nice.
back. First blood for XXS onto Ollie. Fly trying to get a return kill here, and we'll just run down this Monkey King. Meanwhile, Emo dies to neutrals?
Must have been a suicide play,
Okay.
I think. Probably.
Radiant's curse
Against the Snapfire that maybe roamed in.
Fly lost his courier too. That feels really bad. That doesn't look like sacrifice play to me. Those creeps are down.
But Snapfire was there, so maybe he didn't want to feel like a kill Snapfire or something.
Maybe.
Just the benefit of the doubt here,
I
you know.
I don't know.
Emo's a pretty good player.
And then Bobica just kind of takes that little camp away, so we'll give him the benefit of the doubt. It was a sacrifice play. He's fine.
Yeah, which ruined his game a little bit though. Oh, they saw him jump. Not level 6 yet. Unlucky. One creep.
Dire's structures
Oh, the Beetle is on him though. Oh, he needs one creep, and they
Emu
clipped the
coming
wave.
over.
Oh, they clipped the
Emo.
wave.
In some trouble. Or he's
Kill the
got
creep, kill the
level
creep, kill the creep.
6. Sonic Wave,
Nice.
now level 6. Ball Lightning, back and forth, and now back over to Ori.
He's owning
Has
him,
the
he's owning him.
Vortex, and just with a sliver of health, Emo turning it around. Meanwhile, Frisk getting the kill onto the Monkey King.
is under attack.
And they're going to lose Piku here. And we'll eventually get run down. Denies the bounty, no?
Yeah, it's like, if you kill me, I'll kill your rune at least. But what a play by Emo. Like, he completely outplayed him. Mid tower is almost gone though.
Primal Spring coming through. Going after JT, does not have the ulti yet on Monet, but running down to this Brew and eventually gives it up.
Yeah, Brew actually pressuring AM quite a bit, and his game is not too bad. Only 300 net worth behind the AM.
Yeah, considering the way he was being treated and is being treated in this lane, you'd think it would go a little bit differently.
Radiant's
It's okay,
middle
we
tower
believe in
is under attack.
the mages of Anti.
At least for right now. They're going
Ooh,
in.
he's dead.
Ball Lightning looking for the kill here on a Monet. Blinks north, tries to TP out. The
No.
damage is in time, and Emo will get the kill onto Monet. This is earlier.
Our little first blood.
This might also show the storm,
No.
maybe? Just the
Oh, I know what happened.
rundown. What
I know,
happened?
He soul ringed,
And then he
and then
died?
he got hit by a creep. So it was not the Snapfire.
Well, the benefit of the doubt is gone.
Thank you for the replay. Now we all think he's a scrub.
Oh, I didn't say that.
But you thought that.
Just let's get it on the record here. I did not say that. Thanks.
Oh, wow.
Tip down bot by JT. Bobica spotting it.
Mr. Goody Boy.
Me?
Yeah,
I'm a good boy.
of course. Never said otherwise.
Oh, God.
He's still level 5.
Monet.
Not this time.
Troublesome. He's not getting much now. He is really being pressured quite heavily.
They're still going after him.
Yeah, they want to continue to put the pressure onto Monet. He goes over towards the outpost and will go to the creep wave top. Should be safe for now, but he has lost that tier 1 tower. Pressure's on. Not feeling comfortable.
Yeah, but he's going to be healing to full because he got the possessed mask. No problem for him, but they're on his tail again.
They're just going to keep chasing him around as much as they can. Because they know they don't have great answers to this anti-mage. If he gets like 2-3 items, the game is going to be very, very hard.
Ooh.
He knows, they scanned him.
He's level 6 now, so maybe he can do something. Blink back, there's the silence. Nothing doing. They are smoked up on the side of Aster. 3 heroes are smoked up. They will roam around together to potentially get the kill here onto the TA. Fly, Blink done. Shadow Strike, and the Cookie on the mark. Easy kill there for the side of Aster. XXS getting credit for another kill, this time on the Fly, so both carries kind of getting hunted at the moment.
Yep, JT's almost into his Midas though, and then he's going to build into the Axe, into Refresher. We've seen how much damage it can potentially cause.
A very balanced build.
Yeah.
I like that the Brew is coming out more though. It finally got that debut, and
I don't like it.
No, it's going to be doing some things. Why? Because it ruins a lot of the heroes you play?
No, it's just like the concept is just silly. You got these 4 Brewlings that's hitting the tower.
3 to start.
3
Gotta
to
get that
start.
shard.
Yeah.
If they ever released another Spirit, would they need to...
They need to buff the shard.
Yeah, they would need to buff the shard, right?
Or the ult.
Yeah, it would have to be 4 Spirits.
4 of me!
And then it would have to be 5 of me.
Which still, like, the voice line still says 3 of me, even though it's 4.
Yeah.
Might want to work on that, you know?
Get a quick little update in onto that shard voice line. Although I think it would be cool if it wasn't a voice line of his, but if you got Brewmaster up to like Platinum, you unlock the 4 of me.
Nah. Voice lines are only really used by the heroes though, right? Oh, look at jumping on XXS.
With the global silence, trying to go
Easy
in here
kill.
onto the Pangolier. They have the Swarm, they'll get the kill. Easily done for Emo, getting a little bit of revenge for his carry.
The Monkeys being middle. Are they gonna try to defend here? They have Snapfire Kisses.
And they have Wukongs.
And Quap Wave and Mana Void.
This could be a fight that they want to get through. Balance Strike. Oh, they kept him locked down the entire time. Well done there. PQ gets the kill on a JT.
Everyone's just getting on top of him instantly. Quap, Snapfire, as well as aim, all blink on him and cookie on him. And now they instantly smoke up.
Yeah, they still have Wukongs, they still have Kisses. They didn't really use much there except for the Mana Void.
Yeah, the roll is really the biggest tool they still have. I think they know where...
Ooh,
Are they going to go for Ollie? Ah, the TA is so close. Unlucky.
TA still coming
going
up
in.
towards the high ground. They're going to Ball Lightning look for PQ. They've got the Wukongs down. Vortex right outside the circle of the Wukong's command. Bobica taking a lot of damage. Uses that Mischief for a second. They get the kill onto the Snapfire. They'll lose the Monkey King. And it's 2 kills there for 1 for the side of IG. They get a little bit of an advantage out of that exchange.
They had to expend the Brew ult though. So he's not going to have that for about 2 minutes. Possible plays for Aster in the triangle. It was a little bit unlucky because if they go to TA, he's dead for sure. And that's obviously who you want to kill, because you know they have no global silence. The silencer def there doesn't really matter at all. Space for AM though.
Weaver almost has this vessel. Dewarding Ollie. Just cleaning up some wards here and maybe making Anti-Mage feel a little bit more uncomfortable. Monet really got a bit of a grasp on the game. He's not exactly recovered compared to the TA, still down about 500 gold. But we've seen in the past Monet kind of tilt. I think the one game we've kind of alluded to today and talked about a little bit is that Techies game he had to face last year against LGD. But LGD does kind of do that to teams.
And it's also Techies. I see JT watching a lot of my stream.
Does he come by and just say hey?
No. I'm not popular enough.
That's not true.
He's a hotshot, you know. I'm just some dude.
That's not true. You're more than just some dude.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Frisk over by the outpost, and they do have 4 heroes here. Oh, really 5.
Yeah, Aster couldn't really use the timing yet that they have with the Brew ult on cooldown yet at all. They're still global to worry about, of course. Like, it's not easy to take these early fights. Aster's game is really just to draw out the game, get those counter items online, make sure your aim is fight ready.
maybe now that they've got the Orchid.
That's a good pickup. There's still Global Silence, though, which is the big problem.
Potentially the big problem. They're thinking about going to the Rolling Thunder. Ollie nearby, and there's the Ball Lightning. And there's the Global Silence. But the Rolling Thunder did come out, and that's going to bounce the Storm up into the air. They get the Sonic Wave. It hits all 5 heroes on the side of IG. Time lapse, Primal Split coming through. Balance Strike over from the side. Frisk, he's down about half health. After a 5-man Sonic Wave, they use Primal Split. They pressure the tier 1 mid. Not much for either team, but still well played by Aster because they keep their heroes alive through the Global Silence. And they get a kill there on Ema.
Yes, they're going for more.
And they want to get maybe the Primal Spring and look for something else, but Frisk, JT right there. Ori coming over from the side. Balance Strike hits on a Fly, giving Bobica an opportunity to just TP out and the rest of the team to really escape under the tier 1 tower. But here comes Emo all the way through.
Orchid it again.
The Orchid, the silence comes out. So there's not much he can follow up with just yet, but he wants to go, and Ori just blinks away. Piggy will eventually go down to Frisk, who's dominating. They've got the Vortex on XXS, who uses that shield crash right on top of the Weaver. IG, they are diving in for more. Only come out with 1 at the moment. Ori. Earn. Is he going to try and cut him off at the pass? He's got the ward down, but Ori wise enough to not just walk back, but blink onto the high ground and get away.
He's still looking. Oh, have to be bang give up now. I'm a little surprised AM actually TP'd to that fight. I feel like he left a good 500, 600 net worth on the table down there. And didn't really achieve a whole lot. Finally into his battlefield though. Yep. No split.
All right, they've got the Orchid. This is a kill. XXS did miss the swashbuckle, but a kill's a kill's a kill. And, well, XXS gets another.
Yeah, and while during all this, AM is still farming, of course. But there's also a reason why AM is pretty unpopular right now, because look at the TA. Oh, he's just 1300 net worth ahead for free. Oh, Weaver, also dead.
Risk very quickly taken care of. They've got the Deso picked up on the TA. A couple of kills for Aster. They're up 1,000 net worth.
Yeah, very scary now. Like, TA will two-shot most of the heroes in the game right now. Like, even AM will also just die in 2 hits.
I guess the biggest concern, though, is, yeah, you've got the TA there, but look at the rest of the team.
Yeah, but Brew doesn't need to be super rich to be effective and strong. But yeah, the Storm is trailing behind like quite a bit, unfortunately. And they're giving up the tier 2 bottom, actually. Very early into the game.
Yeah, 16 minutes in, just about 17. That's why they're going for, or while they're going for Roche. Should be an easy Aegis.
But we're going to go through the hands of the TA. Maybe Storm if he's really feeling himself.
JT in the Roche pit, not using that Midas efficiency. You hate to see it.
Putting his team over himself. Foolish mistake.
Selflessness. There it is. Midas, good item on plenty of heroes. I've heard some recent things about Midas on some heroes. I'm going to try it tonight. You go and get the kill there onto Ollie. Bobica getting credit using that Wukong's Fly nearby. XXS, he does have the Rolling Thunder, which he will commit to try and get a kill here onto JT. They've got the Orchid, they've got the Cookie, the Little Shredder, and all that. And they have done such a good job on Aster to have that consistent lockdown. They've chained it up nicely, and they've gotten JT multiple times that way.
They're playing really well together as a unit, the 4 of them, giving AM ample space to catch up to the TA. Now only 700 net worth behind.
He's starting to really groove.
Mm-hmm. And once that Manta comes online, there's first power spike, then probably going to go into the Skadi. And once the Skadi's up, he's going to be almost impossible to kill for them. You get all that bonus armor, so the TA doesn't hurt as much anymore. Storm can't really kill you, has to be careful that he doesn't overstep, because otherwise you just get mana voided. It's going to be tough. They're going to do a lot with his Aegis.
Yeah. And let's see if they try to. I think it's a little bit tough when you don't have the Primal Split to work with. When you got to that peak point with Anti-Mage, when you're finally ready to leave the jungle, I know you're very big on the sound effects. Did you just like, you ever play the game and you're just making the sound effects yourself from behind the screen?
Of course.
Just
I mean, even for my teammates.
You do it for your teammates too?
Yeah, of course. I mean,
just casting the game with sounds?
I mean, the thing is, like, when we know we're like winning a team fight, you know, like the enemy's just running, they have nothing left. You just blink after them, and you go some mana void sounds, you know. Of course. You know, gonna build the team morale. They're like, yeah, let's go get him.
I want to know if other players do that. If they just do the sound effects. There's definitely got to be guys who like really get into it, right? Just super immersed.
Oh, for sure.
That's a question I might do on the next interview I get. Do you make sound effects while you're getting rampages?
Here's a demonstration.
Yeah. Top tier 2 getting taken right now for free, but they are smoking up on Aster, trying to make a move.
Quite late though. That is after the tower's down. Might just wanna look for some exit kills.
They glyphed. It stayed up for a second.
True, TA stopped hitting it. But
Fly, Boundless Strike,
he's
they've
dead.
got the Orchid. They should be able to get the first life out of his hands, but that's going to cost him Bobica. He's never able to get out because of the global silence. Aster don't feel safe enough to go in, and with that Aegis, they will get that tier 2 top. So both teams losing their long lane tier 2.
Got the Aegis and baited out the split. Gives more time to AM. He's gonna have his minute 20, 21 Manta style.
Good timing for
Good
where
timing.
he was at? Okay.
But TA already into her BKB. And until you have the Skadi, you're still very squishy on the AM.
Emo, Fire Snap Cookie onto the high ground and then the mid ground. Now over the side, you've got the Rolling Thunder, and they've caught Fly, but can they hit him again? Once more, and then the Yules hitting him a second time. They've got the Orchid. They're continuing to do damage. The Boundless Strike, the Orchid burn, not enough to kill off Fly. A little bit of a lack of commitment. They did have the Sonic Wave from the Queen of Pain available.
I was surprised they didn't just blink in and wave him.
Yeah.
To be honest, but
Maybe
probably a little
just
bit afraid.
expecting the BKB?
Even then, it's pure damage.
Yeah, I don't know why you don't use it. It just felt like they were expecting, maybe not for the Sonic Wave, but throughout that exchange, right? Just BKB blink away.
Potentially, but he was probably also afraid of the storm just killing him in return. But killing the TA would have definitely been worth it.
Especially when Monet is just open.
Yep. Well, anyway, AM into his Manta style now, so he's stronger now. But the real, like, I'm gonna go into every fight is gonna be that Skadi timing. If he's choosing to go for that, Assault Cuirass is another pretty nice option. Maybe even a BKB if he really wants to.
TA going second BKB, of course.
Yeah, you always need
Definitely the build. Why not 2 when 1 is so good?
Yeah, probably just gonna go into that Blink Daedalus.
Always a good feeling. Get that damage out there.
It's a lot of damage. No. No.
Well, like actually.
Actually, yeah.
But actually a lot of damage. Yeah. Almost at this Ags. Good timing there for the Brew.
That is his power spike.
Yeah.
Double split. It's gonna make it very hard for some of the Dire heroes to fight. But Quap is also into her BKB. So the core items are now online for Aster. They can definitely take a good fight. Still 1500 away on the Storm on his BKB. So he's gonna be very scared. There are 2 Orchids now.
Yeah, Orchid on Bobica.
Interesting.
Okay. Little bit of a different build here for a Monkey King, but it's interesting to see, especially from Bobica. Pick in trouble, but Fire Snap Cookie lands on Frisk, and okay. Well, I recognize that he doesn't have Scatter Blast yet.
Yeah, 044.
Interesting little move there.
AM might for the first time surpass the TA network. No, not yet.
It's close. He is pushing bottom.
Yes.
And there it is. Whoa.
No.
It's not you cheering for a team. It's literally just anti-mage. You could care less if Aster lose, but the anti-mage has that similar performance to Shiro in Game 2 of his series.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta support your boy, right? We've got a long history.
Yeah. Ooh, Fly.
He has his
Rolling
BKB
Thunder.
though.
There's the Blink. They've got the Orchid. The
One
Mortimer's
more.
Kisses. There's the Yules. The Global Silence. The Sonic
Wow.
Wave. And it's the Chain Lockdown again from Aster. That does it big. They get the kill there on Ollie. They've taken out 2. Really well done. And Aster have proven multiple times that they are so good at getting this chain lockdown.
To all the people saying just buy a BKB against Pangolier. Well, there you go.
What now?
I hate Pangolier. Heroes so ridiculous.
A lot of the new heroes have been so ridiculous at one point, or newer heroes.
At one point or another, or still.
Still.
Frisk. If he gets orchid, he's in trouble. But he didn't see him on the monkey.
He did not. But
Ooh.
oh, nothing. Fake hype. But nothing.
Ooh. Ooh.
We could cast a game like that if you want. Oh. Ooh. Oh.
Uh-huh. Aim is like, where's my creep wave? They already cut it.
XXS, what are you doing, dude?
Why are you cutting my waves, bro?
This is my wave. BKB picked up for the Storm. Still a 6,000 net worth lead for Aster. IG struggling to really bulk up here. They've looked all right in the fights, but it's just not good enough at the moment. Aster, one of the top teams, they really have shown their prowess with especially the consistent lockdown. And IG are struggling to really contest that and compete with it.
Yeah, Scotty is almost up because that is going to be so scary because Storm will have to hard commit with the BKB. And, oh, Quap. He should be able to react to time. They don't have instant stuns. See if he's fast enough. Yeah.
BKB gets the Orchid out onto Emo.
There's nothing you can do.
BKB.
Like, you can't grab him. It's too slow. Compared to the instant BKB, of course. And AM actually TP'd bottom, so they don't want to fight. Oh, it's a 12-second respawn. They might not have AM in this fight.
He's starting
Where's
to
the
come
trap
back.
in Roshan? There's no trap in Roshan. Fly didn't play a whole lot of TA from what I've seen, so maybe a little bit unfamiliar there. But there needs to be a trap in there because they could be doing it right now. It could be gone already.
Yep. Thing is, though, if they walk from the left side of the pit inside, the observer ward that's there for Aster is going to catch them.
They still didn't check the Roche pit?
Nope.
Go in, please. Anyone.
Is there anybody out there?
No.
There's the trap. So it spots it, but...
Now they're around, though. They're going for it.
Yeah, they're going to go.
It's so fast. It is so
Aster's
fast.
near, though. They'd have
There's
to make
nothing
the
you can
jump.
do.
There's a global silence available, and... Ooh.
And
Do they go?
it's gone.
Nothing. Nothing. Can they catch them leaving the pit? Looking for the Wukongs, and they go to the Rolling Thunder. But they don't line it up well enough, so... Frisk just leaves. Oh. Fly. Bobiga. Just hiding. There's the Scotty.
Thou seest me not.
No. A magician in the trees. Did you ever have those magicians that would just like go to a birthday party? They had some okay tricks.
What's a
They'd,
birthday
like,
party?
They'd like light up the inside of their wallets. They'd be like, look at the... They'd make 2 rings connect to each other and then disconnect with each other.
No, BCOM. I had no friends. I had no parties.
Same. I was just attending my brother's birthday party.
I got sad real quick.
Oh. Oh. Monet?
If that mana ward goes off, he would have killed him. It's a good stun now with the talent.
JT using that Midas. Waiting to see that double primal split.
He's going for the aim disc first before the refresher. Probably needs it this game. They have too many sources of silence at this point.
Yeah, just trying to stay alive, making sure you can get that primal split off. Get that silence off.
Feels a little bad right now to be IG though. Like they're slowly bleeding out.
They've kind of brought some back, but not a lot.
Ooh, they saw the trip.
Boundless Strike. Orchid again. Rolling Thunder. Global Silence, but the BKBs are popped. And a little roll-up action there from XXS. He's bouncing around. The Mana Void coming through on an Emo. They'll get that kill on the Storm. The damage out onto XXS, so it's a 2-for-1 right now. Ori blinking away, and JT with the Storm Panda moving forward. Cyclone's up. Ori. He's got some help from Pikiu as well as Monet. And IG, well, they don't find anything more, but it ends up being a 2-for-1, and they cut into that net worth lead again.
That's the power of aim against Storm. We're going to be careful, Fluffy. You cannot fight his aim right now.
Not at the moment.
You have no stuns for him, as I said before. It's a big problem. Like, Storm is dead. That's the only stun you have, the Vortex. Once he has his Basher, the TA cannot contest the aim. He needs his Daedalus and potentially Bloodthorn to be able to fight back.
Yeah, at what point do you think it starts to pull back for him?
It's gonna be tough because there's so many good support items coming out too. Like the Shivas on the Quap, so we attack speed down. Maybe a Solar Crest even on the Snapfire eventually would be pretty good pickup. It's difficult. It was like we said, the conditions were that they were dominating the early game. Really pressured aim out of the map.
Ooh, they caught the
He
Monkey
caught
King.
him actually. Yeah, nice.
Goes to the primal split. Bobica trying to get anything done, but it's not looking likely at the moment. I say that though. Cyclone, Swashbuckle, and these pandas are getting a little bit low. JT trying to get the Storm Panda out.
He didn't split back.
He didn't go back. He just ends up dead.
No. Well, he's having a good laugh about it though. He's like, haha. Well, I messed up.
Yeah. Not exactly amazing.
Yeah. His teammates not as
thrilled.
Yeah. It looks funny though. And when they smoked up.
Emo. A lot of heroes here for the side of IG. They still have his Aegis for a minute. Ags almost finished for the Weaver. A couple Ags pickups for IG.
Yeah, Axe Weaver could be really strong in this game. But AIM is also one of the best heroes against Weaver because he just jump in the back line with that eventual Abyssal Blade. Finds the Titan Sliver right away.
AC right now.
Yeah.
Could go Abyssal afterward.
AC is a super good pickup. Because as soon as that's online, TA will not touch you this game. Never.
Oh, ball lining in, going after Ori. They've got the Vortex, pulling him in. Now the BKB. Global silence.
Little late. He wanted to time it with the BKB before his blink. Because if that happens, the crop is probably dead. But it's so hard to time. Like you gotta be like next level.
Yeah, you got to be ready to go on that one, and it maybe seems like a little bit of a lack of communication.
Well, Aegis is now also gone. So the advantage you had over the AM, also gone.
Hello?
Bye.
Bye.
But the AC on AIM is also pretty good because his mana burns all physical damage. So it gets amplified by that as well. Oh, XSS, you can't die here.
This is a good
You can't
spot.
die, XSS. He's dead.
And oh, they're going to go through, get the kill on a fly. Monet gets credit for that one. They go into the primal split once again, but there's not much that JT can do. They've got the silence out into Bobica, but it really isn't going to matter all too much. You've already gotten the kill into the TA, and Monet still chasing, looking for JT. Who will eventually go back to form. Emo with the BKB goes to the silence. They've got the Storm Vortex pulling him in while the Cookie's pushing him away. Ori blinks out. Now Bobica, Primal Spring, as well as the Boundless Strike. They've got XXS behind him. JT is right there with them. But with 4 heroes here, it's still looking like the IG might need to retreat a little bit. They've got the Sonic Wave coming through on the 3 with the Swashbuckle hitting onto JT. Frisk and Ollie going down. 4 heroes dead on the side of IG. Aster, for a moment, it looked like IG might come out with a little bit more than that, but all they got was Bobica.
It's just so tough because like, they didn't itemize properly. They need some force depth. They're gonna somehow bail the TA out of the permastun. It's just, like the second time he dies without being able to use the BKB. And this might have been the last chance they had because now AM has his AC. He's virtually unstoppable now. There's nothing to do.
Roche up potentially in a minute and 15. Aster don't need to force the issue. But IG kind of have to. They feel so far behind.
Yeah, you had your TA timing, but as soon as you have that, the Penguin just instantly killed you with all those stuns. Like, I don't know where their force deaths are. You need that. If Weaver Axe is not going to cut it because you're going to get silenced. You have 2 Orchids. Yeah. They're not just going to let you jump in for free.
Emo trying to go into a Lincoln's. Weaver still building this Axe. It's... Not feeling great at the moment. Refresher, of course, for the brew.
Nice water bottle.
Yeah. JT.
He's done after the last play.
Yeah, he's morphing right now.
After the last play, he's like, nah, I don't need any of this.
middle tower has
Satanic next for our anti-mage.
Yeah. Is Aster going to risk it and push high ground, or just going to wait for Roche? Probably just going to wait for Roche. Get that potential. It's this, the third Roche, so it could be an axe for free for the anti-mage.
Minute and a half could be an axe. We've seen anti-mage axe be really strong or feel really strong, not specifically in this region, but in the past.
Want to know another trick?
Yeah, sure.
You can pop Blinkens with it. Ooh. Just click on them, and it goes bing, and then you mana void them.
Well, isn't Lincoln's popping more of a gush or a push?
Like a ching, something like that. It's like a like a balloon popping.
Some right clicks in, yeah. Could be just a 5-man smoke coming in from IG. They're going to go after Aster, bring the fight to them, knowing that this Roche is potentially up. They want to get a couple of kills here, maybe secure themselves the Aegis again. Both teams smoke, blinding in, but immediately XXS ready with the rolling thunder.
He's dying,
the
though.
damage is so much with the BKBs. Fly, Emo, A-OK. XXS does get out. They've got the silence coming through into JT. He's got the Aeon Disc that'll allow him to purge off the silence and get into the primal split. They've used the global silence as well. Ball lining in the backlines, looking over for Ori. Monet going in on Emo. Fire Snap Cookie pushes him back into Fly. They get the kill on Ori. They take out this Queen of
Where's
Pain.
the mana void?
He's got buyback though. Monet blinking out. They're still going after this Brewmaster. The 4-man silence with a blinking coming from Ori. And there's the Sonic Wave. Ooh, and the mana void. Fly, Emo, Ollie all drop. And that is a counterplay from Aster that comes out and breaks them through this lineup of IG.
It was a little sloppy, the execution of Aster, but they're so far ahead at this point that they just cannot lose the fights. And yeah, that's probably all she wrote. Nice try by IG. They recognized they had to do something, because if they give the Roche away for free, there's nothing you can do. Now they're going to lose one Rex, potentially another Rex as well. They could just back off for Roche as well if they wanted to, which is what they're going to do. And wouldn't be surprised to see the GG.
Potentially, yeah. The last fight happening near the tier 2 tower that allows Ori to get back into the fight, and that blink was perfect. 4-man silence with that shard.
Yeah. They are sticking around much longer too than when Kaka was with them. They were GG out probably 10 minutes ago.
Remember when Kaka called the GG as he was up in the air from the Ravage? He just knew they had been countered. And he just called it. They didn't even die yet, just the Ravage.
Yeah. You remember the 36 minutes DD Roshan? Always.
Always.
Every time.
Always double damage in a Roshan.
And it was the refresher shot. Unfortunately for the AM, you would have loved that axe. I would have loved that axe.
Hey, maybe this game goes to 4th Roche.
No. This game is going to end in like 2 minutes.
Alright, so if it doesn't end at 38:45, I'll reserve my judgment for now.
Okay. Although I said in like, so that means you plus 10, minus 10.
No.
Oh, that's how it works.
Shard for XXS, shard for Ori, Ags for both Frisk and JT with a shard for Emo.
Farming the tier 4 items first. Aster's playing is super safe.
Yeah.
Can't blame him for it. I like it.
We've seen some tough high ground pushes. No reason to feel bad if you're going to try and secure it as much as you can. Up 20,000 net worth. Fly TPing back to the base as maybe getting a feeling, a spider sense that, well, you've got 2 heroes nearby.
And the biggest issue for IG now is, on top of all the issues they already have, they cannot secure neutral items at all. They have 0. And Aster won't let them. They're just gonna squeeze and
Rolling Thunder. And then rolling it up.
He's out of mana after Aeon Disc even.
And this comes out, and now they'll start to right click. They've got the mana void into the kill on JT. He's got buyback.
Well played. Yeah, I mean, I admire IG's fighting spirit, but
this is a lot. It means a lot for them to get a victory here if they can, and right now it's not looking likely. Ball Lightning looking to cut the trees, does exactly that, goes after Bobica. They've got the Vortex. He has the Lotus Orb on him, but it's not going to matter. They get the kill to Bobica. They've got the Silence onto Monet. No blink back. And IG, at least the hold for now, but it did force the buyback of JT.
yeah, which also delays the time they can use the Aegis with. We're going to have about 1 minute left.
About a minute and a half.
When Monkey joins the fray again. Maybe with Storm Aghanims they can make it happen. Because then you can't spell shield it anymore.
That's a long ways out, though.
It is. I mean, the scariest push is definitely the one with the Aegis. It's about to happen in like 40 seconds.
And if they can hold through that,
then there's a chance.
with the way Aster are at least playing right now, it could give them the timing that they need. But I say that, Fly.
Oh, you died there
moving
before.
up,
You can't die there again.
there's XXS.
Okay,
He's got
nice.
the time-lapse help and the blink away.
The team did not follow up properly there. They needed to silence the Weaver. Probably weren't aware of it.
Yeah, I think they maybe caught a glimpse of Fly and just win.
Yeah. But yeah, like, if the quad blinks on top of the Weaver there and Fly dies, it is GG.
Certainly.
Going into Rapier on Fly. I really think Aster should just end the game.
Shadow
they're trying
Strike,
to.
double silence, Aeon Disc. Up in the
Purged
air he
again.
goes, looking for the Rolling Thunder, Mana Void, and they've got the time-lapse, but he cannot get the Primal
No buyback
split
either.
off. He already used that buyback, and now you're down, well, only one, because Emo getting a kill there on a Bulbaca.
Got almost solo killed by the 4 Monkey though.
Yeah.
Well, good luck of defending against the anti-mix with Satanic and Cheese.
Fly.
Ow.
In some trouble. They still have Silencer with buyback, but up in 10 seconds, he'll have the global silence if they want to make the move. They have buyback available on Bulbaca too. Mid pushing in a little bit.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
All right, some tips to Frisk. Friendly banter, do you think?
Maybe.
Or a war declaration?
Both. Silence on Uri. Mana Void comes out. Monet jumping in on the Frisk. They've got the silence thanks to the blink of Uri. He's also got that Orchid. So
They
it's
still
tough
cheese
to
on
get
Monet
away.
too. Has a
Fly
Rapier.
has the Divine Rapier, but he has to get in. The throne's going down. They have no way to protect it. They go in with the global silence, but it's already at half health. They have
Hey,
to make
Monet,
a
careful.
hell of a stand. Monet blinking forward. They look over at Ori. They've got the little Shredder to get the kill there onto Ali.
Get on top of
He gets the
him.
credit for that. They've got the Mortimer Skins coming down as well. They look over. Mana Void out, as well as the right clicks coming through onto the TA with the Rolling Thunder. They get the kill on a Fly. He'll drop the Divine Rapier, and GG will be called. Aster will take game one. 30-16 with a 42,000 net worth lead. It was quite convincing from the side of Aster. Playing on this dire side, getting these kills, and taking the game.
Yeah, they had their timings, but a little bit too good on the Aster side. Like that first kill with the TA BKB, where he couldn't use it, pretty much lost him the game, I'd say, because that was the big timing they wanted to use, right?
Right.
But then after that, AM had his Manta style. After that point, you can't really kill him anymore. Gets his Skadi, just becomes stronger, right? Like the problem is just growing and you have no answers anymore.
Yeah.
So they were on a timer. They actually had the timing, misplayed it a little bit, and why don't we see AM last pick more often?
Oh, that was a good AM game, but again, the timing on IG just a little bit missing. There's always just that little bit missing from IG, that little oomph, that little pizzazz, that little caca, if you will, right into the mix. But IG, they're now one game away from, I believe, guaranteed relegation, which is a sigh of relief for all the other teams if that does happen.
Wait, VG lost too.
They've got 2 wins, right?
So
They're
if
2 and
IG
4.
beats LGD, then it's possible. I mean, IG. Now the thing is, LGD is gonna try hard for sure because they want to have 7-0.
They tried hard today, yeah.
Yeah, but they needed to. They needed
yeah,
to. They needed to win. But they still need to win anyway if Aster win now, because otherwise it's 6-1 for both, and they have to play for that spot.
Yeah, so they're going to just try hard again, I think, all the time.
Try hard all the time.
Always try every time. And you know who tries really hard? Our panel, because they're great people. Back over to you guys. Take it away.
Indeed, we do try very hard. Thank you very much, B-Cup and Black, for great casting as always, and a good game as well, at least if you're a fan of Anti-Mage. Although he didn't really do anything, did he, Ricky?
Anti-Mage basically got to just hang out, farm the whole game, watch Ori just take out the entirety of IG and then throw Mana Void here or there. Yeah, that's like the most fun Anti-Mage game. You know, you just don't have to. You just kind of PvE, hit some creeps, and then eventually just become this insurance policy that kills everyone if they dare challenge you.
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, they were winning the game pretty much 4v5, no problems at all. I believe he did turn up to the penultimate team fight, in which he did 380 damage. I remember seeing that stat correctly. And then
something like the Venomancer we saw the other day.
a bit different, I think. A little bit different. And then he does come up to the ultimate team fight and get a triple kill. You know, that insurance policy had to be wheeled in at the end. But yeah, no, a fantastic game all across the board there. IG never really stood a chance.
Yeah, I mean, you pick the Brewmaster, it's usually a lane-dominating hero, or you use it to extend these team fights. But every single fight, you know, controlled up at the end, we saw the moment his Aeon disactivated, item he'd saved up so much for, Yule Scepter into the air, dropped back down, finished up, and Anti-Mage did a pretty good job of stopping the Brewmaster from doing anything in the lane as well.
Dude, they were so fast with the Yules, too. Like, it was instant every single time. Like, they would just wait the Aeon Disc proc. The first time it went off, he managed to actually split following that, but never happened again. Like, they constantly kept their eyes on the Brewmaster, forced the Aeon Disc, instantly Yules, and then you always have, like, Rolling Thunder or Orchid or something to follow it up. Like, they just, yeah, Brewmaster had no game starting from the lane. And this was all expected. Like every single lane, they were basically favored in.
And that's one of the strengths of Anti-Mage. Just certain lane matchups he does very well. Yes, he loses some lanes pretty hard, but just the way Mana Break is allows him to punish heroes like Brewmaster, Ember Spirit, sort of things that really do rely on
heroes. Yeah, no, he can really lay a slam down when he needs to in the laning phase and against certain heroes. And yeah, they just weren't ready for the anti-mage pick, and that ruined their laning phase. And then they just had this again fallback policy throughout the entire mid game, where if anything went ridiculously wrong, then they had the comeback. You know, TA did look like she was becoming a threat at one point. You know, top of net worth for a little bit of the game, but just never really came online. I mean, was that a case of Aster shutting down the TA, or was IG enabling her?
I'd say it's little column A, little column B. Shutting down the TA just by like constantly putting the pressure on with the other four heroes. Like you said, the anti-mage was mostly an insurance policy. They played surprisingly aggressive without the anti-mage. Usually kind of play the map safely, allow them to farm, but they put their foot on the gas here. Side of Aster.
I mean, the big thing is, right, on the side of IG, there's just not really a hero that just jumps in and, like, really starts your fight. Like, you have Storm Spirit, but he has to be very careful because of the Anti-Mage. You have Brewmaster, but they've started countering the Aeon Disc. So it felt like they were, like, really lost on how they could actually initiate the fights. And TA wants to, like, follow it up, right? She either needs to just snipe a hero on the backside, which she wasn't actually finding, or she has to, like, follow up another hero and like, have the ability to just, like, attack these enemy carries. But you have a Iascati anti-mage, like your game is so griefed.
Yeah. I loved his build, honestly. Like, I thought the Assault Cuirass was strangely sacrificial for an anti-mage. You know, could have gone for the butterfly like I was expecting. Instead he goes for the AC. And I believe that decision is purely motivated by the fact that TA was doing so well. The only way they really win fights is if she jumps the backlines and blows up a support or like a Pangolier or something like that in a few hits. And those 5 points of armor you get from Assault Cuirass is just about what you need to just stop you going into those negative numbers and getting absolutely shredded by the TA. And I think that's like critical, you know, when you're playing around that 0 mark of armor, every single point is hugely valuable. So 5 doesn't sound like much on paper, but in the game it makes a huge difference.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, it allows him to fight into the TA pretty well too. Usually should be reducing anti-mage's armor to, like, I don't know, the 5-10 range, but with that Assault Cuirass, she can't really stand her ground and fight him. And once she runs out of mana, the hero just feels so awful. You don't have Meld, you don't have Refraction all of a sudden. But Ori, what are the MVP for this game? What do you guys think?
Absolutely. I mean, he had so many 6 Sonic Waves this game. Like, there was like a couple of fights where you're like, oh my god, IG, like they're kind of doing it, and then they just get like 4-man Sonic Waved, and the fight just is completely over. He also only had 2 deaths in a game against Storm Silencer. Like, this is, just really well played from him.
Should have been more, honestly. But
yeah, you would think so.
IG just couldn't finish the kills. I mean, the Queen of Pain and also the Monkey King constantly surviving on like 100 HP, just unable to get that last few hits in.
Things they got away with is ridiculous.
I know, it was really good. But Voka was just pulling out the bag there, really, and just surviving every single time on like barely any health. It was silly.
It's his hero, dude. I see Bobica Monkey King, and it just makes me happy. Just makes me think of all the times when he just runs over teams with his hero. It's so sick. I mean, look at Ori's damage this game. I mean, you have a lot of damage still on the anti-mage, but I mean, like Ori from the Queen of Pain, like he went a super defensive build too, like right out of the gate. Lincoln's as well as the BKB picked up fairly early. Like these are, I don't know.
Good.
Yeah, and Shiva's like he has a lot of defensive items, but he still managed to do almost 40,000 damage.
Yeah, no, it's just being active across all the early game. You know, I feel like anti-mage damage graph will probably look something like a little bit at the start, you know, decent amount at the start, and then nope, all across the bottom, and then towards the end, just like taking off into the stratosphere.
Yeah. Ideal anti-mage game. It's always the joke has been that eventually he'll finish farming and he'll just out-carry everybody.
Yeah.
I think they were talking about that the other day. They ended up adding, Kunkka and who was the other one? Into Dota in order to counter out anti-mage because he was like the perfect carry. Lizard and Black were talking about it.
I do not know.
Yeah. Well, when Lizard talks, I just stare into his beautiful eyes and
ask him about it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's physical damage, right? Like, it's a counter to anti-mage, generally speaking. Catch and physical damage, those two aspects are pretty good at bringing him down, but didn't really have enough of that in that game. Even though you had the TA, still doesn't satisfy the other quota there with needing the catch, and yeah, just kind of fell apart. Do you think that the Brewmaster could be a legitimate pickup in the future?
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, we saw earlier in the tournament just how good the hero was. Like, in a good brew game, the hero is such a nuisance. Like, it's one of the best picks in the game against the Luna. She has really no real way of dealing with it. You have, like, the Primal Split. You got the Refresher. You eventually get an Aeon Disc. Like, you have a lot to work with from the Brewmaster. But for the most part, I mean, in this game, it was pretty miserable. Anti-Mage is, like, one of the worst matchups. You so heavily rely on mana. And then Aeon Disc didn't work at all. They just Yules you. It's so sad.
It really was. Well, down to the wire now for IG. They've only got one more game pretty much to turn things around. It's a huge ask against Aster in their current form as well. I really don't know what's left. I mean, they've tried to bring out the emo Storm Spirit. That famous one didn't work. I mean, is it time for the emo Void Spirit, or do you need to rely on a bit more than emo right now?
I mean, the thing I didn't like about what they were doing is they weren't running emo-only Spirit heroes at first. Now they're doing that, they're putting on what he's most comfortable with, but regardless of that, he's still not succeeding with the rest of his lineup. I'm not sure if the patch just doesn't favor them so much or they need to do something completely different. I would say just play aggressive Dota here with the Spirits, have a team that can synergize with that fairly well and maybe give your team a little bit better of an offline. I feel like Anti-Mage had too free of a game with the Brewmaster pickup. Pick something a little bit safer like a Mars.
I mean, that's the benefit of 10th pick, right? You're just like, this is a pretty good AM game. Like, don't mind if I do. And yeah, you just he hard counters so many like offlaners that you wouldn't really expect. Like when you go to pick them, you're like, oh crap, we kind of forgot about AM. This game also happens to be a very good AM game.
Why we wish we had Black here, because every single time I go, this is the perfect anti-mage game.
He finally got, hey, at least he got to cast the perfect anti-mage game, right? Rather than just watch it. So.
Yeah, I think that was his dream. So glad he's ticked that one off the bucket list now. Yeah, absolutely. I do want to talk a little bit more about the matchup at mid, though, because, I feel like Ori is kind of starting to outclass Emo a little bit in terms of how well they're playing. I know they've got a team backing them up, and Emo, I still think he did play a really good game on the Storm Spirit, despite the position he was in. He was still finding kills, even towards the end of the game, jumping the backlines, finding Baboka. I say backlines.
You don't think that's too favored for the Queen of Pain?
I mean, it's a good lane for the Queen of Pain for sure, but I still think when you play around the map, it's all about who catches whom, who has the level advantage, item advantage. Obviously, that's going to go to the favored team, but I still feel like Ori was just making more moves, making them more successfully. Maybe because she had a team to do it with, but... also just individually looking like much more comfortable at the moment than Emo is.
Yeah.
I'd like to chalk it up to the fact that Queen of Pain feels a lot stronger than Spirit heroes at the moment and does do quite well against them in the mid lane. A lot of these are skill matchups, but definitely the Storm Spirit, Queen of Pain one where you can't dodge out the daggers, Quap definitely has the advantage.
I think it's so weird, though, is this was like a very early pick Queen of Pain, right? And so you feel like, maybe you would just like prioritize like winning the lane if you're going to put Emo into that position. Maybe give him a better hero. Like the Void Spirit is something that does better than at least the Storm Spirit does. Wait, did I say Storm Spirit twice there? I said Void Spirit, right? Yeah. Okay, yeah. The Void Spirit does better. No, it was just one of those things where I was like, did I just say the same hero twice? But yeah, Void Spirit does better at least than the Storm. But yeah, they just, I don't know, it feels kind of rough.
Feels kind of rough indeed.
Maybe he went for the Storm just because he figured, all right, if I need to carry this game, this is the best hero suited to do that. At the end, I can make up for not having enough disabled with an Agnum Scepter. I can make up for not having enough damage just by popping off, but it didn't.
I think it just gives you better chase as well, right? You're playing against Monkey King.
It's very good against the Monkey King. Yeah.
I mean, he ended up finding a solo pick off towards the end, but by then it was...
Anti-Mage as well, it gives you some good chase, but they didn't know the Anti-Mage was coming, of course.
Yeah.
It's not a hero you pick into Anti-Mage anyway.
Yeah, opposite of that, but
whatever.
Yeah.
It served its purpose of chasing heroes down, which it certainly did. So, right, Ricky, you're in the changing room because apparently
this sounds
I don't
fun.
like where this is going.
You know, esports. We all have changing rooms.
Yeah. I have my own.
They're feeling a little bit down. They're like, oh man, relegation's just around the corner. What are you saying to them? What are you saying to those boys who are now so scared? You saw them shaking before. Now they're trembling.
I tell them to put a jacket on and stuff. I don't know what advice you can actually give them at this point. They need to have a better draft. I think that's what they've suffered from a lot, and they really need to rely on.
He's asking for emotional support, not
asking for motivation,
support.
Ricky.
Motivation,
not practicality.
Dude. I can't give them any motivation at this point. They're up against Aster. It's actually so difficult.
Never take up coaching, Ricky. I hope you never planned on it.
No, I'm not. I'm not coaching.
I imagine
I'm more of a realist here,
So you'd be in the coaching room before the game against LGD, you'd be like, I'll be honest, guys, I don't think you're going to win this one.
Look, hear me out. We're probably going to lose. No. What can you really tell them at this point? You can't just say play better. It really does have to come down to the draft, I think. They very seriously got out drafted in game one, and if they want a chance to win this one, they do have the skill to do it. They just need to put themselves in a better position to do so.
He has never given me a motivating speech in his life.
I can tell.
Does it show with my, lack of confidence?
No, more his lack of motivation. Alrighty, friends. Well, if you look to the skies, is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's a draft, and it's coming in quick, which means we need to introduce our draft master, Senor Lizard. Konnichiwa.
Hello.
A little bit of a fusion introduction there.
Yeah, I don't know.
We're all over the place.
It's fine. I got used to it. I enjoy it at this point.
Excellent.
No compliments this time around. What's happening?
I mean, I kind of, I put a bit too much butter on the crumpet last time, so this time scraping a bit off.
Okay.
So it's ready.
Instead
That's
of a
understandable.
compliment, I give you a question. What would you say is a way to motivate these players? Because Ricky has obviously failed them.
Did I fail them? I don't know.
I'd go in.
They failed you, right? That's not what you would say.
Look at them, get them rounded up, look at them straight into the eyes, boys.
All of them.
This is it. Remember the major, remember the question mark. You got this. Don't you want to all chat afterwards? The whole world will be watching. Come on, you can do it.
You're going to go to the whiteboard behind you and just draw a giant question mark?
Yeah. Big ass question mark. And then turn and
The ultimate gameplay, and it's beautiful.
just stare at them until they feel the energy. That's it. The silent treatment.
All right, sounds good enough for me. Let's see if it works. Let's get into draft number 2 in this best of 3 series. IG walking the line at this point, and the drop, it is very, very big down to Division 2, and we're starting things off with a Death Prophet and an Earth Spirit. So already starting things off a little bit differently towards what we expect.
This is a sick opener. This is very good against the Bane.
I love Earth Spirit. I'm very glad that we get to see this hero picked up. The Death Prophet is almost always run in position 3, though, so it's unlikely that it's going to be put in the mid lane. However, the Death Prophet in the mid lane, when you have an Earth Spirit roaming, is very powerful. Being able to roll into him, kick him back into the DP, gives you so much more time with that Spirit Siphon. Yep. Really amplifies the strength in the mid lane.
Solid side lane as well, right?
Yeah.
Together. But they instantly grab that Earth Spirit as it has been banned against them quite a few times, and IG has been banning it against Aster. So these two teams valuing the Earth Spirit a little bit more than anyone else, it feels like.
Wow.
In the region, because the hero is just completely ignored by most teams. Aster with the Lina finding the right way to answer the Death Prophet, if she's played in the mid lane though, right? Probably pushes the Death Prophet to offlane position.
Exactly, yeah. And if you don't, you are not going to win that mid matchup anymore.
No, she'll out-farm you. She'll outscale you. You can't really get on top of her so easily. Even the Earth Spirit, there was like nerfs to the cast range of Rolling Boulder. So gapping all that distance inside the mid lane becomes a little bit harder than it was before.
Look at that glass of water, that jug.
Yeah.
It's kind of how IG for feeling right now.
Is that the
It's half full, don't worry. It's half full.
That's a optimistic half full right there.
Yep,
if I
exactly.
had that, I'd be pausing the game every 5 minutes if I had that next to me. Sorry, guys, wait.
Spillage.
Yeah. Monkey King banned out by IG, and Aster with the Ember and OD so far in the second stage. What else does IG want to remove at this point? What do you guys think? We've seen a lot of supports that are good versus DP get out right now, but okay.
There it is.
Wow.
I don't feel like that was necessary, but they're going to do it anyway. They go ahead and respect out the Storm Spirit despite having the Lina, so it's normally a pretty good Lina matchup. It is one of those things where it's good in lane, decent for the Storm Spirit as the game goes on if you manage to find items.
Yeah, it feels like Aster are way quicker on the trigger when it comes to these bans than IG is.
Putting the pressure on in every way they can.
They're just, they want to burn their time, I guess, but...
I mean, a second phase anti-mage ban? They were laughing on IG when they picked the anti-mage on the side of Aster. Now they ban it.
They're not laughing anymore.
They are not laughing anymore, Lizard.
Yeah, anti-mage was a problem.
God, the Storm Spirit gotten rid of now here. I mean, the anti-mage ban out really does imply that they want to pick up another spirit hero in the mid lane, the Storm Spirit especially. It'd be a decent. The OD ban is surprising me. I don't think they'd grab that one. One pick that could be decent here is a Silencer. I mean, you're playing it into the Bane.
Yeah, even the OD versus Lina it does not fare well. Lina is one of those better heroes against him. So interesting that they banned it out, but it's a nice save versus the Bane, like you said. It's a broken hero at the moment, so yeah. Took their sweet time, but they do manage to ban out XXS's Legion Commander. This guy was voted in so many games as an MVP on Legion in the recent seasons.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Not
that
in
shard
these
was
ones,
broken.
though.
You did not give this guy access.
This is interesting. They picked up the Invoker now. It's reasonable enough against the Lina here in the mid lane, but Face's Void is still in the draft, so it's going to force Aster's hand. Either you pick that up here, which is decent with the Lina, or you have to play against the Chronosphere Cataclysm, which can turn a game around at any point.
I think it's scary to pick the Faceless Void here still. Like, they kind of want to hold for last pick, I think, on the carry. As good as Faceless Void is, there's still a decent amount of heroes left in the pool that can do pretty well against it.
Yeah.
But you're right, it is always something you have to be scared of. I mean, in general, just Invoker plus, like, one good stun is good enough for Cataclysm if it's on the right hero. Like, Beastmaster is, like, one of the best.
But you already have your offlane that's going to be the Death Prophet.
Unless they flex it. Like, you can run 5 DP. We've seen it before. And they grab Mars Mirana, which is really scary now. So you have Bane set up, you have the Mars set up, and the Lina set up. So this is a really good pick.
Looking pretty solid for Aster. They're still one of those teams that does manage to make Mirana work, right? So they grabbed for themselves, and they have that rotating potential towards mid lane versus the Invoker, who's not really easy to zone with whatever. I like your Void idea. We'll see if they go for it. I wouldn't like Aster to pick up Void as much. There's a lot of control, and silence is coming in straight from the DP and the Earth Spirit. Maybe it would have been a bit too much for them to handle early on.
I reckon we'll see a morph here. What are we thinking?
For IG? Fly?
Yeah.
That's insane.
That's insane?
Yeah.
You think so? It's okay, they go Wraith King. I was like, Morph is actually decent into the Mars. It's actually a solid lane, but
Decent into Mars, harder into Lina.
yeah, it's rough into Lina is the
Burst
problem.
damage is always a problem. Vessel is a natural build-up on Mirana, so I wouldn't call it insane necessarily, but like difficult, right? Would be hard.
Wraith King, just a safe pick, I guess.
Yep. I mean, if you get Fiend's Grip, you come back up. But they have like several cooldowns, like low cooldown stuns. They've got Lina, they've got Arrow, they've got Mars's kit. His spear, great at getting Wraith King as he comes back up, even if they do have to commit the arena for the first life. But I really would have preferred Faceless Void here. I feel like he was reasonable enough to grab, and Earth Spirit decent at getting onto the Bane in the back line, canceling a grip onto the Faceless Void. So Wraith King not as crazy about it, and I feel like they need a little bit more lockdown on the side of IG.
Yeah, that's something that Wraith King brings to the table a little bit more, right?
Yeah. The Anti-Mage Madden makes more sense now, right?
Kinda, yeah.
Yeah, if they wanted this Wraith King.
Invoker and Wraith King, so...
Yeah, like you see those two picks, it's like, these are pretty good matchups for the Anti-Mage, but...
Yeah, Aster is just banning out Abaddon, banning out Darkseer. Abaddon obviously can be the offlane, but they're not sure if DP will be 5 or off. I think Oli plays a mean DP, so it could be 5. But playing it into Mirana plus Mars is not necessarily that easy. A 5 DP dominates a lot of lanes, or at least does well. But Mirana plus Mars, you always feel like, okay, I'm going to use my Siphon, and then I get speared to the 3 arrow, then I'm dead.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's some help here from the Wraith King, but it's not the easiest. And I wouldn't mind seeing still the DP on that offlane position. We'll see. I feel like there are games in which 5 DP does just as much as an offlane one, and then perhaps even more because she's uncontested and untouched. Yeah, it's a 5 DP with 3 fluffy hats. Let's ignore her and get more important kills.
You don't like the fluffy hats?
No, I love them on DP. It's just broken.
Wow.
You get the wand, fluffy hats, and you're just a core in that
Stick
mid-game.
straws into the enemy heroes with the Spirit Siphon. It's beautiful.
Do you think they could? Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I was just giving more adjectives. You can go ahead whenever you feel
No,
want to.
I was just wondering. I was
Good
like, do you think Aster takes a? Oh, dang it! Beat me to it. All right, unlucky.
Of course.
Of course, we believe you.
course.
All right, unlucky.
We believe you.
I was like, I was gonna say it's either Terrorblade or Kunkka.
I saw that
Uh-huh.
coming.
I really
straight
wanted-
out of your lips.
You'd actually already written it down, but obviously the cameras are off, so you guys can't see that. It's unfortunate.
He had it on his phone. Right?
Yeah, he was showing
it
us.
Grimstroke's still in the pool.
Good observation.
Yep.
But I think they need some catch.
Would be nice, right, with the Inkswell with the stun.
You don't think Grimstroke is catch?
I mean, Inkswell's nice, but I kind of want something to get on top of this Lina a bit more.
Earth Spirit?
Yeah, I mean, just Earth Spirit. I think they need a little more, but we'll
Blink
see.
Dagger Wraith King. I feel like it's a reasonable last pick. Would you prefer to see?
I mean, I mean, their draft is very flexible, so they can kind of just pick whatever they feel is necessary across the board. But I prefer if this Earth Spirit was 4, the Death Prophet was 5.
So you're expecting an offlane? It's very possible. That's what Aster is expecting as well. So we're just 3 plebs.
Lycan.
3 plebs are usually wrong. They go with the Lycan. It's not a ton of catch, but
It gets on top of the Lina, and that's what I asked
Bane
for.
and Lina, they just hate playing against that. You have Mars to kind of deal. Like Mars used to be the hero to pick up versus a Lycan. You lock the dog up in that arena, right? But as the time passed, I felt that Lycan players are adapting. They're evolving. They're becoming smarter. They don't go into the cage anymore. They just send the wolves and everything your way, and they stay on the sidelines. I mean, I hope that IG wins. I hope we get 3. I'm biased towards IG. I even want to see them win, so they don't get relegated. But it's looking like a tough one for them.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I'm not 100% sold on the draft. The last pick Lycan is nice. I don't think it's actually lost yet in the DPC. It might have a 100% win rate. It's very close either way, but
This guy, he doesn't
I don't
even
know
need
if
a
it's going to be
computer for his
enough.
Stats. His brain is a computer.
I'll tell you right now that it's around 90%.
That's what I would expect, yeah.
Yeah.
Not ready to hit to the full 100.
Yeah, no one wants to commit to that one, yeah.
Smart. So Aster.
I'm going Aster again, yeah.
Do you have the courage that it takes to go against Aster?
Absolutely.
Be brave.
IG.
There we
IG?
go.
Very
we have
brave.
one brave one among
Reasoning?
us.
Reasoning?
I don't want to see them relegated. I really don't want to see them relegated, and I love emo.
Okay, a vote with your heart. I can understand that. For me, I don't know. It's really hard. We've seen the Bone Wolf, the Wraith King, with the Lycan once before, and it certainly did do a lot of work. We might be seeing it again. Let's find out with our casters of Beakyop and Black.
Thank you very much, Nomad. Yeah, voting with your heart. We'll see if IG have the heart to take this game, push it to a game 3.
Do you think they do?
I don't know. Ori was getting into the zone, playing some Hearthstone
Very good zone to be
during
in.
the draft. I'm not sure if he won that game.
Probably had to abandon the game.
I don't know. I saw.
What deck do you think he's running?
I have no idea. I've never played that game before.
He strikes me as like an infinite kind of guy, you know? He's bringing out the infinite play.
He's not looking to. Well, is that a thing in Hearthstone? Milling out your opponent?
No. Yeah. Every card game probably has some options to do that. But yeah, this game, I mean,
IG definitely have the draft to win this game. Like I don't dislike the draft. Because like the Terrorblade last pick, like you have a very strong back line, but your front line is literally only Mars.
Right.
So, and that aspect is pretty lacking. Okay.
Sure.
He laughed at them.
Emo Invoker, it's been good at times.
Yeah, I mean, IG has been good at times. Like 3 months ago.
Longer. Emo up against Ori though is always an interesting little back and forth. Both these mids very good, and both of them on the branch tango. EMP action, Ori.
Ooh.
Not a lot of mana sapped on that first one, that first level, but it's still frustrating. You could just get the water.
But he denied the range creep, despite using the EMP. It's always a tilting one.
Do you sit more tilted the more tilted you get?
No, but when I play games and I have to dodge something, I always do AL2. Like, if I have to dodge to the right, I go like, whew.
So you're doing the sounds and you're moving to avoid things?
Yeah, I'm a multi-talent. You already know.
Outside of VR? Interesting.
Don't be a hater.
Not being a hater. Just asking. A little roll comes out from Frisk to pick you.
Taking a lot of damage, though, in return.
Yeah, definitely not fun. He's forced to pop that salve.
Don't
Top lane, Ollie, in some trouble.
One more.
And one more right click needed, and it's
Point.
first blood for Bobica. I think, again, right?
Yeah. Don't we all want IG to win? Because like this is just not right.
Yeah, but at the same time, hear me out. Relegation might be good for them.
How so?
Your lowest lows can produce your highest highs.
Isn't it just better to stay in the league and be able to play better opponents next season?
Yeah, but...
Because they only have a chance for one last major then.
Yeah, but so many points are in that major.
Yes. However...
It's a weighted scale that is very weighted towards the third major. It's a lot of points.
It is, it is.
You could always do the elephant route and just let everybody from China qualify for TI and then kind of walk through qualifiers. Definitely the plan they have.
It worked for a lot of teams for the last TI qualifier, actually.
Yeah.
Undying, another one. Was it Undying that qualified? It was, right?
I think, wasn't Spirit a qualifying team as well?
No,
They almost lost Empire.
In the qualifier?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Am I remembering wrong?
I have no idea.
Pretty sure I'm right on that one. I have no idea, though.
You're always right.
No. Emo taking some damage here, now behind in levels, is 17-8 for Ori to the 9-0 of Emo. He is just standing under his tower.
They're already 1k ahead.
Yep.
Winning all 3 lanes right now. It's not a good look again. Man, it just feels so wrong to see IG like this, don't you think?
Yeah, it's just not what they want at all. They're just not. Everything feels like it's out of sorts. The lanes, the communication, the shot calling.
Yeah. How do you recover from this? Because like the more established you are, the harder it is to recover from these kind of low phases, I'd say. Like Elephant tried the entire year.
And they never made it to a major.
They never made it.
TI. They looked okay at TI, though. Not, obviously, to their own standards. Because I think you're expecting so much more if you're Elephant with that super team. Meta, TP, JT, the damage shouldn't be enough, and it won't be. But it does open up the lane here for Aster as, well, JT only went to the tier 2.
Yeah, Helm of Iron Will again, saving lives.
For now.
He's got 20 HP regen. So, you're not going to bully him out of the lane.
Well, now it's 13. Ooh, Ori, out of mana, but we'll see if he dies. Fairy Fire, no, he'll survive. Bobica comes over and makes Frisk and Emo too uncomfortable to continue to pressure. And this is a 1-0 game with a 2,000 net worth lead.
Yeah, he just did the
Already.
strategy where he just walks away.
That's a good one.
Yeah, I deploy that one on a daily basis. But yeah, 2K net worth lead not looking too hot right now. For anyone, really. And these Wraith Kings... how is it even 2K? I'm trying to do the math. Math failed me.
Success. Siphoned, but not emptied.
Indeed. Well, finally, he's out of mana in the mid lane, so Emo will have a better time over there.
For now.
For now, until he goes to heal or finds the regen rune. The classic.
Yeah, finds a regen rune or a position 5 or 4, ends up dying and TPs to mid.
I would have won, but he found a regen rune.
How many times? It's always a rune of some sort that helps the other guy win the fights.
Terrorblade is getting
Top the net worth.
a little big. We all know what happens to free from
TP over from
Terrorblades.
the Death Prophet.
But then again,
Tornado EMP with the roll and the kick. Ori trying to run back. Crypt Storm, body blocks all coming in. There's the LSA. Ori on the run and quite low, but not out. They land the arrow onto the Invoker.
he did it again.
Doesn't have the mana for the Laguna Void.
Just walk away.
Just to walk away with a little bit of help from Bobica and PicU.
It's the second failed rotation on the mid lane.
Yeah. Space being very much created.
Invoker, Mirana, almost same net worth. It hurts. Feels bad.
Nightmare ranging out, gets the arrow. Here comes XXS, and with the God's
Okay.
Rebuke Spear combo, well, Ali is going to die, burst into a bunch of bats, and, well, be dead for 10 seconds.
Blow him out of the window.
So far, so good. Firefly's got something.
He's pretty farmed.
Yeah, he's right there with the Terrorblade, who seems to have a bit of a free lane. Tornado again. They've got the roll coming in, but it's short. The EMP still lands, but...
No boots on Bane.
Ori has a...
Oh, they caught Emo though.
Oh, Emo.
Or the arrow, not a creep.
Arrow. Creep. Frisk ready to kick him to the side, though. Arrow? Is Arrow the most fake hype baiting
And Hook probably.
hook? Well,
And the hook!
hook you can kind of see, like, I think from the beginning, right?
It's the same with the arrow though.
Do you, though? Oh, I don't know.
Also the creeper from a mile away.
I guess, yeah. Well, we didn't get too excited about that one. We both kind of felt that. Like, sometimes it's just like, oh, the arrow!
There's another arrow!
Oh, never mind.
Oh. Very quiet game again. Both games honestly have been. They're just kind of getting out farmed on lanes. And it's on IG to really make a play. Because I don't think you're beating in Terrorblade and Lina late game with that draft.
It may not be that easy. Right now, their hopes are on Fly. JT level 6, so he does have that shapeshift. Early Helm, like you said, and a courier will die. Monet losing his courier, but it already delivered its items. And, well, with that kill onto the courier, there will be a kill, well, unnecessary, by Ori. Kill was pretty much secured.
Just blast him to the next dimension.
They'll catch him. PicU in trouble. Cold Snap, EMP, all there. Courier goes the other way. I'm out. And Emo will pick up the first kill for the side of IG. Victus Gaming getting their first one. Wraithfire Blast, but Monet's up here. And Fly. Well, he's going to have to use that reincarnation. Ooh, will he? Armlet, Arena, and yes, he will. But Emo comes up towards the top lane. They've got the Tornado that lands on it too. They slowed them down, though, trying to move forward. They've got the arrow landing. The Sunder comes out, and the Spear lands. EMP, that'll blast off. Nightmare, though, from PicU onto Monet, and that helps him out to help go after Frisk after they kill off Fly. So 2 kills there for the side of Aster. And IG get nothing out of this one. Monet and the Metamorphosis will continue to farm the top lane, extend their lead.
Yeah, slight miscalculations by IG. Didn't expect TB to be that tanky, but he has a ton of armor. And Invoker, with this skill build, no Urn, he doesn't deal a ton of damage.
Midas, first item.
Yeah, very interesting. Usually you would see at least an Urn, which I guess Earth Spirit is going for now, but like it's just not a good look, you know. Like you lose lane like that, and then you go straight Midas. Like, what are you really contributing to your team at that point?
Bottom lane, XXS. He might just die here.
Oh, nice body block.
Doesn't have a spear, doesn't have a God's Rebuke, but he gets into the trees, no TPs. He'll land the spear. Now the Wolves are the ones chasing, and XXS, he might just walk away from this.
No
God's
way, right?
Rebuke kills one Wolf. JT in, arrow flying through. A Wolf will eat
Spear.
it. Now the Starstorm, they've got themselves the spear that connects. The Nightmare with it. No level 6, though, for the Bane. XXS low on health, so he needs to be careful about how he plays this out. They've got the God's Rebuke once again. There's the arena. He'll walk out of it. JT being corralled here. Hey, welcome to the Lycan exhibit, because you've been held up and, well, you've just been spectated by the side of Aster.
No true sight.
Just survives. They don't have the vision for him.
No! Oh, and now the counterplay again on the Invoker.
Doesn't have the mana, though, for the Fiend Script.
everything
It's not
is
even going to
going
matter,
wrong.
though. They'll get the kill onto Emo. Ori coming over towards top and getting this kill onto the Invoker, a 2K lead, and IG. Well, the pegs are shaking. The foundation is crumbling.
Like, you gotta be ready. Do you not have a Mirana level 6? Like, you gotta be ready for these kind of, like, plays. You know, there was a dead Terrorblade there for sure.
Mars denying the tower bottom, by the way. Metamorphosis, now Monet. Looking to get this tower, has the help of Ori, so they should be able to do it. They have a TP coming through. They're not going to let it free, or let it go for free.
It's Emo again.
They have?
They gotta get the tower denied. Like, if they don't get the tower denied...
Oh.
Alright, that was really close.
Are you surprised Aster kind of gave that up on the beginnings of the Metamorphosis?
He can still use it to farm the triangle with it, so...
But do you think he should have just got the tower?
I mean, this is scary, right? Because they have a lot of TPs ready.
Yeah.
No need to give up anything. Especially with the more greedy build-up of the Lina. I can't believe that they're getting away with this greedy draft.
I don't getting away with it. They're excelling with it. And they've got the Brazil scoreline.
Well, not for much longer, because Bane and Mirana are smoke, but not hunting. They saw the enemy smoke too. So, yeah, nice.
Yeah, waiting on the high ground. Tornado comes up. Frisk moving forward. There's the Nightmare. EMP comes down. They've got the silence out from Ollie. That lands out onto Pikiu.
They're just playing with
Look
them.
over at Ollie. They'll land the spear. And this should be one for him. They even use the Fiend's Grip onto this Death Prophet who had the Exorcism going off. It's dominating spree for XXS. And, well, JT kind of looking like Shylock out there.
You see that they're just playing with them. Like, Mirana's just running back and forth, right-clicking them. Like, yeah, I'm here, poke, poke. And then person from the left, the Bane, right-clicking a little bit.
Yeah.
Like, they're having their fun right now with IG.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And
they're under the ward. Under the ward. Gotta be careful, though.
No.
Well, now they know.
Yeah, late century.
Oh.
Where'd this bounty go?
Did it despawn?
13 minutes, 23 seconds. Top Reddit post, bug in the game. Where did my bounty room go?
They were just interested. Like, oh.
8-1. IG not making much of anything. Their only kill right now is onto the Bane, and that was a kill for Emo. They've got the God's Rebuke, the Spear pushing him down on the low ground. They look over at Fly. They've got the Nightmare, no Fiend Script to follow it up, but they do pop the first life on this Wraith King. A leap to avoid the Tornado.
It's nothing working out for IG.
They have not landed
rough.
much. There's the Blink as well as the Arena. That's around onto 2. Frisk trying to get in there to get some help. They'll drop down a Meteor, but even the bad weather of meteors falling on them cannot help out IG. Fly, Ollie both go down. They've got the Nightmare on a Frisk. They'll look over to get the kill onto the Earth Spirit, but he'll roll over to the other side. XXS is there. Monet still, though, getting the kill with his right clicks. A double kill for Monet, a killing spree for this Terrorblade, and a Metamorphosis and some damage onto the Tier 1 tower over mid.
I mean,
It's not the last game in the season, but it is the game that decides the relegation. And if you go out like this is gonna...
Does it?
I mean, considering that you play LGD,
Yeah. Percentage-wise, it's
99%.
almost decided. But
Yeah.
always a shot. Never want to count anybody out.
And who's Aster playing last? EHOME? Perhaps?
I think so.
I think it's EHOME. So Aster can potentially lose, but they're favorites in that match, and IG can potentially win, but like it's just not a good look. Game 1 already looked pretty rough, but they looked way better than this. And now game 2, they're absolutely lost.
Aster RNG.
Going on Ori here. Might be the first big pick off they get.
Yeah, if they can kill Ori, that would be massive.
He has to die here.
Got himself the wand,
No
though,
way,
and
right?
LSA misses. They've got the magnetize. Can they reapply it?
Can't.
Yeah, they do.
Oh.
It goes on for a little bit longer.
And one
The
more time, he's
Sunstrike
dead, I
off
think.
the mark. Ooh.
Stick. Ah, no!
Just surviving.
The HP region from the tower.
Absolutely nothing going right. Fiend's Grip
Oh,
here onto
no.
Fly. Land the spear, no reincarnation. You call yourself a king, but you've been kicked off your throne.
Multiple times.
Yeah.
At least it always comes back to reclaim it.
Middle tower is under attack.
Yeah. Wraith King the 5th taking his place. Yeah, so they play RNG as they're on their last series.
Oh, who's EHOME playing?
EHOME finished.
Oh, EHOME was done.
Yeah. They finished 4-3.
Okay.
Top tower is under attack.
So it's IG, LGD, and Aster versus RNG.
And then the other one is Phoenix VG.
Well, they... That's the thing, though. If Aster wins this game, then LGD has to try out 100% because... Wait, LGD is playing last, right?
Yes, they play IG as the last series.
So they want Aster to lose so that LGD might go a little bit easy on them, perhaps.
Yeah. They're big RNG fans right now.
And then VG, are they done? They have one more game too,
They're
right?
playing Phoenix.
So VG has 3 wins, actually. So
Potentially, yes.
Potentially. Like, we're just talking statistics.
The percentages are not looking good, but only Siths deal in absolutes.
Are scared.
Are you Sith?
No, there's still a chance.
I say there's none.
Okay. Darth Anti-Mage to my right.
I am the Sith Lord.
5,000 net worth lead here for Aster. Fey Grenade, Quicksilver Amulet, Dragon Scale all dropped there for the side of Aster, as well as the...
And another sleep.
Sorry, Quicksilver Amulet and Dragon Scale for the Wraith King. They've got the sweep to land the LSA, the Laguna Blade to follow it up. The silence not in time from Ollie. They've got the roll
They
in,
finally got a support kill, yeah?
and they'll kill Bane. They'll double their kill count, but it's 2 kills that have both come on to Bane. Okay.
Well, better than nothing. Another
Blink
arena spear.
coming through. They got the silence out from Ollie in time, but well, let's see if it saves them. I think that was a geomagnetic grip that got the silence onto those 2 heroes. It was enough to get the Lycan out, but Ollie still dies. Ollie dying to Ori. A little bit of a tongue twister.
Are they looking at Roche potentially with the meta? Nope. Just passing by.
Saying hi to Roche, letting him stay alive for now.
But eventually. Yeah, it's a slow death again.
Death by 1,000 cuts.
Yeah, they're not really taking many objectives or anything. They're just slowly killing them.
They've only killed
Out-farming
Bane
them.
twice.
Yeah.
Bane's happy to sit at the bottom of net worth, too.
They're actually quite far behind for...
Sunstrike because they caught Bobica with the scan, but he wasn't in the Roche pit.
Almost BKB on Invoker at least.
Midas BKB.
It's an unusual... Oh no.
Oh boy. This could be problematic. Frisk, though, going in. Geomagnetic grip with the boulder smash. Now the roll. They've got the tornado to follow it up. Bane. Is he going to be the... He's number 1, 2, and 3.
Well... Now it's something. It's the start of something. Wraith King has the Desolator now, so his damage output is pretty strong. Together with Alacrity. Oh, nice.
Leap, but the Geomagnetic grip silences him and keeps him from leaping again. Sunstrike in, and they finally get a kill onto a different hero. So IG putting something together, and they'll try to get out, though. The arena down, round 2
Fly getting low, as is Frisk. Frisk goes down first. They'll take the first life out of the hands of the Wraith King with BKB being popped by Ori. He's able to avoid that silence, goes in with the Laguna Blade of the right clicks. Monet gets credit for that one. He's now dominating an 8K lead here for Aster. This is all happening near Roche with meta just popped, and they'll walk right into the pit.
Kind of reminds me of last game, where whenever IG gets anything, they always end up taking the worst trade. I mean, meta won't last too much longer. Potentially they can make a play with a good tornado.
Emo searching. They've got the sentries down, so they see the wolves coming over. They landed the silence out on a PICU. Bobica here, smoke used over to the side. There's the tornado coming in, hits the Mars, and
might be the comeback fight.
Anything. They've got the roll in with the LSA coming through. They've got the magnetized down. Ori getting low. He'll end up dead first.
Okay.
Roche on the deck. JT grabs the Aegis. They got the Roche kill and the Aegis. They'll go after XXS with a shapeshift. JT trying to get a high five while he goes after the Mars. The Sunstrike right online. Emo, well, he'll get a third. They killed off all 3 cores, and IG, with one big fight, are back in the game.
Massive mistake to go for the Roshan there. It's like a 6K net whip swing out of the blue. Like, they didn't have enough damage, and when it was like half HP, they left the pit. They were like, okay, maybe we shouldn't do this. Then they walked back in, and they kind of just give a freebie to IG.
Yeah.
This was not supposed to happen. They're still in a little bit of a lead, but now they actually have a ticket back.
I think the game is just even at this point.
All right, I mean...
signs of life.
Well played by IG. It's a good spell usage to pit there.
Well needed signs of life.
Yeah. Very questionable decision still, but IG punished them for it.
Finally grabbing a legit fight here. And IG, now they got to work off it. They got to make this do something for them. Don't just get complacent again.
Now this is really the power of the Lycan. If you take a fight like that, the towers are gonna fall like flies. The big bad wolf is at your door.
Like a knife, like a hot knife through butter, they rip through this tier 2 tower.
So if someone's coming through still. They might have to deal with that.
Yeah,
no one's currently
lane.
defending bottom, okay.
There they go. They've got Ori coming in, and the game is
Look at that win rate change. Was it a good 75%?
Now
Now it's Dire
Yeah, now
advantage.
it's Dire who's got the lead in the...
I don't necessarily disagree. Like, the game at this state, I think it's going to be quite difficult to deal with the Lycan now.
Yep.
5-man smoke. IG's feeling themselves a little bit. Oh, they so needed this. Like, this could be the beginning of something good.
Yeah, and even though Aster are up 3K, it's still a very close game. They kind of just got a bunch of gold all of a sudden at once. Because it was 1K, then 3K.
Just hacking again. Well, what can you do?
Hacking the system.
Yeah. Don't find anything with the smoke, but at least they're making their presence felt on the map.
Scotty soon for Monet.
No BKB though yet. The Deafening Blast is going to be a problem.
A lot of time on this Aegis too. Although, is this more so an Aegis to fight with after that missed smoke, or one just to farm with?
I would love them to fight and just put on the pressure, because you're still playing against the Lina Terrorblade. And the only fight you won is actually after they had no spells ready.
Blink, spear,
has the
into the
Aegis.
Fiend's Grip. Little wombo combo alley-oop to get the first life out of the hands here of JT. They'll drop down a meteor, but it's not going to matter. The roll in here coming through from Frisk, but he's been hit with a nightmare immediately. The Laguna Blade comes out onto JT. They get the kill onto the Lycan. They take out both his lives. And now, what else can Aster get? Because that is the Aegis gone. That is the second life from JT gone. If you're IG, that's a little disappointing.
Yeah, I got caught out of position just a little bit. I mean, Aster is really fast at punishing these kind of small mistakes that you make. Can't give him anything. There's a reason they're pretty much undefeated.
Ooh, roll. Geomagnetic Grip again, stopping the leap. Magnetize, 2 leaps.
He's dead.
Ooh, and looking
Bite.
like he is gone.
Another water bottle.
Ooh, it's the Emo's water mug. Might want to get that checked. Still though, 5K lead as Aster using this space. Get some of that gold. Try to secure a healthy lead again. Do you think IG's a little bit too complacent with what they got? They gave up that Aegis so easily.
Maybe they don't know how
Is under attack.
much it actually brought them back into the game.
They
Because
still
they
felt
probably
like they were
felt
down.
pretty bad initially, and they're like, oh yeah, we got a good fight. But
Right.
how good of a fight was it? We got the Omni vision, we know, but do they know? They should know because it's a like a 4-0 plus Roche. But yeah.
Moonlight Shadow gets spotted. They've got the sentry down too. They were looking. Whew. And now they found Bobica. I was a little surprised that they let Bobica lead on that. They go to the Exorcism, the right-click damage coming in. They get the kill on Ollie. They'll end up trading 1-for-1 with BKB being popped by XXS. Bounces off the arena into the LSA. And now Monet moving forward. Frisk, though, with the roll all the way in. They still haven't used the Fiend Script just yet, but Ori pops the BKB. Piku moving back. He's got the Nightmare out onto JT. And that will be broken, but the roll comes out from Frisk, continuing to go after this Bane. Drops down the Magnetize. They've got the Fiend Script. Sunstrike in. Fiend Script breaks as JT gets the kill with his minions. But Frisk, he'll trade out, and it ends up being a 2-for-2.
Both supports dying, but yeah, it's not what you're looking for when you're IG. Like, you really wanted some bigger priced kills, and Terrorblade is into his BKB soon. Once he has that, you have no answers. Like, your damage is all physical, very limited. Can he catch Emo perhaps? Oh, they're cutting the wave, so Emo knows.
Radiant are
But
scanning.
he's going right into Mars. Tornado, EMP, Meteor down with the Deafening Blast. The damage onto the Mars.
Nice.
XXS gets picked, but now Ori's here. They have the LSA, they have the damage, and they'll get the kill. It's a 4-time spree that goes the way of this Lina. Was that
The only way it can really work is if you get the kill with your spells and you immediately TP off, but he needed that one more additional right click. Probably not what you were looking for, but at least you made them TP and react to it.
right?
Tower is under attack.
Ags for the Lycan, so they are going to the Bony Wolf. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it's strong. It's just a problem that Terrorblade really doesn't give a damn about it.
Oh, I was thinking more such, you know, wolves like Bones, and he becomes a wolf. It
Okay.
would be cool if they kind of kept the composition of the character. He turns into a wolf that's just kind of the skeleton of it.
There would be a lot of work to animate, though,
Yeah,
probably, right?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I can dream.
I mean, I wouldn't mind it, but yeah, too much work, probably. But now it's like Battle Pass level 850.
4-man smoke coming out. They've got the freshly minted BKB on Monet, but Fly always got one of his own, so it's not exclusive. It's not limited edition.
Lots of BKBs. 300 Radiant.
Blink. Good BKB from Emo. They get the silence. Now they'll look with the EMP. The stun comes out from Fly. Nightmare. XXS pops the BKB. Goes into the arena looking for the Sunstrike. Not even going to be needed. He drops the gem in the middle of the arena. Fly, your prize can be claimed.
Didn't BKB in time. The gem loss is actually massive for them. JT's running down Ori, but no vision.
Dust. Not hitting.
Narrowly off the mark.
They got the scan, though, so they know he went to the southeast. It's not going to matter, though.
Tower is under attack. Haste.
Quite late on the BKB, XXS. Didn't BKB the Wraith King stun. And you might be tanky from the front, but if he hits you from the back with Alacrity on, you are not very tanky.
You're dead.
You're dead.
Yes. Or in the words of the voice line, death.
Not bad. Not great.
Never mind, I give you a thumbs up. I did a good job.
You did a good job. But the person that did it in the enemy is actually like, it's his job, you know?
Yeah, probably.
So, if he was outdone by you, I would worry for his job.
Wow, you know.
I mean, you're amazing and all that, but
You need a C+ voice actor. I got you guys. Ags picked up for the Lycan, and with that, the 5-man smoke looking for the Bony Wolf. The half-dead person / bone / wolf. Not as fun as the half-man, half-troll
is under
I love Ursa the most.
Oh, the half bear, half pig, half man.
Or anti-mage.
Yeah.
Oh, Monet.
Roll in, Monet. He's caught. The silence is there. But he's got the BKB. He goes into the Metamorphosis. Now they're going to try and get their attention with the arena around through. But the BKB's been popped by Emo. They use the Laguna Blade to get the kill on a JT. Monet still moving forward. Moonlight Shadow is used. They're going to try and keep up. They know where Ollie is going. The silence is out onto the Mirana. And the spear doesn't land from XXS. So it's just a one lonely death. As one is the loneliest number. And, well, JT is that one.
At least they made him use meta, but the next... Oh, actually, meta is going to be down for that Roche fight. So, IG could potentially sneak one in with Alacrity.
They're smoking again. They want to go. They want to make sure that they cannot get Roche.
This is the right play.
Try to hold.
They saw them, though.
And make it harder. But they saw them.
This is definitely the right play, because IG can definitely take this Roche, no problem. They got Alacrity, got Howl, Desolator, and a DD bottom. If they scout that, they do. Now it's probably their turn to smoke up. How fast do you think Roche is going to fall if they commit hard on it? 15 seconds?
12 seconds.
Okay.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Yeah, I think 12 seconds, but Monet, blink forward. Ooh, Manta, Flyfly might be in some trouble, but the roll comes in from Frisk. Monet with the BKB goes after Flyfly, just standing his ground. But Monet TPs away, and that might just be all they need to go after Roche. They haven't gotten any kills on the side of IG just yet, but they're going to go after this Bing. PQ caught with the stun, the geomagnetic grip, the silence is there. JT gets credit for that one. The arrow, ooh, almost hitting Frisk. They will go after Roche. Mike O'Malley to Mo. Let's get the timer on the clock. Let's see how quickly they can do this, Roche.
Well, the illusion is disturbing, so it doesn't count.
Yeah. Disqualified. They did buy back on the Bane. They are gonna try and continue this Roche. Down to about half health. Fly JT in on this one. Ooh,
nice double stun.
On a two! Fly goes in looking for Ori. The damage being done forces Ori away with the Ghost Scepter, keeping alive this Death Prophet. But they get the kill on a Fly. He doesn't reincarnate.
It was on cooldown for like 2 seconds. Oh, now they get the Roshan instead. Oh, nice arrow as well.
Found this Earth Spirit Exorcism, but I don't know what for. I don't know if it's going to get you anything. Even with the BKB, they get the kill on a Frisk. Ollie will TP out. Aegis into the hands of Monet. Fly 2 seconds away from having maybe a better, well, not maybe, definitely a better fight, but that is...
I mean, Ori on his lineage, the two-man stun. Won him the fight pretty much from the beginning. From the get-go, it looked like a terrible fight. Another Demon Zeal activated, terribly just shredding through the buildings.
Tier 3 goes down. It's time for the racks. The outer towers still exist in the other 2 lanes, so at least they're safe in that sense. They can't just...
Nice Deafening Blast, though.
Rush all the way in.
Yeah, actually, defending directly with the Deafening Blast. Very nice. Very, very nice.
Drums.
Yeah, the damage output is insane with Lina and TB in the backline. And Masters the Refresher. This is a perfect item build because he is the sole front line, and that's really going to cut into the mobility of IG.
Look at this graph. Giving you the nice W for Wumbo.
Wombo, yes. I know the episode.
I Wumbo, you Wumbo, he, she, me Wumbo. The
study of Wombo.
The study of Wombology? Black, this is first grade stuff.
Don't need to tell me. I'm very well versed in Wombology.
Maybe IG need to try switching it to Wumbo.
It's tough at this point.
Very tough down now. 8,000 net worth. TB 7,000 ahead of Fly.
Yeah, like these team fights are going to be so incredibly hard. Like the physical damage output of the Raiden team is like through the roof right now. Nobody's tanky at all.
You saw Fly, like he died in like 1 second. That was without Metamorphosis even.
Blink Dagger for the Death Prophet. Ollie trying to get something done. He's landed a couple of good silences, but for the most part in these later fights, he's just had to pop the Ghost Scepter and survive.
Yeah, this is the problem with the 5 DP. If you can't protect her, it's not the most useful one. Like TB just shreds him in like 3 hits.
Yeah.
Has the Ghost Scepter to protect himself at least. But if he ever gets stunned, he's just dead. Again, last fight was only so one-sided because of the stun. The LSA out of Invis.
Can they do it again, though?
They should be more prepared this time around.
Bottom tier 1, bottom tier 2, bottom tier 3 now in jeopardy. And Monet trying to...
Didn't practice Manta dodging.
Yeah, trying to Manta dodge there, but we'll have to go to Axe Island and train a little bit more on his Manta dodging.
Yeah, Manta dodging and EMP is not easy. You really gotta work with the sound cues.
What are the best sound cue, like, timings that you kind of know? Not based on how they look, but just strictly the sound cues.
In regards to what?
So, like, dodging EMP, you're looking at listening for the sound, right?
Yeah.
But, like, what else is like that? What are you listening for more than looking at?
It's mostly, honestly, just that. But the rest you kind of have to see the animation and then react accordingly.
Right.
But EMP doesn't have an animation, right? It's just like it gets louder and louder and louder. And just before it pops,
Makes more sense to me now.
yeah, that's what I'm here for. Help you get through this very confusing and complicated life.
Yeah, very. Illusions pushing through mid. Monet is here with the rest of his team.
Look who got a refresher queued up.
Here's everybody. If everybody can get one, everybody would.
I feel like Lina is one of the only heroes that he plays a core right now that doesn't actually get one.
At some point, it'll change. Fly taking a lot of damage. Something, that's a lot of damage. They're going to TP back. They lose their bottom tier 3.
To Lycan Wolf.
So JT trying to rat this one out. And you could hear it. You could hear it a little bit in the microphone. You could just hear that just chewing through the bass.
You need it. Can't take a hot engagement.
Arena comes down.
One
BKB,
hit.
JT. They'll shapeshift. They've got the Wraithfire Blast coming in as well as the roll. They're going to go after this Terrorblade. Monet. He's going to survive with the Satanic. He's got the Metamorphosis off. JT no longer with the BKB. And Monet will shred through this Wolf and will shred through Frisk. On the other side, though, they've got the Exorcism. They get the Kona Piku. The Shiva's is just going to land onto Ollie. Not sure he gets away anyway, but, well, Ori kills Ollie, and it's the battle of 3-letter O words. Ori, Ollie.
I think we all got that one.
I don't know, you looked at me like I was crazy. So I wasn't sure if everybody got that one.
Well,
Moonlight Shadow, Demon Zeal.
He tried to burst the hero with Satanic. He survived on like 500 health. Couldn't do it. Perfect recipe for a lost team fight, but now Invoker is raiding bot lane. And this is really the only thing keeping him in the game. Spear out.
Spear, Fly in some trouble. They'll bring in Ori.
No BKB on him.
Oh, no BKB allows the Tornado to hit. Ori maybe getting a little bit greedy without using that BKB, but now triple Meteor, Deafening Blast all coming through. Lina taking a little bit of damage. The Boulder Smash not hitting onto Ori.
He also has a Satanic though. Satanic and Shiva, so they're all just getting tanky enough to survive the initial burst and then heal all the way back up with that Satanic. It's brutal now for AG. They gotta kite out the BKBs and then work with the Deafening Blast after that. Like, Deafening Blast is the perfect counter to those Satanics, of course. But it only works post BKB.
Potentially Roshan 50 seconds, so we saw Aster in the first game take their time and get to the point in which they felt comfortable in finishing the game, they might do so again.
They should do so again. This match is very important for them. Puts them at 5-1, I believe.
Yes.
And the top 1 spot is still very important.
Yes. Potentially, theoretically, very important.
Probably.
Maybe.
Also for bragging rights.
Yes. Bragging rights, best rights.
Ooh. Well, that's a refresh on Terrorblade. Good luck dealing with double BKBs now. He also has a Trickster's Cloak. What are they initiating? No.
They're going to go through Nightmare onto Wraith King. BKB popped by Frisk early. Arrow coming in, being spoiled by a creep. Or I believe by a skeleton. Fly moving forward in the shapeshift. There's the spear. That lands with the LSA. The damage coming in from Ori. They've got the triple meteor coming down as well as the deafening blast. They get the first life out of the hands here of this Wraith King. Fly on the run. The right click's coming in. He needs to survive this one. The blink forward. There's the arena, and they will catch Fly. Armwood toggling the best he can, but they've got the double arena anyway. It doesn't quite matter. He's got buyback. They get the kill there on the Pick You on the back line. They'll buyback on the Bane. They've got the Fear. Ooh, trying to get him into the Sunstrike, but the Fear doesn't last long enough. They get the kill on Ali. They'll take out this Death Prophet. Tornado comes in. That lands onto the Mirana. Oh, Nightmare. Ends up missing the Spear. Not that it's going to matter. They'll kill off JT. They buyback on Fly. They have 2 heroes with buyback available on IG. Demon Zeal used, and well, onto the high ground they'll go.
Yeah, that's really the big problem when you play against Lina and Terrorblade and you don't have like any real burst. Like both of them will build Satanic and you just can't kill them anymore. Like you had your timing again earlier in the game, but they completely dominated you in their weak moments. Nice
double buyback arrow hits onto the Invoker, double stun with the LSA. They've got the arena down. It's going to be Emo dead, Fly dead for the first life, and GG will be called by IG. Aster move up. They're going to go to 5-1, and IG in a very, very difficult spot at 1-5.
And they need to hope that VG loses their match to Phoenix, and then they need to beat LGD, which is statistically
a nightmare.
Near impossible.
Yeah, very much a nightmare.
I mean, honestly, this game shouldn't even have gone for this long. Like, Aster really handed them one at the Roche pit.
Yeah.
Like, it should have been much cleaner than that. Should have been over much sooner. But, I mean, at least they had a little bit of, like, fighting spirit left in them. But, like, even after they were given the chance, they were just so timid. Like, the game plan's still very lacking. And they got a lot of work to do. Like, if they really drop down to the Division 2, they got a lot of ironing to do.
Yeah, they really need to figure it out if they do drop down to Division 2, because that is not the place that you really want to be in, but it could be a place of learning, because I feel like they are, you know, more of a dominant team when it comes to them against the Tier 2 teams. At least IG fans would say fingers crossed. And maybe they learn something. Maybe they gain that chemistry. They come back to the Division 1. This is if they go to Division 2. Doesn't mean they're there just yet.
Just highly likely.
But highly likely. And it could be a long road until we see IG back, which a staple of the scene. It is very tough to see them potentially on the edge of relegation. And so, well, Aster take the series 2-0. And I just don't know what to say about IG anymore. So I'll have to give it back to the panel. I will flip my trap card. It is the reverse card. And we'll send it back to you guys. Take it away.
Yeah, a little bit confused there, buddy. Last time I checked, Uno doesn't have trap cards and Yu-Gi-Oh doesn't have reverse cards, but hey, at least he's playing something. But, you know, he's not going to be playing much longer. IG playing in Division 1. It's very, 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 very difficult for them to
see. That's but very accurate, at least.
Yeah,
it's looking real rough.
I mean, all right, so 2 crazy things have to happen for them to even stand a minute chance of them staying in. Vici have to lose against Phoenix Gaming, which seems very likely, and then they have to beat LGD.
Yeah, that's totally doable, right? And here's the funny thing. Even if you beat LGD, you then go into a tiebreaker against Vici Gaming, who already beat you.
Yes.
So it's not even like you're out of relegation. It is like you are fighting to like go to tiebreakers against a team you already lost to. So it is not a good sign.
I mean, this is an absolute tragedy for the region. Nobody thought that this would happen. I thought each game they stood a solid chance, or they would get their stuff together by the end of the season. But I really feel like this is a fault of the fact that they didn't have that long to get used to their new roster, the new style of playing without Kaka. It's very clear that the curse is real after watching this game. And yes, the drafting was an issue. It felt like they couldn't ever really fight into this Terrorblade as the game went on. It was all physical damage onto him. And even with Bone Wolf, he was too tanky.
Dude, Bone Wolf was just a pile of bones, man. I don't know. That thing did nothing this game.
Bone Wolf was such
He's a very good boy. You take that back.
Dude,
we were so excited for Bone Wolf. We were like, oh, this is it.
Dude,
IG, they're coming back into the game.
The final, like, we were just cracking up in the green room. Like, they throw all these buffs onto the Wraith King. He gets wolf bitten. They give him the Lincoln Sphere, the Alacrity. He's like, all right, this is it. We're going in. The big flank.
Right, this is it. You know, this is going to do damage.
Instantly catches a spear and dies. And you're just like, oh. Okay. Well, that was all of our cards.
Yep. They just threw all the eggs on the table and every single one just cracked. It was pretty brutal, unfortunately. I mean, it was sad laughter, wasn't it? Like, we were praying
hysterical
for IG. We were ready for them. We put our hearts behind them, but alas, 'twas not to be. Aster showed absolutely no mercy in this game.
I'm not even trying to be brutal. I mean, it's just both their games, they got severely outdrafted. Like, game 1 was probably one of the worst outdrafts we saw in the tournament, and then game 2 still wasn't even good because the last pick, Terrorblade, was just so easy. It's like a super free Terrorblade game.
It felt good, didn't it, that Terrorblade?
This game?
Yeah.
I mean, TB was nice. If you had the Mars on your side on IG, you could at least play around the arena walls and be able to counter them out that way, but you didn't have a ton to work with here. Fly got so controlled. The arena ended up doing major work against the Lycan as well, so many times to get caught out once, then finished off. They did have that amazing play around the Roche pit where they got themselves back in the game despite losing, in fact.
Right here, actually, I think here is what happened.
Tornado comes in, beautiful initiation, tons of magic damage coming out, and
DP finally being able to do something in this game. Like, it's a 5-position Death Prophet, but for the most part, like it felt pretty lackluster.
Yeah. They even the game out with this one, despite losing the lanes, but it ended up being all for naught. As not long after this, we see Lycan getting controlled up inside the arena. Looks like we're not going to highlight that one. But
I mean, this is every single fight is XXS getting at least a 2-hero arena. They target this Lycan every single time. Fly gets wolf bitten, pops BKB, has to run away because he can't fight into the Terrorblade ever. If meta is up, he has to run away. They have to stall the duration. So, yeah, it just Mars was too good here just because of what the arena utility does, and Terrorblade just gets to do whatever he wants at this point.
Yeah. We questioned the Lycan going up into the Mars. We said it would be a difficult game, and it turned out to be exactly that. I mean, I feel like Lycan was one of the least impactful heroes off this game, honestly. Like, he didn't get into the fights, and when he did, he just got arena'd up and taken down. And even it wasn't that. They just put him to sleep or grip him. I mean, they seem to have so many options.
Yeah. I mean, I was concerned about all these low cooldown disables to deal with the Wraith King, deal with some of these other heroes, but I didn't think it would be this bad. I thought they might be able to cinch that one back out after that Roche steal, but it all ended up falling apart, unfortunately. And Wolf plus Bone Wolf just wasn't enough.
I mean, like, Lina and Terrorblade both kind of fill the same role at dealing with the Lycan summons, though, because they're both super high damage ranged heroes. So by the time Lycan gets into the fight with his summons, they're just dead. Like, almost every single time. Like, he didn't stand a chance to really do anything, and I think that led to a lot of their main problems.
Kind of like an infantry rush, just going straight into a group of archers on top of a hill, and they're just like, well.
Yeah, I played Warcraft 3. I know how that goes.
You get there, and you're just like, yo, it's just me. It's just one dude on low health. And we know what happens for the rest. Well, unfortunately, that makes things very, very difficult for IG, but Aster, huge win from them. And we actually get to talk to a member from Team Aster. We get to talk to the one and only Baboka. Ooh. I know. Baboka, how are you doing, my friend? How's the life in quarantine treating you?
泡泡卡，你现在过得怎么样？就是尤其在隔离的时候，在酒店里，现在生活怎么样？
感觉还可以吧，挺养生的。
I feel alright. It's kind of a relaxed lifestyle.
What are you doing to keep yourself entertained there?
你自己平时是怎么自娱自乐打发时间的呢？
就没事的话，就是每天晚上去锻炼，然后看看 B 站笙歌视频。
I just go to work out every night, and I go on the video platform to watch some popular Dota 2 video.
Awesome. Sounds like a chill life indeed. Very, very big win here for you guys, of course. Now confirmed up in the top spots here. How does it feel being one of the top 2 teams of the region?
这场比赛拿下胜利之后的话，也是顺利保证了自己这边前2的一个排名嘛。就现在拿到前2的这个成绩的之后，感觉怎么样？
感觉还蛮好的，因为我们上个月才刚拿到笔记本电脑，感觉就是目标是先保级啊，先保住这一级，因为2个月没打到它了，就没想到兄弟们越打越好了嘛，然后挺开心的。
So we just got our laptops a month before, and we haven't been playing Dota for like 2 months in a row. I definitely didn't expect this result, but I'm really happy that we can, as a team, we're improving and playing better and better.
My God, what kind of laptops were they? Neff, do you have a question for Bavoka?
Absolutely. This match against IG, they were supposed to be tough opponents. Did you struggle at all inside the match? Did you prepare for this? And did you think that IG would be struggling so much this season without Kaka?
这场其实 IG 的话，一开始大家都以为是一个强对话，你们就是在比赛里面有感觉到，对手给你们的压力吗？然后你在赛前有没有想到，就是没有了卡卡的 IG， 现在又打的就是有这么艰难吗？
感觉卡师傅得回到 IG 啊，要不感觉就是他们的节奏和那种先手点都换了，感觉就不像去年 IG 吧，因为去年 IG 那卡卡很敢打先手，就他们大哥很好发挥。
I feel like they need to bring Kaka back to their team because the playstyle and the team fights initiates has been changed. Like for example, last season, with Kaka's initiating the team fights, their carry really easy for their carry to perform.
Okay. Follow-up question. Do you think it's possible that Kaka will return to the team? Do you have any information there?
你觉得卡卡可能会回到这个 IG 吗？你有小道消息吗？
我不知道，我现在得的消息就是我什么都不知道。
I have nothing to say. I don't really know.
Understandable. Ricky?
Oh gosh, go ahead. I actually had a question, but I forgot it. Go to your next one. I'll come back.
All right. Ori is playing extremely well on your team. Is there anything specific you are doing to enable his game?
Ori 最近的发挥在队上是非常好的。你们作为你的话，有没有一些特别的方式，就是来确保 Ori 每场比赛有一个好的发挥呢？
知道，我跟他又不在线下，就没事吹他吧，就是说什么世界第一火女之类的话。
We're not in the boot camp yet, so I don't really know. But sometimes I will comment him as the world's best Lina player.
Definitely. Somnus might have something to say about that, though.
All right, my next question. You've said before that you idolized Jerax and thought he was one of the best players. What's your opinion on him coming out of retirement and changing roles?
之前你也说过你特别喜欢 Jerax， 然后也是作为你的偶像，也是就是4号位上打得最好的选手。然后你对他现在复出，然后重新转换了位置之后，有什么感想吗？
还是蛮遗憾的吧，还是喜欢偶像打4。
It's a pretty for me like because I still want him to go back to position 4.
Understandable, you know, fellow position 4's got to believe in each other. I have one more question. Of course, you and XXS are on the path to becoming the longest-serving duo in Dota history. Obviously, after so much time, you must have some feelings. So I'd like you to tell us one thing you love about XXS and one thing that annoys you about him.
你跟叉哥在一起打的时间已经久到你们马上就要破这个最长时间在一起、最多场次的这个双人组的这个 Dota 2的职业比赛的记录了。这告诉我们一件，就是你最喜欢叉哥的地方，然后也告诉我们一些你最讨厌叉哥的一点。
我比较喜欢叉哥的家族啊，然后讨厌的话，没什么好讨厌的。这林静这个人，只能说他需要很多鼓励吧，就越鼓励打得越好，就是这样子，这是他缺点嘛。
喜欢的点是家族，对吗？
对。
Yeah, I like his family because he has a big family. and the thing I think and the thing I don't like is sometimes he really needs a lot of encourage. Like sometimes he lose, he needs people to encourage him.
Needs support, needs friendship. We all do sometimes. All right, any more questions from you guys? No?
That was great. That's a hard question to follow.
Thank you very much for your time, Vovoka, and best of luck in getting back into China. Hope you get back soon.
祝你好运，祝你早点回国。
好的，拜拜。
Bye.
拜拜了。
What a charming man. I mean, they always say he's the funny one of the group, and yeah, certainly showing that side in that interview.
You can see it. His favorite thing about his teammate he spent so long with was not the teammate, but his family members.
Yeah, I really like this guy's family.
I know. Imagine if he said that. What do you like about your partner? Like, well, people around them, you know, it's
pretty good.
They're all right as well, I suppose. Yeah.
People around Neff, pretty great. Yeah. What? Well, don't worry, I love you, buddy. It's fine.
Looking for a casting partner?
I'm good. All right, well.
Yo, dude.
With that, can I be done?
Just torched on the panel, jeez.
Ending up the day, of course, this does mean that Aster and LGD are looking in fantastic positions. No surprise there. These two teams have been playing
Stop
so
laughing at me.
well.
It's too funny.
I'm still amazed that Aster are doing so well with two players away on like outside of boot camp and playing on laptops. Like, what?
So that was the thing. Like in the first interview we had with Aster, where they told us like, oh yeah, you know, we have people boot camping, and then they're like, but they're also playing on laptops, and we're like, what? And they're owning, like they're doing so good. This was after taking a game off of PSG.LGD and then proceeding to not lose ever again.
It feels like the further they get away from a LAN setting, the better they play. Like, do you want to just give these guys, like, when they get to LAN, just put them in all separate rooms, give them all, like, crappy laptops, and they'll just own everyone by the looks of it, because...
Give them Wi-Fi to play on instead of an Ethernet cord?
Yeah. Yep. And have someone hoovering in the background the entire time. Like, these guys will own, I swear. Aster looking absolutely phenomenal once again, and IG in that very, very dangerous situation. Vici Gaming must lose against Phoenix Gaming, the very bottom team, and IG must beat LGD next time in order to secure themselves an upper division spot. I mean, my God, is it getting close for these guys? Their fortune isn't even in their own hands at this point. They can pull it off, but it just feels so damn unlikely. So good damn luck to IG, because they are going to need all of it they can get. Meanwhile, in the middle, of course, RNG have their win today, which is pretty good for them. Puts them in the third place, pretty safe position there as they beat an EHOME now. And LBZS most likely just going to be staying in the region along with Vici Gaming, most likely. I mean, it all seems reasonably settled in terms of 1, 2, 3, 4 placing as well. Seems like it's all heading towards an actual getting an answer, which is unusual for this region, because normally we have just about everyone sitting on like 2 and 4, and we have to have this like week-long brawl afterwards to figure everything out.
Yeah, we see the top 4, bottom 4, like that. That line is set now at this point, so we just have to figure out who's settling where in those regions. We still have Aster RNG, right? That's going to be like an absolute banger of a series, I believe.
Yes,
and that will determine, I guess, technically second place, but if they go, if they do tie, you know, if RNG wins, we'll just go and do
again
a tiebreaker, you know, run it back type of scenario. So that could be a lot of fun.
I'm excited for it. As much as I'm done with you guys, I suppose I do have to come back in a couple of days for one last session.
one last ride. And don't forget to join us for that one last ride, as we will return on the 23rd of January for the final day, possibly, unless there's tiebreakers, but possibly the final day of China DPC with Perfect World. Thank you guys for joining us today. And don't forget, the Community Corner is just around the corner, so stick around for that one, as we will be back very shortly for that. Hello and welcome back to the Community Corner. We'll be discussing the goings on the China community and, of course, the day's events. And we had some pretty interesting results today, although kind of not really in the end. Everything kind of settled how we expected.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, I think everything today, I mean, the big surprise was EHOME actually getting the first game win. A lot of people probably didn't expect that, but I think series number 2, Aster, the big favorites going into that one.
Yeah, of course. I know it was as expected in the end, even though it got close to being an upset. But yeah, this means that things are looking relatively settled. So if you guys are interested in what's going to be happening with tiebreakers, the rules are that if there is a tie between first and second, second and third, or fourth and fifth, then a tiebreaker shall be played. And also, if it's between remaining or relegating, then that will mean a tiebreaker is also going to be played. Therefore, that's why we've been talking a lot about IG, because for them to force a tiebreaker, they actually have to make sure they win their series against LGD.
Yeah, it's a Not an easy one to do.
No.
No one's been able to do it, so...
No one's done it yet, and IG are the bottom 2 team right now, so the chances of that seem very unlikely. And then Vici Gaming also have to lose to Phoenix.
Yeah, also not likely. Yeah, Phoenix has...
Probably more likely.
It is more, I would say definitely more likely, yeah. Phoenix could pull some pretty amazing draft out or something, and Vici could just be off their game.
Yeah, yeah. The problem with Phoenix, though, we've been seeing all season is that this team is... they didn't actually qualify for the upper division, really. Their organization did, and they all got poached then by EHOME, so it's kind of a new team coming into it. They are quite inexperienced. This is an amazing experience for them, and it's been great to see how much they've improved throughout the tournament, but unfortunately, they're just not quite at the caliber yet where I can really see them beating Vici Gaming. But crazier things have happened. It is a China region. You never really know, so there is a whisper of a chance of IG, but man, it is looking rough, and that is really the crazy part. And of course, Chinese media, social media, it's been all over the Kaka stuff, of course. Everyone's saying that, why did they get rid of Kaka? A lot of people making comparisons to CSGO, saying that in CSGO you have an IGL, an in-game leader.
I guess. I'm not a big CSGO guy, but I'm going to guess L stands for leader there.
Gun, go, bang, that's about as far as I know about that one. But
something about watching corners, I don't know. I don't know what those are.
They do have IGLs. And I'd say that in CSGO, they appreciate and understand the importance of an IGL, and in Dota, we don't. So, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be, right? We heard that in the interview specifically. They're like, yeah, losing Kaka is big. He was their shot caller, so they're definitely struggling without him. But see if he ever comes back. That'd be cool.
Yeah, yeah. There's also people saying he's getting too old, which is just like, come on, guys.
Come on.
Like, he literally was one of the standout players at TI. You can't say that. So following on from that, of course, we have a little bit more information from the comments that were said in the all chat during the game.
Very fun, yeah. Because we were watching that game. We were trying to figure out, what is it that these players are saying to each other. EHOME obviously kind of having some fun with LGD. And we got a little bit of a translation. Basically, long story short, they're asking, why are you not coming onto the high ground? Why are you not trying to take the base? Like, EHOME, like, come on, dude, hurry up. And PSG.LGD is like, hold on, we're waiting for Roche. Like, just give us a moment. To which the response was, we're coming now. We got Roche. And the funny part was they just like posted Roche timers. They're like, we know it's up. Like, do something.
ZZQ from EHOME posted the Roche timer to them saying, guys, like, you're not tricking us here. We know you're doing Roshan. We know it's up. Come on. Take us on. And they did.
Yeah.
And they won.
Yeah. There was nothing stopping them at this point. LGD was way too far ahead.
On the gas.
Yeah.
All right. Anything else? I think that's all.
I think that's pretty much all we got. There wasn't a lot left to talk about today.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll have plenty more, though, on the 23rd, the final day, as the dust starts to settle on the China region, and we'll know exactly what's going to be happening, what tiebreakers will be installed, and it's all getting very exciting over here. So make sure you guys join us for those matches. We'll see you next time, but from today, goodbye, and thanks for watching.